Shang Xiaojiu, don't be ungrateful. If your cousin hadn't given you the Zhang family's marriage, who would dare to marry you? Shang Xiaojiu opened her eyes suddenly and saw Cao, who was aggressive and full of flesh, talking to her arrogantly. A cold and emotionless mechanical voice flashed through her mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system of good fortune after bad luck, and the automatic binding was successful. Warm reminder, collecting negative emotions can obtain luck points. Please work hard. Luck points? Shang Xiaojiu didn't have time to think about it. Seeing that she didn't react, Cao started to scold her again. Shang Xiaojiu, don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. My patience is limited. Either give me money or marry into the Liu family as a concubine. You can choose it yourself. Her noisy voice made Shang Xiaojiu uncomfortable. She glanced at Cao coldly. Cao received her eyes and was actually a little scared. Luck value? From Shang Xiaojiu raised her eyebrows. So this is how this system works? She was originally an internet celebrity in the 21st century. She was choked to death by pastries while doing a food show, and then she traveled through time. Shang Xiaojiu absorbed all the memories of the original owner. The original owner's family was very poor, and she depended on her mother for life. She was timid and cowardly, and was always bullied. It has been raining these days, and Chen went up the mountain to pick mushrooms alone, leaving her daughter at home. Seeing that the original owner was alone at home, the second aunt Cao began her conspiracy. Originally, the Zhang family had their eyes on Cao's daughter Chen Xiaoqiao. Seeing that the Zhang family was rich, Cao agreed to the marriage on a whim. Later, she learned that the young master of the Zhang family was a sickly person. She was worried that her daughter would marry and become a widow, so she set her sights on the original owner and asked her to marry into the Zhang family instead of Chen Xiaoqiao. While Chen was away from home, the original owner was forced to get on the sedan chair. As a result, Zhang Erlang died just as she got on the sedan chair. The Zhang family changed their attitude and not only wanted the original 20 taels of betrothal money, but also 20 taels of silver as compensation for the unlucky husband. How could Cao take out the money that had already gone into her pocket? Shang Xiaojiu, don't play dumb. Today you either take out 40 taels of silver or marry Mr. Liu. Seeing that she ignored her, Cao immediately opened her voice and yelled, attracting the surrounding villagers to come and watch the fun. Shang Xiaojiu glanced at her and said with a smile, "Second aunt, my mother is not at home, and you are bullying me like this? The Zhang family obviously liked my cousin, but you wanted me to marry her. Now that she died, you put the blame on me and asked me to pay compensation. How can this be justified? My second aunt asked me for money. You know the situation in my family. Doesn't she want to force us mother and daughter to die?" Shang Xiaojiu was a host in her previous life. She was very eloquent. After she sold her misery for a while, the villagers blamed Cao one after another. Luck value from Caudred. Cao was speechless and a little embarrassed, and insisted that she give him money. "You are the one who brought him to death. Of course I ask you for money." Shang Xiaojiu curled her lips, feeling aggrieved. "But the money went into my second aunt's pocket. Even if she had to pay for the betrothal gift, it was my second aunt who returned the gift money. Not only that, she also has to compensate for my loss. A girl's reputation should be worth some money, right? Well, you dead girl, you dare to blackmail your aunt. You really have no manners at all." The angrier Cao got, the higher her luck value became. Shang Xiaojiu curled her lips, ready to add fuel to the fire. "Aunt, I treated you as a relative. I respected you and loved you. But you secretly schemed against us mother and daughter and made me a widow in place of your daughter. What on earth are you thinking? Be careful about retribution for your evil heart. God sees everything. It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not come yet." Cao was so angry that she didn't expect that Shang Xiaojiu, who had always been timid, would dare to talk back. What she said made sense. Her chest heaved and she stared at her intently. "Who do you say has a black heart? I'm kind enough to find a husband for you. It's your blessing to marry into the Zhang family. Otherwise, with your family background, who would look down on you?" Shang Xiaojiu pulled the corner of his mouth. "Really? Then give this blessing to your daughter. Do you want it?" "You." Cao was so angry that she couldn't speak. Shang Xiaojiu went on, "Besides, you bully a girl like me who doesn't know anything about the world. You coaxed me into getting into the bridal sedan without my mother's consent. It's marriage fraud. I can go to the county magistrate to sue you." The girl who usually only knew how to eat wild vegetables and drink porridge was now nitpicking, which made everyone confused. Cao, who had never been to school, was even more confused. Shang Xiaojiu, it's not up to you. You can't marry into the Zhang family now. The Liu family has already given a betrothal gift. If you don't give these 40 taels today, you will marry Liu Yuanwei as a concubine. Cao didn't care about that. She rushed up fiercely, and her rough hands were about to grab Shang Xiaojiu's wrist. Shang Xiaojiu frowned, dodged her attack flexibly, and picked up the axe for chopping wood with a fierce momentum. The thin body burst out with a strong deterrent force. Luck value from Cao. The luck value activates the system's special effects, and a black gas slowly drilled out of her body and lingered behind her. The skinny wild girl seemed fragile, but a demon suddenly appeared behind her. The two-horned demon opened its bloody mouth, its eyes glowing with brilliance, wishing it could pierce through them. The lingering purple-black aura continued to spread, and the demon continued to expand, as if it would swallow them into its mouth in the next second. You. Cao was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly, and her legs were shaking. What a ghost in broad daylight! The fangs and long tongue of the ghost were about to spit on her face. Cao didn't care about the betrothal gifts, and ran out. The villagers around didn't see the special effects of the demon, but seeing that Shang Xiaojiu was in a menacing posture and ready to kill, they all dispersed, and no one wanted to risk their lives to watch the excitement. Putting down the axe in her hand, Shang Xiaojiu looked around and saw that there was no one around. She entered the system mall and found that she had accumulated 100 luck points. The only thing open was the lottery system, 100 luck points per time. The novel lottery made her eager to try. The rapidly spinning turntable slowed down until it stopped. Thank you for your patronage. Is there such a thing? Shang Xiaojiu was surprised. The entire turntable is divided into 24 grids, and thank you for your patronage occupies 6 grids. She encountered it with a 1/4 probability. Draw again, consuming 100 luck points. I really don't believe this. Thank you for your patronage. 6 consecutive draws, all of which were prots. Thank you for your patronage. Not even a hair can be seen. Damn, is this what a human would do? System, do you have to be so deceptive? Do you really treat me like a leak? This system is a bit deceptive, right? Shang Xiaojiu gritted her teeth and drew again. She wanted to see what was going on. The rapidly spinning pointer gradually slowed down and slowly stopped. 5th prop suddenly, 10 lively grass carps appeared in the large basin in front of her. The smallest one weighed 6 pounds. Fuck! It was time for luck. Since crossing here, I couldn't even see any meat, and I felt bad for putting some oil into stir-fry wild vegetables. Now there are 10 fish, a big upgrade, and 3 consecutive fucks can hardly express her surprise. Looking at the fish in the basin with great interest, she had thought about how to cook it. Braised, sweet and sour, steamed. It didn't take long for her to be happy. Seeing that the sky was gloomy, she packed up the firewood, brought the fish into the house, and then Shang Xiaojiu hurried up the mountain. Chen had been gone for 3 days, and she had to go and see. After walking for more than an hour, it began to drizzle. The original owner of this forest only had some fragmented memories in her mind. It was her first time walking, and it was really hard. A figure suddenly appeared not far away, and she paced forward. Xiaojiu! Chen called her with a backpack on her back, and her steps couldn't help but speed up. Mother? She frowned slightly and walked towards Chen. Why are you still going up the mountain? Chen had no idea what had happened in the past few days. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and pointed to the mountain. Xiaojiu, there are still a lot of mushrooms on the mountain that I put in the hut. You should help your mother get them back. Shang Xiaojiu did not dare to neglect it and walked towards the depths of the forest based on her memory. When she reached the fork in the road ahead, she saw footprints on the other side and walked over. After walking for more than half an hour, she felt something was wrong. Chen had just gone down the mountain, so the footprints should be in the opposite direction. But the footprints under her feet looked a little blurry, but they were in the direction of going up the mountain. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and her clothes were soaking wet. She looked around and found a village not far away. The heavy rain would not stop for a while, so she had to take shelter from the rain. The village appeared just in time. The heavy rain soaked her clothes, and she ran forward with her trouser legs lifted. Looking at this village in the deep mountains and old forests from a distance, there was also a tall sentry post, and she didn't think much about it. When she ran to a place 100 meters away from the village, her foot slipped and her thin body fell to the ground. Long-term malnutrition made her thin. When she fell, her arm was scratched by a sharp stone on the ground. leaving a deep wound. Pain swept through her body. She gritted her teeth and crawled up from the ground, covering the bleeding wound. She caught a glimpse of a figure in the grass under the tree on the right. The alert Shang Xiaojiu moved slowly. The big beads hit her face. After brushing off the rain, she saw that the figure in front of her was actually a wounded man. "Search for me." The man's voice came from not far away, and a group of people came out of the village just now, holding big knives and scattered. Shang Xiaojiu's heart was in her throat. If she hadn't fallen, she would have entered the bandit's nest. A big hand suddenly grabbed her tattered clothes. "Save me." The man was dying. The rain soaked his clothes, and his body was covered with mud and blood. Seeing several people closing in step by step, Shang Xiaojiu's heart was in her throat. The man walking towards her from a distance had a scar on his face, and he was very horrified. "The boss is back!" The younger brother behind him hurried over. The man stopped, turned around quickly, and trotted behind his younger brother, gradually going farther and farther. Shang Xiaojiu breathed a sigh of relief. Pain spread throughout her body. Just as she was about to get up and run for her life, she found that the man's hand was tightly holding her sleeve. The man used up his last bit of strength to grab her sleeve, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, and fainted. To save or not to save? Shang Xiaojiu pursed her lips, took a look at his injuries, and still softened her heart. After struggling to carry the man up, Shang Xiaojiu walked tremblingly, and walked down in the direction of her memory. A thatched hut suddenly appeared in front of her, and two familiar frames were placed in a conspicuous place in the hut. By accident, she found the right place. She placed the man on the simple bed. The wounded part had been soaked with bloody rainwater mixed with the wound, stinging. Enduring the pain, she turned the thatched hut upside down, but there was no medicine. Surprise! Limited time discount for lucky draw, 50% off. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in her mind. Sitting on the mat and entering the system mall, she stroked her chin and pondered. Last time, it cost 600 luck points to win a prize once. This time, 500 luck points will be used to draw 10 times. Shouldn't there be at least 1 or 2 chances to win? Looking at the glimmering turntable, there is an extra button below. Draw 10 times in a row and get 1 free gift. So, 500 luck points will be used to draw 10 times at a 50% discount, and there will be 1 free gift for consecutive draw. You must get the system wool. The turntable rotated at the speed of light with cool special effects. With the sound of ding ding ding, the results of the 11 lucky draws appeared immediately. Thank you for your patronage. 4th prize, a cookbook. 3rd prize, 100 elixirs too. On the mat, a cookbook and 2 medicine boxes suddenly appeared. 100 elixirs. After collecting the cookbook, she picked up the 2 medicine boxes and opened one of them. Inside was a medicine pill that was emitting a light golden glow and a strong medicinal fragrance. She split the medicine pill in half and put 1 half into her mouth. There was actually a hint of sweetness spreading in her mouth. Suddenly, she felt no pain. Surprised, she untied the cloth strips on the wound and found that there was no wound at all. "Good stuff," she exclaimed, her clear eyes shining, and she put the other box of 100 elixirs into her arms as if she had found a treasure. She stood up and walked to the man, gently opened his mouth, and fed him the other half. Her eyes swept over the man's clothes, which were made of gold thread and jade hooks, and the material that could not be named was very expensive at first glance. Although there was some mud on it, it could still be sold for a good price after washing it. Don't blame me. Consider this set of clothes as a way to repay your life-saving grace. She grinned, her eyes full of joy, and quickly stripped off the man's clothes and covered him with straw beside him, leaving only his underwear to cover his shame. After the rain, she simply cleaned up, picked up the mushrooms on the ground, and left. The moment she pushed the door, the man lying on the bed frowned, and a barely perceptible moan came out of his mouth. But the sound was covered by the sound of the door, and Shang Xiaojiu did not notice it. After an unknown amount of time, the sleeping man suddenly opened his eyes, and a dazzling light shone on his face. When he regained consciousness, he suddenly opened his eyes. He was stabbed several times to save his brothers in the village, and fainted in the woods in front of the village while escaping. He sat up from the bed, but could not feel the pain of the wound. At this time, he was surprised to find that there was no wound on his body, but there was only an underwear on his body. His eyes paused. He had been a bandit for so long, but he had been robbed of his clothes. He looked around. The old thatched house was empty, and he did not see anyone else. He frowned slightly and pushed the door open. He saw a row of neat and small footprints in front of the thatched house, extending all the way down the mountain. His deep eyes flashed, and the man noticed that next to the footprints, there was a touch of crystal green. "What is this?" He walked over and grabbed the pendant in his hand. The small 9 on the pendant made his pupils shrink. "Imperial stuff?" The low and pleasant voice suddenly became urgent. He did not dare to stop and chased in the direction of the footprints. The footprints extended to a swamp and disappeared. A trace of disappointment flashed in the man's amber eyes. He thought about it and found a direction to go down the mountain, but it happened to be the opposite of the path taken by Shang Xiaojiu. At the same time, Shang Xiaojiu returned home with mushrooms on her back. The mountain road was a little muddy, but she took the medicine pills and her steps were particularly brisk. "Mother!" Shang Xiaojiu called Chen from a distance. Chen, who was anxiously leaning against the door, paced back and forth. When she heard the voice, her frowned brows finally relaxed. "Are you tired?" She hurried forward, took the mushroom basket she was carrying, and gently wiped the wet handkerchief on Shang Xiaojiu's forehead. Chen has the unique softness of the Jiangnan water town. She is nearly 30 years old, but she doesn't look like a village woman. At first, Shang Xiaojiu looked at Chen's face and couldn't help but be full of doubts. How could such a beauty live in the village with the original owner, a burden? The family is poor and bullied. Shang Xiaojiu was puzzled. "Xiaojiu, where did the fish in this basin come from?" Putting down the handkerchief, Chen asked in a gentle voice. Shang Xiaojiu scratched his head awkwardly, smacked his lips, and then smiled. "Mother, I caught these in the river. The fish are fat this year, and I was lucky enough to catch a few more." Chen looked worried and frowned. "Such cold water, what if you get hurt? If you catch a cold, it will kill you. Don't mess around next time." Shang Xiaojiu stuck out his tongue and quickly moved to another place with a few baskets of mushrooms. "The fish are very fat. I'll stew a fish to replenish your body. I'll sell the rest tomorrow to make money to supplement the family." Chen straightened up. She hadn't seen meat for a long time. She licked her chapped lips, grabbed the smallest fish, and took it to the yard to gut it. Shang Xiaojiu was not idle either. She grew up with her grandmother in the countryside, and she was familiar with this job. Then she sorted the various mushrooms in the basket with her hands and feet. The 3 baskets of mushrooms were especially fresh. She was surprised and happy to pick out a small pile of top-quality matsutake from them. "Mother," she shouted, pointing at the big and fat mushrooms on the ground, and said in surprise, "You are really amazing. You picked these high-quality matsutake mushrooms. You will definitely sell them for a good price." "Sell them together with the fish tomorrow to make money." Chen pursed her lips and smiled. These high-quality matsutake mushrooms can sell for a lot of money. After cooking the mushrooms, she eagerly took the fish from Chen's hand, pressed Chen on the stool, and volunteered to cook the fish. She cut the cleaned fish and took out the recipe, rewarded by the system while Chen was outside. Opening the recipe, there are countless famous dishes recorded here. She chose a sour soup fish and worked in front of the stove with familiarity, enjoying it. First, prepare the base ingredients and follow the above steps step by step. Half an hour later, a large bowl of sour soup fish with good color, fragrance, and taste was presented in front of Chen. The soup was golden in color and fragrant, and Chen's eyes suddenly turned red. From childhood to adulthood, Xiaojiu had rarely touched meat, but she made such a good thing, which made Chen's throat swallow even more. Chen pulled her little hand, full of pity. "Xiaojiu, you have suffered so much. You have been independent since you were young. It's all your fault that your mother is incompetent." "Mother, what are you talking about?" Shang Xiaojiu took one of Chen's hands with her backhand. Her eyes were calm and her face was firm. "Xiaojiu has grown up and can take care of herself and mother. Mother should be happy." Chen gently stroked her head with a sigh. Seeing this, she hurriedly called out, "Mother, please try the sour soup fish I made and see if it tastes good." In her expectant eyes, Chen gently took a sip of the smooth fish meat, and then sipped a mouthful of fish soup. The sweet and sour taste made her stunned. "Xiaojiu, how did you make this soup?" Shang Xiaojiu nodded, looked at Chen's expression, and his heart sank. "Isn't it delicious?" "Pick up the bowl and take a sip of the fish soup." The sour, spicy, and fragrant taste swept through her mouth, and her taste buds were greatly satisfied. She smacked her lips, still unsatisfied. "No." Chen shook her head and looked at her with a complicated expression. Chen had the honor of eating such a delicious and refreshing sour soup fish, but this method was not passed on to others, and even the most skilled folk chefs could not make it exactly the same. How did she make it exactly the same as that person? "I have only tasted the taste of sour soup fish many years ago. There is no chef in the folk who can make the taste exactly the same as it did back then. Tell me the truth. Where did you learn this method? Chen narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling uneasy and puzzled. If she knew about the system, she would be afraid of unnecessary trouble. Shang Xiaojiu suddenly smiled and replied with a smile, "It's a coincidence that I accidentally picked up a cookbook when I was hiding from the rain in the mountains." As she said that, she took the cookbook out of her arms and handed it to Chen. "When you were not at home, my brother Shukai taught me to read and write. I know most of the words on this cookbook." Shang Xiaojiu puffed up her face and acted like a spoiled child, telling lies. This cookbook looked a little old, and the cover was made of cowhide. Chen could not read many characters and could not understand the content inside. She took it in her hand and flipped through it casually, and the huge stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Chen looked at the yellowed cardboard with a little disappointment, but the stone hanging in her heart fell to the ground, which was good after all. "That's good, that's good." Chen murmured softly, but it aroused her suspicion. These days, Chen was frightened and suspicious. Although she didn't know why Chen was worried, if she knew that she had saved a man who was chased by bandits, she would definitely lose her composure. Simply, he concealed the things on the mountain and didn't want to make Chen worry. Fearing that she would be depressed, Shang Xiaojiu acted like a spoiled child in her arms until her stomach growled. Chen couldn't help laughing, and the unhappiness just now was swept away. The two sat at the table and ate the dishes in small bites. The next morning, Chen carried the bamboo basket on her back early and went to the town. She walked very lightly and carefully and was reluctant to wake up Shang Xiaojiu, who was sleeping on the bed. After Chen left, Shang Xiaojiu was awakened by the harsh mechanical sound of the system. When he opened his eyes, Chen was gone. He knew that she had gone to the town, so he got up, changed his clothes, put on his sickle, and followed her down the mountain. From a distance, he saw a group of people gathered around a stall, making a lot of noise, and he didn't know what they were talking about. After squinting for a while, Shang Xiaojiu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pushed through the crowd and walked to the front. At this moment, Chen was kneeling on the ground, guarding the mushrooms in the basket tightly, and the shopkeeper in brocade clothes and two servants were pointing at Chen. "You are such an ignorant woman. You are charging exorbitant prices for inferior mushrooms. It's really true that people grow up in poverty and bad places and become unruly people. My shopkeeper gave you 1 tael of silver to buy your mushrooms. It's a great blessing for you. Why don't you know how to be grateful?" Another servant stepped forward to grab the mushrooms. It was very difficult and he was very angry. He cursed, "Bitch, don't let go." Hair was messy. She hugged the mushroom basket tightly and refused to give in. She cried and said, "These are the best matsutake mushrooms, just picked from the forest. I am not cheating at all." He wants 10 taels of silver for half a basket of matsutake mushrooms. How come my full basket is only worth 1 tael of silver? Warm tip. Surprise! For a limited time of 7 days, you can open the System Redemption Mall with 2,000 luck points. All products are sold at 30% off. The system suddenly distributed benefits. Shang Xiaojiu's eyes were full of surprise, but she ignored it and rushed over. In broad daylight, in a clear and bright world, is there still law? "Humph," shopkeeper Jova snorted coldly. "You little girl, who do you think you are? How dare you challenge me?" "You are just a little girl, and you dare to challenge them? You are courting death." With a wave of his hand, a bunch of servants rushed up. Shang Xiaojiu waved his sickle, making it difficult for people to get close. "Idiot!" Zhou Defa cursed, kicked Ergozi on the butt, and pushed him forward. "Are you scared by a broken sickle? Do you still want to ask me for help?" Shang Xiaojiu was in danger. Chen got up from the ground with the help of everyone, stood in front of her and glared. "Aren't you afraid that I will go to the government office to sue you if you do this?" "Sue me?" As if they heard something funny, several people laughed. "My brother-in-law is the county magistrate. Do you think he will punish me or arrest you two unruly people?" The undisguised malice came, and Chen was trembling with anger. Shang Xiaojiu gritted her teeth and was about to fight them to the death. Suddenly the tied hair fell, blocking her left eye and casting a shadow. The host's anger value is detected, and the system triggers passive skills. Passive skills? Shang Xiaojiu paused and felt a heat sweeping through her body, as if her body was controlled. Several moves flashed in an instant, and after a few screams, the power controlling the body disappeared. Looking at the bruised lackeys below, he was stunned. Did the system do something wrong? But soon Shang Xiaojiu found that the luck points in his hand had been reset to 0, and he still owed 13 luck points. Damn! Isn't this a scam? That's it? That's it? Shang Xiaojiu looked disdainful, with an expression of indifference on his face. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. A yellow-haired girl beat the big and strong bully to a pulp. Isn't this too mysterious? Isn't this a freak? Joe Defa was surprised. He had already taken advantage of the crowd to push away the crowd and ran away. So many of his men didn't care about the matter. If he went up again, it would be a waste. In a panic, he bumped into someone. Joe Defa looked up and saw that the man had sword eyebrows and bright eyes, and his amber eyes were squinting and looking at him. "What are you looking at?" he said angrily, swallowed his saliva and ran around the man. The man who was hit looked forward and saw a crowd of people in front of him, wondering what they were doing. The princess shouldn't come here. Frowning, the man turned around and walked in another direction. When most of the people had run away, Shang Xiaojiu straightened the basket and asked with concern, "Mother, are you okay?" Chen was a little at a loss. She looked up and down at Shang Xiaojiu and grabbed her arm. "Xiaojiu, what happened just now? How come you suddenly have so much strength?" Shang Xiaojiu scratched her head. "I don't know, I just wanted to beat them away, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Maybe there is a god helping us." "God?" Chen's eyes paused, as if she thought of something, and hesitated to speak. "If there is a god, it is probably that one." Seeing that Chen stopped questioning, Shang Xiaojiu picked up the mushrooms on the ground. "Mom, pack up, let's go quickly. When they catch up, we won't be able to run away." Although the few rascals watching were shocked by Shang Xiaojiu's power, they still sneered. "You and your daughter are in trouble now. That's the county magistrate's brother-in-law. You will see what will happen to you." Shang Xiaojiu paused to pick up the mushrooms and smiled. "That's it? Just a coward. What's there to be afraid of?" Luck value from Wang Wu. "I'm not as timid as you. I only know how to laugh at others." Shang Xiaojiu's voice was cold and everyone was furious, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Shang Xiaojiu was still pulling the hatred value, and the sound of the system adding points was endless. The people around her cast resentful eyes, but she turned a blind eye. "Looking at these mushrooms, they probably can't be sold. Mother, let's go home. We don't sell these mushrooms anymore." After packing up quickly, she threw the clothes into the basket again, and the two of them supported each other and returned home. After this shock, Chen's already pale face became even paler. "Xiaojiu, it's mother who is useless." Chen coughed lightly, tears in her eyes. "How can that be?" Shang Xiaojiu comforted Chen. "Such good mushrooms can't be sold at a high price, and they can't be eaten up. If they are made into mushroom sauce and sold, they can still be sold at a good price." There was a glimmer in her eyes, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Shang Xiaojiu found the secret recipe of mushroom sauce in the recipe, which can be kept fresh for up to 1 year. Chen didn't have an idea, but she thought what she said made sense, so she worked with her. She picked a pot of mushrooms, put in the seasonings according to the steps in the recipe, and added the processed mushrooms. It took about an hour, and the ultimate fragrance came from the stove. Carefully put the brown mushroom sauce in 2 pots, and Chen took out the treasured chili and added it to one of the pots. Shang Xiaojiu squinted her eyes and tasted it. The sauce, which tasted exactly like meat, was exactly the same as what she ate in modern times. She took a small bowl and scooped some of it and stored it carefully. Most of the rest was packed in bamboo tubes for easy carrying. She sorted the mushroom sauces in the baskets, with the spicy ones at the bottom, separated by wooden boards, and the original ones on top. "Mother, I'll go to the town to ask about the market for mushroom sauce. If it's good, I'll go to the next village to find a ceramic craftsman to customize some jars." The mushroom sauce in bamboo tubes can be stored for a short time, but if you want to store it for a long time, you have to use ceramic jars for the authentic taste. "Go, be careful on the road." After a few instructions, Chen sent her out. She walked carefully on the road with the basket on her back and took the opportunity to check the system's luck value. In addition to the nearly 500 luck values, Shang Xiaojiu soon found a line of small words on it. The host gains an additional passive skill every month to protect the host's personal safety. Shang Xiaojiu was very annoyed. This skill was quite trendy, but why could it only be used once a month? Shang Xiaojiu sighed. When she arrived in the town, she looked around and found a restaurant with a grand facade. When she walked to the door, she found that the restaurant was crowded. As soon as Shang Xiaojiu walked in, the waiter-like man's face changed and he pushed her out rudely. Shang Xiaojiu was pushed hard and almost fell down. The bamboo tubes in the backpack collided with each other, making a clanging sound. She frowned and asked, "Why did you push me?" The waiter saw that she was dressed simply, and it was obvious that she was not from a wealthy family, so he lowered his eyes and said in an impatient tone, "The restaurant is full. Go eat somewhere else." This annoying tone made Shang Xiaojiu angry, but she still remembered that she was here to discuss business, so she suppressed her temper and smiled. "Young man, I'm not here to eat. I've developed a mushroom sauce that will be very popular and will definitely be a bestseller, so I want to talk to your shopkeeper about cooperation." "Haha, this girl is really interesting. Look at your poor outfit, and you still want to talk to our shopkeeper about cooperation. Are you worthy? Get out of here. Don't stand in the doorway and delay us from making money." Luck value from the waiter. Shang Xiaojiu finally knows what it means to look down on others. He's just a waiter, but he's so arrogant. If the guys are so short-sighted, then this restaurant has no future. She can look for other restaurants. Thinking of this, she smiled coldly. "No wonder you can only be a waiter. You let the god of wealth go in vain. If you beg me in the future, I won't sell my mushroom sauce to you." After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards Wei Xianju opposite, but heard the waiter cursing and saying a lot of swear words. Luck value from the waiter? The system's prompt made Shang Xiaojiu pause, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Wei Xianju's business was not good. Not only were the waiters in the restaurant lazy, but even the shopkeeper was dozing off behind the counter. Shang Xiaojiu cleared his throat and said loudly, "Shopkeeper, do you sell mushroom sauce?" The shopkeeper was awakened, and after he asked about the purpose of the visit, his face suddenly became gloomy. Shang Xiaojiu only then knew that Wei Xianju's business was originally good, but their chef was poached by the opposite side using a shady trick, so it became like this. Shang Xiaojiu patted her chest. "Don't worry, shopkeeper, I have a way to bring your restaurant back to life." As she said that, she took out a bamboo tube from her backpack, opened the stopper of the bamboo tube, and the aroma of mushroom sauce filled the air. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a pair of chopsticks and dipped a little into his mouth. His taste buds were instantly captured by the deliciousness of the mushroom sauce. "Little girl, how are you going to sell this sauce?" Shang Xiaojiu smiled and said, "The mushroom sauce can only be supplied to Wei Xianju. After deducting the cost of the silver you sell, I will take 30% of the profit. In order to express my sincerity, I can give you 3 recipes. How about it?" The shopkeeper calculated in his mind. What he saw was the promise of the little girl. In this way, his restaurant was the only one in the town that sold mushroom sauce. If it sells well, why worry about not making money? The two hit it off and signed the contract immediately. Shang Xiaojiu left a tube of mushroom sauce that he brought to the shopkeeper and gave him an idea for tasting so that the people in the town can eat mushroom sauce. If they think it tastes good, they will naturally come back. Shang Xiaojiu took the rest of the mushroom sauce to the next village and asked a ceramic craftsman to customize the jars. She was lucky. The ceramic craftsman had a batch of ready-made small jars of the right size for mushroom sauce. She was ready to bargain with the boss. "Brother, can you sell this batch at a low price?" "No bargaining price, 50 coins. Shang Xiaojiu rolled her eyes and pointed to the bamboo tube in her basket. "Brother, I sell sauce. I have signed a contract with Wei Xianju in the town. If it sells well, I will order jars from you in the future. Can you give me a lower price?" After pushing and pulling back and forth, Shang Xiaojiu wore out her lips and gave the boss another jar of mushroom sauce. Only then did she buy this batch of pottery jars at a price of 20 coins, which was half the price. After the packaging was done, she was not idle. She immediately knocked the sauce in the bamboo tube into the jar and then carried them on her back to send them to Wei Xianju to see if the mushroom sauce was popular. She walked fast and arrived in the town near dusk. Seeing that Wei Xianju had changed from its previous loneliness, it was full of guests. Shang Xiaojiu knew that her mushroom sauce had worked. As soon as she moved her feet, she was stopped by someone. The person who stopped her was the waiter who had his eyes on top of his head before. He changed his face and said very attentively, "Little girl, do you still want to sell this mushroom sauce? Our shopkeeper said that we will double the price offered by Wei Xianju. Can you give me a chance?" Shang Xiaojiu rolled her eyes at him and said in his tone, "Don't do that. I am poor and unworthy of doing business with you. Don't dirty your place. It will delay your business." The waiter wanted to cry but had no tears. He slapped himself a few times. His dark face immediately showed red palm prints. "I was blind and mistook pearls for fish eyes. Our boss said that he must negotiate this deal with you, otherwise my job will be in jeopardy. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with a villain like me." No matter how the waiter begged, almost kneeling down, Shang Xiaojiu was unmoved, leaving him with a cool back. He realized that because of his arrogant attitude, he had cut off the restaurant's way of making money, and he would not be able to work as a waiter for long. Shang Xiaojiu walked into Weixianju, and the shopkeeper of Weixianju came up to her with a big smile on his face. "Miss Shang, the method you taught me is really effective. Our mushroom sauce has spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. People from all over the town come to try it. After trying it, they think it's delicious and will order another one. In addition, with the recipes you gave me, although the ingredients are simple, they taste very good, and the customers like it very much. I have a week's turnover in half a day. Come and see." The shopkeeper took out the account book to show her. A page of paper was full of income. The traffic brought by the mushroom sauce to Weixianju has earned him more than 10 taels of silver. Mr. Wang from the west of the city asked me to order 5 jars of mushroom sauce at once. The delivery will be next week. The deposit has been paid. Do you think it's okay? He received a lot of orders, but he was afraid that Shang Xiaojiu would not have enough time. After all, this little girl looked weak. Could she handle so many orders alone? If you have money but don't make it, you're a fool. Shang Xiaojiu narrowed her eyes and agreed immediately. Don't worry, I will deliver the goods on time. Mushroom sauce uses simple ingredients and is not difficult to make. With Chen's help, she can finish marinating it by staying up all night for a few nights. Shang Xiaojiu handed the mushroom sauce in her backpack to the shopkeeper. After counting the amount, she discussed with the shopkeeper that in order to avoid unclear accounts, they would settle the outstanding debts when they delivered the goods next time. The shopkeeper agreed hurriedly and personally sent Shang Xiaojiu to the door of the restaurant. She knew that mushroom sauce would only be popular for a while. No matter how delicious something is, you will get tired of it if you eat too much. When she developed the next dish, she wanted to make more money with mushroom sauce. She didn't rush to leave. She turned her head to look at the shopkeeper and smiled softly. "Shopkeeper, do you know the principle that rare goods are valuable? Scarcity makes things valuable. The rarer they are, the more valuable they are." Shang Xiaojiu taught the shopkeeper to sell 50 cans of mushroom sauce every day, and not to sell more than 1 can, so that customers would feel fresh and they could do long-term business. The shopkeeper understood the secret after listening to Shang Xiaojiu's words. He was enlightened and thanked her repeatedly. Late at night, Shang Xiaojiu hurried home with the moonlight on her head. Chen had prepared meals at home. Seeing her come back, she hurried forward to take her backpack. The backpack was empty. Chen exclaimed in surprise, "Xiaojiu, are all the mushroom sauces sold out?" "Of course, I signed a contract with the shopkeeper of Weixianju. He not only accepted the mushroom sauce I brought over, but also asked us to send 5 more jars over within a week. I agreed with the shopkeeper that after deducting the cost, he would give me 30% of the profit. This 5 taels of silver is what I earned today." The white silver cannot be faked. Chen did not expect that her daughter was so capable that she actually made it. For a moment she was very moved. Her eyes were wet and tears were in her eyes. "It's all because of your mother's uselessness. I asked you to support this family. Look at your shoes, they are all broken. You must be very tired today." Shang Xiaojiu looked down and found that the cloth shoes were indeed worn out. She tucked her feet into the hem of her skirt and comforted Chen instead. "Mom, don't cry, there are still many things to do." "Okay, Mom will listen to you." A few days later, when Wang Pozi was shopping in the town, she saw a long line at the door of Weixianju and smelled the aroma of mushroom sauce. She was so greedy that she followed the line and bought the 50th can of mushroom sauce. The customers after her would have to wait until tomorrow. A can of mushroom sauce costs 20 cents, which is not cheap, but it is worth it to spend 20 cents to buy a favorite. Besides, only 50 cans are sold a day, so it is a profit to buy it. Wang Pozi paid the money with a smile and chatted with the shopkeeper. She unexpectedly found that the mushroom sauce was sold to Weixianju by Shang Xiaojiu from their village. "Shang Xiaojiu? Is it Shang Xiaojiu from Anyang village?" The shopkeeper nodded, smiling. "Yes, she is from Anyang village. This little girl is incredible. My restaurant is today thanks to her." The fact that Shang Xiaojiu made a lot of money by selling mushroom sauce in the town was spread everywhere by Wang Po as a new thing. It spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and spread throughout the entire Anyang village. When Chao was walking home from washing clothes on the shore, she heard 1 or 2 villagers talking. "Is the mushroom sauce really that delicious?" Of course, the most important thing is that Wei Xianju only sells 50 cans a day. The wealthy businessman Li Yuanwei didn't get to wait in line and was willing to spend a gold ingot just to buy a can of mushroom sauce. But the shopkeeper refused, saying that the established rules cannot be changed. Then this shopkeeper is really a fool. He can make gold but still has to abide by the rules. Is he stupid? Well, I heard that the rules were set by Miss Shang, and the shopkeeper of Wei Xianju cannot violate them. I know. It must be Shang Xiaojiu. I saw her and her mother picking mushrooms in the mountains yesterday. Cao pricked up her ears and listened. When she heard the 3 words Shang, she stopped. The villagers also saw her. They stopped talking and came forward to congratulate her one by one. Sister Cao, your Xiaojiu is really promising. She can earn so much money at such a young age. It's amazing. But no matter how amazing she is still a junior. The money she earns should be used to honor the elders, right, Sister Cao? Hearing this, Cao straightened her back and nodded seriously. Of course. After the villagers left, Cao's mind became active. This little hoof really has no brains for making money. She doesn't know how to make money even if she has money. That's gold. But she actually gave it up to abide by that broken rule. If this recipe was in her hands, she would definitely make a lot of money and build a big house within a year. Cao had been humiliated by Shang Xiaojiu before, and she was a little scared when she thought of the little hoof's face. But the desire to make money overcame everything. She went back and put down the wash basin, and without bothering to hang clothes, she wiped her hands and walked towards Shang Xiaojiu's house. When Cao came, Shang Xiaojiu was drying mushrooms. Seeing this uninvited guest, his face sank. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Xiaojiu, why are you talking to me like this? No matter what, I am your second aunt. Cao showed the kindest smile of her life and tried her best to get close to Shang Xiaojiu. It took a long time before she got to the point. Aunt, I heard that you sell mushroom sauce very well. Isn't it too much of a loss to only sell it to Wei Xianju? There are many restaurants in the town. If you cooperate with them, I think you can make more money. At this point, Shang Xiaojiu immediately understood the purpose of Cao's visit, and she smiled faintly. Aunt, it's not that I don't want to cooperate with other restaurants, but you also know that I am the only one in my family and I am too busy. Cao rubbed her hands. Then you can ask someone to help. Mushroom sauce should not be too difficult to make. As long as there is a recipe, you can follow it. Shang Xiaojiu raised her eyebrows. It's better to ask you, second aunt, to help, right? Yes, fat water should not flow to outsiders. After all, we are a family. If there is a way to make money, of course we should help relatives. Cao is really shameless. She can say such words. It's a pity that her expectations are destined to be dashed. Shang Xiaojiu's face turned cold. Her hands folded in front of her chest, and her tone was cold. Dreaming about? I will never teach you, even if I teach cats and dogs. Second aunt, please leave my house and don't let me drive you away with a broom. Shang Xiaojiu picked up the broom beside her and pretended to drive her away. In an instant, the voice of the system flashed through her mind. Luck value from Cao 500. Cao left in a rage. At this time, Shang Xiaojiu's luck value also reached 2,000, and she could open the points mall again. Surprise! Prediction of events in the next 3 days. 30% discount. Being able to predict future events, Shang Xiaojiu bought it without thinking. At midnight, Cao will come to steal the recipe of mushroom sauce. Oh, this second aunt is really stubborn. If she doesn't give the recipe, she will come to steal it. Well, let her know what it means to steal a chicken and lose a rice. Shang Xiaojiu wrote a fake recipe in advance and kept her eyes open until midnight. She pretended that she couldn't sleep, climbed up with a sigh, took out the fake recipe from her arms, walked to the kitchen, and stuffed it under the empty brick on the stove. After stuffing it in, she said loudly, "The recipe is placed here and no one will find it. I can sleep well." After she returned to the bed, a dark shadow sneaked into the kitchen. It was Cao. Cao found the recipe from the stove and carefully put it in her arms. When she left, she accidentally tripped over the firewood and fell into the pit. She was so angry that she kept cursing Shang Xiaojiu in her heart. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't be so embarrassed. Luck value from Cao Tun. Shang Xiao, lying on the bed, quietly raised the corners of her lips. The next morning, Cao took her precious recipe and asked the old lady for silver. She wanted to buy a lot of mushrooms and make mushroom sauce according to the recipe. When the old lady heard that she wanted 50 taels of silver, she began to murmur in her heart. Business is not that easy to do. Can you do it casually? 50 taels is not a small amount. That's why I came to ask my mother to borrow some for emergency. "Mother, don't worry, you will definitely make some money this time." Cow kept grinding the old lady, and even brought up her dead husband for this. She cried about how difficult her life was as a widow. Now there is a way to make money, but the old lady doesn't support it, which is really chilling. Cow had no choice but to agree to lend her the silver. However, the recipe in her hand was fake, and the mushroom sauce she made was very salty and could not be eaten at all. The old lady tasted it and almost died. She drank several pots of herbal tea. Her 50 taels of silver were spent by Cow. The old lady was angry and upset, and felt very sorry for the silver, so she picked up a cane and hit her calf hard. Cow's pig-killing screams resounded throughout the house, and even people outside the house could hear her shouts. Shang Xiaojiu heard that. Cow was beaten by the old lady and couldn't get out of bed for several days. It's really a big heart. Alert! In 3 days, Cow will ask the old lady to separate the family in order to seize the host's house. The voice of the system made Shang Xiaojiu stop what she was doing. This second aunt is always thinking about doing bad things. Isn't she tired? She will never let Cow succeed. Shang Xiaojiu dug out a bamboo basket from the corner of the room, filled it with 4 or 5 cans of mushroom sauce, and turned to find Chen. "Mom, can we go see Grandma?" Shang Xiaojiu said that she wanted to send a few cans of mushroom sauce to her grandmother to show her filial piety. When Chen heard this, there was no reason for her to refuse. She touched her hair lovingly and said that she had grown up. "Mom, when we get to Grandma's house, no matter what happens, don't say anything. Let me do it." Shang Xiaojiu was going to fight with Cow later. She knew that Chen was not good at talking and didn't want to involve her. When they arrived at the old lady's house, Cow's injury had not healed yet. She walked with a limp, which was very funny. Shang Xiaojiu and Chen couldn't help laughing at the side. Being ridiculed, Cow was furious and scolded. "You dead girl. You don't even call your elders when you see them. You have no manners at all." Chen's face was not good after her daughter was scolded, and her face turned pale. Shang Xiaojiu was not angry at all, but smiled. "Aunt, what's wrong with your leg? Did you accidentally fall, or did you do something bad and get retribution?" "You." "Tsk, only 100. It seems that Cow is not angry enough." Shang Xiaojiu decided to add fuel to the fire. "I heard that my aunt tried to make mushroom sauce at home, but unfortunately she failed and wasted dozens of kilograms of mushrooms, which were all moldy. Aunt, you must have lost a lot of money. Mushrooms are not cheap on the market recently." Cow secretly made mushroom sauce at home. Outsiders only knew that she bought a large number of mushrooms and had no idea what they were used for. How did this little hoof know? Seeing Shang Xiaojiu's half-smile, how could she not understand? She said, "Oh," and pointed at Shang Xiaojiu. "It's you! You're the one who hurt me. You deliberately gave me the wrong recipe. You have such a vicious heart." Shang Xiaojiu admitted it very generously. She gave Cow a cold look with an icy tone. "Second aunt, it was you who was greedy and wanted to steal my recipe. It's all your own fault. It's no one else's fault. It's a pity that my grandmother, at her age, has to follow you around and help you clean up the mess. You are so old, don't you feel ashamed?" "You!" Cow was so angry that she couldn't speak. At this time, the system in Shang Xiaojiu's mind kept ringing. Luck value from Cow, luck value from Cow 50. Luck value from Cow plus 100. From the rising value, we can see how angry Cow is. But the angrier she is, the more incompetent she is, because she can't do anything to Shang Xiaojiu. "Enough! You guys have had enough of making trouble." The old lady was taking a nap inside and was awakened by their quarrel. When she came out, she saw such a bad situation and felt very bad. Chen pulled Shang Xiaojiu's hand, took her to the old lady, and said with a smile, "Mom, I brought Xiaojiu to see you. The child missed you so much that he couldn't bear to eat the mushroom sauce he made. He came here eagerly to honor you. Xiaojiu, call me Grandma." Shang Xiaojiu didn't like Cow, but she didn't have much bad feelings towards this grandma, so she called her Grandma respectfully. The old lady said yes, praised her for being well-behaved, accepted the mushroom sauce, and let them have dinner at home. Chow was unhappy and squeezed to the old lady's side regardless of her disabled body. "Mom, you have to make the decision for your wife. This little bitch just scolded me. I am her aunt after all. How can she be so rude and disobedient to her elders?" "Okay, Xiaojiu is still a child. Why are you arguing with a child? She is my granddaughter after all. Don't be like this." "Mom, are you confused? They are not related to you by blood. I am your real family and the wife of your own son. Chen is just an adopted daughter. You should help your wife." Cow pulled the old lady's arm and acted coquettishly. She took another look at the mushroom sauce in the basket and started to plan. What filial piety are you talking about? They made a fortune by selling mushroom sauce, made a lot of money, and monopolized the recipe, but they didn't think about mother at all. You still have the grace of raising this adopted daughter. The old lady was soft-hearted. After listening to Cao's words, she looked at Chen and the others, and she felt unhappy in her heart, and her attitude was not as warm as before. Chen turned pale after being scolded. She was about to explain when she was stopped by Shang Xiaojiu. Aunt calls me adopted daughter all the time and makes trouble in front of the old lady. The formula was developed by me, and it is not from the Cao family. You failed to get the formula, so you came to steal it. Now that you can't steal it, you come to rob it. What kind of logic is this? If you look down on us so much and don't bother to associate with me and mother, why don't you split up the family? After the division, we can go our separate ways and out of sight, out of mind. What do you think, Aunt? Shang Xiaojiu's words hit the mark exactly on Cao's heart. She was just worried that she could not find a reason to bring up the matter of splitting up the family, but this little bitch found a reason for her. Okay, let's divide it, but the accounts must be settled. Your mother is not the old lady's biological daughter. You can't have that house, and you have to move out. You can't get a share of the old house. In short, you two can't take away any of the Cao family's things. Second aunt has a big appetite. She wants me and my mother to leave the house. Who made your mother an adopted daughter? Don't blame your aunt. It's your bad luck. Shang Xiaojiu nodded, indicating that she agreed with Cao's words. She put her hands behind her back and paced in the room. My mother and I can agree to my aunt's conditions. My aunt doesn't treat my mother as a member of the Cao family, but just an outsider. Then in the future, we will not care about my grandmother's retirement. We will rely on my aunt to take care of her and serve her until the end of her life. Now the old lady is in good health and doesn't need Cao's care. In a dozen years, the old lady will be too old to walk. It will be very hard for Cao to take care of her alone. In addition, Cao's husband died early, so how could she, a woman, handle it? She refused immediately, pointed at Chen's nose, and scolded her for being unfilial. Mother has raised you, but you don't even provide for her in her old age. Do you have any humanity? Chen was scolded, and the smile on Shang Xiaojiu's face faded. She stood in front of Chen and said coldly, "Didn't my aunt say that my mother is an adopted daughter and wanted to drive us out? Now you want to use the kindness of raising me to morally blackmail me and my mother. You have taken all the reasons. In a word, if you want our house, we, Grandma, will not care. We will never give in on this. You, what do you want?" The first step in negotiation is to force the other party to make concessions, and Shang Xiaojiu has taken a successful step. She achieved her goal and began to talk about the purpose of her coming here today. It's very simple, Aunt. The house we live in now still belongs to us. The wasteland in the east of the village is useless to you. It belongs to me. As long as Aunt agrees, we will share half of Grandma's life, raising and funeral in the future with you. Think carefully. Raising, and burying will cost a lot of money. Cao glared at her. She didn't want Shang Xiaojiu to take advantage of her, but at the same time she didn't want to support the old lady alone. In short, this made her very greedy and wanted everything. She thought about it and finally gave a compromise. Since we are all family, there is no need to be polite. You can use half of the income from selling mushroom sauce to support the elderly lady. I will agree to your request. Shang Xiaojiu raised her eyes and smiled sweetly. Okay, Aunt, if I give half of the income to Grandma, then my mother and I will move back here. The old house is a bit old, but it is spacious and bright. Let's do this. The east room faces the sun, so my mother and I will live there, and you and Grandma will live in the west room. The two families will live together and have someone to take care of each other. The higher the virtue, the higher the evil. Cao is no match for Shang Xiaojiu. In order to successfully divide the family, she can only be forced to agree to Shang Xiaojiu's request. Anyway, the wasteland has not grown any food for more than 10 years, so just give it to her. But Cao was still unhappy. She insulted Chen and scolded her for not educating her daughter well. At the same time, her luck value was constantly rising. Luck value from Cao 100. Chen didn't say a word from beginning to end. Shang Xiaojiu signed a separation agreement with Cao and the others, and then left to go home. I don't know if it was because of the hot weather, or if Chen remembered Cao's words in her heart, but she fainted as soon as she arrived at the door of her house. Shang Xiaojiu anxiously helped Chen to the bed and opened the Systems Points Redemption Mall. She saw that the tonic pill was 50% off, so she bought it without saying a word and gave it to Chen. Chen's body was still very weak, and even after taking the tonic pill, it would take some time for her to wake up. Shang Xiaojiu sat on the edge of the bed and triggered the lottery function of the system. Surprise! Limited time discount for the lottery, 30% off. I won a recipe in grass carp in the last lottery, and I don't know what I will win this time. Shang Xiaojiu did not give up this opportunity and directly chose 10 consecutive draws. 9 times they were all thank you for your patronage. On the 10th time, he won the second prize, Compendium of Materia Medica, and also triggered an additional skill. The host gains the ability to remember everything he sees and can know the properties of medicinal materials by touching them. This skill is very practical. Shang Xiaojiu can use the wasteland in the east of the village to plant medicinal materials. Even if he doesn't open a pharmacy, selling medicinal materials alone should be very profitable. Just as Shang Xiaojiu was planning for the future, Chen slowly woke up, opened her eyes, and saw her daughter by her side. She opened her mouth. Xiaojiu, Mom, you're awake. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Nothing, Mom is fine. Chen sat up and held Xiaojiu's hand. It's all my fault that I'm useless. I can't help you at all, and you were scolded by Cow, but I can't do anything about it. Mom, my daughter has grown up and can protect me. I won't let anyone bully me anymore. Xiaojiu, be good. The mother and daughter talked for a while, and Shang Xiaojiu told Chen that there were many herbs in the mountains. They could dig out the seeds and transplant them to the fields, and then they could do the herbal medicine business. After the mushroom sauce business was done, Chen knew that her daughter was capable, and there was nothing she wouldn't agree to. The two of them discussed it and decided that Shang Xiaojiu would go up the mountain to dig herbs, and Chen would go to the east of the village to turn the soil. Shang Xiaojiu didn't finish her work until the sun set in the west. She returned home with a basket of herbs on her back. She and the shopkeeper of Weishanju still had the last batch of mushroom sauce to deliver. Chen was afraid that she couldn't handle it alone, so she accompanied her to the town. Shang Xiaojiu safely delivered the mushroom sauce to the backyard of Weishanju and settled the balance, a total of 1,000 taels of silver. The shopkeeper said that the business was good and gave her another 300 taels of dividends. Shang Xiaojiu didn't bother to be polite with the shopkeeper and happily accepted the silver. With the silver, Shang Xiaojiu looked at Chen's washed bleached clothes and sallow face, and she was not happy at all. She suggested going to buy some daily necessities. Chen agreed, and Shang Xiaojiu took her to the cloth shop, asked the shopkeeper to measure her size, selected several pieces of cloth, and spent several ingots of silver. It was not enough to make clothes, so she went to buy shoes. They strolled from East Street to West Street, and the sky darkened unknowingly. In the past, when Chen came to the town, she was short of money. Even if she liked something, she didn't have the money to buy it. But now she just took a second look at the stalls, and Xiaojiu bought everything. Chen was distressed about the money and didn't let Xiaojiu buy anything. However, Shang Xiaojiu said, "Money is earned to be spent. You can only earn money if you know how to spend it. Mother, there is no need to save these. You should be happy when you spend money to buy things you like." What her daughter said made sense, so Chen didn't bother about it. In order to improve the food, they went to the vegetable market to buy 10 kilograms of pork. The things were many and heavy. They were just women and didn't have much strength. Shang Xiaojiu simply hired a carriage. She and Chen sat in the carriage and returned home with a full load. The village road was narrow and the carriage couldn't enter the village. After Shang Xiaojiu took out the silver to bribe the coachman, she and Chen carried the things and walked towards home. After walking a few steps, they were blocked by someone. The person who stopped them was the famous second-rate guy in the village, San Mazi. As his name suggests, his face is covered with black spots and pockmarks. He is in his 40s or 50s, and he has not yet married because of his bad character. He chuckled, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and stared at Chen in a mean way. "Sister Chen, I haven't seen you for a long time. You have become more beautiful." San Mazi was not satisfied with just talking. He also wanted to do it. He stretched out his hand to touch Chen's face. Shang Xiaojiu looked a little cold, and stepped forward to block. "Chen, what are you going to do? Don't touch my mother." "Oh, you are also very beautiful, but I still like your mother's style. Mr. Liu has talked to me several times, wanting you to be his 18th concubine." Mr. Liu is already 50 years old, and according to his age, he can be Shang Xiaojiu's grandfather. Shang Xiaojiu sneered. "San Mazi, when did you start the business of pimping? But your wishful thinking is wrong. I won't let you touch my mother's hair." She clenched her fists, thinking about many annoying things, and wanted to trigger the anger value to protect herself and her mother. But today I don't know what happened. The system seemed to have failed. No matter what she did, it couldn't be triggered. Sanmazi showed a gloomy smile, and he almost drooled at Chen. He approached Shang Xiaojiu and the others step by step. A mother is strong. No matter how weak Chen was, she had courage in her heart at such a time. She pulled Xiaoju's arm and protected her in her arms. Sanmazi, if you dare to touch my daughter, I will fight you to the death. Don't worry, the person I want to touch now is you. As for your daughter, let's leave it to Mr. Liu to enjoy, ha! In the crisis, a cold arrow broke through the wind and shot straight at Sanmazi. He retreated step by step reflexively, and the feather arrow brushed his shoulder impartially and nailed to the open space behind him. Sanmazi fell to the ground and swallowed his saliva, but his face was still strong. Who is plotting against me? Come out if you have the guts! As soon as he finished speaking, 3 arrows were fired at once, piercing around Sanmazi. Although they did not hurt him at all, they were very intimidating. Sanmazi pulled out the arrow tremblingly and saw Yunqing village engraved on the arrow. He was so scared that he lost 3 of his souls. While shouting for his grandfather to spare his life, he ran away. After he left, Chen asked Xiaojiu with lingering fear, "Xiaojiu, are you okay? Are you scared?" Shang Xiaojiu was not afraid of this little scene at all. Her eyes were bright and she comforted Chen instead. Shang Xiaojiu and Chen walked home. Her eyes fell on the arrows and she couldn't help wondering, who was protecting her in secret? Deep in the forest, a man in black clothes stood proudly with a bow and arrow in his hand. His face was as cold as ice. A thin, middle-aged man followed beside him. He looked older than the man, but younger than him. "Second brother, it is still unknown whether she saved you. Why did she protect you?" Shen Yulong raised his eyelids and said in a flat tone, "Big brother sent people to check. Only the mother and daughter appeared on the top of the mountain that day. I think this is definitely the case. Oh, it is also possible that it was the woman who saved you, not the little girl. If it was the little girl, I should repay her with my body for saving your life. But if it was the woman... Tsk. Second brother, you are so lucky. Lin Feng is the 3rd in command of Yunqing village. He is 30 years old, his mind is not settled, and he is quite playful. Now he is joking with Shen Yulong without any scruples, saying all kinds of nonsense. Shen Yulong didn't want to pay attention to him, so he turned around and left. Lin Feng followed behind him and muttered, "I think that girl is pretty good, very lively, and worthy of my second brother. Why not take her up the mountain to be his wife?" Because of Sanmazi's incident, the plan to go up the mountain to dig medicinal herbs was put on hold. Chen loved her daughter dearly and did not allow her to go out, but the land had been turned over, and only medicinal herbs were needed. Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. Shang Xiaojiu could not stay idle at home, and it took her a long time to convince Chen to sneak up the mountain at night. Sanmazi was also a human being, and he would not block her day and night. Her daughter had a tough attitude, and Chen knew that she could not persuade her, so she helped her prepare the tools and let her go. Late at night, the moonlight was bright, and Shang Xiaojiu went up the mountain under Chen's instructions. She held a lantern in her hand. The wind was strong at night and blew out the wick inside. The mountain road was rugged and it was dark in front of her. If she was not careful, she would step on the air and roll down the mountain. Shang Xiaojiu thought about it and felt that she couldn't just wander around the mountain aimlessly. She should see if there were any good things in the system mall that could help her dig for medicine. Thinking of this, Shang Xiaojiu found a cave, sat on a rock, and then clicked into the system mall interface. As a result, she was greatly disappointed. The things inside were ridiculously expensive. She couldn't buy them with her current luck value, and the cheap ones were not what she needed. Warm tip, if the host's luck value is not enough, you can choose to draw a lottery, and there will be unexpected results. Yes, you can draw a lottery. What if my luck explodes and I draw the first prize? Wouldn't that be awesome? Shang Xiaojiu first tried 10 consecutive draws. A few seconds later, she heard the system prompt. Thank you. Xiaoju's smile froze on her face. No way? Are you kidding me? There's not even a consolation prize? And the system is too lazy. What the hell is 10? Shang Xiaojiu didn't believe it, and did another 10-draw streak. The 4 words, "Thank you for your patronage," stimulated Shang Xiaoju's eye mask. She didn't believe that her luck was so bad. After suffering, there will be sweetness. Good things must be behind. Thank you for your patronage. The gambler gambles until he has nothing. Shang Xiaojiu now understands the truth of this sentence. In order to draw the lottery, her luck value is almost gone, almost cleared. She has worked hard to save up the luck value for so long. Just gone like that. Shang Xiaojiu felt that this must be a conspiracy. The system saw that her luck value was too high, so it deliberately made a prompt to lure her into the lottery. Before crossing over, Shang Xiaojiu also played games, which were card games. Every month, there would be a small card drawing event. She worked hard to save up 100 tickets and drew cards under the event up, but drew a bunch of useless garbage. When she was left with no resources at all, she had to start all over again. This kind of activity is commonly known as ticket fraud. She didn't expect that after traveling through time, she would still encounter such a thing. It's just that others cheated for tickets, but he cheated for luck. Sure enough, power of capital runs through ancient and modern times, regardless of time and space. Shang Xiaojiu gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Crap system! With no luck, Shang Xiaojiu returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. Although she was upset, she quickly cheered up. The pace of making money could not be stopped. Besides, it was just a small setback. Shang Xiaojiu was an optimist and was used to comforting herself. She closed her eyes and squinted in the cave for a while, and waited until the sky was light before she slowly woke up. In the morning, there was a lot of fog in the mountains. Shang Xiaojiu groped forward. She didn't know what her foot kicked, and the whole person fell forward in a dog-crawling position. She groped, and her elbows and knees hurt a little. She didn't know if her skin was broken. Shang Xiaojiu struggled to get up, wanting to see what the culprit was that caused her to fall. She touched it and couldn't help but exclaimed, it was dragonbeard grass. Dragonbeard grass has the effects of clearing away heat and relieving pain, promoting diuresis and laxative, relieving heat and calming the nerves. Shang Xiaojiu was delighted and thought of digging up the dragonbeard grass, grinding the roots into powder, making pills, and selling them to the pharmacy. She did it right away. She rolled up her sleeves, pulled up the dragonbeard grass by the roots, wrapped its roots with cloth, and carefully put it in her backpack. But the splashed mud also got on Shang Xiaojiu's face, neck, and clothes. The sticky feeling made her very uncomfortable. Shang Xiaojiu continued to walk forward, moved her ears, and heard the sound of flowing water. It was really strange. She had been to the mountains many times and had never seen a stream on the mountain. Where did this sound come from? Out of curiosity, Shang Xiaojiu followed the sound, and a natural hot spring pool appeared in front of her. She squatted down and touched the spring water with her hand. It was warm to the touch, and the temperature was just right. Shang Xiaojiu was worried about her body, so she found a hot spring. She looked around and thought that no one would come here at this time, so she could take a bath quietly. After crossing, she was thinking about making money and had never enjoyed life. Now that she had such an opportunity, she certainly couldn't miss it. Shang Xiaojiu undressed and took off only her underwear, then soaked herself in the warm spring water, and her body and mind were relaxed at this moment. I don't know if it was an illusion. After soaking for a while, she felt that the pain from the previous fall disappeared, and her body was much lighter, as if a heat flowed through her body, expelling all the turbid air in her body. In short, it was refreshing and comfortable. Shang Xiaojiu was in a good mood and couldn't help humming a little song. Just when she was happy, she heard some movement. The footsteps were very light, but she still heard them. Shang Xiaojiu suddenly became nervous. She was a weak woman. If she met a bad guy on the mountain, she would be helpless. She touched the clothes on the stone and climbed up. With the cover of the boulder, she put on her clothes neatly. Who is there? I tell you, I know martial arts. You don't mess around. She raised her voice, trying to make herself more confident, but she didn't notice that her voice was trembling when she just said that. In the dim light, Shang Xiaojiu heard a chuckle that was almost inaudible. Was this man laughing at her just now? Shang Xiaojiu's fair face was stained with a little red, not because of shame, but because of anger. She glanced at a stick next to her, swung the stick and rushed out, and met the man face to face, and was stunned. It's you? He was the man that Shang Xiaojiu rescued that day, and he even stripped him of his clothes in order to get a reward. Shen Yulong was inspecting the mountain village. He heard his men say that a stranger broke in, so he came to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, he ran into Shang Xiaojiu taking a hot spring bath, which was not intentional. Miss Shang, I was just passing by here. I didn't mean to spy on her. I was going to leave, but you found me. I frightened the girl. Please forgive me. Shang Xiaojiu's eyes widened. So it's my fault? I blame you for discovering you? Oh, that's not right. How do you know my last name is Shang? Everyone in Anyang village knows that Miss Shang made her fortune by selling mushroom sauce. It's not surprising that I recognize the girl. On the contrary, from the tone of the girl just now, it seems that she knows me. Shen Yulong already had the answer in his heart, but he still wanted to hear her say it in person, so he deliberately tested it. Just as Shang Xiaojiu was about to speak, a group of ferocious men rushed in with big knives in their hands. Second Master! Second Master! Did a thief break in? If anyone dares to break into our Yunqing village, he will never come back. Lin Feng was at the front. He had sharp eyes and immediately recognized the little girl in front of him. She was the one that the second brother saved that day. She's not a thief, but a delicate young lady. Second Master, when did you hide a beautiful lady in your golden house? Tell the brothers as soon as possible so that we won't misunderstand and disturb the good things of the Second Master. This group of bandits licked blood on the tip of the knife, and countless souls died under their knives. They were full of banditry and didn't care about what they said. They were all dirty words. Although Shang Xiaojiu was not married, she was not an ignorant girl. She had watched many short films before she crossed over, so she could understand their conversation. Shang Xiaojiu snorted and looked at him coldly. So you are a bandit? No. Wonder you were so badly injured that day. If I had known your identity earlier, I would not have saved you. I don't know how many innocent people died in your hands. In her impression, bandits are evil people who burn, kill, plunder, and do all kinds of evil. She began to regret saving him that day. Lin Feng snorted. His face was angry, staring at Shang Xiaojiu, wanting to argue with her. Little girl, how can you talk like that? There are good bandits too. Our Yunqing village robs the rich and helps the poor. All the brothers in my village are heroes, not what you said. Apart from anything else, my second brother also saved your and your mother's lives. If it weren't for the 4 feather arrows that day, your mother would have been captured by the bully, and you would have been sold to that man as a concubine. Shang Xiaojiu was stunned. She looked at Shen Yulang, feeling a little uncomfortable. It was you that day? Shen Yulang did not take credit for it, but bowed his hands to apologize to her. It was all our fault that we frightened Miss Shang. I apologize to you on their behalf. He was gentle and polite, in sharp contrast to the others. Shang Xiaojiu felt that she was looking at people through tinted glasses, and that what she said just now was a bit harsh. Lin Feng looked at this and that, and when he saw the little girl hanging her head, he wanted to tease her. Now that the truth is out, my second brother saved you, you should return the favor and repay my second brother's kindness. Shang Xiaojiu had nothing, and except for the dragon beard grass, she had nothing else to give. Her face was slightly red, and she said with her neck stiff, Then I also saved him. If we want to repay a favor, he should be the first one to do so. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and laughed. This is easy. You two don't have to repay a favor, and I repay a favor. Just be together. Wouldn't both of you repay a favor? Brothers, don't you think so? Yes. Get married. Get married. The third boss shouted, and the others echoed him. One voice was louder than the other. Shang Xiaojiu was a girl after all, and she felt embarrassed amid their booing. Shen Yulong glanced at her and said loudly, Lin Feng, stop talking nonsense. A girl's reputation is very important and must not be ruined. Second brother, you have been in our village for so long and you are still very literary. What you say always makes sense, but as a younger brother, I also hope that the second brother is good. Besides, heroes deserve beauties. Second brother, you don't hate that little girl, so why can't they be together? Yes, yes, second master, please think about it. There hasn't been a happy event in our village for a long time. Second master, if you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. This girl is the only one in 100 miles who is pleasing to the eye and worthy of you. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. Shen Yulong knew that if he explained, Lin Feng and others would get more excited. In order to calm things down, he could only shut up. Shang Xiaojiu, who had been silent before, stood up to refute Lin Feng's words. Third master, in your eyes, as long as there is a man and a woman who are considered a good match in the eyes of others, they can get married regardless of whether they have feelings for each other or not. Of course, starting a family is only for the purpose of nurturing the next generation. It is just a responsibility. What kind of feelings are needed? If Lin Feng said this in a modern civilized society, he would definitely be beaten. Shang Xiaojiu was speechless for a moment and decided to correct his distorted worldview. You are wrong. Husband and wife are the people who accompany each other for the longest time. Of course, there must be feelings for each other to stay together for a long time. Moreover, Love is a very mysterious thing. If I want to get married in the future, I will definitely marry someone I like and who also likes me, not someone who is suitable or a good match in your eyes." Lin Feng groaned, put his hands on his waist and asked, "Young girl, you are so young. How come you seem to know so much?" It was like talking to a cow. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said, "It's a waste of my breath to talk about feelings with someone like you. You won't understand. I can see that you don't have a sweetheart." "Little girl, you are wrong. Our third in command is very powerful. He has been in love with Miss Kuihua for several years and has been determined to do so. He has not married until now, just to wait for Miss Kuihua." These brothers came out to talk about Lin Feng's love history, one after another. Lin Feng's face turned red and he tried to stop them. "You bunch of little bastards. You dare to make up stories with the third in command. Watch your skin." "Third in command? We are not lying. Besides, everyone here is our own people. It doesn't matter if we talk to our own people." Shang Xiaojiu has been classified as one of their own people by them, and she has gossip to listen to, so she pricked up her ears. "Third Master, don't be shy. It's normal to have someone you like. Why don't you and Miss Kuihua be together? If you have any difficulties, tell us and we can think of a solution together." The little girl is kind-hearted. Kuihua is Lin Feng's sad story and he can't mention it at all. He will be in a bad mood when he mentions it. Lin Feng sighed and looked lonely. "I fell in love with Kuihua at first sight, but she would rather marry an old man over 100 years old as a concubine than be with me. That old man, he could be her grandfather. I really don't understand how women think. I treat her so well. Whatever she says is what I say, and I will buy her whatever she wants, but she still wants to leave me." It turned out to be a sad person. Seeing Lin Feng like this, Shang Xiaojiu's sympathy emerged. "Third Master, there are beautiful women everywhere in the world. Why do you have to love one flower? You are a good person, and you will definitely find a good girl to start a family in the future." "Yes, I am the third master of Yunqing village, so why am I afraid of not finding a wife?" Shang Xiaojiu nodded. "That's right, a real man will never have trouble finding a wife." After being persuaded by Shang Xiaojiu, Lin Feng found her more and more pleasing to the eye. He stretched out his hand and patted her shoulder heavily, then turned to Shen Yulong and said, "Second brother, we are so happy today. Let's drink Xiaojiu." Her face was slightly red and her stomach was growling because of hunger. But it was not her fault. She hadn't eaten for a whole night, and her stomach was all pulled together. Shang Xiaojiu touched his stomach and raised his hand and said, Actually, I'm a little hungry. Miss Shang is visiting our village. You can't not even let people eat enough. It's really rude to let people go hungry." Lin Feng had a lot of crooked ideas, and Shen Yulong really couldn't do anything about him. He looked at Shang Xiaojiu and pondered for a moment. "Okay, I'll go hunting. You wait here for me. Don't leave. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Shen Yulong took the bow and arrow and left the cave. How could Lin Feng listen to Shen Yulong obediently? As soon as he left, he took his men back to the village to get wine. The bandits rely on the mountains to eat the mountains. The birds and beasts in the mountains can become their food. Shen Yulong's body skills are amazing. In just 1 hour, he hunted 2 fat rabbits and killed a leopard. The brothers who stayed in the cave saw the fireworks blooming in the sky and knew that it was the signal from the second in command. They immediately went to where Shen Yulong was and moved the prey back to the cave. The bonfire was deep, and the plucked rabbits were tied to sticks and roasted on the fire. Shang Xiaojiu used the remaining points to exchange for seasonings, cumin, pepper, and chili powder. When the rabbit meat was roasted to a char and oil sizzled out, she cut the rabbit meat with a knife a few times, roasted it for another 2 minutes, and then sprinkled the seasoning on the meat. The fragrance wafted away. Lin Fengben and his brothers were drinking and playing drinking games. He was attracted by the smell of barbecue and moved to Shang Xiaojiu's side. "Xiaojiu, how did you roast it? It smells so good. Can I? Shang Xiaojiu reached out and pulled off a rabbit leg and put it on the lotus leaf. Her fingertips were burned red and she rubbed them on her ears. "This is my unique secret recipe. Ordinary people can't make it. You can take it and eat it. Just consider it my thank you gift. But, in exchange, can you give me a little wine?" In modern times, Shang Xiaojiu can drink. She hasn't had the chance since she came here. Now she wants to taste what the ancient wine tastes like. Lin Feng certainly had no objection. He took the wine pot beside him and handed it to Shang Xiaojiu. Shen Yulong, who was standing aside, coughed. He stopped and scratched his hair. "You should ask your second brother. Girls should drink less." Shang Xiaojiu pouted and looked at the wine pot in Lin Feng's hand eagerly. She looked very pitiful. Shen Yulong's heart seemed to be hit by something. He looked away and said uncomfortably, "Just a little." "Okay, thank you, second in command." The moonlight is seductive and the wine can also intoxicate people. Shang Xiaojiu held the wine pot and drank it in small sips. Unlike these big men who were rough and heroic, she looked gentle and graceful when drinking. At the end, she licked the corner of her mouth and smiled like a cat that had stolen some fish. The rabbit meat was eaten up, and the wine in the wine pot was almost gone. Shang Xiaojiu looked at the sky and got up to say goodbye. Before leaving, the third in command gave her a gourd of wine and a bow and arrow for self-defense. Shang Xiaojiu did not rush down the mountain, but walked along the mountain road and found a lot of herbs. There were Angelica dahurica, Panax notoginseng, Angelica sinensis, and so on. The ability to know the properties of medicinal materials by touching them is a very useful plugin, which helps Shang Xiaojiu avoid many wrong options. After the basket on her back was full, Shang Xiaojiu was ready to go down the mountain to go home. But she saw a black shadow jumping through the bushes, very fast and making strange noises. She was startled and clenched the bow and arrow in her hand, heading towards the direction of the sound. Suddenly a wild boar jumped out of it, and its sharp fangs emitted a cold light. Shang Xiaojiu was frightened, screamed, and fell to the ground. The voice of the system flashed through her mind. Luck value from Wild Way? She can also receive the luck value of animals? Shang Xiaojiu's clear eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. And at the same time, she thought of a way to quickly obtain the luck value. She immediately stood up from the ground, holding a bow and arrow, and attacked the wild boar with feather arrows. She didn't know how to shoot arrows, and her accuracy was not good enough. Those feather arrows hit the wild boar in a scattered manner and couldn't hurt it at all. However, being teased by stupid humans, the wild boar angrily rushed towards Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu was well prepared and rolled sideways to avoid the attack. At the same time, the luck value continued to rise. Luck value from wild boar 20, luck value from wild boar 30, luck value from wild boar 35, luck value from wild boar 40. Listening to the rising numbers, Shang Xiaojiu became more and more excited. She was not in a hurry to hunt the wild boar, but hid everywhere, luring the wild boar to chase her. But she caught nothing and couldn't catch it at all. The angrier the wild boar was, the more luck Shang Xiaojiu could get. Although the luck value of the beast was relatively low, a little bit adds up to a lot, and a small amount of fly meat is still meat. Just as Shang Xiaojiu was having fun, the voice of the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering 100 steps through the willow. Attention! This skill can only be used once. Ah! This system is too stingy. It's really a bit outrageous that the skill was finally triggered, but it can only be used once. Shang Xiaojiu was secretly complaining in her heart, cursing the system in her mind, but her hands kept moving. She drew her bow and shot an arrow, which flew out and hit the wild boar's vitals. It fell down without any struggle. When Shang Xiaojiu went to see, the wild boar had already died. She found some hemp ropes on the side of the road, tied up the wild boar, put one end of the rope on her shoulder, and dragged the wild boar forward. The wild boar was fat, at least 40 or 50 kilograms, but Shang Xiaojiu only felt a little bit of effort when dragging it, and dragged it down the mountain very smoothly. When they arrived at the village, the villagers saw that a skinny little girl could move such a big wild boar, and their eyes were full of disbelief, marveling at her great strength. Shang Xiaojiu didn't know what was going on. She had a vague idea in her mind that her increased strength might be related to the hot spring on the mountain, but whether it was true or not still needed to be verified. After she finished the matter of the medicinal materials, she would definitely go back to the mountain again to verify her idea. Arriving at the door of the house, the door was open. Shang Xiaojiu saw the laundry basin thrown at the door, and there were traces of dragging on the ground. Damn! Something happened to my mother. Shang Xiaojiu immediately dropped the wild boar and entered the yard. He heard Chen crying. No, please don't. Haha, you shout. No one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out. Your daughter is not here today. I wonder who else can save you. Li Ergo, tie her hands and block her mouth for me. Don't let her move. Okay, but we have a deal. After you are done, it will be my turn. We will each take 1 hour and no one will suffer. Woo woo woo. Shang Xiaojiu rushed in and heard these dirty words. He saw Chen being pressed down by San Mazi with linen stuffed into her mouth. She shook her head and struggled desperately, while Li Ergu tied her hands with a rope. Seeing this, she suddenly became angry and trembled all over. Shang Xiaojiu wanted to kill them. She took out her bow and arrow and aimed at Sanmazi like she was shooting a wild boar. There was another whoosh sound, and Shang Xiaojiu's shot went astray. The arrow grazed Sanmazi's cheek, cut off half of his hair, and nailed to the wall behind him. Sanmazi and Li Ergo were both frightened by this sudden change, especially Sanmazi. Damn it, his pants were half off, and he was almost frightened to death by this move. The two then realized that the instigator was Shang Xiaojiu. When Sanmazi saw her, new and old hatred surged into his heart. "It's you, little bitch, ruining my good deeds. Let my mother go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Li Ergo laughed and looked up and down at the thin girl. "Ha ha, how can you be rude? With your small body, I can crush you to death with just one finger." Shang Xiaojiu pursed her lips, clenched the bow and arrow in her hand, and said calmly, "I have weapons. At worst, we will all die together and you won't get any benefits." Before she finished speaking, Li Ergo pounced on her. Shang Xiaojiu didn't react for a while, and the bow and arrow in her hand was taken away by him. Sanmazi smiled triumphantly. "You have nothing in your hands now. How can you fight with us? Ha! Li Ergo, you are lucky today. The big one belongs to me, and the small one belongs to you. How about it, brother? I will treat you well." Shang Xiaojiu looks like a beautiful girl. She hasn't grown up yet, but you can see that she is a beauty. Li Ergo has such a good thing. How can he not agree? He looked at Shang Xiaojiu with lustful eyes and approached her step by step. Shang Xiaojiu panicked. In terms of physical strength, she couldn't compare with adult men. She couldn't beat them, but she couldn't leave her mother and run away. She had to find a way to save herself and Chen. The only way now was to anger Li Ergo and get more luck points to see if she could trigger some useful skills, even if they were one-time ones. She backed away while cursing. "Li Ergo, you are such a piece of shit. I'm not even an adult yet, and you dared to do that to me. Beast, worse than an animal, scum. You'll die a miserable death. You'll go to hell after you die." Li Ergo was a bully in the village and was used to being scolded. In his eyes, Shang Xiaojiu's scolding skills were not good enough and didn't cause any emotional fluctuations. Xiaojiu's heart suddenly turned cold. It was over. The system didn't work. At the critical moment, the system couldn't help Shang Xiaojiu. Just when Li Ergo's hand was about to touch her arm, hurried and orderly footsteps were heard all around, and a group of bandits rushed over and surrounded Shang Xiaojiu's house. It was Shen Yulong and the others. They had separated on the hilltop earlier, and now they met again. Shang Xiaojiu's first reaction when she saw them was that she was saved. Compared with Li Ergo and Sanmazi, this group of bandits who robbed the rich and helped the poor looked more like good people. "It's the people from Yongqing village?" Sanmazi reacted as soon as he saw their clothes. He remembered Yujian before, and Yongqing village had supported Shang Xiaojiu, and he couldn't help but glared at her fiercely. "Stinky girl, I really underestimated you. You actually hooked up with bandits. You're so cruel." After he finished speaking, he dragged Li Ergo and wanted to leave. "Hey, you're going to leave after bullying people. How can you get away with such a cheap thing?" Lin Feng held the sword in his hand horizontally, blocking them. The sword flashed and dazzled their eyes. They were domineering in the village, relying on their fists and brute force. It was the first time they saw weapons and were scared. Sanmazi trembled. "This uncle, swords have no eyes. You'd better put away the sword. There's no need to use swords and knives." "Are you scared now? I'm the third in command of Yongqing village. My favorite thing is to kill people, especially to kill evil people like you. I'm going to cut off your flesh piece by piece and drink it with wine. Brothers, what do you say?" "Yes, yes, yes, yes." The brothers he brought with him gave him face and responded one after another. The momentum was very impressive. "No, no, we are thick-skinned and our meat is not tasty. Masters, please spare us." Li Ergo was scared to death. He just liked beautiful women and didn't want to die here for women. He pointed at Sanmazi and said, "It's none of my business. All the ideas were from him. I just came here to join in the fun. I didn't mean to hurt them." "What did you say, Li Ergo? You put everything on me. Do you still have any humanity?" "What humanity? I'm a bully. Do I have that kind of thing?" The two of them quarreled and cursed each other. Evil rose from their hearts and they got angry. They wrestled with each other and got bruises on their faces. Lin Feng was very happy to see them like this and laughed. "Okay, if you want to stay alive, there is a way." As soon as he finished speaking, the two men stopped wrestling and said in unison, "Uncle, what is the way?" Lin Feng called his men, took out a bundle of hemp rope, threw it in front of them, and pointed at Li Ergo. "Sanmazi, tie up Li Ergo's hands and feet, drag him on the ground, and run around the house 3 times. When you have run enough, I will let you go. Okay. Sanmazi immediately picked up the rope and wanted to tie up Liergo. Liergo cursed, "Are you sick? Do you really want to tie me up? It's good enough to be alive. What's the humiliation? Get out of here first." There was no way. Liergu could only let Sanmazi tie his hands and feet and drag him on the ground for 3 circles before Lin Feng mercifully let them go. The crisis was resolved. Shang Xiaojiu stepped forward and thanked them. "You saved me again, but how did you get here?" Lin Feng smiled, pointed at Shen Yulong and said, "Ask my second brother. He told us to go down the mountain. I just followed his orders." Shen Yulong glanced at him, then said gently, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Our brothers went down the mountain to do some business, and we happened to encounter this, so we helped." Shang Xiaojiu exclaimed, "Do you need to bring so many people to go down the mountain to do business?" Lin Feng came over, patted Shang Xiaojiu's arm, and whispered to her, "My second brother was afraid that it would be unsafe for you to go down the mountain alone, so he followed you all the way to protect you." "Lin Feng, don't talk nonsense." Shen Yulong scolded in a low voice. Lin Feng shrugged and shut up. "Xiaojiu, they? Who are they?" Chen held the doorframe and saw her daughter talking to a group of men. These men all had rough looks and did not look like ordinary people. She immediately felt frightened. She was also afraid that her daughter would make friends with some bad people. Shang Xiaojiu introduced Shen Yulong and the others. "Mom, they are my friends. The one with a gentle look is Shen Yulong, the second in command of Yunqing village, and the one with a smart look is Lin Feng, the third in command. Although they are bandits, they are good people. Mom, you don't have to be afraid of them." "Oh, so that's the case. Hello, both of you. Please come into my humble abode to have some tea and rest for a while. We don't have anything good to treat you, but we still have some pork at home. If you don't mind, please use some so that I can thank you properly." Okay. Lin Feng agreed immediately. Shen Yulong looked at him disapprovingly and said, "Lin Feng, don't be rude." "Second brother, they are so kind, it seems not right for us to refuse." Shang Xiaojiu pursed her lips and smiled, and came out to help. "Second in command, my mother means well. You can leave after dinner." Shen Yulong agreed to the offer, and his men stood guard at the door of the store to prevent outsiders from disturbing them. Chen was busy in the kitchen, and Shang Xiaojiu boiled a pot of hot water, found the last bit of tea in the house, and made a pot of tea for them. The conditions are relatively simple, so you have to make do with it. Lin Feng looked around and saw the simple furnishings. The tables, chairs, and benches were not a complete set, but were all picked up from here and there. You can imagine what kind of life Shang Xiaojiu led. The original life was even more difficult, but Shang Xiaojiu's life has improved after selling mushroom sauce. "I didn't expect that a girl like you can endure so much hardship. Your family is poor. Look at this house. How can you live in it? There is nothing in it. Second brother, why don't we be good people and take her to the town to buy some things for her?" Shen Yulong nodded. Shang Xiaojiu scratched his hair, feeling a little embarrassed, but thinking of the wild boar he had hunted, which he was going to sell at the market, he agreed. Everyone was put to good use. Lin Feng helped her fight the wild boar. Even Shen Yulong helped her carry the backpack, and the rest stayed in the merchant house to protect Chen. They walked quickly and reached the town in less than an hour. Some people had seen the bandits in Yunqing village. When they saw the attire of Shen Yulong and Lin Feng, they were so scared that someone shouted, "The bandits are coming!" The people dispersed and ran back to their homes, not daring to go out. Shang Xiaojiu screamed, somewhat helplessly, "You are quite famous. You scared everyone into running away." Shen Yulong said calmly, "People in this world are ignorant. There are good and bad people, including bandits. It's just that they are prejudiced and think of us as bad people. It's understandable. People in this world are ignorant and easily deceived by illusions." Shang Xiaojiu didn't expect Shen Yulong to be so calm and composed in the face of his identity, and couldn't help but look at him more. Lin Feng looked around and walked with a swagger. Seeing that the people were afraid of them, he was a little displeased. He muttered that he would change his clothes next time he went out to avoid encountering such a situation again. Shen Yulong did not say anything, but just walked to the shop selling candy figures. The boss was short and thin, huddled behind the stall and trembling constantly. "Dear bandit uncles, please be kind. I run a small business. I don't make much money. I don't have any money that you can rob." Being misunderstood, Shen Yulong did not explain, but took 3 candy men from the shop and asked, "Boss, how much are the candy men?" "Ah, 3 cents each." "I want them, and you can pack the rest for me. This ingot of silver should be enough, right? The boss was a little confused, thinking that he must be dreaming. He didn't meet bandits, but a kind-hearted person? Uncle, what do you want so many candy figures for? You three can't eat that much. Of course they're for giving away, just buy some, boss. Shen Yulong bought all the candy figures, and the owners of other stalls also became eager to buy them and started talking to him. Uncle, would you like to take a look at the rouge and powder in my shop? They are very useful. Give them to your wife, and I guarantee she will be satisfied. Oh, the porcelain here is all fired at home. They are good things. Would you like to take a look? For a moment, Shen Yulong became a popular commodity that everyone was vying for. He turned around and looked at Shang Xiaojiu, as if to say, you see, as long as you are kind and don't do evil, prejudice can be changed. Shang Xiaojiu smiled. She thought that Shen Yulong was really different from the other people in his village. He was gentle, polite, and knew when to advance and retreat. He looked like an educated man and a capable person. Shen Yulong handed the sugar figurines he bought to Lin Feng and asked him to give them to the children playing nearby. Lin Feng was ordered to work and couldn't help but frowning. Are you kidding me? One asked me to sell wild boars and the other asked me to deliver sugar figurines. You two complement each other, but it's hard for me. If I had known that I was here to work as a laborer for you, I would have called a few more brothers to accompany me. Then are you going or not? Shen Yulong glanced at him lightly. Lin Feng snorted. Go, who made you my second brother? I'll go right away. After that, he was about to return the wild boar on his back to Shang Xiaojiu. Before he opened his mouth, Shen Yulong naturally took it. Seeing this, Shang Xiaojiu said embarrassedly, I want you to help me carry the herbs and the wild boar. Isn't it too tiring? I'm a martial artist. These dozens of kilograms of things are nothing. But you are a girl. How can you have the strength to carry these heavy objects? Shang Xiaojiu was embarrassed for a moment and thought that she was really different from other girls. She could carry it. She was the one who carried the wild boar back home from the mountain. Speaking of which, Shen Yulong has been following behind her, so did he also see her fighting the wild boar? Somehow, Shang Xiaojiu felt her face getting a little hot, and she was nervous. Well, Brother Shen, it's getting late. Let's sell the wild boar first. There are no hunters here, and few people can hunt game. It should be easier to sell it in a restaurant. Okay, I'll listen to you. Shang Xiaojiu originally wanted to go to Weixianju, but the owner of Weixianju was preparing a vegetarian meal recently, and the store did not sell any meat dishes these days. Fresh pork could not be stored for long, so she could not buy her wild boar. Although she was a little disappointed, she quickly cheered up. If she didn't accept any of the restaurants, there were still other restaurants. There were so many restaurants in the town, she would always be able to sell some. The two walked along the town and arrived at Taibai Tower. Shang Xiaojiu asked Shen Yulong to carry the wild boar in. It was not dinner time and there was not much business in the restaurant. The waiter stepped forward and asked, Dear guests, would you like something to eat? Shang Xiaojiu shook his head. Waiter, is your boss here? I'm here to sell something. Who's looking for me, the boss? The curtain was lifted and a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out. His eyes lit up when he saw the wild boar on the ground. Shopkeeper, I want a pound. Ask, do you buy wild boars here? I got them from hunting in the mountains today. They are very fresh. Shang Xiaojiu stepped forward to sell her wild boar. She showed the shopkeeper the wound on the pig's body. The blood was not yet dry, proving that the pig had died not long ago. The shopkeeper chuckled. His eyes rolled around, revealing a mouthful of broken teeth, and said, Little girl, the wild boar has thick skin and meat, so it's hard to eat. It seems it's not easy for you either. How about this? I'll give you 2 taels of silver, and you can take the wild boar. Only 2 taels of silver? She sells mushroom sauce, and each jar weighs more than 2 taels. Isn't this shopkeeper too heartless? You are bullying her because she is a woman and knows nothing, right? Shang Xiaojiu wanted to argue with him and explain the reason, but he saw Shen Yulong walked forward, bowed to the shopkeeper and said, The whole body of the wild boar is a treasure, from the skin to the meat to the internal organs, all of which can be eaten. The shopkeeper wants to buy a whole wild boar for 2 taels of silver. It seems like bullying. If you are not sincere in doing this business, we will not force you and will find another company. You. The shopkeeper wanted to say, Who do you think you are? But when he saw his clothes and recognized him as a robber from Yongqing village, he immediately became scared. As the saying goes, the people do not fight with the officials, and the officials do not fight with the thieves. As an ordinary citizen, he should not offend others for a little money. He smiled and said, Sir, How much silver do you think is appropriate? Shen Yulong smiled and held up 2 fingers. I am a fair person. 20 taels is a very suitable price. Okay, 20 taels, I'll buy it. When Shang Xiaojiu walked out of the gate of Taibai Tower with a bag of silver, he was still a little bit incredulous. When did doing business become so simple? Shen Yulong just said 2 words and the deal was done? 20 taels was really beyond expectations. Shang Xiaojiu originally thought that if he could sell it for 7 or 8 taels, it would be considered very good. She was quite helpless. Brother Shen, are you using your status to pressure others? The shopkeeper spent 20 taels to buy my wild boar because he was afraid of you. Shen Yulong did not comment. He bullies the weak and fears the strong. I am just giving him a small punishment. In fact, I have eaten wild boars, but the internal organs are inedible and worth about 10 taels. I deliberately offered 20 taels, because I was sure that he would buy it from you in order to get rid of me, the plague god. Wow, Brother Shen, I didn't expect you to be so black-bellied. You can think of such a method? Let's go. You still have a basket of medicinal herbs to sell. Shang Xiaojiu and Shen Yulong went to a nearby medicine house. The owner checked her herbs and bought all her herbs for 50 taels of silver. Shang Xiaojiu saw that the owner of the medicine house was straightforward, so she did not bargain with him. Just as the money and the goods were being exchanged, Shang Xiaojiu saw someone coming to weigh 2 taels of angelica. When the little medicine boy stepped on the scale, he actually secretly took some angelica down. She immediately frowned and said lightly, "Boss, I don't want to sell these herbs anymore." The boss suddenly became anxious and looked at Shang Xiaojiu eagerly. "No, do you think it's cheap? I can add a little more silver." Some of Shang Xiaojiu's herbs are very difficult to collect in the mountains, and they cannot be bought even with silver. Now that Shang Xiaojiu doesn't sell them, how can I not be anxious? The price is negotiable. Shang Xiaojiu didn't plan to make much money from this first medicinal materials business, as long as it was roughly equal. However, she couldn't do business with dishonest people, so she insisted and shook her head. "Sorry, I don't sell it anymore." "No, the price has been negotiated. How can you just say you don't want to sell it?" The boss stretched out his hand to grab Shang Xiaojiu's backpack, but when his hand just touched it, it was pinched by someone. Shen Yulong looked at him coldly and used force with his hands. He screamed in pain. It hurts, let go." They say that the people of Anyang are simple and honest, but I don't think so. Miss Shang has already said that she will not sell it to you, but you still forced her to buy it. It's too much. She changed her mind first. The boss was still quibbling, but Shen Yulong looked cold. He let go and stopped the man who was about to leave after buying the angelica. "Sir, I advise you to check and see if your angelica really weighs 2 taels. I just saw the little medicine boy secretly took some down when you weren't paying attention." And the boss also acquiesced. "If you don't believe me, you can weigh it." "Ah, boss, why are you like this? Pay me some money." The customer threw the angelica on the table and asked the boss to explain. The boss was in trouble and was very angry. He angrily wanted to drive Shang Xiaojiu and the others away. "You are here to disrupt things on purpose. Get out! Get out!" Shang Xiaojiu picked up the backpack and didn't want to bother with him. He and Shen Yulong walked out of the door of the medicine house. The system voice sounded again. "Luck value from the boss of Yalu 30. Shang Xiaojiu stopped, turned around, made a face at him and shouted loudly, "Dear fellow villagers, please don't come to his house to buy medicine. They shortchange people in their business and the weights are not even enough." Her words caused discussions among the people around her. They gathered at the door of the pharmacy and accused the boss of being black-hearted. The boss was so angry that he wanted to rush up and beat Shang Xiaojiu up, but when he saw the cold Shen Yulong beside her, he immediately backed off and could only close the door while cursing. Luck value from the boss of the medicine house 50. Luck value from the boss of the medicine house 100. Shang Xiaojiu was in a good mood. He went to the pharmacy next door and sold the batch of medicinal materials in his hands at a reasonable price. Then the 2 of them prepared to go home. At this time, Lin Feng also came to meet them. Not only did he send the candy man, he also bought pots, pans, and other daily necessities as gifts for Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu was touched and bowed to Lin Feng. "Thank you, third master." The 3 of them returned home. Chen had already prepared the meal. After they had their fill, Lin Feng wanted to take Shang Xiaojiu for a drink. Chen's face changed slightly. She wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Chen Yulong's mind was as clear as a mirror. He took Lin Feng and was about to say goodbye. Lin Feng shouted, "We have to leave so soon. I haven't drank 300 cups with Miss Shang yet." Shen Yulong glanced at him speechlessly and smiled nonchalantly. When we get back to the village, I will drink 500 cups with you. How about it? No matter. No matter. Lin Feng shuddered and shook his head repeatedly. Are you kidding? How can he compete in drinking with his second brother? Is he trying to kill himself? After they left, Chen always felt uncomfortable. She was an ordinary woman and hoped that her daughter would be safe. She didn't want her to associate with such complicated people, so she said, Xiaojiu, they are bandits after all. You'd better have less contact with them. That third in command actually wanted to drag you to drink. It's really outrageous. Shang Xiaojiu knew what Chen was thinking and couldn't change her for a while. Besides, she probably wouldn't have much chance to see Shen Yulong and the others again in the future, so she agreed immediately. A few days later, Chen went to the fields to till the crops and planted the seeds of medicinal herbs in the fields. On her way back from work, she heard some bad gossip. I heard that the little bitch from Shang family was kidnapped by bandits and taken to the mountain village, and she didn't come back all night. Wow, isn't that tragic? Those bandits are not human. Why would they let her come back? Hey, she must have lost her virginity, and it's useless after you're done with her. Chen was shaking with anger when she heard this. She rushed forward with a hoe. What did you say? How can you talk nonsense? That's right, a single man and a single woman were in the same room. How could nothing have happened? Sister Chen, don't lie to yourself. That's right, we have reasons and evidence, we're not talking nonsense. What these people said was so convincing, just like the truth. Chen was tongue-tied, angry and anxious, pointing at them. You're really going too far. She felt dizzy and almost fainted. Fortunately, Shang Xiaojiu saw that she hadn't come back for a long time, so he went out to look for her. Seeing this, he stepped forward to support her. Mom, are you okay? Xiaojiu, Mom is fine. Shang Xiaojiu helped Chen to the tree, let her rest for a while, and turned to look at those gossipers. You seem to have seen with your own eyes that I had an affair with someone from Yongqing village, Aunt Shu. The night before yesterday, I came down from the mountain and saw you coming out of Uncle Zhao's house. Are you two having an affair? Aunt Shu was so angry that her face turned red. Aunt Li, who was gossiping nearby, listened and covered her mouth with her hands while laughing. Shang Xiaojiu did not let her go either. Aunt Li, don't be too happy. Yesterday I saw you dressed beautifully and went to the village chief's house. You were tidying up your appearance again and again at the door. Aunt Li lost her husband early in her life, and now she has a second spring. Xiaojiu is really happy for you. You? Don't talk nonsense. I am a chaste and virtuous woman. How could I do that? The aunties couldn't argue with Shang Xiaojiu and could only stare at her with red faces. The luck value from Aunt Su, the luck value from Aunt Li 50, the luck value from Mrs. Zhang. Shang Xiaojiu felt that it was about enough, so he stopped arranging them and then said, Look, now you know how it feels to be slandered. When you said those words just now, did you ever think about how my mother and I felt? Aunt Shu felt guilty and said guiltily, Actually, it wasn't us who said that. It was Li Ergu and San Mazi who said that. We just listened casually. It's them who are doing this again. Shang Xiaojiu did not blame them. She sent Chen home first, then picked up the axe and went to Li Ergu's house. San Mazi was there, so she didn't have to look for another person. You two villains! You never learned your lesson. Have you forgotten how you were punished by the people of Yongqing village that day? San Mazi, you were so scared that you kept begging for mercy. You and Li Ergu were fighting each other like dogs. Have you forgotten all these things? Your memory is so bad, do you want me to recall them for you? Shang Xiaojiu's voice was so loud that Li Ergu and San Mazi dared not say a word. They were worried that if they angered her, the bandits in Yongqing village would not let them go, so they could only let her scold them. After Shang Xiaojiu finished scolding, she said, If I hear any more gossip, I will make your ugly deeds public. Just wait and see. When she got home, Cao was at her house, talking to Chen, saying that Shang Xiaojiu's reputation was ruined, and that no good family would want her, and that it would be better for her to marry Lu Yuanwei as a concubine. Chen was so angry at her words that her chest ached, and she sat on the chair with a pale face. Shang Xiaojiu stepped into the house. What happens to me has nothing to do with you. Second aunt, you should take care of yourself. When you have time, pay more attention to your daughter. Your daughter has proposed marriages many times, but none of them came together. After the engagement, the man fell seriously ill and ended up with a reputation as a jinx. You bitch! Cao's chest heaved with anger, and the system prompt sound flashed through Shang Xiaojiu's mind again. Luck value from Cao family plus luck value from cow family 1 to 20. Shang Xiaojiu narrowed his eyes, walked to the kitchen, brought a large basin of water, and poured it on cow family, making her become a drowned chicken. If you don't leave now, the water that will be poured on you will not be cold water but hot water. Get out! You are not welcome in my home. Just wait for me. Cow knew that Shang Xiaojiu would do what he said, so she ran away while cursing him. In the evening, after Shang Xiaojiu finished her meal, she returned to her room. She had accumulated a lot of luck points during this period of time and planned to draw a lottery to see if she could win some good things. I was lucky this time. I won the 4th prize in a 10-draw series. 4th prize? Xiaojiu was delighted. Time acceleration can be used in agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery. With it, the medicinal herbs in her field can be harvested ahead of time. Just when she was happy, Chen walked in worriedly. She felt very uncomfortable about the rumors in the village. The most important thing for a girl is reputation. How could Xiaojiu gain a foothold in the village? She sighed. Xiaojiu, you'd better not go out recently, so as not to hear those words. After a long time, they will fade away. How long can I hide, mother? In fact, I don't care about other people's eyes. Xiaojiu, people's words are terrible. You are still a virgin. How can you talk about marriage in the future if people say that? Faced with Chen's worries, Shang Xiaojiu could not act on her own. She said, in this case, why don't we move? We have saved some money by selling mushroom sauce and wild boars during this period. We can move to another place and buy a few acres of land. It should be more than enough. Good. Let's move. Chen made up her mind. The next morning, Shang Xiaojiu took the silver to find the village chief. After the village chief knew their purpose, he hesitated a little. This is not an easy matter. The village chief knew the situation in the village very well. This matter was nothing to him. Shang Xiaojiu's eyes moved slightly, and he took out some silver coins with a smile. Village chief, I'm sorry to bother you. You must know where there is suitable land. Please ask for me. With the silver, the village chief immediately smiled. He happily accepted the silver coins and said, there are 20 acres of land in the east of the village. The family moved to the town and asked me to take care of it. It is just right for you. There is also a house near the fertile land. It is a courtyard house. It is enough for you and your mother to live in. As he said, the village chief took Shang Xiaojiu and the others to see the fields. The 20 acres of land were close to the mountain, and the land was fertile. Shang Xiaojiu was very satisfied, and Chen pulled her aside. Xiaojiu, this place is so remote, it's easy to be robbed, and it's close to the mountain. Wild animals often appear. Shang Xiaojiu patted her hands. Mom, I know my limits. After comforting Chen, Shang Xiaojiu went to bargain with the village chief. The family handed over the disposal rights to the village chief, so as long as he nodded, there would be no problem. Village chief, how much silver is this 20 acres of land plus the house? Since you are sincere, I won't offer a high price, 800 taels. 800 taels. Shang Xiaojiu did have this money, but if they used it all to buy the land and the house, they would have no savings at all. Shang Xiaojiu smiled. Village chief, after all, we are from the same village, and you know my family's situation. Where can I get 800 taels of silver? How about 500 taels? The village chief sighed and waved his hand. No, not a cent less than 800 taels. Village chief, in fact, the price of 500 taels is very fair. Yes, these 20 acres of land are indeed good, but this place is so far away from the village. I think no one will come to buy it except us. Let's benefit each other and make money together. You can make money with these 500 taels, village chief. Why are you so greedy and want 800 taels? Shang Xiaojiu used his eloquence to make the village chief a little loose. He thought about it. He had had these 20 acres of land for a long time and had never sold it. Now he finally found a buyer. 500 taels is not unacceptable. The two discussed again and successfully finalized and signed a contract. After getting the title deed and land deeds, Shang Xiaojiu started to move. There were many things in the house that Chen was reluctant to throw away, so she wanted to take them back to the new residence. Shang Xiaojiu persuaded Chen. Mom, why don't you take them with you? We can buy some things later. Why spend all that money? These chairs are in good condition. Don't waste them if they can be used. Unable to persuade Chen, Shang Xiaojiu could only let her do what she wanted. At most, they would just move a few more times. At noon, Shang Xiaojiu and Chen packed their luggage and moved outside, and heard someone calling her. Miss Shang, Miss Shang. Shang Xiaojiu looked back and saw Shen Yulang and Lin Feng walking towards them. Brother Shen, Brother Lin, why are you here? Second brother, and I went down the mountain to do some work, so I thought of coming to see you. Are we moving? Shang Xiaojiu nodded. Well, we plan to move to the foot of the mountain in the east of the village. We didn't know until we packed up, and we found out there are so many things. Lin Feng was very enthusiastic and immediately replied, Miss Shang, my second brother and I will help you. We are men and have plenty of strength. These items are a piece of cake for us and we can move them in one trip. Chen stepped forward and said awkwardly, How can this be done? It's too troublesome. Shen Yulong curled his lips and smiled gently. Aunt Chen, it's okay. Third brother, let's do it. Okay, second brother. The two of them moved heavy objects as if they were carrying chickens. They moved things to the cart very easily and were busy for a while. Chen was uneasy and took Shang Xiaojiu aside. Xiaojiu, our move this time is related to these bandits. We should not associate with them anymore. Mom, don't be so pedantic. They are kind-hearted. Although they are not from a good family, they are noble and have the demeanor of a gentleman. Compared with my second aunt, I prefer to associate with them. Chen was speechless after hearing this. With the help of Shen Yulong and others, they moved quickly. After cleaning up the house, Chen hosted a dinner with the remaining ingredients at home and invited Shen Yulong and Lin Feng to eat. The meat left over from last time, and a little bacon left, was steamed in a pot, and the fragrance spread out. Lin Feng wrinkled his nose. It smells so good, Miss Shang. Your mother's cooking skills are really good, comparable to those chefs in big restaurants. Life was not easy before. There were only some very common ingredients, but precisely because the ingredients were simple, they were cooked with great care, and that's how my mother's cooking skills were practiced. When Chen brought out the dishes, she heard her daughter praising her and couldn't help but smile. Don't listen to her. I only know how to make some home-cooked dishes. Everyone can feel free to do whatever they want. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. When Shen Yulong left, he gave Shang Xiaojiu a token of Yunqing village and told her that if she needed help, she could come to him with the token and he would definitely help. With such a generous treatment, Shang Xiaojiu kept the token properly, hid the kindness in her heart, and bowed. Thank you, Brother Shen. After they left, Shang Xiaojiu helped Chen clean the kitchen, then returned to her room and began to think about the future development direction. There is an open space in front of the house. Shang Xiaojiu wants to use it to build a fish pond and raise fish, which can be sold at the market in the future. She did what she said. She sat cross-legged on the bed and exchanged 300 luck points for the drawings of building the fish pond and some medicinal herb seeds. Then Shang Xiaojiu entered the lottery system. Maybe she was lucky today. What she wanted came true. She drew a lot of fish fry. The construction of the fish pond is imminent, but Shang Xiaojiu is worried about asking the workers in the town to do the work. After thinking about it, she thought about asking the people of Yunqing village for help. Shang Xiaojiu entered the mountain. Because of the token, he had a smooth journey. In the mountain village, in addition to the bandits, there are also some old, weak women and children. Shang Xiaojiu heard from the little brother who led the way that they were all orphans and widows taken in by Yunqing village. They are a group of poor people. The second in command saw that they were homeless and took them in the village. Brother Shen is really a kind person. Shang Xiaojiu walked along the gravel road until she reached the lobby of Yunqing village. Shen Yulong came up to her and said, Miss Shang, Brother Shen, I came here to talk to you. To make a long story short, Shang Xiaojiu simply explained her purpose. She was afraid that Shen Yulong would not agree, so she added a sentence. Brother Shen, don't worry, I will pay them and will not treat them unfairly. Shen Yulong raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly and agreed immediately. No problem, I will take you to choose people. Shang Xiaojiu selected more than 10 people, all of whom were young men with strong physiques. With their help, she will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. The men were busy in the store, repairing the fish pond. Shang Xiaojiu first planted the herb seeds she bought from the mall in the 12 acres of land she bought, and then used the time acceleration function. Overnight, the field was lush and green, full of vitality. Shang Xiaojiu clapped her hands, thinking that the seeds were not enough, so she went up the mountain to dig. For several days in a row, she went to the mountain to dig herbs. On this day, Shang Xiaojiu went up the mountain as usual, but she felt strange in her heart, as if something was going to happen. She ran forward with a determined heart and heard footsteps chasing behind her. As she ran, she looked back and found that the person chasing her was Li Ergu. This Li Ergu is really a ghost who will find a chance to harm her. He must be resentful of her scolding him and Sanmazi at his door before, so he deliberately retaliated. Damn, there is no one in the deep mountains. No matter how strong Shang Xiaojiu is, she is just a woman. She will definitely not be able to beat Li Ergu when the opponent just gets up. Thinking of a clever idea in a hurry, Shang Xiaojiu did not choose to go down the mountain, but turned another direction and went to Yongqing village. When she saw the gate of the village, she immediately took out the token in her arms and shouted, "Help, help! Someone is chasing me!" Those brothers immediately protected Shang Xiaojiu in front of her, staring at Li Ergu ferociously. Li Ergu stopped in his tracks, thinking that this bitch, young but scheming, had actually led him to Yongqing village. The best strategy was to run away. He swallowed his saliva and ran away. But how could he possibly run away? Li Ergu's skills were not good enough in the eyes of the bandits who had practiced martial arts since childhood, and he was subdued in just a few moves. He was tied up and thrown in front of Shang Xiaojiu and Shen Yulang. "Second master, this thief tried to do something bad to Miss Shang. What should we do with him?" Shen Yulang was contrary to his usual gentleness. His expression became colder and colder. He said in a cold voice, "As long as you don't cause a murder case, you can do whatever you want with him." "Okay, second master." They had long disliked Li Ergu. He dared to bully Miss Shang. If he didn't beat him to death, he would have to beat him up so that he would learn a lesson and not dare to bully others again. Li Ergu was dragged down while shouting for help. Then there was a howl like a pig being slaughtered. The sound became more and more shrill, and you could tell how cruel they were. But Shang Xiaojiu didn't sympathize with Li Ergu at all. Some evil people don't deserve sympathy. She was still a little scared at this moment, and her heart was pounding. "Thank you, Brother Shen. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. You are smart and know how to come to Yongqing village. A gangster like him can do anything. You are not afraid of danger when facing him, and you can come up with a contingency plan. It's already very good." Shen Yulang praised her generously. Shang Xiaojiu was a little embarrassed by the praise. She was not a shy woman, and now she couldn't help showing some shyness of a little girl. "Brother Shen, I won't bother you anymore. If there is nothing else, I'll leave first. I'll take you down the mountain." Shen Yulang made a gesture of invitation, and just after taking a few steps, someone came to pass on the message. "Second in command, the boss is back. Big brother is back?" Shen Yulang's calm face showed joy. He glanced at Shang Xiaojiu and said, "My big brother has been out on business for several months. Now that he's back, why don't you hurry up and let me introduce you? One more friend means one more way." Shang Xiaojiu didn't refuse and nodded. "Okay." Hearing the voice before seeing the person, Shang Xiaojiu heard a hearty and heroic laugh before he saw the big boss Shu Hu's people. "Ha ha, second brother, I heard that you robbed a woman and brought her back to be your wife. Hurry up and introduce her to big brother." Shen Yulang shook his head and smiled helplessly, then turned to Shang Xiaojiu, whose face was slightly red, and said, "My big brother likes to joke the most. Don't mind it." How could it be? The children of Jianghu are all emotional people. I know that they won't really take the words of the big boss to heart. As he spoke, a burly man strode into the house. The man was 8 feet tall, with a voice as loud as a bell, a strong aura, a full beard, thick eyebrows, and round eyes. He was about 30 years old and looked very impressive. Shang Xiaojiu looked at him and was reminded of the bearded man in the Hongfu girls, who looked a bit like him. Shen Yulang went to greet him. "Brother, is your trip going well?" "Smoothly. Of course it went smoothly, and I made a lot of money. This girl must be." Contrary to his appearance, the boss has a very elegant name called Yun Qingfeng. Yun Qingfeng loves joking even more than Lin Feng. Before he could finish his words, Shen Yulang interrupted him. "Brother, don't talk nonsense. She hasn't even gotten married yet. How can she tolerate your joke?" "Oh, it's just a joke. Why are you so nervous, second brother? There's a problem. There's a problem." Shang Xiaojiu smiled and replied calmly, "Boss, I'm Shang Xiaojiu. I was persecuted by the evil people today, so I came to Yunqing village to hide. Please forgive me, boss." "Hey, you are my second brother's friend. That's my friend, Yun Qingfeng. When a friend is in trouble, a brother should stick by his side. Miss Shang, just stay here. I guarantee that no one will dare to harass you again." Yun Qingfeng patted his chest and guaranteed Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu pursed his lips and smiled. "Since we have the chance to meet today, on such a happy day, why don't I cook a few side dishes myself for you to try?" Okay. If Miss Shang is willing, then we will obey your order." Yun Qingfeng agreed readily, put his arm around Shen Yulang's shoulders and laughed. "Miss Shang will make some side dishes for us two brothers. Then you, second brother, can't refuse today. You must not go home until you are drunk. By the way, I have to call the third brother. Where did this brat go? The third brother went to do something, but I'm here. I will definitely accompany the eldest brother. Good brother. Shang Xiaojiu entered the kitchen and saw the cook carrying a bunch of white things out and stopped him. Uncle, these ginkgo nuts can be eaten. Why are you throwing them away? Ginkgo nuts are too astringent, and the heads of the family don't like to eat them, so of course they were thrown away. Uncle, why don't you let me try? Maybe I can remove the bitterness of the ginkgo nuts. Okay, it's going to be thrown away anyway, so I'll give it to you. Take it. After the cook left, the kitchen was handed over to Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu remembered the method of cooking ginkgo nuts, which was written in the recipe, and found a royal meal, ginkgo nuts. Boil the ginkgo nuts in water, blanch the outer membrane and tear it off. Then put the ginkgo nuts in and cook them over low heat. Boil honey into syrup without adding water, and pour it on the ginkgo nuts when it is ready. It will be a delicious dish. The ginkgo nuts that have been scalded in water have no bitterness at all, only a light sweet fragrance. In addition to ginkgo nuts, several other dishes were also made. When the dishes were served, Yun Qingfeng fanned the air and sighed. It smells so good. Miss Shang is really good. It smells much better than the cooks in my village. If you like it, eat more. My cooking skills are not as good as my mother's. I can only make do with it. Shen Yulong was polite and gentle when eating. Yun Qingfeng was different. He wolfed down the food and didn't even bother to drink the wine. He ate the dish of tofu in no time. It's spicy and exciting. It's delicious. After eating the tofu, he started to eat fried rice. Shang Xiaojiu poured water for the two of them. Yun Qingfeng asked them how they knew each other with great interest, and his gossipy eyes fell on them. There was nothing wrong with this. Shen Yulong said that Shang Xiaojiu saved his life. He was seriously injured before, and he survived because he met Shang Xiaojiu. Ah, that was the time when you went to rescue a trafficked girl and were beaten by the traffickers. It was a close call. I sent many people to look for you, but they couldn't find you. Fortunately, you came back by yourself, investigating his household registration. Miss Shang is so pitiful. Your father passed away so early. Your mother raised you up alone. She must have suffered a lot. It's not hard. The hardest days are over. I am doing well with my mother now. Shang Xiaojiu is open-minded and doesn't think her life is that hard. This broad-mindedness is really impressive. Yun Qingfeng nodded. Miss Shang has a broad mind. I admire you. I'll drink this bowl first, Miss Shang. Please feel free to do as you please. After saying that, he drank a large bowl of wine in one breath. When Shang Xiaojiu was about to drink from the bowl, Shen Yulong stopped her. The liquor in our village is very strong. You will get drunk if you drink like this. It's okay. Just drink a little. The boss is so happy I can't spoil his fun. The two of them talked in a low voice, and Yun Qingfeng looked happy. In my opinion, you and my second brother are a perfect match. Miss Shang, don't look at my second brother as a bandit, but he is chivalrous and brave. He is definitely someone you can entrust your life to. Would you consider it? Shang Xiaojiu smiled embarrassedly and refused politely. I am still young and don't want to have any personal feelings. Thank you for your kindness, boss. Oh, okay. I just said it casually. If fate comes, it can't be stopped. I won't worry about it. When they finished their meal, it was already night. In order to avoid Chen's worry, Shang Xiaojiu was anxious to go home. Yun Qingfeng slammed the table. Miss Shang, there are many wild beasts at night. I will take you down the mountain. The final decision was made. Shang Xiaojiu didn't even have the right to refuse. She smiled helplessly and sighed. Then I'll trouble you, big boss. Yun Qingfeng laughed and waved his hand in a grand manner. Don't be so polite. If you consider me a friend, just call me big brother. Shang Xiaojiu smiled with his eyes bent. Okay, brother Yun. The dark clouds covered the moon, and even the scattered stars could not be seen. A faint green light floated out from the forest. Shang Xiaojiu exclaimed and stretched out her hand to catch it. The small firefly landed in her palm. There are actually fireflies here! Shang Xiaojiu couldn't help but exclaim. The firefly left her palm and flew into the jungle as if it was frightened. She followed it for a few steps. Seeing this, Yun Qingfeng smiled and pushed Shang Xiaojiu in the direction of Shen Yulong. The two bumped into each other. Shen Yulong subconsciously reached out to support her and whispered, "Be careful." After standing firm, he looked at his naughty big brother with disapproval and shouted, "Big brother? Second brother, I can only help you up to this point. You two are young and of similar age, so you can play together. Miss Shang likes fireflies, and it's rare for her to come to the mountain, so you can take Miss Shang to see some." Shang Xiaojiu was embarrassed for a moment. She thought that Brother Yun was too enthusiastic and there was no need to mobilize so many people just to see fireflies. She was about to refuse when she saw Shen Yulong gently shaking his head at her. Then he smiled and bowed, saying, "Thank you very much for your kindness, big brother." Shang Xiaojiu blinked at him and asked in a low voice, "Are you really going?" "If we don't follow your wishes, we won't have peace today." "Well, okay then." Yun Qingfeng watched his second brother whispering to the little girl. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he felt very relieved. "My second brother has grown up and has found someone. Very nice." He was very happy and felt that the push he just made was a stroke of genius. Maybe because of him, the two of them would be able to get married. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Yun Qingfeng became happier and happier. He was not in a hurry to return to the Fur mountain village. He planned to follow his second brother's example and go up the mountain to enjoy the scenery. The mountains were deserted, and Yun Qingfeng was walking casually when he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Upon listening carefully, he found it was a woman's voice, gentle and moving. It's really weird. How could there be a woman's voice on the mountain, shouting for help? Could it be a mountain spirit or demon? Yun Qingfeng followed the sound and saw a woman in plain clothes kneeling in the grass. Her head was covered in sweat and her face was pale and bloodless. Her soft and boneless posture added a bit of beauty to her. Yun Qingfeng stood not far from her, gazing at her. His heart moved slightly. He walked forward and said loudly, "What's wrong with you, young lady?" Chen originally went up the mountain to look for Xiaojiu, but the road was difficult to walk at night. She was bitten on the foot by a poisonous snake and her whole body was numb. She couldn't move at all. When she was in despair, a rough male voice suddenly sounded and she was startled. "I went up the mountain to find my daughter. My foot was bitten by a snake, so I can't move. My brave man, have you seen a little girl on this mountain, about?" Yun Qingfeng was confused by Chen's appearance and had no intention of listening to what she said. He leaned forward and asked her in the softest tone of his life, "Where did the snake bite?" Chen pointed to her calf. Yun Qingfeng followed her hand and saw 2 black holes, black blood oozing out. Yun Qingfeng held her hand, stared at her with sharp eyes, and spoke in a light but powerful voice. "If I save you, you will marry me." Upon hearing this, Chen became extremely flustered. On the other side, Shen Yulong and Shang Xiaojiu followed the trail of fireflies and found a paradise on earth. Fireflies were flying all over the sky, like the bright stars in the vast sky. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't help but smile and stretched out his hand to let 1 or 2 fireflies stay on his fingertips. She dared not move, and even her breathing became much lighter, fearing that she would drive away this gift from nature. Chen Yulong said, "If you like it, why not put some in a jar and take it back so you can enjoy it every day?" His voice scared away the fireflies. Shang Xiaojiu was a little disappointed, and then glared at the man with slight anger. Fireflies have a very short lifespan. They should live in the mountains and forests, appearing occasionally to bring hope to people. You see, it is so small, but is also trying hard to emit light. We should not give up hope and must work harder to live. There is also a legend about fireflies. Have you heard of it, Brother Shen? Shen Yulong was slightly stunned and shook his head. What is it? Shang Xiaojiu took a few quick steps and walked in front of Shen Yulong. She turned around and spoke to him very seriously. I heard that fireflies will bring their destined people. Brother Shen, maybe you will meet your soulmate soon. Unexpectedly, the legend was like this. When Shen Yulong was about to say that he didn't believe it, he saw the little girl holding back her laughter and realized that he had been fooled. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother Shen, I was just joking. You were just thinking about it. Do you really believe it? Shen Yulong was angry and helpless. Thousands of words gathered in his heart, but he could only say 2 words. Nonsense. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. It's getting late. I should go back. Shang Xiaojiu had enough fun and thought of her mother at home. She became eager to go home. She took a few quick steps, touched her waist, and found that it was empty, so she stopped immediately. Oh no, the recipe she exchanged in the system mall was lost in the counterfeit store. Brother Shen, I may have to go back again. My recipe was left in the kitchen of the mountain village. Shen Yulong frowned and immediately said, Then let's go back and look for it. After we find it, I will send you down the mountain. The two did not stop and walked back and just arrived at the lobby of Yunqing village. The door was closed and the lights were on in the house. Shang Xiaojiu and Shen Yulong heard a fierce quarrel. Don't come over here. I'm already married and can't be with you. Please be kind and let me go. Let you go. Do you know where this is? This is a bandit's den. You know what bandits do. They rob women. Besides, I've seen your feet. You should marry me according to both emotion and reason. As for your husband, I can show mercy and let him write a letter of divorce. How about it? I will never let you succeed, even if I die. The more Shang Xiaojiu listened at the door, the more familiar the woman's voice sounded. Hearing the noise of ping-pong inside, he didn't care about much and pushed the door open immediately. Chen was seen crying bitterly and was about to bang her head against the pillar, but the boss held her waist and would not let her move. Fortunately, Shang Xiaojiu was not a truly ignorant girl. She had seen the world. She took a deep breath and asked very calmly, "Boss, why are you holding my mother?" When Yun Qingfeng saw Shang Xiaojiu and Shen Yulong, he shouted loudly as if he had seen his saviors. "Miss Shang, second brother, you've come just in time. Stop her quickly, she's going to commit suicide." "Oh no, this girl is Miss Shang's mother?" Yun Qingfeng realized it later, and the fierce Chen found the right opportunity and bit his arm hard. He cried out in pain and released the restraint. Chen finally broke free and ran towards Shang Xiaojiu in panic. "Xiaojiu, this man is not a good person. He wants... Mother has no face to see anyone." How could she tell such a thing to her unmarried daughter? Chen couldn't help but feel sad and shed silent tears. Shang Xiaojiu saw her mother like this and hurried to comfort her. The scene was extremely chaotic. Yun Qingfeng had never expected that the woman he picked up was Miss Shang's mother. This was truly like a flood flushing out the Dragon King temple. Chen Yulong sighed, "Brother, I won't help you this time. You've really gone too far." "No, I was just joking with her. I didn't have any bad intentions. You know that we bandits deal with men. We say whatever we think without restraint. She was poisoned by a snake, and I sucked the poison out for her. Later, she wanted to hit her head against the pillar, so I held her waist because I didn't want her to commit suicide. Apart from that, I never did anything frivolous." Chen was still very excited and couldn't explain herself. Shang Xiaojiu had no choice but to say, "Mom's snake venom has not yet been cleared, and she needs to apply herbal detoxification. I wonder if she can stay here for one night?" "Yes, of course." Yun Qingfeng nodded quickly. "Not to mention one night? You can stay as long as you like." After cleaning up the side room, Shang Xiaojiu helped Chen to sit on the bed. Yun Qingfeng stretched his head and looked inside, and was pulled out by Shen Yulong. "Brother, at a time like this, you'd better not go to see Aunt Chen as much as possible. She has some misunderstandings about you and will definitely not want to see you." Yun Qingfeng was melancholy. "In fact, I'm handsome and suave. There's no reason why any woman wouldn't like me." "Second brother, what are the chances of me and that young lady being together?" Shen Yulong felt that his brother must be crazy to say such a thing. He looked at him sympathetically and comforted him patiently. "Brother, I'm not sure whether Aunt Chen will accept you, but if you keep on being so unreasonable, she will definitely hate you even more. You'd better take care of yourself." "Second brother, how can you say that to brother? He will be sad." Seeing that Shen Yulong was about to leave, Yun Qingfeng, who was in grief, hurriedly caught up with him and pulled him to make him explain clearly. The two people's voices became farther and farther away. Shang Xiaojiu closed the door and turned back to look at Chen, who was in a daze. "In fact, the boss didn't do anything out of line to my mother. He just gave her snake venom when the situation was critical, and then held her to prevent her from committing suicide. That was all. His biggest mistake was his wanton words, which scared his mother." Shang Xiaojiu knew that the boss had no ill intentions, but Chen was a law-abiding woman, bound by feudal regulations, so it was normal for her to get stuck in a rut for a while. Shang Xiaojiu walked to Chen's side, sat down, and explained to her softly, "Actually, the boss is a good man. If he really wanted to do something to you, he would never have waited for us to come back. I went up the mountain to collect herbs today and met Li Ergu. He wanted to attack me, but fortunately Brother Shen saved me, took me in the mountain village, and had someone teach Li Ergu a lesson. Later, when the boss finished his business and returned to the village, he also treated me warmly." "Mother, sometimes you can't judge a person by appearance. Only after getting along with him can you know his character and whether he can be friends with him. But my daughter believes that they can lend a helping hand to save me again and again, and without expecting anything in return. They are definitely not bad people." After listening to Shang Xiaojiu's words, Chen had calmed down. The first thing she heard was that Li Ergo was doing evil again, and she hurriedly asked, "Xiaojiu, are you okay? Is Li Ergo?" "No, it was Brother Shen who saved me. Mother, don't worry." Chen breathed a sigh of relief. She touched Shang Xiaojiu's face. "Forget it, I overreacted. It's actually nothing." I will talk to that man clearly tomorrow and thank him well. After all, he saved my life. I hope you can figure it out, Mom. Shang Xiaojiu threw himself into his mother's arms and acted coquettishly in her arms. The remaining poison in Chen's body had not yet been cleared, so Shang Xiaojiu prepared to go out early in the morning to find herbs to detoxify her. But she didn't expect that Shen Yulong was waiting for her at the door and wanted to go with her. You are not familiar with the terrain on the mountain. It will save you a lot of energy if I take you with me. Shang Xiaojiu did not hesitate and nodded. Thank you, Brother Shen. The two of them searched all over the mountain and finally found the detoxifying herbs in the place where poisonous snakes appeared. After picking them, they returned to the village. Shang Xiaojiu applied the medicine for Chen. Although her injury was not serious, the wound was swollen and she needed to rest and recuperate and could not walk. So under Shang Xiaojiu's persuasion, Chen had to agree to recuperate in the mountain village, but she didn't want to eat for free. So when she was free at home, she helped the people in the village mend their clothes as a thank you gift. As for Shang Xiaojiu, he contracted the kitchen of the village and came to help out in the kitchen every day. She found that the brothers in the village usually only ate wild vegetables, fruits and melons, and could only have a snack when they hunted in the mountains. They lived a very poor life. After questioning, I found out that after several bosses robbed the rich and gave the money to the poor, they did not have an easy life. But if you are not full, how can you have the energy? Even if they go hunting every day and live off the land, one day they will run out of food. Shang Xiaojiu wanted to lead them out of poverty, so he went to find Shen Yulong. You mean to cooperate with you to sell herbs? Yes, you live in the mountains and there are a lot of unowned land that you can use. If you plant herbs on it, wouldn't it be a good use of the resources? At the same time, you can also make money and improve the lives of your brothers. What do you think? Shen Yulong listened roughly to Shang Xiaojiu's plan. He thought it was feasible, but he couldn't make the decision on such a big matter alone. He had to ask his eldest brother first. Shang Xiaojiu understood his difficulties and said, "Then let's go find Brother Yun. I'm sure I can convince him." Yun Qingfeng was a little hesitant about Shang Xiaojiu's proposal. The village did not belong to him alone, so it would not be easy to reform it. It is difficult to unify so many people. Shang Xiaojiu saw his hesitation and immediately said, "Brother Yun, I know your concerns, but to be honest, you can't be bandits all your life. Robbing the rich to help the poor is certainly a good thing for the benefit of the people. You are young now and have martial arts skills, so you can barely make a living with this. But what about 10 years later? When you are old, can you still hold a sword? Even if you can be bandits all your life, you have to consider your offspring. Do the children born by big bandits have to be bandits too? If this goes on, what future do they have? Brother Yun, it's always good to give yourself a way out." Shang Xiaojiu explained the reason and moved her with emotion. Yun Qingfeng was infected by her words and gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll believe you this time. Let's work together." After convincing Yun Qingfeng, Shen Yulong was responsible for the ideological work of the other brothers in the mountain village. He was educated and was the second in command of Yunqing village, so his words were naturally convincing. The next thing to do is to solve the technical problem. These men are good at killing people, but they are not good at farming. The burden of teaching technology fell on Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu enthusiastically taught them all the breeding techniques he had summarized. Fortunately, they knew to ask if they didn't understand, which is better than pretending to know when they don't. Chen's foot had fully healed, but Shang Xiaojiu stayed a few more days to teach the people in the village how to grow medicinal herbs. When they had learned almost everything, Shang Xiaojiu prepared to take Chen away. Shen Yulong also followed the brothers from the village around the fields these 2 days. Seeing that their planting techniques were not perfect and their movements were clumsy, he asked her, "Why don't you stay? If we encounter any problems with planting, we can ask you in time. Your home is at the foot of the mountain, and it will take a lot of time to go back and forth." This is indeed a problem, but Shang Xiaojiu cannot stay. She has a fish pond to take care of at home, and there are also medicinal herb fields on the mountain. Although she used time acceleration and the herbs have grown, they still need to be watered and cannot be completely ignored. It would be great if the system had automatic watering tools for sale, so she could just plant the seeds and not worry about anything else. She shook her head and said that it was not a good idea for her to stay on the mountain all the time, and she had to find a way to get in touch. Shang Xiaojiu was thinking about it and suddenly remembered that there were carrier pigeons for sale in the system mall. She could buy one and use the carrier pigeon as a communication tool to send messages. She immediately separated from Shen Yulong, returned to her room, closed the door tightly, sat on the bed, and turned on the system. Shang Xiaojiu didn't look at the price carefully last time, but now he looks at it. Is he kidding? A carrier pigeon costs 500 luck points? Why doesn't the system snatch this dog? During this period, Shang Xiaojiu had finally saved up some luck points through her own efforts. It was not easy. She had to spend 500 to buy a carrier pigeon. Shang Xiaojiu felt very painful. She rolled up her sleeves to fight with the system. Let's make a deal. Since I've been working diligently on the mission, can you sell the pigeon to me at a lower price? Host, no bargaining is allowed. The prices in the mall are set after careful consideration by this system and are absolutely fair and just. How can you say it's fair and just? 500 luck points to buy a carrier pigeon. It's 1, not 10. I usually get 200 luck points from one person at most when I do a mission. It also depends on luck. Sometimes I only get 20 or 30. If you set the price so high, how can I afford it? Give me a discount so I can spend less, please. Shang Xiaojiu used both soft and hard tactics, even using the killer move of acting like a spoiled child, and the system finally gave in. Okay, considering the host's piety, the carrier pigeon can be purchased at a 30% discount for a total of 350 luck points. After the host has made his decision, please click to confirm the purchase. 350 is fine. Although Shang Xiaojiu still thinks it's a bit expensive, it's still much better than 500. After Shang Xiaojiu clicked the purchase button, a lively pigeon immediately appeared on the bed. She tied the pigeon with a red rope and went to find Shen Yulong. Brother Shen, I have an idea. Look what this is, she said as she held up the carrier pigeon and handed it to Shen Yulong. Pigeon? This is not an ordinary pigeon, it's a carrier pigeon. If you need to find me for something, you can write to me and let the pigeon deliver it to me. This way you won't waste time. That's a good idea. Chen Yulong took the carrier pigeon and suddenly looked at her with a very strange look. Miss Shang, I found something very strange. Why do you always have some strange things? It's like you have a treasure chest with everything in it. Shang Xiaojiu felt a little guilty. She turned her eyes away and pretended to be calm. No, they are all very common things. I just got lucky to find them. Just like this carrier pigeon, I picked it up on the mountain. I think it must have lost its way, so it flew to this mountain which happened to be useful to us. Really? Maybe I'm overthinking it. The two chatted casually, and the system prompt sound flashed through Shang Xiaojiu's mind again. Alarm! Alarm! Urgent mission! The host needs to collect 3,000 luck points within 3 days. If the goal is not achieved, the system will be recycled. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Shang Xiaojiu looked unhappy and just stayed where he was. What? How could there be such a weird task? She had to search for 3,000 luck points within 3 days, and the maximum luck points per person was 200. That meant she had to find more than a dozen people and completely ignite their anger towards her before she could barely complete the task. Where could she find someone in just 3 days? There are many people in the village, but they have no grudges against each other. How can she anger them to gain luck points? You have to complete the task, but you can't lose your popularity. Miss Shang, Miss Shang? Seeing that she was in a daze and looked a little dazed, Shen Yulong called out to her twice and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Shang Xiaojiu came back to his senses, stared at Shen Yulong blankly, and asked a puzzling question. Brother Shen, if I scold you for no reason and speak harshly about you, will you be angry with me? Miss Shang was saying strange things again. Shen Yulong was puzzled and asked her, Why did you scold me? Miss Shang is sensible and clear-headed. If you are really angry with me and you have to scold me to vent your anger, it means I must have done something excessive. Ah, this... Shang Xiaojiu was a little frustrated. Forget it. She looked at Shen Yulong's handsome face and lost the desire to scold him. She didn't want to be regarded as an unreasonable psychopath. Shang Xiaojiu waved her hand. Oh, I was just talking casually. It's nothing. It's getting late. My mother and I have to leave. She packed her bags early in the morning and wanted to get down the mountain as soon as possible while it was still light. Out of politeness, Shang Xiaojiu and Chen went to say goodbye to Yun Qingfeng. Ever since Chen came to the village, Yun Qingfeng changed his previous attire, shaved off his beard, revealing his handsome facial features, and he looked several years younger than before. He also observed courtesy when facing Chen and did not overstep the line in the slightest. When he learned that they were leaving, a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Are you really leaving? Yes, Brother Yun. Mother and I have troubled you for a long time. Mother's leg is healed, and we are going home. We came to say goodbye to you. Yun Qingfeng did not try to persuade them to stay. He just said, "Then I will take you there and protect you along the way." Chen was no longer afraid of Yun Qingfeng. After hearing what he said, she smiled and thanked him. Yun Qingfeng sent Shang Xiaojiu and the others down the mountain. Along the way, Yun de Dongjia racked his brains to find a topic to talk to Chen. But Chen was gentle and reserved and only responded with a few words. Even so, Yun Qingfeng was very happy to be able to talk to her. Shang Xiaojiu walked on the road without a smile on his face, still thinking about how to collect 3,000 luck points within 3 days. When they arrived at the village, Shang Xiaojiu happened to see Cao standing under a banyan tree chatting with other women, and an idea came to his mind. Cao is a brainless, stupid, mean, and selfish person who is easily provoked, making him a perfect candidate. Shang Xiaojiu can obtain luck points through Cao family. Thinking of this, she walked forward with a rising tone. What a coincidence, second aunt. I can see you at this time. Last time, because of the mushroom sauce recipe, Cao was cheated by Shang Xiaojiu. This time, she learned her lesson and snorted, not confronting her head on. But how could Shang Xiaojiu let her go so easily? She clasped her hands to her chest and said with a bit of pride, "Oh, the last batch of mushroom sauce sold very well. I sold it to Wei Xianju and even got the balance of 1,000 taels of silver. This is the first time I've seen so much silver in my life. It feels so good to be rich. I can buy whatever I want. Unlike someone who tried to steal my recipe but failed and was beaten with a stick by Grandma. That beating must have been unpleasant. Is your leg still hurting now? You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about?" Cao was successfully enraged and began to shout at the top of her voice. Luck value from "It worked." Shang Xiaojiu was delighted. He cleared his throat and said, "How can I say that? I saw it with my own eyes. Grandma beat you so badly that your skin was torn and you were limping. That's why people shouldn't have bad intentions. Doing bad things will not have a good end. Well, I don't have any other advantages. I'm just lucky. Not only is my mushroom sauce selling well, but everything I do goes smoothly. I want to do the medicinal materials business. I can easily find some very good herbs in the mountains. I sell them to the medicine shop and make another 50 taels. Unlike my second aunt, whose plans all ended in vain, I can easily get the things you dream of. This is called same people with different destinies." The women who chatted with Cao accused Cao one after another, saying that as an elder, how could she steal things from the younger generation, which was really too much. The noises around her and the words of this little bitch made Cao so angry that she touched her abdomen and was so angry that she couldn't speak. The system's voice continued to appear, and the luck value continued to rise, rising by 900 in one breath. The increasing value shows Cao's emotional ups and downs. She is really mad at this little girl. They must have had grievances in their previous lives that they can't get along so well in this life. Cao pointed at Shang Xiaojiu and said, "Okay, you're so cruel. Let's see what happens." After saying that, she left angrily. Shang Xiaojiu didn't take her threat seriously. He concentrated on calculating how much luck points he had just obtained. He estimated that it was over 1,000, which was a good result. Chen stepped forward, looked at her daughter disapprovingly and said to her, "Xiaojiu, why are you provoking her? Your second aunt is stingy and holds a grudge. She will definitely not let it go if you say that to her this time. There is no need to offend her just for the sake of momentary pleasure. After all, she is your aunt." She advised earnestly, not wanting her daughter to have enemies with others. Shang Xiaojiu put her arm around Chen's arm, smiled, and explained, "You also know that your second aunt is arrogant and domineering. I just teach her a lesson and let her know that I'm not easy to mess with so that she won't bully us again in the future." Yun Qingfeng stepped forward. "Miss Shang is right. Being kind is not wrong, but being too kind is to condone others to do evil. It would be good to teach her a lesson." Seeing that the two of them had united as one, Chen spoke to them smoothly and was helpless. "Forget it, Xiaojiu. I don't want you to have any more contact with her in the future." In order to comfort Chen, Shang Xiaojiu had to agree, but she didn't really mean it. She didn't want to bother with Cao in the first place. But this crappy system forced her to complete the task, and she had no choice. Yun Qingfeng sent them both home safely and then left. Just as Chen said, Cao was stingy and mean, and it was not easy for him to endure the sarcasm. After Cao returned home, she tried to hold it in but got angrier and angrier, so she simply couldn't hold it in any longer. She remembered that there was a man next to Shang Xiaojiu and Chen, who was dressed as a bandit and looked very familiar with them. She suddenly had an idea. Rumors can destroy a person, and she is determined to make sure that Shang Xiaojiu and her daughter die a miserable death. Cao tidied up, cooked a casual meal for the old lady, and then went to the village. She first found other topics to chat with people. After chatting for a few sentences, she sighed and said, "My poor niece and sister-in-law are so unlucky. They don't have a man in the family, and their life is already very hard. Now, they encounter this kind of thing. How can they live?" These seemingly plausible words successfully aroused the curiosity of the villagers. They surrounded Cao and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" "Oh, what could it be? They were captured by bandits. Today I saw a man dressed as a bandit following them. Just imagine what would happen if 2 weak women were captured on the mountain. It's so pitiful." The villagers whispered, full of doubts, and always felt that she was making something up. "The girl from the blacksmith New's family in the next village was raped by bandits, wasn't she? She was taken to the mountain this time. If not for that, what else could it be?" What Cao said sounded like the truth, so naturally others believed it. What good could come of being captured by bandits? She must have lost her virginity. Shang Xiaojiu caught a few fish from the fish pond and originally wanted to ask the villagers if there was anyone who wanted to eat fish so that she could sell them to her at a lower price. But she happened to hear Cao giving a speech. Oh, isn't this a gift from God to her? Just when she was worrying that she didn't have enough luck, Cao came to her door. Shang Xiaojiu carried the fish basket and walked forward aggressively. "Wow, Aunt, what did you eat for lunch? Your mouth stinks. If I didn't know what kind of person your second aunt is, I would have thought you cared about me and my mother. It's just that my mother and I get along very well. We went up the mountain because we have business dealings with the people in Yongqing village. They rob the rich and help the poor. They have their own principles and will never abuse women. It's just that, Aunt, not only is your daughter a husband killer, but you yourself are also destined to be a husband killer. Not long after you got married, you killed my uncle and caused my grandmother to lose her son before her. How dare you talk about other people's gossip here? You! How can you talk to your elders like this? You said I'm a husband killer?" Cao was so mad at her that even the passers-by who were listening to the gossip couldn't stand it anymore. They felt that Shang Xiaojiu was so young and yet it was so sarcastic and mean. It was outrageous. "Little girl, it's not nice to say that. After all, she is your aunt." "That's right. How can you say that someone is a jinx? Once a woman is labeled as a jinx, her life is over. Who said it wasn't? Little girl, hurry up and apologize to your aunt." There were especially many people who confused right and wrong. It was obviously Cao who started the trouble, but they blamed her without distinguishing right from wrong. Shang Xiaojiu was almost laughing out of anger. She looked around, trying to make a judgment for herself and for Chen, and she spoke word by word. "I don't need to repeat what she said to you before I came, right? The meaning of every word she said was that my mother and I were kidnapped by bandits and lost our innocence, and you say you feel pity for us, but in fact you are just here to make fun of us. None of you really care about us. You treat this matter as a topic of conversation after dinner, without considering what kind of harm your words will bring to others. Now that the fire is burning on you, you feel the pain. What do you think what I said just now was too much? In fact, your behavior is more hateful than my words." Shang Xiaojiu left them speechless. In the end, they became angry and cursed her with even more vicious words. Luck value from Shu, luck value from Li Lan. The luck value continued to rise until there was a ding sound, and the voice of the system flashed through his mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 3,000 points have been obtained in 3 days. Get farming space, breeding space." Shang Xiaojiu learned from the system that the so-called breeding space means that she can put seeds into the system for cultivation, so that she does not have to occupy the land in the real world, and can save a sum of money. She used her points to start a 10-draw streak and obtained many fish fry. She placed the fry into a breeding space and cultivated them, while speeding up time so that the fry instantly grew into big fish. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't just conjure up so many fish out of nowhere, so she had to find a suitable opportunity. She went home to get a fish basket and a fishing rod, and told Chen that she was going out fishing and would come back later. She came to the river and pretended to fish. In addition to Shang Xiaojiu, there were other villagers fishing by the river. While no one else was paying attention, Shang Xiaojiu secretly put the fish in the space into the fish basket. After an incense stick of time, the fish basket was full. She stood up, stretched lazily, and said casually, "Oh, I thought fishing was so difficult. It looks so easy. I caught more than 10 fish in a short time. Well, I'm a little tired today. I'll continue fishing tomorrow." Her words attracted the attention of others. The group of people gathered around and saw that the girl's fish basket was full of big, delicious fresh fish. They felt sad and jealous. They had been sitting by the river under the scorching sun for half a day, but they didn't catch any fish or even a shrimp. What a different fate! Shang Xiaojiu hummed a little tune and walked slowly towards home, while collecting a lot of luck points. After returning home, Shang Xiaojiu showed the fish to Chen like she was presenting a treasure. Chen was overjoyed. She held her face and kissed her on the cheek. "Xiaojiu, you are so great! Now we don't have to worry about food for the next month. Mom, can we keep some for our family and sell the rest in town? I can go fishing after I sell them all." "Okay, whatever Xiaojiu says is what it is, as long as my daughter is happy." After the two had lunch, Shang Xiaojiu selected 10 delicious fish and put them in a basket on her back, then walked to the town market to sell them. Her fish looked good and were reasonably priced, so many people came to buy them. A burly man with bare chest and back and a blue dragon tattoo on his arm pushed through the crowd and came in. He snorted, squatted down, fiddled with the fish with his hands, and began to pick out the bones. "This fish is too small. This fish has such thick scales, the meat must be very tough. No. This one's the wrong color, no." It was obvious that this man was here to cause trouble. The big man looked fierce and had already driven away many customers. Others were afraid of him, but Shang Xiaojiu was not. She reminded him, "Big brother, if you don't want to buy, please move aside and don't delay my business." "Ah, what do you mean by that? You think I don't have the money to buy it? I decided whether to buy it based on whether your fish is good or not. Now it seems that all your fish are inferior. Let me take a loss and buy it for 30 cents. Shang Xiaojiu pursed her lips and tried to be polite. "Big brother, 30 cents is only enough to buy one fish. If you think it's not worth it, you can find another fishmonger. You don't have to buy it from me." The big man glared at her with a fierce look in his eyes. He threw 30 cents in the direction of Shang Xiaojiu. "I've already given you the money, and these fish are mine." After saying that, the big man picked up the basket and left. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't catch up with him, and the people watching the excitement around her didn't care. She couldn't help but stomp her feet. "Robbery in broad daylight! I don't believe there is no law!" Shang Xiaojiu remembered the man's face and decided to go to the police to sue. She came to the gate of the county government office, picked up a stick, and hit the yard drum again and again. The sound was so loud that it was deafening. 2 yamen runners opened the door and came out, picking their ears and cursing, pointing at Shang Xiaojiu and asking fiercely, "Hey, what are you doing?" Shang Xiaojiu hurriedly said, "Sir, someone stole my fish. I want to seek justice." The people beat drums to complain, and the county government had no right to refuse to accept the case. No matter how unhappy the bailiff was, he still took Shang Xiaojiu in. With a shout of "Great!" the county magistrate, with his official hat worn upside down, walked out of the inner hall with the help of his legal advisor and sat down. "Who is here? What are you beating the drum for? Come here quickly." "Your Excellency, I am Shang Xiaojiu. Today, when I was selling fish in the market, a big man disrupted my business and snatched my fish. Please seek justice for me, sir." "You trouble me with such a small matter?" Shang Xiaojiu bit her lip and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Sir, no matter how big or small the grievance is, the county government should handle it." The county magistrate glanced at the legal advisor impatiently, and the legal advisor immediately understood and looked at Shang Xiaojiu with a smile. "It's fine if you ask our master to handle it. With money, things will be easier." So this is the character of the county magistrate. No wonder this town is still so poor. Shang Xiaojiu stood up, brushed off the dust on her body, and said calmly, "I don't have any money on me, so I'll just report it to the authorities." The man who stole the fish was not found, and Shang Xiaojiu returned home disappointed. She told Chen what happened. Chen was a little sad, but as long as Xiaojiu was okay, safety was the most important thing. She touched her daughter's face. "It's okay, just a few fish. It doesn't matter if they are robbed." Chen's comfort made Shang Xiaojiu even more depressed, but she didn't feel sad for too long. The next morning, she prepared to take the remaining fish at home to the town to sell. She didn't believe that she would be so unlucky every time and would run into that fish thief. Shang Xiaojiu was stubborn, and Chen couldn't persuade her, so she had to let her be. Not long after she left, guests came to the house. Yun Qingfeng hadn't seen Chen for a long time and missed her a little, so he prepared gifts and wanted to come and see her. But in order to avoid gossip, he specially asked Shen Yulong to go with him. When the two arrived at the store, Chen was a little surprised. She asked them to sit wherever they wanted and she made a pot of tea. "I only have some simple tea here. I hope you can forgive me for not taking good care of you. It's okay. I'm also a rough guy and can't be used to drinking fine tea. This kind is just right," Yun Qingfeng said, and drank the whole cup of tea. He put down the cup and said it was delicious. Seeing his silly look, Chen couldn't help but laugh and covered her mouth with her hands. Shen Yulong looked around and didn't see Shang Xiaojiu. Disappointment flashed in his eyes but disappeared in an instant. He reminded his eldest brother not to stay too long, as it was time to return to the village. Yun Qingfeng didn't want to leave, so he talked about this and that and brought the topic back to Shang Xiaojiu. "Is Xiaojiu not at home?" Speaking of Xiaojiu, Chen's mood started to get bad again. She told Yun Qingfeng and the others what happened yesterday. As Shen Yulong listened, his brows furrowed more and more, and his expression was no longer as gentle as before, but instead was a little cold. Yun Qingfeng could no longer bear it. He patted the table and said, "You actually have the guts to bully Xiaojiu. Second brother, let's go to the town and help Xiaojiu get the fish back. What do you think?" This suggestion was exactly what Shen Yulong wanted. He nodded. "Without further delay, let's go." On the other side, Shang Xiaojiu went to sell fish, and nothing bad happened like last time. It was surprisingly smooth, and he earned 10 taels of silver. The weather was hot, and she was sweating all over, so she decided to go to a tea house to have a bowl of herbal tea. Shang Xiaojiu went up to the second floor, where the seats were separated by curtains, which increased the privacy of the guests. After she finished a bowl of herbal tea, she felt much cooler. She wiped her mouth and was about to leave when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Sir, I am really sorry to trouble you this time. It doesn't matter. Money makes things easier. You are so filial to me. I will not let you suffer any loss. Sir, this is a small gift from me. Please accept it." Shang Xiaojiu carefully moved behind a pillar next to her and saw that the people talking were the big man who robbed her fish that day and the unscrupulous county magistrate. No wonder the county magistrate refused to accept her report that day. It turned out that the two people had colluded with each other for a long time. It was really unreasonable. Shang Xiaojiu hid and peeked. After the two men finished talking, they went downstairs. She followed them quietly. She must follow the strong man and find the fish she lost. The strong man's home is in a very remote place. Shang Xiaojiu's feet hurt a little, but he didn't give up and continued to follow. The big man seemed to sense something was wrong, and suddenly quickened his pace and entered an alley. Shang Xiaojiu followed him and found it was a dead end. Then she realized that she had been deceived. "You little bitch, what do you want to do by following me?" "Of course, I came to get my things back. I saw everything about your collusion with the county magistrate. No wonder you dare to be so unscrupulous. It turns out that there is someone backing you up." "You know, how dare you follow me?" The big man spit on the ground and walked towards Shang Xiaojiu with a fierce face. He looked like he was going to hit her. Shang Xiaojiu saw that the situation was not right, so she ran away immediately, but she couldn't run faster than him. The man twisted her arm and tried to drag her into the alley. Shang Xiaojiu screamed for help and stretched out her hand to slap his arm. "You can shout, but no one will come to save you, even if you shout your throat out." "Ouch!" He was just saying these harsh words when his hand was hit by a stone. He let go of the stone in pain. Shang Xiaojiu ran away quickly and ran into Shen Yulong's arms when she reached the alley. "Miss Shang, are you okay? Brother Shen." When Shang Xiaojiu saw Shen Yulong, her tense nerves relaxed and she hid behind him. "Don't be afraid, Miss Shang." The big man walked up and pointed at him angrily. "You were the one who threw stones at me just now? How dare you ruin my good deeds? What's there to be afraid of? Do you know who we are? How dare you be so arrogant?" Yun Qingfeng rushed out from the other side and waved his fist at the sturdy man. He wanted to hit someone so badly that he couldn't hold back his fists. Shen Yulong glanced at his elder brother and said, "This man is a fishmonger from the next town. He specializes in stealing other people's fish to sell. There was a family of 3 who made a living by selling fish before, but this man stole their fish and beat them up. He is a complete villain." "Okay, then I won't show mercy." Yun Qingfeng rushed forward and beat the big man. His miserable voice resounded throughout the alley. Shen Yulong wanted to prevent Miss Shang from seeing such a bloody scene, so as not to cause psychological trauma to the little girl. so he stretched out his hand to block her eyes. But who knew that a little hand pulled his hand down? Shang Xiaojiu showed an excited expression. Good fight, big brother. Yun is great. Don't let him go. Shen Yulong was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. His laughter calmed Shang Xiaojiu's excitement, and he asked unnaturally, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I just didn't expect Miss Shang to be so naughty, and I want to see people being beaten. That's a bad guy." Yun Qingfeng easily subdued the man. He stepped on his back and said, "Miss Shang is under the protection of our Yunqing village. If you dare to bully her again next time, I will chop off your hands and feet and feed them to the fish. Do you understand?" "I know, big brother, spare my life." Humph! Yun Qingfeng loosened his legs, and the strong man wanted to run away, but was kicked to the ground by Shen Yulong. He heard the cold voice of the young man. "You robbed Miss Shang's fish. You have to pay silver." Okay, I'll give it." For his own safety, the strong man gave all the silver in his arms to Shang Xiaojiu. After solving this matter, Shen Yulong, others sent Shang Xiaojiu home. On the way, Shang Xiaojiu finally understood why they came to the town to find her. Although the big man was beaten by them, they were also afraid that he would come for revenge. Shen Yulong told her to stay at home recently and not go out. Shang Xiaojiu nodded obediently. When she got home, Shang Xiaojiu took some herb seeds from the room and handed them to Shen Yulong and the others. "These seeds are very precious. You must cultivate them well." Shang Xiaojiu stayed at home for a few days and felt a little bored, so she went up the mountain and used her ability to identify herbs to pick a lot of herbs. She thought that she had accumulated a lot of luck points, so she might as well try the lottery. It was another 10-draw series. This time, Shang Xiaojiu's luck was better. Buy 10 and get 1 free, so she could draw 11 times. Ha-9! Na one, there is only one bow and arrow. Legend has it that Pangu opened the sky and Quafu chased the sun. This bow and arrow has something to do with mythology. It has its own positioning system. It can shoot whatever you point at. It is a good thing. Shang Xiaojiu immediately forgave the system's outrageous 9 thanks for patronage. The system seemed to have been upgraded, and the interface was different. She clicked in to see and found a mulberry fish pond, which was free. Warm tips. Sangji fish ponds can be moved to the real world. After understanding the purpose, she turned all her land into mulberry fish ponds. After finishing her business, Shang Xiaojiu was ready to go down the mountain and heard a voice shouting for help. The man was dressed as a scholar, running forward desperately, followed by a huge wild boar. The more he ran, the tighter the wild boar chased him. "Help! Help!" When Shang Xiaojiu followed the sound, she saw the wild boar arched forward and hit the scholar. The scholar fell to the ground with a cry and fainted. The situation was critical, and she immediately took out the sun chaser bow, pulled out an arrow from the quiver, and put it on the string. She was thinking about shooting the wild boar, and the arrow hit the wild boar's vital point. In a moment, the wild boar fell down. Shang Xiaojiu received the wild boar into the system, then stepped forward and patted the man's face. Seeing that he was motionless, she sniffed his breath. Fortunately, he was still alive. She dragged the man down the mountain with great effort. As soon as she arrived at the door of her house, she shouted loudly, "Mom, come out and help me! I have no strength!" Chen heard the voice and hurried over. Seeing the man supported by Shang Xiaojiu, her expression changed and she blurted out, "Lu Shukai? Mom, do you know him?" "Of course, he is the only scholar in our village, Lu Jing, who doesn't know him?" As she said, Chen stepped forward and she and Shang Xiaojiu worked together to put Lu Shukai on the bed. He was hit by a wild boar and was seriously injured. Shang Xiaojiu found some medicine that could cure his injuries in the medicinal field at the door, boiled a bowl of water into 2 pieces, and boiled it for him to drink. After boiling it, feed it to him again. "My mother told me that Lu Shukai had a very miserable life. His father died when he was very young, and his mother was seriously ill and had been paralyzed in bed. He had to take care of his mother and prepare for the imperial examination alone. His life was very poor. Fortunately, Lu Jing worked hard and passed the imperial examination after 3 years of hard study." At night, in Yunqing village, Shen Yulong stood under the moon. The moonlight enveloped him, making him look even more desolate and losing some of his usual warmth. A shadow flashed by, and a man in black suddenly appeared in front of Shen Yulong and knelt on the ground. "Master, have you found out the origin of the pendant?" The man in black bowed and replied respectfully, "Master, the pendant is an item of the Grassland royal family. It is very precious. Only princesses and queens are qualified to wear it." "Princess? Queen?" This result was beyond Shen Yulong's expectations. How could a royal item appear in a remote village? How did Miss Shang have this pendant? Who is she? You guys investigate secretly first, don't alert other people. Yes, master. In addition to the pendant, the man in black brought another piece of news to Shen Yulong. The princess asked His Majesty to grant her a marriage, saying she wanted to marry the master, and now His Majesty has sent guards to look for the master everywhere. Shen Yulong had a headache. He had already hidden in Anyang village, but couldn't avoid this unruly princess. He pondered for a while and gave an order. Find a few more people, pretend to be me, and lead the guards away. Yes, Lu Jing woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful girl feeding him medicine. Are you awake? Shang Xiaojiu was delighted, and she reached out to help him sit up. It was the girl who saved me? Yes, you are lucky to have met me, otherwise you would have been dead in the wilderness. Lu Jing smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. His face was pale, without any color on his lips. He coughed lightly. Thank you for saving my life. It doesn't matter, I saved you, so there are some benefits. Benefits? Yes, the pig that nudged you was shot by me. For the next month, our family will not have to worry about having no meat to eat. Do you think I should thank you instead? Lu Jing listened and laughed. This time it was not perfunctory, but a laugh from the heart. He thought the girl in front of him was very interesting. Her ideas were different from those of ordinary people. It was very comfortable to talk to her. Come to think of it, I should also thank the wild. Shang Xiaojiu was stunned and asked him, It hurt you, but you want to thank it? Because of it, I have the chance to meet the girl, right? Lu Jing is too good at talking. Shang Xiaojiu laughed and shook her head. Lu Shukai must be very popular with girls. Huh? Girls know me? My mother knows you, so I know your origins. My name is Shang Xiaojiu. There are only my mother and I at home. You can rest assured to recuperate here. Thank you, Miss Shang. Lying back on the bed, Shang Xiaojiu went to the kitchen to make fish soup for him. When Shen Yulong came to find her, he saw her feeding soup to a strange man. He hid behind the door, feeling depressed, as if he was pressed by something, and felt very uncomfortable. The two people in the room talked happily, and Shen Yulong finally did not choose to go in, but left sadly. Not long after, Chen came back and was very happy to see Lu Jing wake up. Thank God, Mr. Lu is blessed by heaven and finally wakes up. Lu Jing knew Chen. Facing his elders, he restored the elegance of a scholar and bowed to her. Auntie Chen, thank you for taking me in and taking care of me so carefully. Don't say that. You are the only scholar in our village and our honor. If you can go to Beijing to take the exam and gain fame, you can bring honor to our family, and we, the villagers, will be happy for you. Lu Jing nodded slightly. His body was very weak. Originally, Shang Xiaojiu asked him to stay at home for a few more days to recuperate. Because he missed his seriously ill mother at home, and he had to go back to review his studies, he was ready to say goodbye. Please, you are so weak that even walking is a problem. How can you go back? Shang Xiaojiu disagreed with him doing this, but Lu Jing insisted. Can I trouble Miss Shang for one more thing? Say it. Shang Xiaojiu's tone was impatient. She was very angry that Lu Jing did not cherish his body, and wasted her efforts to save. Lu Jing sighed slightly and said, Please send me back, Miss Shang. I will be grateful. You? Shang Xiaojiu really couldn't do anything with him. She looked at Chen for help, hoping that he would listen to what his mother said. Chen didn't persuade Lu Jing. Instead, she said to her, Xiaojiu, if Mr. Lu wants to go back, let him go back. If I get sick and no one takes care of me at home, you will also be eager to go home. We should be considerate of others' feelings. That's right. If you put yourself in his shoes, you can understand Lu Jing's difficulties. Lu Jing bowed to Chen. Thank you for your consideration. Okay, your body is your own. You have to know how to cherish it. Even if you want to take care of your mother, you have to take care of yourself first. Otherwise, you will be exhausted. Who will take care of your mother? Auntie, what you taught me is that this is only once, and it will not happen again. Shang Xiaojiu widened her eyes. You actually want to have a next time. Chen pulled her sleeve. Xiaojiu, don't talk nonsense. Mom, I'm just talking. Chen is an elder after all, and she thinks more carefully than these children. She thought that the Lu family was relatively poor, and the mother and son were sick and injured, and needed tonic, so she took down the fish drying in the yard and handed it to Lu Jing. Lu Shukai, take this fish back. How can this be done? Auntie, you have helped me a lot. I can't trouble you anymore. At this time, Lu Jing kept the etiquette of a scholar, and felt that he could not accept favors from others for nothing. Shang Xiaojiu raised his eyebrows, his spirits high. Be a real man. Be straightforward. My mother will give it to you. Just take it. It's no trouble. Don't forget us when you graduate from high school. Chen nodded and said yes. That's right, Xiaojiu. Go to the kitchen to get some more food, and then send Lu Shuchai home. Got it, mother. Xiaojiu listened to Chen's words, carrying the food box, 2 fish, and supporting a wounded person. He felt tired after walking for a while. Fortunately, Lu Jing's home was not far away, and he arrived at his door after turning 2 alleys. She hurriedly helped him in and asked him to sit down. She was thirsty and wanted to find a saliva to drink, but when she looked around, she didn't even see a teapot. I'm sorry, my humble abode is so simple. Lu Jing walked to the water tank in the corner, scooped some water with a wooden spoon, and hesitated a little. If Miss Shang doesn't mind. It's okay, I drink it this way at home. Shang Xiaojiu would not embarrass anyone. She took the spoon naturally, lowered her head and took a sip. The slightly cool water rolled into her throat. She suddenly felt like she was alive again. There were bursts of coughing in the house. Lu Jing's face changed, and he hurried into the inner hall, followed by Shang Xiaojiu. Wang had been lying on the sickbed for a long time. Her breath was weak, her lips were cracked and bleeding, and she was skin and bones. Lu Jing endured the pain in his body to take care of his mother. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't bear it and offered to help him so that he could have a good rest. Thank you, Miss Shang. Shang Xiaojiu had acquired the ability to remember everything she saw from the system before. Later, for the sake of her medicine field business, she read a lot of medical books and was familiar with some symptoms. She looked at Wang's face, her heart trembled, and she asked Lu Jing, "Has Aunt Wang ever been infected with an epidemic disease before?" "How do you know?" Lu Jing was surprised. He looked at Shang Xiaojiu and continued, 2 years ago, my mother sent me to Beijing to take the imperial examination. I passed by Honghua town and contracted smallpox. Later, I was cured. Shang Xiaojiu shook her head. There was no vaccine in this era. Smallpox was considered a life-threatening disease. Many people could not survive. Aunt Wang was lucky. The remaining toxins in her body have not been cleared, and coupled with malnutrition, the roots of the disease have been planted. But it doesn't matter. It can be adjusted. I don't know if Lu Shu can trust me and let me try. Lu Jing bowed to Shang Xiaojiu. I trust the girl's great kindness. I will definitely remember it in my heart. It's okay, just a little effort. The herbs Shang Xiaojiu wanted were not available on the mountain, and she needed to find a hidden place to enter the system's space. Since the last system upgrade, the space has become materialized. As long as she has that thought, she can enter the system. Lu Jing is worried that she, a weak woman, will be in danger when she goes up the mountain and wants to follow her. Shang Xiaojiu smiled and teased him. Have you forgotten that it was me, a weak woman, who killed the wild boar and saved you? That's right, Miss Shang. Be careful. After bidding farewell to Lu Jing, Shang Xiaojiu went up the mountain. She found a cave and thought about going to the space. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared in the cave. After she disappeared, a jar of wine rolled out from behind a rock with a clang. Li Ergu stood up unsteadily. His face was red and his eyes were dazed because he was drunk. Li Ergu was taught a lesson by the people of Yongqing village and was seriously injured. After his injury healed, he began to drink heavily. Today he also robbed 2 jars of wine from the tavern and hid in the cave to drink, but he ran into Shang Xiaojiu. Was he dazzled just now? How could a good person disappear? Li Ergu couldn't believe it. He suspected that he was dreaming, so he stretched out his hand and pinched his face. Hiss, it hurts, it's real, not a dream. He woke up, screamed that there was a ghost, and rushed out of the cave quickly. Because he ran too fast, his feet slipped, and he rolled down the mountain. He hit his head on a rock and fainted. Shang Xiaojiu in the space had no idea what was happening outside. She used her luck points to buy a vaccine for smallpox, and then exchanged it for a Baiji pill, which could cure all kinds of poisons. She kept it for self-defense. Shang Xiaojiu left the space. In order to deal with Lu Jing, she pretended to find some herbs on the mountain to strengthen her body and consolidate her foundation, and then hurried back to Lu Jing's home. She gave the herbs to Lu Jing and asked him to boil the medicine while she took care of Wang. While Lu Jing was busy in the yard, Shang Xiaojiu supported Wang, who was unconscious, and injected the vaccine into her body, and then laid her steadily on the bed. After the medicine was boiled, Wang was fed a bowl, and Shang Xiaojiu asked Lu Jing to drink the rest of the medicine. I want to drink it too? Yes, your injury's not healed yet, don't worry. These medicines will do you no harm. Okay. Lu Jing no longer hesitated, listened to Shang Xiaojiu obediently, and drank the rest of the medicine in one breath. Shang Xiaojiu borrowed Lu Jing's paper and pen to write a prescription for Aunt Wang to regulate her body, and asked him to follow the prescription and prescribe the medicine. Within a month, Wang's health would definitely improve. Lu Jing took it solemnly. At this time, Wang, who was originally very weak, had a little color on her face. Her mind was not as chaotic as usual. She began to recognize people and could speak. A Jing. A Jing. Mom, are you awake? Do you feel better? Lu Jing was overjoyed. He stepped forward and held Wang's hand, asking carefully. It's okay, I feel much more energetic. This girl is... Wang's eyes fell on Shang Xiaojiu, and Lu Jing introduced her. She is Miss Shang. Thanks to her, my mother's illness has improved. Thank you, Miss Shang. I didn't expect that Miss Shang is so young, but she is proficient in medicine. Shang Xiaojiu respectfully called her auntie and said embarrassedly, I just read a lot of books and know a little bit. She was humble and never took credit for saving people. Wang soon took a liking to this Miss Shang, who always had a smile on her face. Seeing her son staring at the girl intently, she knew that her son, who only read the books of sages, had been tempted by worldly desires. Shang Xiaojiu saw that Wang was in good spirits, so she chatted with her for a while and told her to be at ease so that she could recover quickly. Wang saw that the girl was depressed and unhappy during her illness. She was worried about Lu Jing's future, which made her condition worse. She couldn't help but look at her more and praised her for being a smart and insightful person. Shang Xiaojiu smiled. Don't praise me, auntie. I am just like Lu Shukai. I have a mother who loves me, so I can empathize with him. As long as I keep a happy mood, even the disease will retreat a little. Okay, auntie, I remember. At sunset, Shang Xiaojiu gave Lu Jing some instructions and got up to leave. Lu Jing hummed, leaned against the door frame, holding the prescription she wrote in his hand, and looked at her back as she left, and was absent-minded for a while. Wang, who was lying on the bed, saw this scene and couldn't help but sighed. She is a good girl if... It would be great if she could be her daughter-in-law. When this thought came up, Wang stopped immediately, looked around the bare house, and shook her head slightly. How could such a poor family have such good fortune? The next morning, Chen got up early and cooked a pot of fish soup. The rich aroma wafted into her nose. Shang Xiu stretched lazily and walked out. It smells so good, mother. She leaned forward, picked up the soup spoon to drink the soup, but was slapped by Chen. Slow down, the soup is not ready yet. Something is missing. Don't be so impatient. Mom, it hurts. Okay, go get the herbs drying in the yard and chop them up for me. Chen didn't use any strength just now, and ignored her daughter who was crying for comfort. She knew from Xiaojiu that Wang was weak, and she thought about it for a night before she thought of a way to supplement it with medicine. Mixing medicinal materials and food ingredients is not only delicious, but also has the effect of strengthening the body. Kill two birds with one stone. Shang Xiaojiu curled her lips. She listened to Chen and did it obediently. The fish soup was ready. Chen put it in a food box and asked Shang Xiaojiu to send it to the Lu family. Only then did she understand her mother's intention. She narrowed her eyes. Mother, are you attracted to Mr. Lu? You are so nice to him. This is not okay. You are a generation older than him. Pooh, pooh, pooh. You girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I just feel sorry for them. Chen was so angry that she slapped her lightly. When the second slap came, Shang Xiaojiu ran away with the food box in her hand. Only her echo remained in the air. Mother, I was joking. You took it seriously. Chen shook her head helplessly. This girl is getting more and more naughty. Shang Xiaojiu went to the Lu family and gave the fish soup to Lu Jing. She also specifically told him that there were precious herbs in the fish soup, and asked him and Aunt Wang to drink every drop so as not to waste her and her mother's kindness. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but it is difficult to send charcoal in the snow. Lu Jing held the fish soup, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Thank you, Miss Shang. Such a nagging. If you want to thank someone, go thank my mother. This method was thought up by her. Lu Jing went into the inner room, fed Wang Shi fish soup, and then helped her to sleep. Then he came out to talk to Shang Xiaojiu. For some reason, he always looked forward to talking to her a few more times. Even if it was some meaningless words, he would be happy for a day. Shang Xiaojiu was about to go back. She ran forward for several steps. Lu Jing called her. He looked at her, but he was so nervous that he couldn't utter a word. After a long time, a sentence rolled out of his throat. Miss Shang, can we meet again in the future? The girl stood not far from him, her black hair softly draped over her shoulders. She made a trumpet shape with her hands and shouted, Of course, Lu Shukai. I'm waiting for you to return home in glory after high school. Don't forget to take care of my business then. After that, she ran away. Lu Jing lowered his eyes and smiled softly. What a strange girl. He wanted to have a romantic time with her, but she only wanted to make money. It must be difficult for a woman like her to shoulder the burden of supporting a family. Meanwhile, Li Ergu stood in the inner hall of the county government, waiting respectfully for the county magistrate. When the county magistrate came out, he looked impatient. Li Ergu, what do you want to tell me? If you bother me with trivial matters, watch out for your ass. Li Ergu shuddered in his heart and immediately put on a flattering smile. Sir, I came here today to bring you good news. As he spoke, he took out a petition from his arms and handed it to the county magistrate, who was sitting in the main seat. The county magistrate looked leisurely, unfolding the petition and examining it. The villagers have been harmed by these mountain bandits. You, the county magistrate, must act for the people. You must kill all these bad apples and let our people live comfortably. Before coming, he specially spent money to find someone to write the petition and forced a group of people to press their fingerprints. The county magistrate frowned. This was a tough nut to crack. You also know that those fierce bandits in the mountains have been entrenched on the mountain for many years. How can it be so easy to eliminate them? Why would he do anything without benefits? Knowing the county magistrate's thoughts, he presented an exquisite sandalwood box. The county magistrate put the petition in his hand on the table and became interested in looking at the sandalwood box. Li Ergu opened the box and a huge jade ruby appeared in front of him. The county magistrate couldn't put it down and played with it, and Li Ergu opened the mezzanine below, which was neatly filled with a layer of silver. Your Excellency relieves the people's worries and is a good official who loves the people. The people have nothing to repay you, so they can only present these small things to honor you, and I hope you will accept them. In a blink of an eye, the county magistrate immediately changed his face. He took the silver and the jade ruby with a smile and put on an iron-faced and selfless expression. I am the official here, so I must get rid of harm for the people. How arrogant can a mere Yongqing village be? Taking money from others, getting rid of disasters for them. The two colluded in collusion, looked at each other and smiled deeply. Shang Xiaojiu returned home, ate a few bites of food, and went to the town to sell fish. She happened to see Li Ergu leaving the county magistrate's mansion in a mean manner. Just when she wanted to follow him, the housekeeper of the county magistrate's mansion came over with 2 servants and stopped her. Give me the fattest fish. With business, Shang Xiaojiu could only give up following temporarily and help these officials pick fish. I didn't expect that Li Ergu's family was quite wealthy. In order to wipe out the bandits in Yongqing village, he gave these things. No wonder our master wanted to buy a fish to celebrate. The servant spoke without restraint, and the housekeeper beside him glared at him. The mouth is the source of trouble. What did I teach you? Shang Xiaojiu was confused when she heard that the county magistrate was going to wipe out Yongqing village. The fish in her hand fell down disobediently. She came to her senses and apologized to them. I'm sorry, this fish is too slippery. I'll pick a good one for you. Shang Xiaojiu knew the character of the county magistrate best after having dealt with him. As the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a villain. The county magistrate is going to deal with Yongqing village. This news must be notified to Brother Yun as soon as possible so that they can prepare early. Shang Xiaojiu no longer wanted to sell fish and closed her stall early to go home. As soon as she arrived at the door, she ran into Yun Qingfeng. Brother Yun? Girl Ju, you're back just in time. I just had something to talk to you about that. Brother Yun, let's not talk about anything else. I also have something to talk to you about. Come in with me first. Shang Xiaojiu interrupted Yun Qingfeng and went into the house with him. Chen was mending shoes. Seeing him coming, she stood up and saluted. Xiaojiu, Boss Yun, you guys chat. I'll go to the fields to take a look. With that, she put down her front and left. Yun Qingfeng watched her leave, feeling quite disappointed. There was a herb field withered at the entrance of the village. This matter could have been conveyed by carrier pigeons, but he rushed over eagerly just to see her, but in the end he didn't even say a word. Brother Yun, I got a message today that Chen Ergu bribed the county magistrate to deal with you. They want to suppress the bandits. As soon as these words came out, Yun Qingfeng was instantly pulled out of his sad mood. He slapped the table and said, This dog county magistrate colluded with the fishmonger before and bullied you. Now he has set his sights on Yongqing village. Who gave him the courage? Yun Qingfeng was furious and was about to take the dog official's life. Shang Xiaojiu stopped him calmly. Brother Yun, I told you this not to make you act impulsively. When dealing with the government, you can only outsmart it, not fight hard. Maybe we can go back to the village and discuss with Brother Shen to come up with a foolproof plan. After a period of getting along, she also understood that the three heads of the village have their own strengths. The first head is brave, the second head is wise, and the third head is loyal. At this critical moment, Shen Yulong still has to come forward to make a decision. Yun Qingfeng was convinced that he could go to the county government regardless of his life. But he could not ignore the lives of hundreds of people in the village. The two of them did not delay any longer and immediately returned to the village. Shen Yulong heard about this and thought about it for a while before making a decision. He took out the map of the mountain village and tapped a few places with his fingers. We should strengthen the defense in these places. If they want to attack, they must pass through the mountains and forests. Let the young and strong brothers in the village dig traps. This time we only need to defend and force them back. Yun Qingfeng did not understand. That dog official has only a few dozen people under his command at most. Why should we defend? Why don't I lead my brothers to fight? No, big brother, this is absolutely not possible. Why? Second brother, we are not the kind of people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. Besides, with my martial arts, not to mention 1 against 100, 1 against 10 is always enough. Yun Qingfeng was hot-tempered and did not understand why Shen Yulong was afraid of a county magistrate and was timid. He insisted that he give an explanation. Shang Xiaojiu frowned and persuaded, Brother Yun, do you know the crime of killing an official appointed by the court? If the court is alarmed, Yunqing village will never have peace. Do you have the heart to let a bunch of brothers flee with you? Then, let that dog official come to beat us? Although Yunqing village is a bandit, it has always been doing good things of robbing the rich and helping the poor, and has not harmed the people. Therefore, the county magistrate has no reason to suppress the bandits. But if you kill the official, he will arrest you, and it will be justified. At that time, he can borrow troops from the neighboring county, and there will be more than dozens of people coming. Shang Xiaojiu spoke slowly, afraid that he would not understand, so she broke down the situation and told him. While speaking, she was beaming with joy, and Shen Yulong looked around without saying a word, just looking at her, just feeling pleasing to the eye. He only said a little, but Miss Shang pointed out the key point, which was really smart. Shang Xiaojiu said she was tired and took a sip of water. She stared at the teacup as if she remembered something and smiled slyly. As long as the defense is proper, even if it is defense, the county magistrate can suffer. Yun Qingfeng understood, and he stared at Shang Xiaojiu curiously. Jew girl, the way you talked just now sounded like your second brother. Shang Xiaojiu blushed and glared at him in shame and anger. Who looks like him? I'm a young girl. How can I look like him? Her tone was quite disgusted. Shen Yulong was inexplicably implicated and felt uncomfortable because of Shang Xiaojiu's eager attitude to clear herself, so she put on a cold face and continued to make arrangements. Time is running out. Let the brothers dig traps in the forest tonight and finish them all by tomorrow. Yun Qingfeng hesitated. Only 1 day, isn't it too rushed? There aren't that many tools in the village. It will take a while. Brother Yun, let me take care of the tools. I will definitely get it done for you in half an hour. Shang Xiaojiu patted her chest and took the responsibility. Then she found a remote place and entered the space when she saw that there was no one around. Iron 100, a bundle of thick ropes 50, Silin 100, chili powder some. Then she exchanged for a book on military weapons. With her photographic memory, she briefly flipped through it and memorized the methods of making the weapons firmly in her mind. Shang Xiaojiu was going to follow Zhuge Liang's example of borrowing arrows from a straw boat, using the east wind to put chili powder into a cylinder, tie it with a rope, and hang it in the woods. When the wind blew, the sky was full of chili powder. Why didn't they come here in a heroic manner and go back with their eyes burning? After getting the tools ready, Shang Xiaojiu brought Yun Qingfeng and Shen Yulong to see it. Yun Qingfeng pointed to the pile of supplies and was shocked. Jew girl, where did you get all these? Brother, Yun, don't worry about the origins. The mountain people have their own tricks. The mountain stronghold was divided into 2 teams. One team dug traps, and the other team set up the chili powder mechanism. It took a day and a night to complete the deployment. 2 days later, the brothers who were on guard on the mountain came back to report that the county magistrate had brought more than a dozen officers and soldiers up the mountain. Shen Yulong and Shang Xiaojiu brought more than a dozen people, wearing masks and fully armed, lurking in the woods. When the county magistrate and his companions were getting closer and closer, Shen Yulong raised his hand and made a gesture, and the brothers immediately pulled the rope. The east wind blew towards the county magistrate, and the stopper of the wooden barrel was pulled open, and the chili powder flew towards them. After a while, it drifted into their eyes, and they were in so much pain that they wailed. "Ouch, I can't see. My eyes hurt so much. How could this happen? Ah, I'm going blind." The county magistrate and his companions were very panicked. They didn't know what happened and couldn't see the road clearly, so they started to run around. Li Ergu ran the most fiercely. He felt someone blocking the way in front of him and pushed him away. The man subconsciously pulled and grabbed his arm. The two of them entangled, and with a plop, they fell into a hole. Li Ergu had a person under him. When he was glad that he was not injured, he heard the furious voice of the county magistrate. "You dare to suppress me. I will give you 50 lashes when I get out." Oh my God, he used the county magistrate as a meat cushion. The scene was very chaotic for a while. The officials looked for a way out with their eyes burning and fell into the traps dug in advance. There were wails everywhere for a while. Finally, the county magistrate and others had to work hard to climb out of the cave and left the hilltop in a very embarrassed manner. In this battle, Yunqing village and others won a great victory. Shang Xiaojiu and Shen Yulong came out from the dark. She bent down and smiled. Seeing them leave in a hurry, she felt quite relieved. Even the depression in her heart that day, when she reported to the police to no avail, also dissipated. Several people returned to the village to celebrate the victory at this moment. The men drank wine and ate meat in big bowls. The big boss raised his glass to toast Shang Xiaojiu. "Jew girl, you are really capable. You made them run around in circles. When I think of their looks now, I feel relieved. Very relieved." Shang Xiaojiu pursed her lips and smiled. Today they got what they deserved. As she said that, she also picked up the wine glass and wanted to compete with Yun Qingfeng in drinking. Shen Yulong glanced at her indifferently. He only said one sentence, asking her to drink less. Shang Xiaojiu was dissatisfied with him controlling her. Besides, the two of them had nothing to do with each other, and he had no right to control her, so she didn't listen to him. Yun Qingfeng started to add fuel to the fire again when he saw this. "This time, it's all thanks to my second brother and Jew girl. The two of you are good at planning and winning thousands of miles away. You are simply a natural match. Jew girl, don't you really want to consider my second brother? As long as you nod now, I will immediately prepare generous gifts and go to your house to propose marriage." Shang Xiaojiu knew he was joking and wanted to reply, but Shen Yulong got there first. His tone was light, but he could not hide the sourness. "Miss Shang doesn't look down on rough guys like me. She likes delicate scholars." "Scholar?" Shang Xiaojiu was stunned for a moment. When he was about to ask, he saw that Shen Yulong's face was half dark. He snorted. "A few days ago I went to find you. There was a strange man in your house. I saw you feeding him medicine." It turned out that he was talking about Lu Shukai. Shang Xiaojiu didn't notice his sour tone. Holding the wine glass, he explained lightly. "Lu Shukai was injured. I just took care of him. Isn't that right? He's just a scholar. If I go to Beijing to take the exam, I will definitely get a rank. Just wait and see." Shen Yulong's inexplicable desire to win made Shang Xiaojiu feel puzzled. Why did he compete with Lu Jing? "You want to go to Beijing to take the exam is your business. What does it have to do with me? And you want to compete with Lu Shukai. Did you two know each other before? Do you have any grudges?" After a series of questions, Shen Yulong was almost mad at her. He waved his sleeves and left the table. Shang Xiaojiu looked embarrassed. After realizing that the atmosphere on the scene was not right, he decided to get up and leave. It was already late at night. The boss was worried, so he sent someone to escort her down the mountain. In the inner hall of the county government, the county magistrate was sore all over. He cried out in pain and leaned back on the chair, holding his waist. Li Ergu was pressed on a bench, and the officers on both sides took turns hitting him on the butt with sticks. He immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Sir, please let me go. I didn't know that the mountain was full of traps, and I suffered greatly from them." "Oh, it hurts." The county magistrate was beaten with 50 sticks before he calmed down. Fortunately, it was only chili powder that got into his eyes. If it was any other poison, I'm afraid that both eyes would be ruined. When he thought of this, the county magistrate was so angry that his teeth itched. He hated the people of Yunqing village to the core. He wished he could catch these people right now and stuff chili powder into them. Li Ergu's butt was burning with pain. He knew that he had made a bad mistake in the intelligence this time and angered the county magistrate. He would have no good life in the future. His mind was turning rapidly, and a plan came to his mind in a short while. "Sir, I have a way to help you deal with them." the lawyer said sarcastically. Last time you said you had a way, you hurt you like this. Now you have another way? It's different this time. It will definitely work. The little bitch Shang Xiaojiu is very good friends with the leaders of Yunqing village. As long as we catch her mother, those bandits will definitely not sit idly by and will definitely go to the yamen to snatch people. As long as they make any move, you can send troops to arrest them. There's no need to go up the mountain so secretly. And we can also frame her with a false charge and let her testify against those bandits, saying that they are murderous villains. If she refuses, we can torture her. She's a woman and she won't be able to endure it for long. Once we get her testimony, we can convict these bandits. It was really a vicious plan. The county magistrate's attitude towards Li Ergu changed immediately. You really are, as your name suggests, a smart and obedient dog. Li Ergu knew that the county magistrate accepted his advice, and he laughed immediately and barked twice to please him. A group of people from the county government arrested Chen while Shang Xiaojiu was away and locked her up in a cell. They tortured her and made her sign the accusation. Chen was beaten to pieces, with blood on her face and body. She knew a few words and knew what was written in the accusation, which was that she was asked to identify the people in Yunqing village. But those things were all fictitious, so how could Chen admit it? She used to have prejudices against these bandits and thought they were not good people. After a period of getting along, Chen clearly realized that they were all heroes, upright and above board, and 1,000 times better than the county magistrate. She raised her face and said weakly, "I won't sign." Chen's stubborn attitude angered the county magistrate, who was furious and shouted, "Beat her until she signs." The whipping sound rang out again, and Chen no longer had the strength to shout. She nodded her head and fainted. Shang Xiaojiu returned home from the town. She sold fish very well today and sold out in a short time, so she came back early. But her mother was not at home. The house was turned upside down, and the chairs and tables were knocked over. She suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Shang Xiaojiu immediately went out to find Chen and ran into the neighbor next door. "Xiaojiu, a team of soldiers just came. They are ferocious and took your mother away. Go and see." "It must be Li Ergu and others who did it again." Shang Xiaojiu was angry. It didn't matter how they targeted her in the past. Now they stretched their hands to her mother, and she absolutely could not tolerate it. Originally, she wanted to go to the county government to ask for an explanation, but she was a weak woman and didn't know martial arts. Going there would only be a waste of her life. She thought about it and turned around to Yunqing village. Shang Xiaojiu ran very fast. She kept panting and her chest was aching, but she still didn't stop. When she saw the gate of the mountain village, she fell down tired at the door, and then she found that her shoes had run away. Shen Yulang left the village and went down the mountain to do some work. As soon as he came out, he saw Shang Xiaojiu sitting on the ground, her face full of tear marks, her skirt covered with mud, her shoes missing, and she was struggling to get up from the ground. But just as she stood up, she fell forward again with weak legs. Shen Yulang was suddenly anxious and took 2 steps forward to support her. "What's the matter? What happened?" Shang Xiaojiu grabbed his sleeve, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. My mother was captured by the soldiers. Go and save her." After she finished speaking, her eyes went dark and she fainted. Shen Yulang held her and took her back to the village. Yun Qingfeng looked at Shang Xiaojiu in his arms, and his eyes widened immediately. "Okay, second brother, I said that last time. You are fast enough." Shen Yulang glanced at him speechlessly. She fainted from exhaustion, and Aunt Chen was captured by the soldiers. When he heard that Chen was in danger, Yun Qingfeng put away the playful smile on his face, picked up the long sword, and went to the county government to ask for help. "Brother, don't be impulsive." "Second brother, don't persuade me. If your loved one was in danger, you would not be indifferent. The purpose of their doing this is nothing more than to let the people of Yunqing village take the bait. I am the boss, and I should give them face by going." Shen Yulang had a lot to say, but when he saw his brother's firm expression, he knew that no matter what he said, he would not listen. "Well, just go crazy this time. Even if something happens, he will be in front of him." Shen Yulang raised his head and looked at Yun Qingfeng. "Brother, you must bring Aunt Chen back safely. I'll wait for your news here." "Okay." He did not stop him. Yun Qingfeng felt very comforted. In the village, there was a brother who understood and supported him. It was enough for the rest of his life. Yun Qingfeng raised his hand to bid farewell to Shen Yulang, strode forward, and went down the mountain in less than a cup of tea. He was full of murderous aura, and the residents of the town were frightened by his impressive momentum and fled. The gate of the county government was closed, and Yun Qingfeng's sword was already unsheathed. He rushed in. The officers and soldiers inside were no match for him at all. They were all weak and were knocked down in a few moves. But Yun Qingfeng still remembered what Shang Xiaojiu and others said, that he must not kill people. If he had a life in his hand, this matter would be difficult to handle. So he only injured them and did not hurt their vital parts. The county magistrate was trembling in the hall. Facing the sharp sword wind, he was trembling with fear. "What are you going to do? You dare to attack the court official. This is a capital crime. You will be beheaded." Yun Qingfeng was not so easily frightened. He snorted coldly and rushed to the county magistrate in a flash, putting the sword on the dog official's neck. "Where is the person?" "Person? What person?" "Warrior, swords have no eyes. You better be careful." "Humph. If you don't release Chen, I will make you lose your head. I mean what I say." As he said that, Yun Qingfeng turned his wrist, and a bloody mark appeared on the county magistrate's neck. He screamed in pain, and immediately called the legal advisor, who was shrinking beside him. Quickly release Chen." The legal advisor led the way in front, and Yun Qingfeng followed behind, holding the county magistrate hostage. Soon they arrived at the prison cell. He saw Chen, who was tied to a wooden stick and was beaten to death. His pupils shrank suddenly. He was furious and kicked the county magistrate, almost breaking his ribs. Yun Qingfeng stepped forward to put Chen down, carefully picked him up, and then looked at the county magistrate, who was lying on the ground wailing with cold eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you were still the same as before, you would be beheaded. You must remember that those who do evil will eventually perish. There is a book with all the evil deeds you have done, and it is clearly recorded. Sooner or later, you will get retribution." After that, Yun Qingfeng took Chen away from the county government. On the way, he remembered that there was no doctor in the village, so he went to the pharmacy to grab one and went up the mountain. The doctor was in his 40s and was frightened by the evil spirit on Yun Qingfeng. Seeing the dying woman in his arms, he was even more scared. What kind of trouble have these two been involved in? Yun Qingfeng saw the doctor's fear. He suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and tried to make himself gentle. He comforted the doctor. "Doctor, don't worry. As long as you cure her, I will let you go down the mountain." This doctor was also a strange man. He only listened to half of what people said. He could only go down the mountain after curing the patient. If he couldn't cure her, would he be dead? Thinking of this, the doctor's face became worse, and he felt that his life was in danger. When they arrived at the mountain village, Shang Xiaojiu was already awake. She saw Yun Qingfeng with her mother, who was covered in wounds. She felt very uncomfortable and wanted to cry. In front of outsiders, she didn't want to show it. She stared at the doctor and asked, "How is my mother? Is she okay?" "Little girl, I haven't checked her pulse yet. I don't know the cause of the disease yet. You all get out of the way and don't surround her." Everyone listened to the doctor's words and dispersed. After the doctor finished checking Chen's pulse, he stood up with relief and said to everyone, Fortunately, my life is saved. My mother is in danger. Her life is in danger. Why is the doctor concerned about me instead?" Shang Xiaojiu was anxious, and her words were inevitably a little aggressive. Shen Yulong stopped her. "Calm down and listen to what the doctor says. It's not a big problem, just some skin injuries, no injuries to the bones." The doctor understood his daughter's mood of worrying about her mother and did not care about Shang Xiaojiu. He added, "I will prescribe some medicine later. You can give her some, and then apply gold wound medicine to her, and she will be fine in a month." After that, the doctor wrote down a prescription in a grand manner. Shang Xiaojiu picked it up to look at it, and Yun Qingfeng took it anxiously and wanted to follow the doctor down the mountain to get medicine. Shang Xiaojiu stopped him. "Brother Yun, there is no need to go to the pharmacy in town to get the medicine. These medicines are all in the medicinal fields you planted. I will go to pick them later and come back to boil the medicine for my mother to drink. This is the best, so I don't have to waste time going to town." The doctor wanted to leave after completing his task, but he heard that there were medicinal fields on this mountain, and there were all the medicines on his prescription. You know, although those medicines are not rare and precious, they are not green vegetables and big radishes. They are all over the ground. Every year, their Yong'an Hall has to go to other towns to buy medicinal materials. The cost of a trip is too high, and it is not cost-effective. But if there are medicinal materials he needs on this mountain, then he can directly purchase them here in the future. The doctor was calculating in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. so he suppressed his fear of mountain bandits and spoke to Yun Qingfeng with courage. "Boss, I want to discuss a business with you. What do you think?" Yun Qingfeng's mind was all on Chen, so he had no time to listen to what he said, so he pushed him aside. "I'm busy. If you have anything to say, please tell my second brother." The doctor was disliked by Yun Qingfeng, so he had to go to talk business with Shen Yulang. The second in command was handsome and had no aura of a gangster. Facing him, the doctor did not feel pressured as he did with the first in command. He said that he wanted to see the medicinal field. "If the herbs meet the delivery requirements, I am willing to sign a 1-year contract with your village. You supply Yong'an Hall, and I will give you an extra bonus every year. How about it?" There was business coming to him automatically, so how could Shen Yulang not do it? However, the medicinal fields were not only from the village, but all the seeds were provided by Shang Xiaojiu. Whether this condition was suitable had to be agreed by Shang Xiaojiu. "Dr. Chen, I can't make the decision on this business alone. Let's put it this way. 3 days later, another person in charge and I will go to your Yong'an Hall, and we will discuss the specific details in detail. Do you think it's okay?" The doctor's surname is Chen, and everyone in the town calls him Dr. Chen. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was someone behind the medicine field to take care of it. But then he thought about it and didn't think it was strange. They were all mountain bandits who only knew how to fight and kill. How could they know how to grow medicinal materials? It turned out that there was an expert behind them. Dr. Chen responded, "Okay, then I'll wait for you in Yong'an Hall." An hour later, Shang Xiaojiu picked the medicine according to the prescription and personally decocted the medicine for Chen, fed her to drink, and then exchanged a bottle of holy gold medicine in the system. This gold medicine is more powerful than ordinary gold medicine. It can make wounds heal faster and will not leave scars. This small bottle of gold medicine costs 300 luck points, which really distressed her. Shang Xiaojiu stayed in the village to take care of Chen. During this time, Shen Yulang came to her and told her that the doctor wanted to do medicinal materials business with the village and asked her what she thought. "Actually, you don't need to ask for my opinion. Originally, I taught you to grow herbs in the hope of improving the situation in the village and hoping that they can have a comfortable meal. If you think it's appropriate, you can agree." She couldn't stay in the village forever to handle their business affairs. Shen Yulang raised his eyes, frowned, and said, "After all, this is the first business in the village. You have to go and see it. I have agreed with Dr. Chen that we will go down the mountain in a few days and go to his Yong'an Hall to discuss it." "Well, okay, I'll go with you." Speaking of going down the mountain, Shang Xiaojiu remembered her gradually consumed luck value and thought of a way to increase her luck value in a short period of time, but this method requires Shen Yulang's help. Shang Xiaojiu asked Shen Yulang to find a few brothers in the village to spread the news at the market. Yunqing village was attacked, and it was Shang Xiaojiu who made a weapon made of chili powder that repelled the thieves. Shen Yulang was puzzled. "You will bring trouble to yourself if you do this." He was reluctant to do that. The county magistrate was a mean man. If he knew that Shang Xiaojiu was responsible for his defeat, he would definitely not let her go. "It doesn't matter. They attacked the village secretly. They can't do anything to me. Brother Shen, can you do me a favor?" "Wait for my news." The news spread quickly and reached the ears of the county magistrate. He was so angry that his beard moved. "What a Shang Xiaojiu! I didn't expect that my fame would be ruined by a little girl. It's so infuriating." "My lord, I've long said that the little bitch is not ordinary. She is in the same nest with those mountain bandits and acts as the military advisor of those bandits. If we don't get rid of her, we will never feel at ease." Liergu was beaten with 50 boards. He took this grudge against Shang Xiaojiu. When the county magistrate was also dissatisfied with Shang Xiaojiu, he added fuel to the fire, making the county magistrate more dissatisfied. "Master, you go and publish a notice. Shang Xiaojiu and Chen are colluding with the mountain bandits. The government has spent a lot of money to arrest them. If anyone hides them, they will be regarded as accomplices." At the same time, the system prompt sound frequently appeared in Shang Xiaojiu's mind, and the luck value gradually increased. After a while, the luck value increased by 3,000. Shang Xiaojiu became rich again. He went to the space with satisfaction and made a lot of purchases. Shang Xiaojiu bought a fish pond, moved it around the village, put the purchased fish fry into the fish pond, used time acceleration. Dozens of crucian carps tumbled and jumped in the fish pond. She curved her lips and smiled. The brothers in the village can have an extra meal tonight. Chen took medicine 3 times a day, and her body gradually got better, and she could get out of bed and walk around. Yun Qingfeng put down the things in his hands and ran around for her. Chen was moved when she saw him like this, but she kept her distance from him to avoid suspicion. Shang Xiaojiu and Shen Yulang went down the mountain to Yong'an Hall to discuss the business of medicinal materials. Who knew that when they came down the mountain and arrived in the town, they found themselves wanted criminals. The county magistrate ordered that Shang Xiaojiu and her daughter and all the people in Yongqing village should be captured at all costs, no matter old or young. No one should be spared. Therefore, their appearance in the town caused quite a stir. Some villagers who were greedy for rewards picked up ropes and hammers and walked towards them, wanting to capture them and take them to the county government to receive credit. Shen Yulang's expression was stern, and he protected Shang Xiaojiu behind him. Originally, according to his martial arts, it was more than enough to deal with this group of villagers, but Shen Yulang didn't want to hurt them, so he showed mercy and had to protect Shang Xiaojiu, so the fight was quite strenuous. One of the butchers picked up the pig-killing knife, shouted and chopped at the unarmed Shang Xiaojiu. At this time, Shen Yulang blocked a stick, and when he wanted to take Shang Xiaojiu to avoid the knife, it was too late. Shang Xiaojiu closed her eyes in fear, but the pain did not come. Shen Yulang used his arm to block it for her. The sharp pig-killing knife cut his clothes and cut his skin. The cut was so deep that even the bones turned out. Brother Shen, the butcher, had only killed pigs in his life and had never hurt anyone. He panicked and stammered, "Don't blame me. It was the order from the county magistrate." "Brother Shen, are you okay?" Shen Yulang's face was pale, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Even though he was in pain, he never said a word and never showed his weakness in front of others. "Let's go. Go back first." He wanted to go, and no one could stop him. Shen Yulang held her waist and used Qinggong. He didn't stop all the way until he reached the halfway point of the mountain, and then he put Shang Xiaojiu down. At this time, Shang Xiaojiu realized that something was wrong with Shen Yulang. The wound on his arm had not been treated in time, and it was bleeding all the time. The whole sleeve was soaked with blood. "Brother Shen, you lost a lot of blood. You?" Before Shang Xiaojiu could finish her sentence, Shen Yulang fell down immediately. She realized that the temperature on his forehead was frighteningly high. Maybe it was because the wound was not treated with medicine, so it was infected, and the infection caused a fever. The medical level in ancient times was imperfect. Infection and high fever that did not subside could kill people. Shang Xiaojiu felt sad when she thought that he was chopped to save her, and her tears could not stop falling. Maybe her crying was too loud. Shen Yulang called her name in a daze. "Miss Shang." Shangju raised her head and saw Shen Yulang trying hard to open his eyes, and immediately wiped away her tears. "You will be fine. I won't let you die." Shen Yulang felt dizzy. He thought to himself that he was just a little tired. How could it be related to death? He wanted to comfort her, but he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. "My eyelids opened and closed as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. I'll be fine after a rest." As he spoke, Shen Yulang's eyes went dark and he fell into a coma. Shang Xiaojiu pulled open his sleeve with his hands, revealing the wound inside. The wound was very deep and would probably need stitches, otherwise it would be difficult to heal. She had only read some medical books and was still unfamiliar with surgery. Now asking her to sew up Shen Yulang was really embarrassing for him. But no matter how difficult it is, he has to try. Shang Xiaojiu can't just watch him die here. She could only put her hope on the system, and hope that the mall had the tools she needed. Shang Xiaojiu's mind moved, and she entered the space in the blink of an eye. She kept sliding on the mall page, but there was nothing she was looking for. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. When will this system be able to invent a search function so that she doesn't have to waste a lot of time looking for a needle in a haystack? The more anxious Shang Xiaojiu was, the more likely he was to make mistakes. She forced herself to calm down. Brother Shen was a lucky man and would be fine. Just then she saw a medical book called The Holy Doctor. This book was written by Hua Tuo, and it records in detail the various operations of varying sizes that he performed. In the dynasty in which Hua Tuo lived, the medical level was still relatively backward, and treatments relied on existing tools. At that time, the surgery was already being discussed. Shang Xiaojiu was overjoyed. With this book, she could achieve twice the result with half the effort. After exchanging the medical book, Shang Xiaojiu was thinking about stitches when a miracle happened. The pages of the book were flipping, and one page stopped in front of her. Shang Xiaojiu took a closer look and found that it was the stitching surgery she was looking for. Wow, this medical book is so advanced and intelligent. She immediately felt that exchanging for the holy doctor was totally worth it. Shang Xiaojiu bought gauze, moxa leaves for disinfection, needles and thread according to what was written in the book. She washed the wound with water, lit the moxa leaves, burned them to ashes, applied them to the wound, and then washed it with water to achieve the effect of disinfection. Then she started to sew. Shang Xiaojiu's hands were shaking a little. She held her breath the whole time and kept strengthening herself mentally before she finished sewing the wound. Without anesthesia, the pain Shen Yulong had to endure during this process was different from that of an ordinary person. Although he was unconscious, he still kept groaning in pain. Fortunately, the operation was completed successfully, and Shang Xiaojiu breathed a sigh of relief. She fed Shen Yulong an antibiotic to increase immunity. With this two-pronged approach, the fever will definitely go away tomorrow. Because he was carrying a wounded person, Shang Xiaojiu had no way to return to the mountain village and could only spend the night in the mountains. But it was chilly at night, and a cold wind suddenly blew. Shang Xiaojiu was worried that he would catch a cold, so he spent a huge amount of money to buy a thick cloak, which he put on Shen Yulong to keep him warm. Shen Yulong closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually calmed down. Shang Xiaojiu looked at his sleeping face and couldn't help but sigh. She stretched out her finger and poked his cheek. "You saved my life, and I've put a lot of effort into you. We're even now, and no one owes anyone anything." Don't know if Shen Yulong heard what she said, but his brows suddenly frowned. After a whole day of hard work and experiencing such a dangerous thing, Shang Xiaojiu was really tired. She leaned on Shen Yulong's shoulder and fell asleep in a short while. In the dim morning light, a ray of sunlight from the forest shone on the two people, adding a touch of brilliance to them. Shen Yulong woke up slowly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Shang Xiaojiu sleeping soundly beside him. He didn't want to disturb her, so he moved his body to make her sleep more comfortably. However, as soon as he raised his arm, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. The wound on his arm was almost torn because of his movement. Shang Xiaojiu, hearing the noise, also woke up. Seeing that he was already awake, he was overjoyed. "Brother Shen, you're okay. That's great." As he spoke, Shang Xiaojiu stretched out his hand anxiously and wanted to touch his forehead to see if his fever had subsided. Faced with his intimate behavior, Shen Yulong stepped back unnaturally. But he was injured and his movements were slow, so he was still touched on the forehead. Shang Xiaojiu tested the temperature, then took his hand away and placed it on his forehead for comparison. She nodded. "It was a close call. Fortunately, your fever has gone down and you are not in danger of life now." Shen Yulong hummed and raised his injured arm. "Did you help me treat the wound?" "Hey, it's just a small favor. No need to thank me. I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed that someone stabbed me with a needle. I just looked at the wound on my arm and found that it was sewn with thread. So it was not a dream, it was real. The person who stabbed me with a needle in my dream was you." Shen Yulong said slowly, his dark eyes staring at her closely. Shang Xiaojiu's heart skipped a beat, and he wondered how he was going to explain to him that this was an operation. "Brother Shen, I am not seeking revenge. The reason I need to mend your wound is because it is too big and this is the only way to stop the bleeding. I am saving you, not harming you." She didn't know if her explanation would be acceptable, so she could only try her best to explain the whole story to him. Shen Yulong couldn't help but smile. "Why are you so nervous? If you wanted to kill me, you had countless chances last night when I was at my weakest. I know Miss Shang will not hurt me." As he said that, he looked at Shang Xiaojiu, who happened to look up at him. Their eyes met and sparks of fire flew. For some reason, Shang Xiaojiu suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. She felt her heart beating so hard that her cheeks were burning. "It's over, it's over. How could this happen?" Shang Xiaojiu had never been so out of control before. She immediately stood up from the ground and spoke in a panic. "We should go back. The county magistrate will never let us go so easily. We have to go back and think of a way to make him withdraw the wanted warrant for us. Otherwise, we will really become desperados and will not be able to stay here." "Okay." Shen Yulong agreed with Shang Xiaojiu's words. "The top priority now is to get rid of the county magistrate. They can't be fugitives all their lives. Moreover, the arrest warrant has been issued. There is no guarantee that they will not attack the stronghold again. They have to go back early to inform other brothers in the stronghold and make preparations early." Chen Yulong stood up. He had lost a lot of blood and was still a little weak. Shang Xiaojiu looked at him worriedly. Why don't you stay here and rest and let me go? Chen Yulong raised his hand. It's okay, I'll go with you. He insisted, and Shang Xiaojiu couldn't persuade him, so the two returned to Yunqing village together. Yun Qingfeng was shocked to see his second brother injured and hurried forward to ask, "What's wrong? What happened?" Xiaojiu helped Shen Yulong sit down and briefly told Yun Qingfeng and others what happened when they came down the mountain. It was the county government that wanted them and issued an order to suppress the bandits. Upon hearing this, Chen felt very guilty. It's all my fault. If the boss hadn't broken into the cell and rescued me, they wouldn't have treated you like this. It's me who implicated you. If it comes to implicating you, it's not my mother's fault. Shang Xiaojiu knew that the other party was coming for her. The county magistrate suffered a loss at her hands during the night attack, so she instigated the people in the town to capture them. I have to say that the county magistrate has a very vicious mind. He did not send out soldiers because he knew that they would not harm the villagers and would not use their full strength when facing the people. He used a little bit of reward money to send people to do things for him. He himself sat on the mountain and watched the fight between the two tigers, waiting for them to be defeated, and then he would catch them all in one fell swoop. This dog official, if he has the guts, let him fight me single-handedly. What's the point of using dirty tricks behind my back? Yun Qingfeng was filled with righteous indignation. He was angry that those villagers were instigated to hurt his second brother, and he was also angry that he didn't even have the chance to avenge his second brother. Because he knew that his second brother would not let him go down the mountain to seek revenge. Shang Xiaojiu said, "Brother Yun, you said he is a dog official. How could he fight with you openly? Then what should we do now? Do we really have to move away? There are so many people in Yunqing village. How can they move away?" Even if they could relocate, Shang Xiaojiu and her daughter had already been involved and couldn't get away. If they had to leave, they had to leave together. In Anyang village, the medicinal fields and fish ponds are the result of Shang Xiaojiu's hard work. Her business has just started, and she will not give up no matter what. She pondered for a while and slowly said, "Maybe there are other ways. The county magistrate dealt with my mother and me simply because we were close to Yunqing village. The government charged us with colluding with bandits. If Yunqing village is no longer a village and you are no longer bandits, then he will have no reason to arrest us again." Shen Yulang nodded. Changing one's appearance is one way. This time it was Yun Qingfeng's turn to scratch his head and express his confusion. "We have been bandits for half our lives. How can we change our appearance? And even if we change, people who want to target us will find other reasons." He is full of brute force, but his mind is stubborn and he doesn't know how to turn around. At this time, Shang Xiaojiu already had a plan in her mind. She pursed her lips, raised her eyebrows, and said, "Open an escort agency. Change Yunqing village to Yunqing Escort Agency. I will find a way to help you get the escort flags and carriages. You search all the big boxes in the village." "Jew girl, is this reliable? We have been here for so long and the villagers know what we do. They have never heard that we run an escort agency. Will they believe it?" Yun Qingfeng was still a little worried. The county magistrate was not a fool. Couldn't he tell whether it was true or false? Shen Yulang, who had been silent all the time, said lightly, "Then treat the fake as real, and we will do our first escort business in front of that dog official." "Yes, what Brother Shen said is what I thought in my heart." Shang Xiaojiu responded naturally. Her eyes turned cold, and she thought of a suitable candidate. "I think we can ask Dr. Chen for help." Shen Yulang recuperated in the village for a while, and felt better after drinking the medicine. At night, Chen Yulang and Shang Xiaojiu put on hats to cover their faces and returned to the town quietly. Dr. Chen had been busy all day. He counted the accounts at the counter, counted the medicinal materials in the drawer, and prepared to lock the door and leave. A sword slammed on the table. Dr. Chen was so frightened that he trembled all over. He looked up and saw a man and a woman wearing bamboo hats standing in front of him. He thought they were here to rob him. He swiftly took out the silver bills from the cabinet. "My two heroes, please don't kill me. The silver is all here, all here." This action made Shang Xiaojiu laugh and cry. Dr. Chen really cherishes his life. Chen Yulong raised his hand and lifted up his hat, saying calmly, "Dr. Chen, it's us." At the same time, Shang Xiaojiu also lifted up her hat, revealing her pretty face underneath. "Is it you?" Dr. Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he found out that they were not robbers. Then, he remembered that the portraits of these two men were pasted on the walls of every street and alley, and that they were wanted criminals by the government, and he suddenly became nervous again. What are you doing here? The county magistrate has ordered you to be arrested. You should leave now. Dr. Chen, we are here to discuss business with you. It's the medicinal materials business you mentioned last time. What business? Dr. Chen is a timid person and is most afraid of getting into trouble. He doesn't want to deal with a wanted criminal, but the second in command of Yongqing Village is not someone to be trifled with. Dr. Chen is now in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Or, you guys go back and wait for news first. After I've made up my mind, we'll go to the village, okay? This was clearly a delaying tactic. Shang Xiaojiu walked to the door, closed it, bolted it, and then had a heart-to-heart talk with Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, I know you are afraid of us, but you have been living in the town. You must know very well what kind of person the county magistrate is, and how he served as an official. How many unjust, false, and wrong cases have been committed by him? Today it is Yongqing Village. Who can guarantee that the next one will not be me? Think about it. Although Yongqing Village is a mountain village, have they ever harmed the people? On the contrary, they robbed the rich and helped the poor and saved many people. If such people are to be unjustly killed, what justice is there in the world? We don't want to make things difficult for Dr. Chen. If you really don't want to, we won't force you. Brother Shen, we have said everything we should say. Let's go. Shen Yulong nodded, and when the two turned to leave, Dr. Chen, who was persuaded, stopped them. Okay, what do you want me to help you with? Shang Xiaojiu hurriedly said, Don't worry, it's not a dangerous thing. The two of them told Dr. Chen that the current Yongqing Village has been renamed Yongqing Escort Agency, but they are worried that the dog official will not believe it, so they want to sign a 10-year contract with Yong'an Hall. There is a medicinal field on the mountain, which is rented to Yong'an Hall at a cheap price. Dr. Chen can plant medicinal herbs on it freely, and the people in the village will help him take care of these herbs. After the harvest, the people in Yongqing Village will escort them to the town and to Yong'an Hall. The first business after Yongqing Village's revamp was to escort medicinal herbs, and the first customer was Yong'an Hall. At this time, Dr. Chen also understood Shang Xiaojiu's intention. He said that as long as it did not affect his pharmacy, he was willing to help. After the contract is signed, the next step is to get the escort flag and the horse to transport the escort. Time was running out, so Shang Xiaojiu and Shen Yulong decided to act separately. Shang Xiaojiu was responsible for finding the horses. When they parted, Chen Yulong was a little worried about her. I've been here for a long time, and there's no place to buy horses in the town. How can you get a horse? Besides, some horses are very fierce. Even if you can find one, you may not be able to tame them. Leave it to me. You just go and do your own thing. We'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain at noon. Okay. Miss Shang was quick-witted. She would definitely do what she said she could do. Chen Yulong trusted her and did not interfere. After Shen Yulong left, Shang Xiaojiu did not go to the town, but went to the mountain to find a remote cave. She entered the system and used her luck points to exchange for a 1,000-mile horse. The horse was snow-white all over, with 4 powerful hooves and a very beautiful appearance. Shang Xiaojiu reached out her hand and wanted to touch it, but the horse was so human-like that it actually lowered its head and rubbed against her palm. What a good horse! How about giving you a name? Let's call you Xiaoyu. She climbed onto the horse, holding the reins in her hands, and let out a soft sigh. Xiaoyu stepped forward and walked slowly out of the cave. It walked very steadily, without any bumps at all. On the other hand, in order not to attract attention, Chen Yulong went to the next town and found an embroidery shop. He handed the pattern of the escort flag to the owner and asked if he could embroider the flag within 2 hours. The escort flag was 2 meters long, and Shen Yulong had high requirements, requiring the words Yongqing Escort Agency to be embroidered on both sides. The boss looked embarrassed. This may be a bit difficult. Just 2 hours. Before he finished speaking, Shen Yulong threw down a bag of silver and asked him, Is this enough? No one can resist the temptation of silver. The boss of the embroidery shop nodded repeatedly and hurriedly poured out the silver from his purse and counted it. A total of 100 taels of silver was enough for him to do business for a month. He immediately smiled happily. Enough, enough. Don't worry, sir. The embroiderers in our Jing Shufang have no other skills but quick hands. I will ask them to stop the work in their hands and embroider the dart flags first. They will definitely deliver the goods on time. Okay. The sky was white with dew and frost, and the mountain forest was misty in the morning, covered with a layer of white fog. Shang Xiaojiu took Xiaoyu and stood under a banyan tree at the foot of the mountain waiting. Crystal dewdrops condensed on the emerald green leaves and dripped onto Shang Xiaojiu's forehead. Her temples were wet by the mist. She reached out her hand to wipe her eyebrows, feeling anxious. It's already noon. Why hasn't Shen Yulong come back yet? While she was anxiously waiting, Shang Xiaojiu heard someone calling her name. Looked closely and saw the dusty Shen Yulong walking towards her. Done. At the same time, Shen Yulong also saw the white horse led by Shang Xiaojiu, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He could tell at a glance that this horse was not an ordinary one. How could such a good horse come from a poor place like Anyang village? He became more and more curious about Shang Xiaojiu's origins. But Shen Yulong didn't have time to ask in detail, and the system prompt sound flashed through Shang Xiaojiu's mind. Warn! The county magistrate, Li Ergu and others brought a large number of soldiers from the town to capture the bandits, and the stronghold was in danger. Task: resolve the village crisis and punish the county magistrate Li Ergu to obtain 1,000 luck points. The system rarely issues explicit commands, and this is the first time Shang Xiaojiu realized that the difficulty of this mission was different from usual ones. In order to catch them all in one fell swoop, the county magistrate had probably made full preparations. But it's also pretty good. You can get luck points by completing the tasks, which is like pie in the sky. She looked solemn and tugged at Shen Yulong's sleeve. When I was looking for a horse, I heard passers-by chatting. It was estimated that the county magistrate would take action today. We must go back quickly and arrange these things quickly. When the county magistrate leads people up the mountain, Yunqing village must be turned into Yunqing escort agency. After saying that, Shang Xiaojiu suggested that the two of them ride back on horseback, which could save a lot of time. 1,000-mile horse can travel 1,000 miles a day. Chen Yulong climbed onto the horse swiftly and elegantly, riding on it with great vigor and vitality. He stretched out his hand towards Shang Xiaojiu. She held his hand, and her soft fingertips rubbed the calluses on his palms, which moved her heart. Xiaoyu carried the two through the forest, the dust flying under the horse's hooves, and soon they returned to the mountain village. Yun Qingfeng made a new plaque. The plaque was hung with red silk, and the 4 characters, Yunqing Escort Agency, were written in a flourish, quite elegant. He stepped on a wooden stool, holding the plaque in his hand and preparing to hang it on the door. Chen stood at the door, guiding him in the direction. A little to the left. Yes, this is straight. Okay. Yun Qingfeng jumped down from the wooden stool. Seeing that he was sweating profusely, Chen took out the embroidered handkerchief in her arms and handed it to him. Wipe it. Hey, okay. This handkerchief was a close-fitting item, and it also carried the elegant fragrance of a woman. He felt his face a little hot, like a fire burning from his heart. Fortunately, Yun Qingfeng had been exposed to the wind and sun all year round, and his skin was dark, so people could not see any clues. The sound of horse hooves came closer and closer, and Yun Qingfeng immediately came out of his romantic mood and looked back vigilantly. He saw a handsome white horse carrying 2 people slowly coming, with clouds and mist behind it. The man was handsome and the woman was delicate, a perfect match from afar. Yun Qingfeng smiled and said to Chen, "My second brother and Jew girl are more and more compatible. I think we will have a wedding soon." Chen also saw them riding a horse together. Her face was a little unnatural. She lowered her eyes. "Xiaojiu is still young. Let's not consider marriage." He heard the reluctance in Chen's tone and thought that Chen still had prejudices against bandits. When he was about to explain, Shen Yulong and Shang Xiaojiu had already arrived in front of him. The 2 men got off their horses, and Shen Yulong handed the escort flag to Yun Qingfeng. "Brother, we have reached an agreement with Dr. Chen. Today, we will put all the herbs into boxes, and then we will select a few brothers to carry the herbs down the mountain and escort them to Yong'an Hall. We need to move faster. The county magistrate will probably bring people here soon. They must take the initiative to stop the gossip." Yun Qingfeng summoned the people in the mountain stronghold and selected 10 brothers with strong bodies and high martial arts values to escort with them. When Shang Xiaojiu came out of Yong'an Hall, Dr. Chen handed her a list, which contained the herbs needed by Yong'an Hall. She took a few people to the medicinal field to collect herbs, and soon filled 5 large boxes. The men carried the boxes, put them on the wooden board, and tied the wooden board and the horse together with ropes. Shen Yulong couldn't help feeling distressed when he saw this. It was a pity that such a good horse had fallen to the point of pulling goods for others. It was unknown what happened this time. Chen was left in the village. Shang Xiaojiu followed the escort team and asked Yun Qingfeng and others to call for the escort, when they were walking on the mountain road. The Yunqing escort agency is escorting the convoy. Heroes, please make way. Yun Qingfeng shouted, a little puzzled. Girl Ju, why are you shouting this? There are thieves on the mountain roads. All escort agencies will arrange everything in advance to ensure that the escort road is unobstructed. The slogan just now was shouted to the bandits. If there are bandits who have received benefits, they will not come to rob the escort after hearing this slogan. Of course, we are just putting on a show. I'm worried that the county magistrate will not believe it easily, so every step must be prepared. Hearing this, Yun Qingfeng was immediately happy. Hey, we are the thieves in this mountain, so isn't it shouting slogans to ourselves? Interesting. Shang Xiaojiu looked at him amusedly and said, Brother Yun, the highest level of deceiving people is selflessness. You must always remember that you are not a bandit. If you can deceive yourself, you can deceive others. Don't worry, girl Ju, we will definitely not drag our feet. After Yun Qingfeng finished speaking, he called on the brothers behind him to shout loudly for the escort. Uniform shouts echoed in the valley. A group of birds were startled by the deep sound. They flapped their wings and fled from the forest. Shang Xiaojiu and his party met the officers and soldiers led by the county magistrate at the foot of the mountain. When Li Ergu saw that the leaders were Shang Xiaojiu and Shen Yulong, he was so angry that his teeth itched. He pointed and shouted, Sir, catch them! They want to escape! The county magistrate narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and the officers and soldiers surrounded them. The escort team was surrounded. Shen Yulong pulled the reins. He sat on the horse with his back straight, looking at the officers and soldiers with deep eyes. He bowed and smiled faintly. Sir, I wonder what crime I have committed that requires such a large force? The county magistrate sneered. Of course we have to suppress the bandits. The mother and daughter of the merchant are in league with the bandits, so they are also guilty. I will eliminate this harm for the people today. Come, catch them. Let's see who dares to move. Yun Qingfeng carried the flag of the Yunqing escort agency and leaped in front of the crowd. He held the flagpole horizontally in front of him with a cold look on his face, and he had the momentum of a man standing alone against 10,000 men. The officials had suffered losses at his hands before, and their bodies were still aching. Seeing this, they retreated and did not dare to step forward for a while. Waste! You are all a bunch of waste! I let you go! Are you deaf? Just when the official was forced to take action, Shang Xiaojiu stepped forward. She unfolded the escort flag in Yun Qingfeng's hand and said loudly, Sir, there are no bandits here. The Yunqing escort agency has always been in the escort business. We went down the mountain today to escort the convoy. Sir, please don't arrest the wrong people. Good people. Li Ergu seemed to have heard a funny joke. He pointed at Shang Xiaojiu and others and said, What kind of good people are you? Who in Anyang village doesn't know Yunqing village? You become an escort agency with a broken flag? How funny. Sir, don't listen to her. Arresting people is more important. Arresting people without checking clearly? Is this your style of handling cases? We are indeed escorting the convoy. The boxes at the back are the goods we want to transport. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Shen Yulong spoke in a light tone and leaned sideways, as if to let them check as much as they wanted. The county magistrate looked at the big boxes and asked, What's in them? They are all some medicinal herbs, which are to be transported to Yong'an Hall. Our Yunqing escort agency has a 10-year contract with Yong'an Hall. If you doubt the origin of our escort agency, you can accompany us on the road. As he said that, Shen Yulong took out a contract from his arms, which was the herbal contract signed with Dr. Chen. The master took the contract and handed it to the county magistrate. When he saw it, his face changed. Sir, we are all law-abiding civilians, and we are also doing a decent business. There is no law in our dynasty that does not allow escorting, right? Shang Xiaojiu hooked his lips and took the initiative. Now it was the county magistrate and Li Ergu's turn to be dumbfounded. Shang Xiaojiu and his team were too well prepared, and they couldn't find any loopholes for a while. Li Ergu was unwilling to give up. He continued, Sir, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know if we can convict them next time. Anyway, except for the people from Yunqing village, everyone else present was their own people. As long as the county magistrate said one word, they would be nailed to the point that they were bandits. Who would dare to object? Shang Xiaojiu saw his intention and reminded him, Sir, Dr. Chen of Yong'an Hall is still waiting for us to transport the goods. If you don't see our people at noon, you will know that something has happened to us. If you want to distort the facts, we admit it. There are hundreds of people in the escort agency, At most, they will end up being unjustly killed. But can you stop the people from talking about it? Yes, if something happened, Dr. Chen of Yong'an Hall would be the witness. They couldn't silence other people who knew about the matter just to get rid of Shang Xiaojiu. The county magistrate was one step behind. He hated them very much, but he couldn't do anything about them. Seeing that the county magistrate showed signs of loosening, Li Ergo was anxious and prepared to continue lobbying. Sir, don't listen to her. We can't let them lead us by the nose. If you listen to her, how can you save face? Master, what do you think? The county magistrate ignored Li Ergo and turned to ask the master he trusted. The master pondered for a moment and whispered, Sir, I think arresting them at this time will give people a reason to criticize them. After all, this is not arresting one person, but arresting hundreds of people. If it is not done well, it will damage your reputation. Although he was a dog official, he still wanted to save face. Sir, as long as you have the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. The master was the county magistrate's military advisor. When there was a major incident, the county magistrate would obey his opinions. Now that he had such an analysis, he had no other ideas and just wanted to withdraw his troops quickly and go back to the mansion to sleep. The county magistrate thought about it and said, Okay, it's all a misunderstanding, let's go. Sir, you can't just leave like this if you leave like this. Before Li Ergo could finish his words, he was kicked by the county magistrate. The county magistrate said with disgust, Shut up, it's none of your business. The kick landed right on Li Ergo's injured spot and he howled in pain. Luck value from Li Ergo plus 50. Luck value from Li Hao. The county magistrate led a group of people back in defeat, and the system's prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Great. The task is completed. Shang Xiaojiu smiled with curved lips, her eyebrows curved. She looked at the balance of her luck value, and suddenly felt that she was starting to get rich again. Shang Xiaojiu and Shen Yulong safely delivered the herbs to Yong'an Hall. Dr. Chen came up and looked behind them. Shang Xiaojiu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Don't worry, Dr. Chen. The county magistrate has left. From today on, we are no longer wanted criminals, but a legitimate escort agency doing business. You don't need to worry so much. He breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the tears from his forehead with his sleeve. Seeing that these people looked at her with a smile, as if they were making fun of him, he immediately said seriously, I am cautious, not afraid. Yes, we didn't say you were afraid, Dr. Chen. One hand pays, the other hand delivers the goods. You count these herbs. If there is no problem, we can also call it a day. Shang Xiaojiu motioned for him to inspect, but Dr. Chen didn't think so. He always felt that he was a shield, and the pressure to deliver the herbs was an excuse. He didn't think Shang Xiaojiu would send him the herbs he needed, so he casually went up to check it out. Who knew that when the box was opened, Dr. Chen was stunned. They are all the herbs needed by Yong'an Hall, and these herbs cannot be bought in the next town. Dr. Chen was delighted. Great, the quality of these herbs is very good. It can be seen that the people who cultivated them spent a lot of effort in them. Being praised, Yun Qingfeng raised his head with a little pride. Yes, it is because the brothers in our village learned from Miss Shang that we have such a good harvest. Dr. Chen, if you need anything in the future, just tell us. We will definitely arrange it for you. That's great. Everyone must be tired all the way. Come into the house and rest for a while. I'll pour you a cup of tea. How about it? Dr. Chen was in a very good mood. Shang Xiaojiu admired his mentality, which changed too quickly. Now he is not as gloomy as before, but it's good this way. A long-term cooperation has been reached with Yong'an Hall. In the future, the escort agency's business will come one after another, so she won't worry about the brothers in Yunqing village having a bad life. The group drank a cup of tea at Dr. Chen's house and prepared to go back. Chen was still in the village, so Shang Xiaojiu followed them up the mountain. Along the way, the brothers were in high spirits. They now felt that in addition to robbing, they could still do other things, such as the herbal medicine business, which they also succeeded in. What lies ahead of them is not a dead end, and they will have more choices in the future. Seeing the performance of the brothers, Shen Yulong was also sincerely happy. Since he came to Yunqing village, he has always wanted to change the status quo in the village, but he didn't know how to do it. Unexpectedly, Shang Xiaojiu just pointed out a way, and there was such a significant change. How could he not be happy? The two walked side by side, and Shen Yulong whispered to Shang Xiaojiu, Miss Shang, thank you. Shang Xiaojiu responded and said, You don't have to thank me. Helping you is also helping myself. Besides, the evil thief Chen Ergu came for me. To put it another way, Yunqing village was actually implicated by me. She knew very well that Chen Ergo had a vengeful personality, so she thought he would definitely take action. Thinking of this, Shang Xiaojiu lowered her eyes, with something on her mind, and didn't talk much along the way. Several people returned to the village. Chen helped the cook prepare a table of meals. Seeing that they were all back, she was relieved. "Are you okay? Is everything going well?" Shang Xiaojiu took Chen's arm and said with a smile, "Mom, it's okay. We can go home early tomorrow morning." Chen was slightly stunned. Her eyes unnaturally passed through Yun Qingfeng, who was also looking at her. She moved her eyes away and said, "Mom's things are packed and we can leave at any time." Miss Shang, you saved us all, so stay a few more days." Yes, if you leave, we will all be reluctant to let you go." "Second in command, say something. If you speak, Miss Shang will definitely be willing to stay for a while." The young men liked the cheerful and intelligent Shang Xiaojiu from the bottom of their hearts, and wanted to keep her sincerely and enthusiastically. She looked at the sincere smiling faces and was moved. Amid the noise of everyone's booing, Yun Qingfeng pushed Shen Yulang. "Second brother, if you don't say anything, she's going to leave." Shen Yulang was helpless, thinking that his elder brother was really something. The emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was, and he was not afraid of embarrassing Miss Shang. "I'll take you down the mountain tomorrow. It's not safe for you and Aunt Chen to go down the mountain. I don't know what Li Ergu will come up with to deal with you." As soon as he said this, Yun Qingfeng, who was drinking tea, almost choked on the tea. Second brother is really not good enough. He obviously likes the girl, but he doesn't want to keep her, and he has to take her down the mountain in person. Alas, Jew girl is gone, and he can't see his sweetheart anymore. Yun Qingfeng was very lonely and kicked stones in the corner. Shang Xiaojiu saw it, avoided the sight of others, walked to his side, stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder. "Brother Yun, you won't give up so easily, will you? In fact, after my father died, my mother has been a widow and has never thought of finding another person, but I know my mother's personality. It's not that she doesn't know how to love, but she dares not to love. I can see that she doesn't hate you. If she doesn't like you, she will never approach you." Yun Qingfeng's eyes lit up. "Jew girl, what you mean is, anyway, I'm not that kind of unenlightened daughter. If mother can find her ideal person, I will be happier than her." Shang Xiaojiu gave Yun Qingfeng a reassurance. He nodded heavily and made up his mind. "Jew girl, don't worry. I will definitely stick to it. You will be my real daughter in the future." "Brother Yun, don't talk so early. Whether you can chase my mother depends on your own ability. Jew girl, let me discuss with you. We can't mess up the generations. You can call me uncle from now on. Otherwise, if I want to chase your mother, you call me brother again. Wouldn't it be a mess?" It was a long-term idea, but because of this, Shang Xiaojiu knew that Yun Qingfeng was serious about his mother, and he didn't care about a name, so he nodded immediately. "Okay, don't think I'm old for calling you uncle." The crisis was resolved, and a celebration banquet was held in the village. A bonfire was lit in the yard, and young men and women came out of their homes and contributed all the precious food in their homes, including goat milk, baked flatbreads, and wild boar meat, for everyone to enjoy together. They held hands and danced around the bonfire. The flickering firelight reflected their smiling faces, which made people happy to see them. Shang Xiaojiu stayed away from the excitement, holding a bundle of grass to feed Xiaoyu. She touched Xiaoyu's mane and said gently, "You've worked hard today. You must follow Brother Shen in the future. He is a good man and will treat you well." The next morning, Shen Yulong sent Shang Xiaojiu and her daughter down the mountain and sent them home safely. He happened to see Lu Jing at the door. He was wearing thin clothes, and there were many patches on his blue shirt. He didn't know how long he had been waiting here. The loose hair on his forehead was wet by the damp mist. "Lu Shukai, why are you here?" "Miss Shang, are you and Auntie okay?" Lu Jing had been studying at home these days. It was not until yesterday, when Wang's medicine was finished and he went to the town to buy medicine, that he learned about the change in the Shang family. Miss Shang and Aunt Chen both became wanted criminals. She was very anxious at the time, so she came to the door of the Shang family to wait for news, and waited for a day and a night. "It's okay. The county magistrate can't come to trouble us anymore. You can rest assured." Shang Xiaojiu comforted Lu Jing, and Lu Jing was relieved. But then he blamed himself again. He thought that Miss Shang had helped them so much and she was in trouble, but he could only wait at the door, just to have peace of mind. Apart from that, there was nothing he could do. A scholar is useless. Shen Yulong, who was standing aside, saw the two of them talking happily. His face was as dark as lacquer, and he glanced at Lu Jing with cold eyes. He didn't understand why such a weak scholar should be associated with him. So Shen Yulong sourly interrupted the conversation between the two without leaving a trace. "I escorted you all the way down the mountain. You should also buy me a cup of tea." The inappropriate words made Lu Jing pay attention to the young man in plain clothes standing next to the merchant girl. He saw that he was graceful and handsome. Although he was dressed simply, he couldn't hide his unusual momentum. This kind of momentum, Lu Jing went to Beijing to take the exam 3 years ago, and he had seen it on some dignitaries in the prosperous Kyoto. Now he had this feeling again, and looked at Shen Yulong with a scrutinizing look. Shen Yulong noticed his inquiring gaze, and without dodging or avoiding it, he allowed him to look at him openly. Shang Xiaojiu didn't notice the turbulent situation between the two. He just frowned, snorted, and disparaged Shen Yulong. "I am a poor girl. How can I afford good tea to treat you? Besides, do you know how much business I have lost while I was in the mountains these few days? I am being magnanimous by not asking you to compensate me. I don't want to argue with you." Shang Xiaojiu felt heartbroken when she thought about how no one would take care of the fish pond and how she would have to spend more effort to feed them. Chen Yulong raised his eyebrows and said naturally, "Okay, you go up the mountain to be my wife, not to mention any business losses. The whole mountain will be yours. How about it? Miss Shang is smart and will not do business at a loss. This business should be done?" Shang Xiaojiu blushed and glared at him. Bah, you want me to be your wife. You want to find a free laborer, right? Let me help you manage the medicine field, and I won't get paid. I won't be fooled." They talked back and forth, arguing with each other. However, Lu Jing keenly realized that their relationship was not ordinary. Only people who are very familiar with each other can speak without scruples in front of each other, without worrying about saying the wrong thing or having nothing to say. Miss Shang was polite and courteous to him, but there was always a gap between them that could not be crossed. Thinking of this, Lu Jing's eyes dimmed. Chen saw through the children's thoughts and came out to smooth things over. "Mr. Lu, is your mother in good health lately?" "Yes, she has felt much better after taking the medicine prescribed by Miss Shang. She can get out of bed and walk around." "That's good. We all live in the same village. If your mother needs help in the future, let her come to me. Don't stay at home alone and get sick." Lu Jing was grateful. "Thank you, Aunt Chen. I will talk to my mother." Chen smiled gently and said that she would not interfere with the young people's conversation. She went to prepare the food first and asked Lu Jing to stay for dinner. "Aunt Chen, I got the news yesterday and came here in a hurry. I didn't go home all night, and my mother would be worried. I am relieved that you are all okay, so I will go back first." Hearing that Lu Jing had been waiting here all night, Shang Xiaojiu couldn't help but look up at him. Seeing that he didn't look well, he didn't know what he felt in his heart. "Mr. Lu, actually, the most important thing for you right now is to prepare for the imperial examination. How can you delay it for such things? I would feel really bad if you ruined your health because of this." Shang Xiaojiu is optimistic about Lu Jing. A person as pure and filial as him will definitely achieve something in the future. If he failed the imperial examination because of her, he would have to wait another 3 years. 3 years after 3 years. How many 3 years can a person wait? Lu Jing stared at her. He didn't know what he was thinking at the time. He was just worried that something might happen to her, and that he would never see her again. But he couldn't tell Miss Shang about these concerns. She was such a wonderful girl. Lu Jing was reluctant to put any burden on her because of his feelings. Lu Jing smiled and said, "Nothing. I just didn't review my lessons for 1 day. I'll catch up when I get back. Miss Shang, I'll go back first. You'd better be careful." After seeing Lu Jing off, Shen Yulong stayed and had a meal in a shameless manner. In the county government office, Li Ergu knelt in the hall, crying bitterly to the county magistrate like a happy dog. "My lord, I, Li Ergu, dare to say that I am loyal to you, and I have worked hard for you until my death. I have no second thoughts. It's just that there was a small mistake in the process." The master said sarcastically, "Is this a small mistake? You have instigated you twice, and you didn't get any benefits both times. Now you have become the laughingstock of the whole town. Where can you let your lord put his face? Every time you swear that you can eradicate Yongqing village and the mother and daughter of Shang Jia, you fail. I really suspect that you are deliberately playing with you, lord." Li Ergu was frightened by these words and sweated profusely. He hurriedly explained, My lord, I have no second thoughts about you. It's the mother and daughter of Shang Xiaojiu who are too difficult to deal with. Otherwise, how could you not eradicate a small Yongqing village? The successful suppression of bandits is also your political achievement. You may even be promoted because of it. I am doing this entirely for your sake. The county magistrate was annoyed. He bought his position, and the money he extorted from the people was enough for him to squander for the rest of his life. Why should he even try? Isn't it a joke to follow a gangster like Li Ergu to suppress bandits? Okay, I know you are sincere, but if you really want to be loyal to me, you might as well find a few more beauties for me to enjoy, and forget about the others. Master, prepare my clothes quickly. I want to go to Yihongyuan tonight to have some fun and get rid of the bad luck of these days. When Li Ergu heard this, he came up with another vicious plan in his mind. Sir, I know where there are beauties. Isn't Chen a ready-made one? Although she has been married and is no longer a virgin, she has a beautiful face and is one of the most beautiful women in Anyang village. It was only after Li Ergu reminded him that the county magistrate noticed Chen's beauty. She had a pretty face, willow-shaped eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. Not only in Anyang village, but even in the town under his jurisdiction, there was no woman prettier than her. The county magistrate was inspired and laughed in a very obscene way. Well, you dog are still useful at the critical moment. Li Ergu flattered him. I am your man, and I will do whatever you tell me to do without any hesitation. You go and think of a way to bring Chen back to me. The county magistrate was a real dog. He wanted the beauty but didn't want to do it himself, so he pushed the matter to Li Ergu and instructed him. Don't get anyone killed. I don't want any trouble later. Li Ergu immediately said, Don't worry, sir. I will help you get the beauty. Cow had a hard time at home these days. The old lady disliked her for being lazy and eating too much. She lost all the family fortune left by her son, so she had a lot of complaints about her. Cow also felt aggrieved, thinking that she had taken good care of her mother-in-law since her husband died, but in the end she got nothing in return. Moreover, she didn't spend money recklessly. She just bought some jewelry for Qiao Qiao, and yet she was talked about. Qiao Qiao is almost 16 years old, and it is time for her to get married. Besides, it is natural for girls to love dressing up. What's wrong with her buying silver hairpins and hairpins for her daughter? Cow herself was short of money and lived in poverty, so she began to envy others. For example, the sister-in-law who got pregnant before marriage and brought shame to her family is living a better and better life. I heard that a security company was set up recently, and they don't have to worry about money at all. The old lady felt that her own daughter was living a good life, so she became jealous and started finding fault with her in every way. I'm afraid the old woman is now regretting that when the family property was divided, she lived with her daughter-in-law instead of moving in with her daughter. Thinking of this, Cow became even angrier. She was indeed jealous of Chen. Why can other people live a prosperous life while she and her poor daughter can only live off the money left by her late husband? A stone rolled in front of Cow and hit her foot. She cried out in anger. Who hit me? Li Ergu came out from the darkness and said to her, Mrs. Cow, it's me. He was a well-known bully in the village. Even Mrs. Cow knew that he was not a good person, and she became alert immediately. Why did you come to me? Of course I'm here to fulfill your wish. I know you hate Chen and her daughter and envy her family's property. I have a way to let you get these properties, as long as you cooperate with me. Cow was obsessed with money. When she heard that she could seize the family property, she immediately lost all her vigilance. She asked coldly, What do you want me to do? I'll tell you straight out of the gate. The county magistrate has taken a fancy to your sister-in-law and wants to take her as his concubine. As long as you help him accomplish this, you will have wealth and glory. The county magistrate has taken a fancy to Chen, but she's a widow. Cow didn't believe it. Li Ergu sneered. So what? The county magistrate likes her because she is pretty. It's her ability. Someone like you. He hesitated and looked at her with strange eyes. Cow felt insulted. She pursed her lips and said hatefully, Someone like her, a woman cannot serve two husbands. I'm afraid she won't easily obey the county magistrate. So this requires your help. Li Ergu laughed arrogantly and took out the medicine powder wrapped in yellow paper from his arms. Take her out and talk to her in a secluded place, then put this in her tea. Don't worry about the rest. We will make arrangements. Cow knew that this drug must be a sleeping pill, and she was going to make Chen unconscious and then make the matter a fait accompli. Okay, I did this for you. Is there any benefit? You should at least give me something sweet. Although Chen was her enemy and the idea of harming her coincided with Liurgus, but helping others was different. You had to take responsibility, and if you were not careful, you would be blamed. She always has to have something in her hands to feel at ease. Liurgo had met his match and pointed at her with his hand. You are negotiating with me. Don't you know your sister-in-law's character? If she really becomes the county magistrate's person, she will not be able to survive. If she can't get over it and commits suicide, then your niece will only have you and your mother-in-law as family members. You can then take care of her and naturally take over her property. Is true. If Cao was persuaded, she would encourage other women in the village to pressure her by seniority. Would she still be afraid that the little bitch would not give her money? Okay, I'll help you. Just wait for my news. Shang Xiaojiu got up early in the morning to sell fish at the market. Chen wanted to go with him, but the girl was worried that her mother would be tired, so she asked her to rest at home. Before leaving, he said with a smile, Mom, don't worry. The fish today are big and fat and will sell quickly. Once they are sold out, I will finish work and come back early. Okay, you be careful. After Shang Xiaojiu left, Chen was drying herbs in the yard when the uninvited guests came. Oh, my sister-in-law is so hard-working. She is still busy at this time. Chen stopped what she was doing and looked up at her. She saw Cao dressed up beautifully and walked in front of her with a twisted waist. Since the last separation, Chen has not seen her sister-in-law again. This time she came in person. She must have had no good intentions. Chen wiped her hands on her apron and said with a smile, Sister-in-law is here? Come in and sit down. The house is a little messy and hasn't been cleaned up yet. Don't dislike it. Cao, contrary to her usual sarcastic look, said with a smile, Don't be polite. I came to you this time not for anything else, but for your Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu? What's wrong? Chen asked back puzzledly. Cao covered her mouth and laughed. It's like this. Isn't Xiao Xiao getting married? I asked the matchmaker in town to look at her family, but the matchmaker is a kind-hearted person. She knows that I have a niece, so she wants to help Xiaojiu find a marriage. I came here to tell you the good news this time. Talking about marriage, Chen didn't think that this sister-in-law was so kind to help her daughter find in-laws. Besides, Xiaojiu was still young, and she was reluctant to let her get married so soon. He refused immediately. Sister-in-law, thank you for your kindness, but Xiaojiu is not yet determined, so there is no need to rush. We can get to know each other slowly in the future. There is no rush. How could this be possible? If Chen refused, she would have no reason to ask her out again. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I heard that the matchmaker knows a lot of people, including dignitaries from the capital. If you miss this opportunity, you'll lose it. From the capital? Chen hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, then I'll go with you to take a look. Okay, that would be best if we could both get to know each other and find a suitable husband for our daughter. That would be the best. Cao's plan was half accomplished. She talked to her happily and even put her arm around Chen's arm, intimately, as if they had a very good relationship. Chen was not used to being so close to her, and always felt that her attitude today was very strange, not like her usual behavior. But as soon as she mentioned the capital, Chen wanted to go and take a look. She lowered her eyes and dodged her hand without leaving a trace. The two of them kept a certain distance. There is no time to lose. Let's set off early. Look, you said you weren't in a hurry? Now you're urging me to go. Don't worry, I'll do the job. I've already made an appointment with the matchmaker at the tea house at the entrance of the village so that we can drink tea and talk about dating. Chen didn't want to explain much, just go with what she said, and said, If I can really find a good marriage for Xiaojiu, don't worry, I will give you a big red envelope. Okay, I've taken to heart what my sister-in-law said. Don't go back on my word. The two of them walked out of the house as they spoke, with Cao leading the way. They turned around and came to the tea house at the corner. This place had been deserted for a long time, and there was no one within a radius of 10 miles. It was very remote. This tea house was also abandoned before. I don't know why there were two old men here today, setting up a stall to sell herbal tea. Chen found it strange, so she stepped forward and asked, Uncle, when did you start doing business here? There is no one here. You won't make much money selling herbal tea here? The old man replied, My two brothers just can't sit still at home, so we came out to sell herbal tea and plan to support ourselves. This stall is mobile. It may not be here tomorrow, so it's fate that we met. Today's tea money is free. My eldest brother and I will treat you to herbal tea. Is there such a good thing? Isn't the purpose of doing business to make money? Chen didn't understand their behavior, but Cao was smiling and said, "Sister-in-law, why do you care so much? You're lucky to have free herbal tea. You can save the money for tea later." Her sister-in-law's greedy personality remained the same as always. Seeing this, Chen shook her head helplessly. The two sat down in front of the wooden table. Cao took out the dry food she had brought with her, handed it to Chen, and said, "You must be tired after walking for so long. Eat something to fill your stomach?" "No, I'm not very hungry," Chen refused. Although she agreed to go out with her, it did not mean that she completely trusted her. She was still very vigilant and refused to eat anything Cao brought. She would even stay away from anything Cao touched to avoid being tricked. Just then, 2 bowls of herbal tea came up. The older grandfather said with a smile, "My 2 guests, if you think our herbal tea is delicious, please refer more business to us in the future, and it will be regarded as the payment for the tea." Chen had walked for a long time and her mouth was dry. She was indeed a little thirsty. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea. The coolness was refreshing and dispelled the heat in her heart. Before she knew it, she had finished a whole bowl. "Uncle, your herbal tea is very thirst-quenching. I believe it will be very popular if you open a shop in a crowded place." She made her suggestion sincerely, but she saw Cao's half-smile out of the corner of her eye, as if he was mocking her. Chen was suddenly shocked and had a bad premonition. Her head felt dizzy, and she began to feel dizzy. The person in front of her changed from 1 to 2, and she saw double. This tea, there is a problem." By the time Chen reacted, it was too late. She felt limp all over and didn't even have the strength to stand up. In a trance, she saw Cao smiling at her, looking very proud. "Don't blame me. It's your honor to be liked by the county magistrate." After hearing this, Chen couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Walked out of the jungle and asked the 2 old men selling herbal tea to put Chen into a sack. Then he praised her. "You are good. You actually thought of putting drugs in the herbal tea. Humph, as the saying goes, you are 1 step ahead. She has always been on guard against me, so she never eats any food I hand over. But she is not on guard against other people, so I not only put drugs in the dry food, but also in the herbal tea. With a 2-pronged approach, she can't escape from our grasp." Li Ergo clicked his tongue and said, "You did a great job on this matter. I will tell the county magistrate about your contribution. You just wait to receive the reward." After that, he and the men he brought with him put the sacks on the cart and covered them with vegetables so that they could be transported to the county magistrate's mansion without anyone noticing. At the same time, Shang Xiaojiu was selling fish at the market. She scraped the fish scales clean, according to the customer's needs. Suddenly she panicked, her hand shook and she cut her finger. Blood gushed out and she put it in her mouth, feeling a bad premonition in her heart. She always felt that something bad was going to happen. "Girl Jew, why are you standing here like an idiot? The guests are asking you questions, but you ignore them." A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Shang Xiaojiu looked up and saw Yun Qingfeng. She ignored the wound on her hand and grabbed his sleeve. "Brother Yun, Uncle Yun, when you came to town, did you go to my house to see my mother?" Yun Qingfeng nodded. "I went there, but there was no one at your house. Later, I asked the neighbors and they said she came to the market to sell fish, so I hurried over. By the way, where is your mother?" Shang Xiaojiu's face was pale, but he still asked repeatedly without giving up. "You said my mother is not at home." "Yes, what's wrong? Why do you look so ugly suddenly? What happened? There have been too many changes during this period of time. If my mother wants to go somewhere, she will definitely tell her in advance. She will not go out for no reason. Now she is not at home. Nothing will happen, right?" Shang Xiaojiu became more and more flustered. She said to him concisely, "Uncle Yun, my mother is not here. She came with me to sell fish. She will not leave home without permission. Someone must have taken her out." "Jew girl, don't worry. I think I know where she is. It must be that dog official who is unwilling to give up and catch her back. I will break into the county government again." Yun Qingfeng's face was as cold as ice, and his eyes were cold enough to kill people. Shang Xiaojiu also knew that they were kind to others. Except for the county magistrate, there was no one else who had a grudge. But they have already used the trick of catching someone in the prison cell for interrogation, and they should not repeat the same trick. What is wrong? Shang Xiaojiu pursed his lips and stopped Yun Qingfeng at the government office. "Uncle Yun, don't be impulsive. Let me think about it." Yun Qingfeng waited for a long time. Shang Xiaojiu was still thinking of countermeasures. He couldn't wait, so he asked, "Jew girl, what's going on? How long do we have to wait?" He felt that the county magistrate was a ruthless person, and Chen must have suffered all kinds of torture in his hands. Shang Xiaojiu frowned, and 17 or 18 ideas turned in her mind. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, "Let's go to the place where the county magistrate lives. If he really kidnapped my mother, it is very likely that he will not be locked up in the county government office. The most likely thing is that he will be locked up in his own home. Yes, why didn't I think of it? I know where that dog official lives. Let's go find him now." When Chen woke up, she was, still in the sack. Her mouth was blocked by cloth, her hands and feet were tied, and she couldn't move at all. She struggled to break free from the bondage, and her wrists were rubbed red by the hemp rope. Chen cried for help, but she was in a sack and no one could hear her cries. After a while, someone released her from the sack. There was some light in front of her. Chen sat on the ground in a very embarrassed state, and then she found herself in a yard. The square yard had a flower bed built in the corner, and many small flowers were planted on it. There were 2 strong men guarding Chen. She asked fearfully, "Where is this? Why did you bring me here?" "Shut up! If you want to live, be quiet." Chen was weak in nature. She was frightened and lost her mind. She didn't know what to do. With tears in her eyes, she closed her mouth and stopped talking. After a while, the county magistrate came out of the house, followed by the flattering Liurgu. When he saw Chen, his eyes were shining. "Sure, we got the person out." Liurgu chuckled. "That's right. We will not neglect the orders of the adults and will do it properly." "You, what did you bring me here for?" Seeing the county magistrate who had imprisoned her and sentenced her to a heavy sentence, Chen's heart trembled, and she began to be afraid unconsciously. This pitiful look made the county magistrate love her even more. He walked forward, squatted in front of her, and reached out to touch her face. "Oh, this little face is so smooth, like a peeled egg. The girls in Yihongyuan are far inferior to you." As he said, he moved closer and smelled her. His expression was very intoxicated. "It smells so good." Chen got goosebumps all over her body. What he wanted to do and what his purpose was were also clear at a glance. She shrank back with a cold face. "Don't touch me! You have a bad temper. Don't worry, young lady. You will be mine sooner or later. Someone, tell them that I want to take a concubine today." In order to prevent Chen from shouting, she was gagged again and taken to the guest room. She sat on the bed with her hands and feet tied. Her hair was messy and her mouth was scratched and bleeding. 2 maids came in with basins of water. After putting the basins down, they bowed to Chen and said respectfully, "Madam, let us help you wash up." Regardless of whether Chen was willing or not, they began to wash up for her. One of them was in charge of her hair, and the other was in charge of her face. They wiped her face with a wet towel, helped her tidy up her hair, and asked her if she was satisfied. Chen opened her eyes wide and made a whimpering sound from her throat. One of the maids suddenly realized, "Madam, your mouth is blocked. How can you answer us?" "Madam, I will help you take the cloth ball out of your mouth, but you have to promise me not to shout loudly, otherwise we maids will be punished." Cooperated very well and nodded desperately. After she could speak, she looked at them for help. "Please let me go. I have a family and even a daughter. I can't marry the county magistrate again. It's not right for me." The maids also sympathized with Chen, but they didn't have the courage to disobey the county magistrate, so they had to comfort her. "In fact, there is nothing wrong with following the master. At least you can eat delicious food, drink spicy drinks, have no worries about food and clothing, and don't have to worry about money. Madam, since you can't escape, you might as well accept your fate." Chen listened to their words and her face turned pale. She knew that she couldn't escape this time. She had already made up her mind that if she was going to be insulted by the county magistrate, she would rather bang her head against the wall and die. She wanted to die to prove her will and defend her reputation. It was just a pity for her daughter. If she died, Xiaojiu would be all alone in the world with no one to take care of her. Fortunately, everyone in Yunqing village liked her very much. Seeing that she was an orphan, they would take care of her and would not let her be bullied. The news that the county magistrate took a concubine soon spread throughout the town. Yun Qingfeng and Shang Xiaojiu were sitting in a tea house, listening to the guests at the next table, talking about this rare thing with a joking look on their faces. "Our county magistrate is a romantic and self-important man. He has countless confidants in Yihonglo. He has always played outside but never brought women into the mansion. This time he actually wants to take a concubine. I don't know how this concubine looks and whether she can tie the heart of the county magistrate. I think it's just a temporary novelty, He will get tired of it soon. I think this concubine will become a divorced woman soon. Hey, do you want to make a bet? I'll be the banker. Just bet on how long the county magistrate will favor this concubine. I bet no more than half a month. 1 month, 1 month. I'll pay a large sum of 1 or 2 taels of silver. Just bet 1 month. After a while, the tea house that was originally just for drinking tea instantly turned into a gambling house. Yun Qingfeng clenched the sword, his face was black and smelly, and the word fight was written on his face. Shang Xiaojiu glanced at him and advised him, Uncle Yun, we can't be impulsive before we have the exact information. Your mother is in his house. Why don't you let me break in? Don't you want to save your mother? Originally, the two men went to the door of the county magistrate's house and just heard the servants talking, and then they knew that the county magistrate wanted to take a concubine. Shang Xiaojiu immediately changed his mind and took Yun Qingfeng to the tea house. In a cup of tea, the news of taking a concubine spread. Uncle Yun, of course I want to save my mother, but don't you think it's strange? He kidnapped my mother. If he really wanted to do something, he could do it privately. Why did he tell the whole town so loudly, as if he deliberately let us know? I suspect that there is a trap in his house, waiting for you to fall into the trap. Shang Xiaojiu slowly said her guess. She thought that the county magistrate's brain should not be able to think of such a meticulous plan. But he had a shrewd master and Li Ergu around him to give advice, so it's hard to say. Why are you afraid of him? Don't you trust my martial arts? Last time I broke into the prison alone, and they couldn't do anything to me. I don't believe that a mansion can trap me. Confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence is arrogance. Shang Xiaojiu suddenly missed Shen Yulong a little. At least it was easy to talk to him, and he could understand what she meant. Her slender fingers tapped the table, making a dong-dong-dong sound. After a while, Shang Xiaojiu raised his eyes. 2 fists are no match for 4 legs. At that time, you were able to break into the county government office, partly because they underestimated the enemy. If there had been a detailed deployment, it would be uncertain who would win or lose. Uncle Yun, I have a way to rescue my mother from his house. Yun Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Jew girl, if you have a way, you should have told me earlier. You made me worry for so long. Tell me, is there anything I can do? Let's wait until the evening, when all the guests are present. The scene must be very chaotic. We can take this opportunity to slip in smoothly. Then what? Yun Qingfeng asked. Shang Xiaojiu touched her chin with her hand, her eyes flashed slightly, and said, Then we will steal my mother out of the house. In the evening, the sky was dotted with stars, and the moon buds climbed up the willow branches. The house was brightly lit, and the sound of stringed instruments and percussion instruments came from inside, which was very lively. The guests were drinking in the lobby, and the sound of frolicking came out. The county magistrate was wearing a bright red wedding dress. When he smiled, his face was not only full of wrinkles, but also full of fat, which made people feel sick. Shang Xiaojiu and Yun Qingfeng sneaked into the wedding banquet. They changed their appearance and disguised themselves, so even if they met the county magistrate's people, they would not be recognized for a while. The two of them sat at a banquet table in the corner, eating dishes silently, and many people came to toast them. Yun Qingfeng helped Shang Xiaojiu to block the wine without leaving a trace. Seeing this, Shang Xiaojiu took the opportunity to say ouch, pretending that she had a stomachache and said she wanted to find a toilet. Those enthusiastic guests also helped her show the way. After you go out, turn left, and you can see the toilet. Shang Xiaojiu lowered her voice and said thank you, and then walked out. She did not go to the toilet, but to find out where her mother was imprisoned. Because it was a concubine, there was no such link as the wedding ceremony. She thought that from the beginning when she was caught here to this moment, she should not have changed places. Damn it! This dog official's house has more than a dozen rooms, located in the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. His house covers a large area. If we search one room at a time, it will waste a lot of time. Shang Xiaojiu doesn't have much time. She must think of a way to quickly screen and determine the location of her mother as soon as possible. Just when Shang Xiaojiu was wandering aimlessly, she suddenly saw 2 green people walking over from a distance. They seemed to be holding food in their hands. She watched from a distance, and when she saw the 2 people approaching, she quickly dodged into the bushes on the side and lay in a hidden place to observe. What should we do if she doesn't eat? The master will definitely punish us as slaves. Ah, it's no wonder she is tied here and can't go out at all. We can't stand it. Forget it, we as maids can't control the master's affairs. Let's think of a way to let her eat some food. If the master sees that she hasn't eaten a single bite of food, we will be punished." The two sighed and walked forward. After a distance, Shang Xiaojiu walked out and followed them silently. It was very easy to find the place where Chen was. Shang Xiaojiu heard the voice of his mother. "Take it away, I won't eat. Madam, you should eat a little too. You won't have any strength in a while. You will be starved to death." Take it away, I don't want to eat. Take it away." Then there was the sound of smashing bowls and chopsticks, and the two maids were also driven out. They stood at the door, shook their heads, and persuaded a few more words. "Madam, as long as there is Green Mountain, even if there is no firewood, even if you want to leave here, you have to eat. I will ask the kitchen to make a portion later. Xiaoxie, let's go first." After they left, Shang Xiaojiu walked to the door and pushed it open. With a clang, a bowl fell on her legs. "I told you, I don't want to eat. Don't bother me." "Mother, it's me." Hearing Shang Xiaojiu's voice, Chen raised her head in surprise and really saw her good daughter standing in front of her. This was not an illusion. Chen stood up quickly. "Xiaojiu, how did you find this place? Are you injured?" Shang Xiaojiu shook his head. "Don't worry, Uncle Yun came with me. With him protecting me, I'm fine." After briefly exchanging the current situation, Shang Xiaojiu told his mother that they would definitely save her and asked her to take care of herself and not to go on a hunger strike again. "If you hurt the enemy by 800, you will lose 1,000 of your own. It is not very smart to protest by hurting yourself. If something happens to Chen, not only she, but other people will be sad. Okay, I will listen to you and eat well, but you have to be careful. I don't know what they are plotting this time. I always feel that they have a conspiracy." Shang Xiaojiu was also very clear about Chen's worries. She had thought of a way out, so she comforted her mother. "Don't worry, mother, we will definitely rescue you safely, and we won't get hurt." After promising all this, Shang Xiaojiu left the room. She has now determined the location, and then she will meet with Yun Qingfeng to exchange the information they have. Shang Xiaojiu returned to the banquet. At this time, Yun Qingfeng was forced to drink and was drunk. He kept competing with others in drinking. She couldn't help but frowned, worried that Yun Qingfeng would drink and make mistakes, and hoped that he would not get really drunk. So Shang Xiaojiu squeezed into the crowd, stood in front of Yun Qingfeng and said with a smile, "My uncle is drunk, his stomach is not very good, and he can't drink with you anymore." After that, she pretended to be very worried and wanted to pull him away, playing the role of a very obedient niece. Those people did not stop them, but felt that it was a bit disappointing to have one less person to drink. Shang Xiaojiu brought Yun Qingfeng out smoothly and asked worriedly, "Uncle Yun, are you okay? You are not really drunk, are you?" Yun Qingfeng, who had a misty look in his eyes just now, became clear the moment he opened his eyes, and he snorted. "These few glasses of wine are not enough to make me drunk. I just played with them and got some information out of them." Shang Xiaojiu breathed a sigh of relief. "Uncle Yun, you scared me to death, but did you find out anything?" Yun Qingfeng shook his head. "These people are all here for the wedding, and they are not very familiar with the county magistrate, so there is no useful information." "Okay, but it doesn't matter. I have found where my mother is." After finding the place where Chen was imprisoned, it would be much easier for Yun Qingfeng to rescue her. But Shang Xiaojiu's plan had just begun. The two left the banquet and found a secluded place to hide. The county magistrate and Li Ergu came out of the banquet. Li Ergu hunched over the county magistrate and spoke in a flattering manner. The voices of the two of them talking were not loud. Yun Qingfeng was a martial artist, so he could hear it clearly. The county magistrate complained that he had made such a big scene, but in the end, no one from Yunqing village came to rescue Chen, causing him to waste so much money on the banquet. He really lost both the wife and the army. Li Ergu nodded repeatedly. "Sir, I think they will definitely come. If they don't come now, they must be trying to save Chen. As long as they dare to come, they will definitely not escape the net we have set up. Then you can kill two birds with one stone and never have to worry again." "Okay, I will listen to you this time. If you dare to mess this up, watch out for your butt." Li Ergu's butt still hurts from the 50 strokes of the cane last time. He grinned and said hurriedly, "Don't worry, sir. This time it will be foolproof. And even if they don't come to rescue Chen, you will get a delicate beauty. This deal is not a loss." After saying this, the county magistrate's injustice calmed down a little. He snorted, "I want the beauty and I also want them to die. You have to do both for me." "Got it, sir." After the county magistrate left, Li Ergu breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead thinking that living with the emperor is like living with a tiger, saying the wrong thing will cause trouble, and his butt will be destroyed from time to time. But one thing is also very strange. Why has Shang Xiaojiu not made any movement? Logically, they should have discovered that Chen was missing a long time ago, and they should have been anxious and wanted to come to find her. But there was no movement at the county government. Even when they held such a big wedding, no one came to grab the bride. It was really strange. Just when Li Ergu felt that something was wrong, Yun Qingfeng quietly went around behind his head, raised his hand knife, and chopped at his neck very neatly. Li Ergu didn't even have the chance to shout for help. His eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down. Shang Xiaojiu walked out from behind the tree. She winked at Yun Qingfeng, and the other party understood. The two of them worked together to move Li Ergu into the room where Chen was. Chen was anxiously waiting for Xiaojiu to come, but she came back, and the head of Yunda also came, bringing the unconscious Li Ergu. What happened? Mother, don't worry about it. I have prepared some clothes. You go inside to change. We will leave soon. Chen did not dare to ask more questions. She nodded repeatedly, took the clothes prepared by Shang Xiaojiu for her into the inner room, pulled down the curtain, and began to change clothes. Then came the transformation of Li Ergu. Shang Xiaojiu squatted down and patted his face, saying, "This time, let's settle all the new and old grudges together. Enjoy the wedding night that is rare in your life." After that, Chen had changed her clothes and came out. The wedding dress was casually thrown on the ground. He asked Shang Xiaojiu to take her away first, and he would cover the back. After Shang Xiaojiu and the others left, Yun Qingfeng stripped Li Ergu's clothes, put on the bride's clothes, and then moved him to the bed when he was unconscious. Then he helped her cover the bride's veil. After doing all this, he left the room lightly. He did not go through the main door, but went to the wall of the yard and used his light skills to turn over and leave the yard. After meeting Shang Xiaojiu, the three of them returned to the mountain village overnight. At the same time, the county magistrate returned to the new house drunk. He was holding back a rage in his heart. He had bought off the killers in the rivers and lakes and ambushed here, but no one came at all. He also spent so much silver, all in vain. The county magistrate was money-hungry, so he had to comfort himself that at least he had a beauty to accompany him, which was not too bad. Thinking this way, he took advantage of the alcohol and stumbled to lift the curtain and looked at the bride lying on the bed. The bride was tied up and kept twisting her body. The county magistrate thought she wanted to run away, so he chuckled and said, "Don't be afraid, young lady. I'll come and lift the veil for you. Don't worry, I will love you well." As the county magistrate spoke, he lifted the red veil. Everyone was stunned when he saw it. The delicate bride disappeared for some reason, and Li Ergu was gagged, his hands and feet were tied, and he fell on the bed and struggled desperately. A feeling of nausea rushed to his head, and the county magistrate felt that all the wine he had drunk and the food he had eaten today would be vomited out. He hurriedly took out the cloth stuffed in his mouth and asked viciously, "Why are you here? Where is Chen?" Li Ergu could speak now and burst into tears. He cried and complained to the man with snot and tears. "I don't know what happened. I just went out and was knocked unconscious. Then I changed into the bride's clothes and saw the adults later. It must be Shang Xiaojiu and the others who did it. They are so vicious. They even took off my clothes." Li Ergu cried and looked like a wronged young wife. The county magistrate was so angry that he stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Ergu's collar and pulled him down. Li Ergu lay on the ground and the county magistrate kicked him twice. After the 2 kicks, he was still not satisfied and stepped on his face again. A shoe print appeared on his face and he cried and begged for mercy. "It's all your bad idea. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have spent so much money in vain. Now, even the young lady is gone." The most important thing is that the county magistrate was deeply hurt. Just imagine, he originally wanted to make love with a beautiful woman, but when he lifted the veil, he found that the woman was not what he said. Not only was the woman not what he said, but Li Ergu's wretched appearance made him feel sick. He didn't even want to look at him now. He just wanted him to get out. "Get out of here now, sir. I don't want to see you again." "Woo-woo, sir. It's not that I don't want to leave, but my hands and feet are still tied." Li Ergu showed his hands and feet to the county magistrate like an earthworm. The county magistrate sneered, "Figure out a way for you. It's best if you crawl out, otherwise I won't be able to get rid of this bad breath." After that, he left the room and ordered the servants outside not to help Li Ergu. So when Li Ergu came out of the county magistrate's house in the early morning of the next day, He was in a very embarrassed state. What was even more outrageous was that he was still wearing his wedding dress. When passers-by saw him, they looked at him with curious eyes and pointed at him. The fact that Li Ergu was driven out by the county magistrate spread all over the streets in an instant. People said that the county magistrate had that habit and he liked the south wind. Some people didn't believe it. Li Ergu looked like that, and no matter how hungry the county magistrate was, he would not be interested in him. Another group of people said with certainty, "We saw it with our own eyes. It can't be fake. Besides, the world is so big that there are all kinds of things. The county magistrate has not married yet. Maybe there is something else. Besides, if he went to marry a girl, why didn't he get married? Instead, he kept it secret. Isn't it strange?" One person spread 10, 10 spread 100, and through word of mouth among the people. A false thing, if it is told by too many people, becomes true. This news soon spread to Yongqing village, and everyone in the village laughed like crazy. They could all imagine the county magistrate's face now. He must be very unhappy. He not only failed to steal the chicken, but also lost the rice. Instead, he ruined his reputation. The county magistrate was a person who paid special attention to his face. Now that he had lost all his face, he would not do evil again in the short term. Shen Yulong slowly poured a cup of tea and said to Yun Qingfeng lightly, "Let Li Ergu dress up as a bride and spend the bridal chamber with the county magistrate. This idea must not be from my eldest brother. Nothing can be hidden from my second brother's eyes. It was indeed Juyato who taught me to do this. Fortunately, she was here this time, so I could rescue the person without any effort. Fortunately, the person is fine, just a little frightened. It's best to have a good rest in our place and don't move around." Shen Yulong saw what Yun Qingfeng was thinking. He said he was worried about Aunt Chen's health, but he actually wanted to take this opportunity to let Aunt Chen stay. He smiled faintly. "I have no objection to this. I believe that there is no problem with the brothers in the village. But brother, you are already an adult. If you like someone, just go up and ask. Why are you being so indecisive here?" Yun Qingfeng is strong in front of outsiders, but when it comes to emotional matters, he becomes timid and dares not move forward. She only has her daughter in her heart. I don't want to annoy her. I won't even see her in the future. Second brother, don't worry about this. Brother knows his limits. Shang Xiaojiu accompanied Chen in the room. In order to comfort his mother's frightened mood, he specially made a bowl of tea to calm her. After his mother drank it, he began to ask about what happened on the day of the accident. Chen omitted the matter of finding a husband for her. She only said that Tao asked her out and said that there was something important to discuss. She didn't have time to wait for Shang Xiaojiu to come back, so she went out with her. As a result, this vicious woman put a drug in the herbal tea. Chen fainted after taking a sip. When she woke up, she was already in the county magistrate's house. After knowing the whole story, Shang Xiaojiu was so angry that her teeth itched. This second aunt was really too much. It was fine if she targeted her at other times, but now she set her sights on her mother. It was really intolerable. Shang Xiaojiu felt that he had been too kind to her before, which made her worse. If he didn't punish her well this time, people around him might be implicated next time. Chen didn't know what his daughter was thinking. He was just worried that the county magistrate would come to her again. He is an official. If he didn't succeed this time, there will be a next time. We are just ordinary people. How can we fight against him? Chen shed tears as she spoke. She felt that she was a burden to her daughter. Shang Xiaojiu saw this and comforted her quickly. There are laws under the feet of the emperor. He is just a small 9th-rank county magistrate. I don't believe he can cover the sky with one hand here. Mother, you are right. Don't be afraid of him. I will find a way and won't let him harass you again. Having said that, Chen had a nightmare that night and talked nonsense all night long. Shang Xiaojiu was worried about her and could only stay by her bedside. The next morning, Shang Xiaojiu looked haggard, and it was obvious that she didn't sleep well. Shen Yulong came to find her and gave her buns bought in town. There is nothing edible on the mountain. I sent people to bring these from the foot of the mountain. You and your aunt can use them. You can stay here temporarily for the next few days to prevent the county magistrate from coming to seek revenge. When the storm is over, I will send someone to take you down the mountain. Shang Xiaojiu took the steaming hot buns and smiled bitterly. This mountain seems to have become my second home and a refuge. Something happens every now and then and I have to hide here. It's the fault of that dog official. He is narrow-minded, unkind, and makes things difficult for you everywhere. It's not easy for you and your aunt, two weak women, to do this. It doesn't matter. The brothers on the mountain have some kung fu in their hands. If the county magistrate really comes to the mountain to ask for people, we will protect you and will not hand you over. Certainly believed what Shen Yulang said, but it was not a long-term solution. She thought about it for a while and felt that unless her mother remarried and had a family, the county magistrate would not be able to take her back as a concubine. If the county magistrate insisted on doing what he wanted to do, then everyone in Anyang village could drown him with a spit. He was so proud that he would never be scolded for the sake of Chen. The more Shang Xiaojiu thought about it, the more she felt that this method was feasible. After much thought, she found that the only suitable candidate was Yun Qingfeng. She could see that Yun Qingfeng loved her mother deeply, and her mother did not hate him, and even had some good feelings for him. It was just that due to the constraints of etiquette, her mother was reluctant to take this step. Shang Xiaojiu wanted to give her a push, but he was afraid that he could not do it relying on his own strength. She looked at Shen Yulang with a smile and hooked a finger at him. I have a way to kill two birds with one stone. I wonder if Brother Shen is willing to help me. Shen Yulang curled his lips and smiled, shaking his head slightly. Shang Xiaojiu always has some unexpected methods in his mind. He was not surprised to hear it now. He just shrugged and said, Okay, I'm all ears. Shang Xiaojiu's method was very simple, which was to match Chen and Yun Qingfeng together. Shen Yulang nodded. If my eldest brother can really be with your mother and achieve a happy marriage, I will be happy to see it happen. However, the key person is not my eldest brother, but Aunt Chen. I know this. It is precisely because mother has old-fashioned ideas that I have to ask you for help. Shang Xiaojiu followed up his words and continued. In fact, it is very simple. As long as we trick mother to the mountain, she will be alone in the mountain and don't know the way and get lost, and then we arrange for the boss to rescue her, a hero saving a beauty. I don't believe mother will not be tempted. Shen Yulang raised his eyes and said, If I remember correctly, eldest brother, the first time I met your mother, I was a hero saving a beauty, but it had the opposite effect. Will this trick work? The situation is different now. Whether it works or not, we will know after we give it a try. As the sun sets, Chen is busy in the kitchen. When she came to Yunqing village, she rushed to work, and the original cook could only help her. Shang Xiaojiu walked in quietly and called out Mother. Chen was blanching water and was startled. The spoon almost fell into the boiling water. She patted her chest and said with lingering fear, Xiaojiu, what's wrong? What do you want to talk to Mother about? Mother, Uncle Yun is injured. What? Chen frowned and raised her voice unconsciously. After saying only one sentence, she felt that she had overreacted. She lowered her eyes and asked steadily, How did he get injured? This reaction, Shang Xiaojiu couldn't help but curl up the corners of her lips. It seemed that her mother was not completely indifferent to Uncle Yun. She felt more confident about her plan and coughed. How else could he get injured? Uncle Yun saved you many times. He fought alone and faced so many officials alone. It was inevitable that he would get injured. Men like to hold on. I just found out about it when Brother Shen came to me and asked me to find some herbs to treat external injuries. Unfortunately, the medicine for wounds was used up. Mother, come with me to pick some. Shen Yulang hid in the dark, watching the little girl in the house coaxing her mother. She was so excited, but she didn't change her expression or heartbeat when she told lies. She looked serious. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and curl his lips slightly. What a little liar. Chen wiped her hands and said, Let's go now. The medicinal field covers an area of more than 10 miles in the mountain. Shang Xiaojiu exaggerated Yun Qingfeng's injuries and asked Chen to pick more herbs. She went to the other end of the medicinal field to pick some other herbs. Chen didn't doubt him and believed her daughter. She only told her, Xiaojiu, be careful. I know, Mother. Shang Xiaojiu didn't go far. She met Shen Yulang in the woods and began to talk about the next plan. When it gets dark, you stay here to take care of my mother, and I'll go find Uncle Yun. Are we going too far? Shen Yulang thought that his elder brother would know that he was being teased, and he would still tease him with such a thing. He didn't know how to be angry. Besides, the two of them were only willing to get together. What if Aunt Chen didn't want to? Wouldn't that mean that Big Brother would lose all his face? He hesitated, wondering whether he should call off the plan. Shang Xiaojiu noticed that he was thinking of backing out, and immediately said, No, we have come this far. How can we back off? I am doing this for my mother's happiness, and you are doing this for your big brother. We are doing good things. It was late at night, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. In the Yunqing escort agency, Yun Qingfeng was wiping his sword with a cloth. and Shang Xiaojiu rushed in. She ran and shouted, and she was out of breath. "Uncle Yun! Uncle Yun! My mother! My mother!" Yun Qingfeng stood up immediately before he finished listening and said seriously, "Jew girl, don't worry. What happened to your mother?" "My mother went to the medicinal field to collect herbs. I was following her, and then I happened to have something to do, so I left for a while. When I turned back, my mother was gone. I looked all over the mountain, but I couldn't find her. What should I do? Uncle Yun, will my mother be in danger?" Shang Xiaojiu said anxiously, and a few tears fell at the right time. Anyone who saw her like this would think it was real, and would not think it was acting. When a gust of wind passed by her, there was no figure of Yun Qingfeng in front of her, and she scratched her nose proudly. "Come on, the plan worked. There is a good show to watch next." Yun Qingfeng wanted to find his second brother to take the people from the escort agency to look for Chen together, but it was very strange tonight. There was no strong man in the escort agency. The ones left were the old, weak women and children. When asked, they said that the second in command took people out and they didn't know where they went. He was anxious and had no time to think, so he had to go alone. The forest was deserted. Yun Qingfeng was holding a tinder in his hand, and he was galloping all the way. On the other side, Shang Xiaojiu took a shortcut and arrived at the medicinal field one step ahead. Seeing that her mother was still picking herbs in the same place, she couldn't help but sigh that her mother was too easy to deceive. She called her mother and attracted Chen's attention. "Xiaojiu, what's wrong?" "Mom, it's bad. Uncle Yun is in trouble." Chen frowned, and her beautiful face was stained with worry. "Isn't he recuperating in the house? What's going on?" Shang Xiaojiu stammered. "It's all my fault. I'm too talkative. Tell me slowly, what's wrong?" Seeing her daughter so flustered, Chen also had a bad premonition in her heart. When she thought of Yun Qingfeng's accident, she was very confused. She couldn't understand the inexplicable emotions in her heart at all. She just felt anxious and tormented. "An hour ago, Brother Shen came to see me, and I chatted with him. Mother's body has always been weak and needs ginseng to nourish her. I just said that, but who knew that Brother Shen told Uncle Yun that Uncle Yun went to Yishantian to get ginseng for you? The cliffs there are steep and very steep. Uncle Yun was injured and fell down because he was exhausted." "What? Xiaojiu, take me there quickly." Chen was anxious, but she couldn't bear to blame her daughter. Her eyes were red with anxiety. "Okay, mother, come with me." Chen followed behind Shang Xiaojiu. She didn't know how long she had walked. She walked so much that her feet were rubbed with blood blisters. She endured the pain and just wanted to see that person as soon as possible. "Mom, mother is here. Where is Uncle Yun?" Following the direction pointed by Shang Xiaojiu's finger, Chen really saw Yun Qingfeng lying under the tree, motionless. She hurried over, knelt on her knees, and stroked his face with her bare hands. Her big and bright eyes were filled with tears, like a broken pearl chain, falling down continuously. In order to please her, this man shaved off his proud beard. Every time she was in danger, he would guard her like a god. Sometimes she didn't need words. Just looking at his tall figure, she felt extremely relieved. If she said she was not moved, it would be a lie. But it was such a person who got hurt for her again and again, and gave everything for her, but she could not give anything in return. At this moment, Chen suddenly understood a saying, "You can only know the depth of love when you are gone." She called his name in panic and choked, and made a promise for the first time. "Don't you like me? Don't you want to marry me? What's the point of lying like this? Get up! Get up! How can you pretend that nothing happened after doing so many things? How can you leave?" "Brother Yun, I promise you, as long as you wake up, I will agree to your marriage proposal." Before he finished speaking, the man who had lost all his breath lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the woman who was crying for him with a torch-like gaze. A hard barrier in his heart collapsed instantly, and his voice was dumb. "Jiao Jiao, is what you said true? Are you? Chen's crying stopped, abruptly. She looked at Yun Qingfeng in shock and helplessness. Yun Qingfeng was still immersed in the true feelings of his beloved. He was overjoyed. He held her hand. "Whether I am okay or not, you should ask them. Why don't you come out?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yulong put his arm around Shang Xiaojiu's waist and came down from the tree. He made a prompt decision. "Brother, this is not my fault. It was all her idea. I just did it." Shang Xiaojiu glanced at him, snorted, and whispered, "You are so disloyal that you actually betrayed me. There are urgent matters. I won't take the blame for this." The two whispered to each other, with the younger generation watching on the side. Chen blushed with shame. Thinking of what she had said before, she wished she could dig a hole to bury herself. She immediately retracted her hand and said angrily, "Who wants to marry you?" Yun Qingfeng knew her intention and acted bolder. "That won't do. Once you say something, it's like spilled water. You can't regret it." Chen sat up from the ground in a panic, her tone carrying a slight reproach. "Xiaojiu, how could you play such a big joke on Mother?" Shang Xiaojiu giggled. "Mother, this is called testing sincerity, and now it's out. I think there is no time to lose. Why not arrange the wedding for my mother and Uncle Yun as soon as possible? After the mountain village is converted into an escort agency, it should also be a lively wedding." "I think it's okay, brother. What do you think?" Yun Qingfeng was embarrassed at this time. He said, "We have to do it, but it must be done well. I can't let Zhao Zhao down. The 3 books and 6 ceremonies are all necessary. Third brother is still outside and hasn't come back yet. Wouldn't it be bad if we don't wait for him?" "Don't worry, brother. When things are settled, I will go to inform third brother. Leave this matter to me." Chen's face turned red to her ears. Her hands grabbed the hem of her clothes, turned her face to the side, and whispered, There is still work in the kitchen. I'll go back first." It was so late, there was no work in the kitchen. She was just looking for an excuse to slip away. Shang Xiaojiu thought that her mother was shy, and it was really difficult for her to reveal her true feelings in front of so many people, so she took the opportunity to say, "There is no rush. I will go back with Mother first, and we can discuss the marriage slowly." When the two of them walked away, the smile on Yun Qingfeng's face had not yet faded, and Chen Yulong bowed and said, "Congratulations to Big Brother for getting what he wished for. After you get married and start a family, you can't work as hard as before. You have to take care of the family." "You don't have to tell me that, but second brother, you were too cruel. Not only did you hit my head with something, but you also pressed my acupoints, you kid. Here they come. Reckoning begins." Chen Yulong was neither hurried nor anxious, just calm and composed. "Brother, after all I helped you. Besides, according to your skills, I pressed your acupoints, and they should have been opened long ago. You would have woken up when Aunt Chen came to find you, but you deliberately pretended to be unconscious. You wanted to hear more of Aunt Chen's inner thoughts? Hey, you really can't hide anything from your eyes. Don't tell anyone. Zhao Zhao is thin-skinned and can't listen to these." Okay, I get it. I will also handle the marriage according to the regulations, and I will definitely not let Aunt Chen down." Chen went back to the room and locked herself in it. Shang Xiaojiu felt that he had gone too far this time and was worried about the backlash, so he knocked on the door and came in, wanting to enlighten his mother. "Mom, I'm coming in." Without waiting for a response from the person inside, she pushed the door open and came in, only to find her mother holding a small box, sitting silently. "Mom, are you angry with me?" Chen came back to her senses and shook her head. "Silly girl, how could Mother blame you? Mother knows your feelings. You are thinking about me too. Xiaojiu, come and sit down. Mother has something to give you." Shang Xiaojiu said, "Oh," and sat obediently beside Chen. Seeing her push the small box in front of her to her side, she lowered her head and saw that the carved patterns on the box were extremely exquisite, not like something you would find in the countryside. Chen opened it and found a butterfly jade hairpin lying quietly inside the box. "Mom, how did you get this? Is this real jade?" Since she traveled through time, her family has been very poor, and Chen has nothing and a plain face. She didn't quite believe that the jade hairpin was real, but when she picked it up, she saw that the jade hairpin was fluorescent and cool to the touch, so it didn't look fake. "It's true, Xiaojiu. Mother gave this hairpin to you. I wanted to give it to you when you got married, but if I marry him, I will be a member of the Yun family, so I can only give it to you in advance." "Mother, you have such a good thing. We were so hungry back then that we couldn't even afford to eat. Why didn't you throw it away and exchange it for some silver?" The jade hairpin was beautiful, but Shang Xiaojiu still doubted its origin. Chen's face looked a little unnatural. She coughed and said, "Before Mother got married, she saved a noble lady by chance. She gave me the jade hairpin to repay me. Anyang village is such a small place. There are not many people who know the value of things. Even if Mother pawns it, she can't get much silver in return. It's better to leave it to you as your dowry." There was nothing wrong with what she said. Shang Xiaojiu happily accepted the small box, but she did not forget to grasp the key point of the words. "Mom, you agree to marry Uncle Yun. I heard everything you said just now. What can I do now? Didn't you arrange everything for me?" Seeing her mother's embarrassed look, Shang Xiaojiu hurriedly said, "Mom, I had to do this. You also know that the county magistrate is eyeing you covetously. I failed to force you last time and I played a trick on you. I can't guarantee that there will be a next time. I can't be with my mother all the time. The best way is for my mother to get married so that the county magistrate can stop thinking about you. Uncle Yun is a very good target and he is devoted to me. But these are not important. The most important thing is what my mother thinks, whether my mother likes Uncle Yun and is willing to marry him. After saying that, Shang Xiaojiu lowered her head. My daughter dared to set up a trap to test my mother's feelings. Mom, you now know your own thoughts. You are not ruthless to Uncle Yun. On the contrary, you like him very much, right? It's also a good thing that this can promote a good relationship. Chen knew very well how hard her daughter tried. Since she had made up her mind, she would not go back. She just tapped her forehead and said, I don't know what to say to you. You are still unmarried, but you keep talking about love between men and women. Aren't you ashamed? Hey, I just talked to my mother in private. I won't tell anyone else. What's the problem? Shang Xiaojiu wrinkled her nose and stuck out her tongue playfully. Chen couldn't do anything about her, so she changed the subject and asked something else. Xiaojiu, you worry about me? Have you ever thought about yourself? Me? What is there for me to think about? Shang Xiaojiu pointed at herself, with a puzzled look on her face. She was heartless and didn't understand what her mother meant. Chen patted her gently and said, Don't play dumb with me. Mother asks you, who do you like? The second in command or Lu Jing? Don't tell me. You can't see that these two are interested in you. Shang Xiaojiu was drinking water, but when she heard this, she spat out a mouthful of water. Her face slightly flushed, and she hurriedly said, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Shukai and I are just gentlemen's friends. There is no such relationship as you think. Then what about Chen Yulong? You and him are also just gentlemen's friends? He has helped you time and time again. Chen didn't quite understand her own feelings, but she could see others clearly. Her daughter had gotten into several confusing emotional debts without knowing it. Shang Xiaojiu was choked by Chen's words. She tilted her head and thought, but felt very confused. She couldn't think clearly, so she simply gave up. She looked at her mother and said coquettishly, My daughter is still young, so let's not consider marriage for the time being. The most important thing is the marriage between mother and Uncle Yun. It must be a grand event. It must be lively. Although Chen was marrying for the second time, she was thin-skinned and blushed. She said, Just do it simply. There's no need to make a big fuss. Mom, even if you are willing, Uncle Yun will not be willing. He likes you so much and will definitely not let you down. Because of the marriage, Chen had to leave home to marry, so she returned home with Shang Xiaojiu to wait for marriage. Yun Qingfeng personally brought his brothers and carried the betrothal gifts to propose marriage. The news spread throughout Anyang village, and curious women ran to Cao to inquire about it. Sister Cao, you know that your sister-in-law is getting married. I heard that she is marrying the boss of the Yunqing escort agency. Your sister-in-law is so lucky to marry such a good man in her second marriage. I heard that the boss is very handsome and heroic. Alas, we don't have such good luck. But to be honest, for such a good family, it is possible for her to marry him as a concubine. The envious words of the women deeply hurt Cao's heart. The clothes in her hands were about to be torn. She felt very unwilling. They were both women and both lost their husbands at an early age. Why were their fates so different? Why is that bitch so lucky while she has to remain a widow forever? Mrs. Cao's face was as cold as ice. The boss was a bandit in his past. He might be bloodthirsty and not an easy person to get along with. I see he has a strong physique. If he is unhappy, he will beat women. What is there to envy? She said sourly. The woman next to her had a different opinion. She said, That's not right. I've seen the boss Yun. He is a handsome man and he likes your sister-in-law very much. On the day of the engagement, he went to the town to find the best craftsman and made her a set of jewelry. The gold alone weighed 10 taels. Mrs. Cao gritted her teeth, did not chat with these women, and went home angrily. The old lady was basking in the sun, leisurely, in the yard. Cao was angry and dropped the wooden basin in her hand on the ground with a heavy noise, which made the old lady look at her. Why are you angry for no reason? Mother-in-law, I feel sorry for you. After all, you are Chen Jiao's biological mother. She didn't even tell you about such a big thing as getting married. It's too much. Mother-in-law, she doesn't take you seriously. The old lady had heard a little about Chen's marriage to the head of the Yunqing escort agency, but she didn't take it to heart. Now when she heard her daughter-in-law say this, she didn't think it was a big deal. Why are you so angry? We have separated before, and her remarriage has nothing to do with the Chen family. Mother-in-law, we are separating, not severing relations. After all, you are her biological mother. Now that she has a good family, she doesn't want to care about you, because she is strong enough. How can that be a good thing? The 3 books and 6 gifts, as well as the betrothal gift, should be sent to the Chen family. Cao instigated the old lady to cause trouble, saying that if Chen did not hand over the betrothal gift, her reputation as an unfilial person would be spread everywhere. As the saying goes, people's words are scary. She just didn't believe that Chen would not compromise. If you can't find a good family, it's good to get a generous dowry. When Shang Xiaojiu and Chen were embroidering their wedding dresses at home, they didn't know that Cao was already thinking about their betrothal gifts. "Mom, your embroidery skills are so good. The mandarin ducks are so lifelike and beautiful." Shang Xiaojiu supported her chin with her hands and watched Chen embroidering the wedding dress with the thread. She was very careful with every stitch. The soft sunlight enveloped her eyebrows, making her look especially gentle. She smiled softly and teased, "Xiaojiu, if you want to learn, I can teach you. I'm just afraid that you are unstable and unwilling to learn." Shang Xiaojiu immediately put down the embroidery thread in her hand. She was an out-and-out modern person and knew nothing about needlework. Besides, this kind of needlework had to be learned from elementary school. She had no foundation and could not learn it at all. She shook her head. No, I still can't. It's enough that you know needlework, mother. I won't learn it. You are just lazy." Chen had no idea what her daughter was thinking, but she didn't force her. She added, "It doesn't matter if you don't know needlework. You manage the medicinal fields very well. It's thanks to you that we came up with these businesses, which improved the environment for our family, including the Yongqing Escort Agency. It's also because of you that we taught them how to grow medicinal herbs that we have a good life now. My daughter is the best." Shang Xiaojiu raised her eyebrows proudly. "Of course, mother, you can just be a bride peacefully. I will find someone to manage the medicinal fields at home so you don't have to work hard to water them every day." The mother and daughter were chatting at home when a distinguished guest came to visit. Lu Jing stood at the door and called out from afar, "Miss Shang, Aunt Chen, are you here?" "Yes, Mr. Lu, why are you here?" Shang Xiaojiu and Chen opened the door and walked out, only to see a man in green standing in front of the door with a long box in his hand. When he saw them, he smiled gently. "My mother and I know about Aunt Chen's wedding, but unfortunately we are penniless and have nothing to give as a gift, so I painted a landscape painting myself. It's not a good one, I hope you don't mind." After saying that, Lu Jing handed the long box to Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu opened the box and saw a scroll lying inside. She took it out and asked, "Can I open it and see?" "Of course, it was originally given to you." With the help of Chen, they unfolded the scroll. A vivid landscape painting appears before your eyes, with mist and rain, dark green mountains, and a covered boat floating down the turbulent stream. A beautiful woman stands on the bow, graceful and elegant, and free and easy. Not being able to see the beauty's face clearly actually adds to her charm. Shang Xiaojiu praised, "What a good painting! It is really a good painting. Mr. Lu, I didn't expect you to be such a good painter." Lu Jing smiled slightly. "Miss Shang, you are too kind." Lu Jing said that he just painted for fun when he had nothing to do, and he was still some distance away from the great contemporary artists. Shang Xiaojiu didn't think so. "When you pass the imperial examination, this painting will naturally be valuable. Mr. Lu is actually no worse than others. Thank you for taking the trouble to congratulate my mother on her marriage." "Oh, it's so lively. It's better to arrive at the right time than to come early. Sister-in-law, I heard that you are getting married. How come we, the heads of the family, don't know this good news?" Cao supported the old lady and walked over from a distance. Chen's face turned pale, knowing that they came for other purposes this time. Her sister-in-law had red eye disease and couldn't stand seeing others do well, especially her. Chen was a little scared and forced a smile, then walked up to her. "Mom, why are you here?" The old lady snorted, her face not looking good. "Why? You wish I didn't come, right? You've grown powerful now. As your mother, I know nothing about such a big event as marriage. On the day of the wedding, did you just want to inform me and not even prepare wedding wine for me to drink?" "Of course not, mother. You misunderstood." Chen was a filial person. She was not the kind of person she said she was. It's just that the matter had just been settled, and she was worried that there would be changes. So she didn't go home to tell her for the time being. In fact, the old lady's new clothes had been prepared, and everything that was necessary was missing. "The news that you are going to get married has spread all over the streets, but your mother-in-law doesn't know about it. How dare you say it's a misunderstanding? Mother-in-law, Now you know who is good to you. Your daughter doesn't take you seriously at all." Cao saw the opportunity to fan the flames. The old lady was soft-hearted and was led into the matter with just a few words. The soft-hearted Chen was no match for her at all. Lu Jing watched from the side and wanted to help, but when he thought of his identity as a stranger, he was afraid that if he spoke, it would bring trouble to Miss Shang, so he suppressed his anxiety. Shang Xiaojiu is not someone who is easy to get along with. How could she let her mother suffer any injustice while she is here? Second aunt, why didn't I tell you first? Don't you know the truth? You instigated the county magistrate to harm my mother. You drugged her and sent her to the county magistrate's mansion. If Uncle Yun hadn't arrived in time, my mother would not have survived. Shang Xiaojiu sneered at the corner of his lips, and his voice became colder and colder. How dare we tell you what happened when you did such a thing? If you knew my mother had a good marriage, wouldn't you ruin it? Grandma, don't blame my mother. Everything was my fault. I was really afraid of my second aunt, so I concealed it. She exposed Cao's evil deeds in front of everyone, and the onlookers talked about it. The old lady didn't expect that there was something else going on. Although she was not close to her daughter, she was a piece of her flesh and blood after all. After suffering such humiliation, she still wanted to get to the bottom of it. Tell me, is what Xiaojiu said true? Cao argued. Mother-in-law, don't listen to this stinky girl's nonsense. She said that I harmed my sister-in-law, but she only said it with her mouth. But is there any witness? Mother-in-law, you can't wrongly accuse me. She thought to herself that the matter was done very secretly, and even if Chen cried out for injustice, she could get away with it. No one saw it, so who could do anything to her? Shang Xiaojiu sneered. Second aunt, do you think that no one saw you taking my mother out that day, so you are so unscrupulous? Anyang village is not a big village, and any trivial matter that happens in any family will be known to everyone. I don't believe that no one in the village saw you kidnapping my mother that day. Second aunt, if you want to do something extreme, I'm not afraid. I will ask every household. Let the villagers see your vicious face. Cao's face turned pale, and she pointed at Shang Xiaojiu for a long time without saying a word. You! Ouch, mother-in-law! Why did you hit me? The old lady picked up a stick beside her and hit Cao suddenly on the body. She immediately howled. Shut up! How dare you do such a thing? You are really going too far. After saying that, when the old lady raised her stick to hit, Cao was quick to grab the stick and cried sadly. Mother-in-law, I risked my reputation to come here to seek justice. Not for myself, but for the Chen family and Cao Cao. Our family is not well off, and Cao Cao wants to get married, so we have to make arrangements. Now is the time when we need money. Aren't we here for the betrothal gift this time? You are her biological mother, and it is only natural for you to get the betrothal gift back. Cao argued, and the old lady fell silent. But Shang Xiaojiu heard every conversation between the two of them, and she knew that she came for no good reason. It turned out to be for the betrothal gift. Shang Xiaojiu snorted. Okay, I can give you my mother's betrothal gift, but I wonder if the old lady has prepared a dowry for your daughter? Clear and light voice came from behind. Shen Yulong, dressed in cloth, could not hide his elegance. He walked over leisurely, glanced at Lu Jing with a cold look, and then winked at Shang Xiaojiu. What does the Chen family's affairs have to do with you? Stay out of their business! A Cheng Yaojin showed up unexpectedly, and Cao was so angry that her teeth were itching. That little bitch had already given in, and she was almost able to get the betrothal gift. But this person came out to disrupt the situation. It was really too much. Shen Yulong smiled faintly. Why is it none of my business? If she marries my eldest brother, she will be my sister-in-law. We are a family. Of course I can take care of it. My brothers and I heard clearly what you said just now. Originally, my eldest brother did not plan to ask your family for a dowry considering the family conditions of the Chen family. The betrothal gift was also saved for Xiaojiu. He had some silver in his hands, so he was relieved. But now you are asking for a betrothal gift, so we have to talk about it. There is a set of jewelry on the betrothal gift list, which costs 200 taels, and a white tiger skin for about 30 taels, plus 20 acres of medicinal fields. All in all, it comes to about 2,000 taels. We don't want more, so you can pay a dowry of 1,000 taels, and we will give these with both hands. How about it? The old lady felt dizzy when she heard this. How could she have 1,000 taels of silver? The situation is so tense now, all thanks to her being such a good daughter-in-law. The old lady had an idea in her mind. She didn't want to embarrass herself anymore and didn't want the betrothal gift anymore. She wanted to leave immediately, but Cao refused to leave. she discussed it with the old lady. "Mother-in-law, how can you just leave like this? The value of those 20 acres of medicinal fields is far more than 2,000 taels. If we can get them, we'll be rich." It was impossible to pay money, but Cao was very experienced in playing tricks. She put her hands on her waist and said viciously, "What dowry? Her parents gave it to her when she got married for the first time. There's no more. You should give the betrothal gift to mother-in-law, otherwise you're unfilial. You will be despised by the world." Cao's relentlessness gave Shang Xiaojiu a headache. Chen's body swayed and she was about to fall. Her face was as white as paper. Shang Xiaojiu stood in front of her and spoke every word calmly. "Second aunt, are you confused? When my mother got married, she never took a needle or a bundle of thread from the Chen family. All the things that Grandma had prepared for my mother went into your pocket. You took advantage of my mother's soft heart and cried in front of her, saying that life is hard for orphans and widows. My mother felt sorry for your premature daughter who couldn't even drink milk, so she gave you all the money she had. In fact, it was because you wanted to get my mother's dowry that you deliberately acted in front of her. In order to make the play real, you even didn't let go of your own daughter, deliberately starved her, and didn't feed her milk. You did all these things. I didn't wrong you, did you? If you don't admit it, do you dare to let me search your room? Those red hairpins should still be there, right?" These past events were told to Shang Xiaojiu by the system when he just crossed over. Unexpectedly, they came in handy this time. Cao exploded when she heard it. She glared at Chen. "What did you tell your daughter? It was you who gave it to me. It was a gift. I didn't force you." Once the words were spoken, it was like admitting guilt, and the old lady was extremely angry. When Chen Jiao came back with her daughter, she was pregnant before marriage, and the child's father had passed away. The old lady was furious, and thought that her daughter was not decent and had done something improper before marriage. In a fit of rage, he beat Chen up. The old lady had only this one daughter. Although she was angry, she still felt sorry for her. She gave her share of the dowry and let her leave home. Later, Chen Jiao lived alone with her daughter, and for a while she even went home to ask for money. At that time, the old lady's daughter-in-law, Cao, kept whispering in her ears, saying that a daughter who is married off is like water spilled, and that she had taken a large sum of money when she left. It has only been a few days, and she is back to ask for money again. She must have come back intentionally to blackmail her. The old lady believed what Cao said and really turned away her daughter, who came back for help. It turns out that the dowry did not go into Jiao Jiao's hands, but into someone else's hands. Since you married into our Chen family, I believe I have never treated you badly. How dare you treat my daughter like this? What are your intentions?" The old lady was so angry that she hit her a few more times. Cao screamed in pain. Shang Xiaojiu was happily watching the fun from the sidelines, and the voice of the system in his mind sounded again. Luck value from Cao plus 50. Luck value from Cao plus 200. Oh, this Cao. She got angry at the old lady, but she took it out on her. How unreasonable. But it's okay. She hasn't saved up luck points for a long time. This time, Shang Xiaojiu's small treasury is much richer. Scolded by the old lady, Cao left in disgrace. Chen let out a breath, then asked in confusion, "Xiaojiu, how did you know those things you just said?" Shang Xiaojiu was stunned for a moment, then made up a story. "Mom, you told me before, have you forgotten? Did I tell you these things?" Looking at her daughter's serious expression, Chen actually doubted her memory. Did she have said it before, but she had forgotten? Yes, by the way, Brother Shen, do you have something to talk to us about? Third brother is back. Eldest brother has set a table and invites you to the banquet. Okay, but the wedding date has been set. Before the wedding, can't my mother meet Uncle Yun? Will it be unlucky? Shang Xiaojiu didn't understand the specific procedures and was afraid that he would do something wrong and violate a taboo. Chen smiled gently. "Xiaojiu, you and the second in command go up the mountain. I won't go. I have a lot of things to do before the wedding. Okay, Mom, I'll come back to help you after I finish eating." Shang Xiaojiu was going up the mountain with Chen Yulong, and Lu Jing couldn't stay any longer. He bowed and said, "Miss Shang, Aunt Chen, I should go home to review my studies. Bye." At noon, Shang Xiaojiu went up the mountain. The escort agency was hung with red lanterns inside and outside, and the atmosphere was festive. Lin Feng came up to her, exhausted, and said with a smile, "Miss Shang, long time no see. I didn't expect so many things happened during the days I was away. I was looking forward to drinking in the wedding wine of Miss Shang and my second brother, but in the end I didn't get to drink in their wedding wine. Instead, My eldest brother and Aunt Chen became a couple. It's really unpredictable. He started teasing Shang Xiaojiu and Shen Yulong. Shang Xiaojiu puffed out his cheeks and glared at him, third in command. Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing wrong between me and eldest brother Shen. Why do you want to drink in the wedding wine? That's right, third brother, don't talk nonsense. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment and waved his hand. Please, I just said one sentence and you guys said so much afterwards. It was just a joke. I'm happy too, happy for eldest brother. Just as the three were chatting, Yun Qingfeng came out from the back hall in a fancy dress. Seeing that only Shang Xiaojiu but not Chen Zhao was in the hall, the smile on his face faded. Ju girl, where is your mother? Why didn't she come? Shang Xiaojiu heard the urgency in his tone and teased him. Uncle Yun, it feels like a long time since we last met. You and my mother have been inseparable for only a short time since we last met. Yun Qingfeng coughed and said embarrassedly, counting the days, it's been several days. He was frank and did not hide his longing for her. Shang Xiaojiu curved his lips. Mom is at home. It's better not to meet before the marriage, otherwise it will be unlucky. Yun Qingfeng was extremely lonely. Is that so? Then your mother will be alone at home. Will she be in danger? Will the county magistrate come to cause trouble? Why not? Uncle Yun, don't worry. The dog official is the most face-conscious. Now that your marriage with mother has been settled, he won't do anything even if he wants to. Besides, before I left, I asked the neighbors next door to take care of it. There will be no problem. Don't worry, Uncle Yun. Shang Xiaojiu interrupted him and said slowly. Lin Feng was not afraid of trouble and intervened. Hey, Miss Shang, why do you still call my eldest brother uncle? You should change your name to Dad. But after sister-in-law Chen got married, my second brother and I have a niece like you. You have to call us uncle in the future. Ah, isn't this not a marriage yet? Let's talk about changing your name later. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't call out for a moment and could only find an excuse. Fortunately, Yun Qingfeng was sensible and came to her rescue. It's okay. If you are not used to it, you can always call me uncle. It's okay. Shen Yulong, who had been silent on the side, looked solemn. He was thinking about what Lin Feng said. According to seniority, Shang Xiaojiu would have to call him uncle in the future, but she had always called him brother Shen. Thinking of this, his face didn't look good. The issue of seniority has not been concluded even after discussing it to this point. Lin Feng was a man who loved to be lively. During dinner, he urged Shang Xiaojiu to drink. When he came back from work, his host gave him several jars of fine wine. When he opened the cork, the aroma of the wine spread for 10 miles, and just one sniff was enough to intoxicate him. Shang Xiaojiu smelled the aroma and was eager to try it, but unexpectedly, as soon as he took a sip, Shen Yulong snatched the wine glass away. What are you doing? Shen Yulong was lazy and didn't think it was a big deal to snatch her cup. He just said, if you get drunk, you want me to carry you down the mountain. I don't want to get into that kind of trouble. What? Who said I will get drunk? Besides, who wants you to carry me down the mountain? You don't let me drink, but I will. Shang Xiaojiu puffed up his cheeks, looking angry. He stretched out his hand to ask him for the cup, but the latter was unmoved, which was even more infuriating. The atmosphere between the two was not right, and there was tension as they looked at each other. Yun Qingfeng was quite distressed. One was his sibling, and the other was the daughter of his beloved. The palms and backs of your hands are all made of flesh, and it is not good to favor either one. He looked at his second brother, then at Xiaojiu, and after a long while he came out to smooth things over. Okay, let's each give in and don't be so serious. Second brother, Xiaojiu is a girl after all. Don't always scold her, apologize to her quickly. Shen Yulong's eyebrows were indifferent and his lips were pursed, but he refused to listen to Yun Qingfeng and looked stubborn. Shang Xiaojiu snorted. Forget it, Uncle Yun. Don't make it difficult for him. I would rather not have an insincere apology. Brother, this is what she said. It's not that I don't want to. At this moment, Shen Yulong took over the conversation very smoothly. Lin Feng looked around and found it very strange. He chuckled. I haven't seen you two for a long time. How come you two have more tacit understanding than before? Even when you quarrel, you have such a tacit understanding. Big brother, do you think they look like a couple? Besides, whenever Juyato drinks, I get angry. It must be towards her. Third brother, don't talk nonsense. Chen Yulong glanced at him leisurely, signaling him not to talk nonsense. Lin Feng closed his mouth but his eyes. He exchanged glances with Yun Qingfeng, and both of them smiled in confusion. Some things don't need to be said, they are understood by both parties tacitly. In Lin Feng's heart, no matter how much the two of them deny it, they are still a couple, a match made in heaven. There was a wedding in Anyang village. The head of the Yunqing escort agency married Chen Zhao, who had been widowed for more than 10 years and had a child. The news quickly spread throughout the town. Although remarriage was not uncommon, Chen was unique in that she married so well, which naturally aroused jealousy. Some people were slandering Chen outside, saying that she was not decent and had affairs with other men. They said that the head of Yun family was blind to fall for such a fickle woman. Naturally, these rumors also fell into Chen's ears. Shang Xiaojiu was a little angry. It was fine if those gossipy women talked about her on weekdays, but now even her mother was talking about it. It was really groundless. Shang Xiaojiu was indignant and sighed several times. Chen, who was sitting in front of the table, could not help but glance at her and said with a smile, "Xiaojiu, what injustice did you suffer outside? Why are you sighing when you come back?" "Mom, you don't know what people say outside. Forget it, it's nothing." Shang Xiaojiu was about to say something but stopped herself. Her mother was about to get married, soon, and there was no point in talking about these annoying things to make her uncomfortable. Just let them say those gossips. It wouldn't hurt her. She tried to hide it, but Chen knew it clearly. "I know Xiaojiu is angry because of the rumors outside, but why bother about it? They have the right mouths. No matter what they say, it will not affect us, don't you think?" Chen said, picking up a cup of tea and placing it next to her daughter. "Come, drink some herbal tea to cool down your temper." Unexpectedly, it was her mother who was more open-minded. Shang Xiaojiu curled the corners of her lips and said grinningly, "If mother is okay, I'm fine too." The wedding date was set. Yun Qingfeng had no parents, and Chen had only her mother. The task of presiding over the wedding fell on the old lady. Chen asked her daughter to invite the old lady over, but when Shang Xiaojiu went, she was turned away. The old lady had believed what Cao said and came to find fault. Later, when she found out the truth, she felt very guilty and had no face to face her daughter again, so she did not agree to Shang Xiaojiu. "Grandma, no matter what, you are my mother's mother. It doesn't make sense for you not to attend your daughter's wedding banquet. At least I should go to support my mother." Shang Xiaojiu smiled and talked to her half coquettishly and half seriously. In fact, her grandmother didn't love her, and she didn't have much affection for her. The reason she was willing to put aside her prejudice and get along well with her grandmother was simply for her mother. Besides, her grandmother was also deceived by Cao and was too soft-hearted, so she did something that hurt her mother. Grandma, go! If you don't go, mother will be sad." The old lady was persuaded by her. She pointed at herself and said, "Can I really go?" "Of course, it's legitimate. Mother has made new clothes for you and is waiting for you to try them on." Unable to resist Shang Xiaojiu's pleading, the old lady finally gave in. Red firecrackers were set off on the long street, crackling for a stick of incense. Folks came out of their houses to watch the fun. Red silk was tied around the neck of the horse. Yun Qingfeng, wearing a groom's suit, sat on the horse's back and walked slowly in front. 8 people were carrying a sedan chair behind him, and the group went to Shang Xiaojiu's home with music and drums. Shang Xiaojiu changed into new clothes. The aquamarine satin was embroidered with golden lotus flowers, which looked vivid under the sunlight. She had her hair done up in a bun, and a pearl hairpin, inlaid with rubies, was inserted in her hair. It matched her black hair like a love bean. She stood at the door gracefully, stretching her head to look around, and heard a child stumbling over and shouting breathlessly, "Sister Xiaojiu! Sister Xiaojiu! The groom is here!" "He's finally here." Shang Xiaojiu squatted down, stuffed a handful of candy into the child, then walked into the house holding up her skirt. Chen, wearing a bright red wedding dress and a red veil, was sitting quietly at the head of the bed. She was very quiet, without making any sound, but her fingers clutching the handkerchief revealed her nervousness. "Mom, Uncle Yun and the others have entered the village and will be here soon." "Yeah," Chen replied in a low voice, holding the handkerchief even tighter. Shang Xiaojiu caught a glimpse of her little movement and chuckled. "Mom, you and Uncle Yun are not in a blind marriage. You have met and gotten along with each other before. The man is in love with you and the woman is interested in you. Why are you still nervous? How can this be the same? Silly girl, you'll understand mother's feelings when you get married." Shang Xiaojiu didn't know the taste of love, nor was she as shy as an ordinary woman. When she heard Chen say this, she didn't take it seriously. She pouted her lips, and when she was about to say something, she heard someone shouting at the door, "The groom is here!" Chen stood up suddenly, but she stood up too much, and the red veil on her head fluttered down, revealing her delicate face. Her face was rosy, and she was beautiful. Shang Xiaojiu exclaimed and hurriedly picked up the red veil on the ground and put it on her head. Mom, why are you in such a hurry? There's a gate ahead. We can't enter the yard so quickly. Chen, under the veil, blushed and sat back on the bed shyly. Shang Xiaojiu's black eyes rolled around, thinking about such a big event as his mother's marriage. He couldn't let Uncle Yun in so easily. He had to make things difficult for him, otherwise he wouldn't know how difficult it is to get married. Shang Xiaojiu and Chen said they would go out and take a look, then ran to the door. The tall and burly Yun Qingfeng was being blocked at the door by a group of children and men who wanted to ask for a good fortune before letting him pass. In fact, he just wanted a red envelope. Yun Qingfeng had already asked Shen Yulong to prepare these interpersonal relationships. One tael of silver was divided into many small pieces, and each person got an ingot. Those who received the silver immediately smiled happily and prepared to welcome him in. Wait! A clear voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked towards the door, only to see a beautiful girl walking towards them with her lips curved. Shen Yulong had never seen her dressed like this before, and at first glance, his heart skipped a beat. Uncle Yun, it's not easy to enter my house. You have to go through a test. Okay, today is my big day. There are no taboos. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Yun Qingfeng waved his hand generously. Although he was uneducated, he had two good brothers. The second and third brothers would definitely help him. As the saying goes, brothers united can achieve great things, so they were not afraid. Shang Xiaojiu already had an idea. She coughed lightly. My request is very simple. You and my mother have made an agreement. The 3 books and 6 ceremonies are all prepared, but there is still one thing missing. What is it? I have prepared everything? There shouldn't be anything missing. Yun Qingfeng was puzzled. He always followed the rules. There shouldn't be anything missing. Shen Yulong stepped forward. Don't make things difficult for me. Please, why would I mess up my mother's wedding? Don't worry, it's just a simple thing. It won't delay the auspicious time. Shang Xiaojiu put her hands behind her back and said slowly. Yun Qingfeng laughed and let her make a move. In order to win the beauty, he would counter each move and was not afraid at all. Okay, Anyang village has always had a custom of singing love songs. If a single man has a sweetheart, he will sing love songs to his sweetheart on the other side of the mountain. If the person he likes is also interested in him, he will tie red silk on the tree as a response. Well, you don't need to go to the mountain to sing love songs now. Just sing a song at the door. If your song touches my mother's heart, someone will take out the red cloth and Uncle Yun will be able to successfully enter the house. It's just a song. It's not a big deal. After these words came out, everyone looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you, and no one spoke for a while. The scene was very quiet. Finally, it was the third in command, Lin Feng, who broke the silence. Oh no, I've known Big Brother for so long, but I've never seen him sing. Can we find someone to sing for him? I remember that my second brother has a pretty good voice. He was giving advice on the side, but Shang Xiaojiu raised his eyebrows and refused righteously. Of course not. It's voice input kiss. It's voice input kiss. Of course he has to do it himself. How can he let others do it? Yulong shrugged. Big Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this time I'm afraid I can't do it. As a man, marrying a wife is your own business. How can you trouble your second brother to do it for you? I'll do it. Yun Qingfeng made the final decision. He cleared his throat with a dignified look on his face, but he was actually in a state of panic. In his entire life, he had never tried singing in front of so many people, and it was a love song. Your green collar is always in my mind. Even if I don't go, why don't you send me news? Your green pendant is always in my thoughts. Even if I don't go, why don't you come? I am waiting for you at the city gate. One day without seeing you feels like 3 months. The lyrics are taken from the Book of Songs, which means that a beautiful lady and a gentleman are the ideal match. Yun Qingfeng's voice is deep and mellow, and singing this kind of soft love song has a unique flavor. The melodious song spread into the house. Chen's heart was moved and her face turned redder. The matchmaker smiled and said, "You are so lucky. Look how much your husband loves you. He sings love songs for you in public. How many girls envy you for this?" Men nowadays are self-centered and will not compromise for their wives. Bride, what do you say? Do you want me to take the red strip and go out? Chen's heart felt as sweet as honey, and she nodded shyly. The bridesmaid uttered an ah, pulled a piece of red cloth from the table, and walked out of the room. She shouted, "The bride has agreed. Let the groom come in." Shang Xiaojiu pursed her lips and said, "I didn't expect Uncle Yun to sing so well. Well, as a daughter, I will not make things difficult for you. You've passed the test, come in. She turned sideways, and a group of people filed in. Then followed the basic steps of getting married, carrying the bride out of the room and to the lobby. The old lady sat in the front of the hall with a kind face, watching the two newlyweds kneel before her and hand the teacups in their hands to her. "Mom, have some tea. Mom, have some tea." Yun Qingfeng followed Chen and changed his words. The old lady was very happy, and her face was full of smiles. After drinking the tea, she took out 2 red envelopes, which felt heavy in her hands. She gave it to her daughter and son-in-law and told them, "From now on, you two must support each other, live in harmony and peace." The old lady said some auspicious words. Chen took the red envelope, her eyes slightly moist, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. More than 10 years have passed, and she has always wanted to get her mother's understanding and eliminate the gap between mother and daughter. Now that I have finally fulfilled my wish, how can I not feel emotional? Chen was well-behaved and obedient. "Thank you, mother." The old lady could not help but shed tears. She choked back, "Okay, good, child. Grandma, you can't shed tears on such a happy day." Shang Xiaojiu reminded. The old lady responded and wiped her tears with a handkerchief. The matchmaker hurried forward, covered her mouth with one hand and said with a smile, "The auspicious time has come. The bride is about to get on the sedan." The music sounded again. Chen lay on Yun Qingfeng's back. He walked steadily and put the bride into the sedan very steadily. The group walked up the mountain with music and drums. After worshipping heaven and earth and drinking wedding wine, Chen and Yun Qingfeng officially became husband and wife. The Yunqing escort agency invited half of the people in the village to attend the wedding banquet and set up a buffet for 3 days and 3 nights, which was enough to prove how much Yun Qingfeng valued Chen. Shang Xiaojiu stayed in the mountain for a few days, and when the excitement died down, she prepared to go down the mountain. In order to prepare for her mother's wedding, she had not taken care of the fish pond and medicinal fields at the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, she had exchanged for the automatic watering function. Even if she doesn't water the plants, the herbs in the medicinal field and the fish in the fish pond will not die. Chen knew that Shang Xiaojiu was going up the mountain and was reluctant to let her go. "Xiaojiu, why don't you not leave and stay here? Ever since you suggested opening an escort agency, Yunqing Escort Agency is the only escort agency within 100 miles, and business is booming. Even wealthy businessmen from nearby towns ask our escort agency to transport their escorts. Business is good enough to support you. Why bother working so hard?" "Mom, how can this be?" Shang Xiaojiu shook her head. She just hoped that her mother would have a good home. She didn't want to rely on Uncle Yun for support, nor did she want to be a parasite. She had hands and feet and could make money to support herself. Besides, she had been very successful in business before and made a lot of money. "Why not? You are Zhao Zhao's daughter, which means you are my daughter. It's not difficult to raise a daughter. You can stay here with peace of mind. I will choose a best husband for you, prepare a generous dowry, and marry you off in grand style." Yun Qingfeng heard the conversation between the mother and daughter at the door, and he strode in immediately, patting his chest and making a promise. Shang Xiaojiu was stunned for a moment. Before she could reply, Yun Qingfeng continued, "Or are you estranged from me? You don't treat me as your father, nor as your uncle." "Of course not, Uncle Yun. What are you talking about? I don't want to live here, not because I don't consider you a family member, but because I can't let go of the business down the mountain. Mother, Uncle Yun, just let me go back. I promise to come back to see you often." Shang Xiaojiu came back to her senses and hurriedly shook Chen's arm and acted coquettishly. She acted coquettishly with such sweet voice that ordinary people really couldn't resist her. Chen patted the back of her daughter's hand and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. It's just that you're not with me. Mother is bored here alone. Can't let go of those businesses, right? I decided to take out some of the silver and help you open a medicine shop in town. How about it?" "Open a medicine shop?" Shang Xiaojiu exclaimed. She did plan to open a medicine shop, but she had to choose a store, have manpower, and spend a lot of money. At present, the money she had saved was not enough. The original expectation was that she could save enough silver next year. But she is not in a hurry. She does everything step by step and does not rush. "Yes, actually Brother Yun and I discussed this a few days ago. There are 2 options. The first is for you to stay, and the second is to give you money and let you do business on your own. Now it seems that you have chosen the second option." Chen smiled softly, then looked at Yun Qingfeng. Yun Qingfeng smiled back, went into the house, and took out a small box. When he opened it, there was a stack of silver bills inside. After a quick look, there were about 500 taels. Shang Xiaojiu opened her eyes wide, pointed at the silver bills in the box, and exclaimed, "Where did the silver bills come from? Wow, mother, how come you have so much private money?" When she got married, Shang Xiaojiu had managed the silver and money. She knew exactly how much silver her mother had. How come she suddenly had so much more money? "Part of this is mine, and part of it is your Uncle Yun's. The two of us will pool our money to help you do business." After Chen finished explaining, Yun Qingfeng was about to stuff the small box into Shang Xiaoju's hands. She quickly waved her hand. "With so much silver, you should keep it for yourself, mother. I have my own money and don't need yours. Girl Jiu, if you are unwilling to accept this money, you are treating me as an outsider. How about this? When your pharmacy makes money in the future, you can give me 10% of the interest so that I won't suffer any loss. How about it?" Although she said so, she was actually finding ways to give money to Shang Xiaojiu. How could she not know their good intentions? She was moved, and she held the small box tightly in her hand and said, "Okay, I will definitely make a lot of money, and then let mother enjoy it." After going down the mountain, many matters related to opening a pharmacy had to be prepared. Shang Xiaoju's first step was to choose a location. She first went to the town and selected several vacant houses for comparison. These houses were the residences of some scholars or jurin. After they were given official positions, they were transferred to other places and moved away with their families. The houses became empty, so they could only entrust them to the mayor to sell them on their behalf. Because it is an ownerless house, the price will be slightly cheaper. Shang Xiaojiu spent a whole day visiting all the houses, but couldn't find one that satisfied him. He always felt like something was missing. The mayor, who had taken her everywhere, was exhausted. His legs were shaking. He was surprised at the girl's physical strength. She was still so energetic after walking for a whole day, and there was no sign of fatigue on her face. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he hurriedly said, "Miss Shang, are you not satisfied with the houses you just saw? I think they are very good. Take this house for example. The hall is spacious and bright, which is most suitable for doctors to see patients. The back hall is also clean, and you can rest in the back when you are tired. It's killing two birds with one stone, don't you think?" He tried his best to persuade Shang Xiaojiu with his eloquence, but he couldn't convince Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu smiled and said, "Mayor, is there anything else? I want to take another look." "Ah, you want to take another look? Where is there anything else? You have looked at all the empty houses in this town, and there are no more, all gone." The mayor sighed. His face was long, and he was full of reluctance. He just hoped that this ancestor would settle the matter quickly. Just make do with it. There is no such thing as perfect in the world. Shang Xiaojiu was a little disappointed. She wanted to open a shop in the town, so naturally she had to choose one that suits her taste. If there is anything inappropriate, you can only move houses if you want to change it later, which is also difficult. Shang Xiaojiu hesitated, wondering whether he should postpone the matter of opening the pharmacy. Maybe he could find a suitable shop to open one? "Mayor, I still want to take another look." The sun was shining brightly and the mayor was sweating all over. He almost fainted when he heard Shang Xiaoju's words. He waved his hands and said, "Then Miss Shang, please do as you please. It's just that you don't like the house I introduced to you, let alone the others. I think it will be difficult for you to open this pharmacy." He made a wasted trip and was angry. He spoke with sarcasm and without leaving any room for negotiation. Shang Xiaojiu heard the complaint in his words, but still had an amiable smile on her face. She took out the purse at her waist and took out a few ingots of silver from it. "I'm sorry to bother you, Mayor. Please take this money and have tea." When the mayor saw the reward, his eyes lit up. He twirled a wisp of beard on his lips with his short fingers and accepted the silver without hesitation. His gloomy face brightened instantly and he smiled. "Okay, Miss Shang, if there is nothing else, I'll leave first." "Goodbye, Mayor." The mayor's figure disappeared from Shang Xiaoju's sight. She immediately fell in worry about where the shop would be opened. It was still early and no one was at home. She didn't want to go back so early, so she walked aimlessly on the street looking around. Turning a small alley, Shang Xiaojiu saw a pastry shop, Wu Weizhai. There was no one inside and the owner had posted a sign on the door saying the shop was for sale. This pastry shop is located in the southeast and in the middle of the street. It has a very good location and is well connected. It can be reached from all directions, which is very convenient. Shang Xiaojiu thought that the store was a little small, but the location was what she wanted, so she thought about asking the owner, and raised her hand and knocked on the door. There were 2 knocks on the door. She waited for a while, but no one came to open the door. Just when she thought she would be in vain, the door opened with a creak, and a woman in her 30s with a haggard face appeared in front of her. Shang Xiaojiu was stunned for a moment, then said in a friendly manner, "Auntie, I see that your store is for sale. I am interested in buying it. I wonder if I can come in and discuss it in detail." The woman nodded, moved aside, and let Shang Xiaojiu enter the house. Candles were lit in the house. In the dim light, Shang Xiaojiu saw that the old lady was in mourning. A relative in the family must have passed away. The road leading to the back hall was separated by a curtain. A little girl of about 15 or 6 years old was hiding behind the curtain. She poked out her round head, her black eyes moving around, and she looked at the stranger in the house with vigilance and fear. "Is this little girl your daughter? She's so cute." After she said this, the sadness on the woman's face faded a little. She waved at the little girl and said, "Qianqian, come here. Come to your mother." The little girl then came out from behind the curtain, trotted all the way to the woman, and hugged her without saying a word. "My daughter is shy. I'm sorry to embarrass you." Shang Xiaojiu quickly shook her head. "No, I scared her, auntie. My name is Shang Xiaojiu. I live in Anyang village. I used to do some small business and saved some money. Now I plan to open a medicine shop in the town. I have seen many houses, but I am not very satisfied with them. But your wuezhai is very much to my liking. I wonder if you can give it up? The price can be negotiated." Love is worth more than gold. Shang Xiaojiu is thrifty, but she still has to spend the money she needs. She is not stingy in this regard. The woman saw that this pretty girl was articulate, smart, and had the ability to negotiate business, and that she was not like an ordinary farmer's daughter, so she couldn't help but look at her carefully. "Miss Shang, are your parents at home comfortable with you going out alone to discuss business? Can you make the decision?" A woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent. A woman should stay at home to take care of her husband and children, and should not go out and show her face in public. Such dogma has harmed countless women in the world, and even women themselves think that these rules are right. For example, when this woman saw Shang Xiaojiu, a single girl, coming to discuss something, her first reaction was surprise and questioning. Shang Xiaojiu understood that she had been bound for too long, and her thoughts were limited to this, so she did not feel much unhappiness in her heart. She only said, "My father passed away before I was born, and my mother raised me alone. She found a man of her dreams and got married not long ago. I am the only one in the family, so naturally I can make the decision." The woman said, "Oh," and when she looked at her again, there was a hint of admiration in her eyes. Then she said embarrassedly, "Miss Shang, I can't make the decision on the transfer of this shop. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." Shang Xiaojiu frowned. "Why? Doesn't this pastry shop belong to you, auntie?" The woman's name is Liu Kui. She married in from the neighboring Jixiang village. Her husband's surname is Du, and her given name is 3 characters. Before she got married, Liu Kui knew how to make all kinds of pastries. Du-san tasted the pastries made by his wife and found them as good as those bought outside, so he decided to open a shop. The couple took out all their belongings to open wuezhai, and the business was pretty good. In the same year, they had a dad was robbed, and he died. Liu Kui became a widow. After she had taken care of the funeral arrangements while suppressing her grief, Du-san's elder brother Du-da came to her house and asked her for wuezhai. The reason he gave was that as a woman, she should stay at home to educate her daughter, so why would she start a business? The younger brother died, and he had no son. In their eyes, it was reasonable for his property to be inherited by the older brother. So Boss Du called his uncles and aunts together to block the door, took away the title deed of wuezhai, and put a red note of transfer, ordering Liu Kui to move out with her daughter and not to interfere with his sale of the house. Talking about the sad part, Liu Kui shed tears. "My late husband's body is still warm, and my uncle came to grab our property. It's really disheartening." Shang Xiaojiu was so angry that she frowned. "Is there any justice in this world? Wuezhai is the hard work of you and your wife. When your husband dies, it will naturally be inherited by you. What does your uncle have to do with it? He is just taking advantage of the fire. How hateful. Why don't you report it to the police? Let him take your things away?" "Of course I didn't, but the county magistrate accepted the benefits of your uncle and awarded wuezhai to him. I really have no way out. What can I do as a woman? Yes, how could that dog official give justice to Liu Kui? He only cares about money. He will help whoever gives more money." Looking at the orphan and widow in front of her, Shang Xiaojiu felt sympathy in her heart. She decided to help them. First, she didn't want to negotiate business with people with bad intentions. Second, the mother and daughter were really pitiful. She looked at Li Yuqi and said lightly, "Auntie Li, if you trust me, I will help you get the land deed back. There is only one thing you can't let go. I don't want me to help you find a way in the front, and then you will give the shop to your uncle to keep things quiet." Li Yuqi looked at Shang Xiaojiu in surprise. She was a little unconvinced. "My uncle is a vicious monster. He will bring people to drive Qianqian and me out tomorrow. Miss Shang, I don't want to implicate you." Shang Xiaojiu blinked. "Don't worry. Since I said it, I will definitely find a way to help you. Just don't worry." Du Qianqian stepped out of her mother's arms, stretched out her head, with a few candies lying on her chubby paws, and said softly, "Sister, Qianqian will treat you to candy." What a cute and clever kid. Shang Xiaojiu returned home, closed the door, went into the inner room, turned on the system, slid on the mall page, and his eyes were attracted by the skill at the bottom. After clicking on Bewitched by the Ghost, there are instructions for using this skill. It can be used on one person to make him encounter a ghost. The most amazing thing is that the user can set the state of the ghost, as well as his words and actions. This skill is just in time for the rain, which is exactly what Shang Xiaojiu wants. She can use this skill to scare the dog official and let him stand up for Aunt Li. Once he shows up, no one else in the Du family will have any objections. It's just that the price is a bit expensive, requiring 2,000 luck points. But in order to help Aunt Li and her daughter, 2,000 is 2,000, and she is willing to spend it. Shang Xiaojiu gritted her teeth and exchanged it. At night, the county magistrate was still indulging in the gentle countryside, hugging his concubine and sleeping sweetly. A strong wind blew in the yard, and the cold wind slapped the windows, making a loud noise. The county magistrate was awakened and felt cold. He suspected that the windows were not closed properly, so he pushed his concubine and asked her to close the doors and windows. But she was sleeping very soundly, and no matter how he ordered her, she showed no signs of waking up. The county magistrate said angrily, "You Chuniang, you sleep even more soundly than me. I will show you how I will deal with you tomorrow morning." After saying that, he could only helplessly get out of bed and go check. The doors and windows were closed, but the county magistrate still felt cold, and dense bumps appeared on his arms. Just when he was wondering, a white shadow floated past him, and his heart skipped a beat. He did a lot of bad things on weekdays, and he was afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. The county magistrate swallowed his saliva and moved to the bed. Just after moving a few steps, he bumped into something. When he turned around, he saw a male ghost with disheveled hair hanging by the bed, looking at him grimly. The county magistrate was so scared that he shouted that there was a ghost. The male ghost looked at him dimly, stretched out his hand and strangled his neck. "You dog official, you colluded with my eldest brother and occupied my shop. My wife and daughter are going to be driven away and live on the streets. I will kill you." The county magistrate had difficulty breathing and could not catch his breath. He kicked his feet and struggled desperately. "Brother Ghost, you please let me go. I will do anything you ask me to do. I will burn paper money for you. Burn a lot of paper money. I will make sure you live comfortably in the underworld. I don't want ghost money. I just want to get my shop back so that my wife and daughter can have enough food and clothing." At the critical moment of life and death, the county magistrate agreed to whatever Brother Ghost said. He said with difficulty, Okay, I promise you. Please let me go first." The ghost let go of his hand, and the county magistrate fell to the ground exhausted, covering his neck and gasping for breath. When he raised his eyes again, he could no longer see the ghost, but only heard the remaining voice. "My wife is Li from Wuweizhai in this town. If I find out that you are pretending to obey and not returning Wuweizhai to my wife, I will come again to take your life. Brother Gui, don't worry. I will do whatever you ask for." The county magistrate was so scared that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times to show his determination. Chuniang, who was lying on the bed, heard the noise, sat up and said in a delicate voice, "Master, why are you kneeling there? Be careful not to catch a cold." At this moment she woke up. The county magistrate was dissatisfied with her. He stood up and waved his hand. "Don't pretend here. Where were you when I needed you? Get a divorce letter tomorrow and get out of here." Chuniang didn't know what she had done wrong. She was horrified and cried on the quilt. Unfortunately, her husband was as hard as iron, and her fate of being divorced could not be changed. On the other side, Shang Xiaojiu saw that the icon of Bewitched in his backpack dimmed, and he knew that the big thing was done, so he went to bed happily. In the morning, a large group of people had gathered at the door of Wufangzhai. Boss Du and the uncles and aunts of the Du family who were still alive were blocking the door. Li Yukui held her daughter and looked at them nervously and fearfully. "Sister-in-law, the deadline I gave you has arrived. Pack up and leave quickly. Don't stay here. I have sold this shop to Mr. Zhao. Don't delay our business." Li Yukui glanced at the crowd who came to watch the excitement. She didn't see Miss Shang from yesterday, and she felt even less confident. "Sister-in-law, why are you doing this? After all, we are a family. I can't bear to see my niece suffer. Let's make a concession. I have 50 taels here. Take it and find a room to live in first. It's enough to pay for 3 years' rent. I have done my best." Crowd was talking. Being forced, Li Yukui lowered her eyes and kept silent. Tears as big as beans burst out of her eyes. At this moment, a clear female voice came through the crowd. "Uncle, you want to take the title deed of Wu Weizhai and drive Aunt Li away with 50 taels. You are too cruel." Everyone looked back and saw Shang Xiaojiu walking slowly in a cloth dress. Her mother's wedding was grand, and she herself made a lot of money selling mushroom sauce in Anyang village, and finally started a business of herbs and fish. Such deeds have long been spread. "It's Miss Shang. What is she doing here? It seems that they want to stand up for Aunt Li. This muddy water is not easy to wade through." The Du family's lawsuit was once brought to the government office, and the land deed was awarded to Boss Du by the county magistrate himself. Yeah, it's not easy to overturn the verdict. The voices of discussion more or less reached Shang Xiaojiu's ears, but she turned a deaf ear to them and pretended not to hear them. She walked straight to Li Yukui and stretched out her hand to pinch Du Qianshan's chubby cheeks. "Qianshan, did you prepare candy for your sister?" "Yes, yes." The moment she appeared, Du Qianshan's eyes lit up. She took out 2 candies from the small pocket of her clothes, showing her little tiger teeth, and handed them to Shang Xiaojiu with a smile. After Shang Xiaojiu took it, he peeled off the candy wrapper, stuffed one into his mouth, and instantly felt sweet in his heart. "You stinky girl, don't meddle in other people's business. This is our family affair. It's not your turn to intervene." An unexpected person showed up. Boss Du stared at Shang Xiaojiu angrily, as if he wanted to eat her alive. Shang Xiaojiu was not afraid of him at all, and sneered, "You are a bunch of grown men bullying weak women. Not only do you occupy other people's shops, but you also drive them away. This is really too much." Boss Du gritted his teeth and wanted to say something else when the older middle-aged man next to him stopped him and said, "Ada, don't waste time talking to her. There are so many of us. Just drive her away." "Yukui, don't blame me, your uncle, for being cruel. It's you who don't know how to appreciate it. If you had taken the money and left, we would have lived in peace, and we would still be relatives when we meet in the future. But you insisted on occupying the shop and making things so awkward." Li Yukui looked at the man who had just spoken in disbelief and choked. "Third uncle, how can you say that? This shop is the result of the hard work of my husband and I. It belongs to both of us. How can you say that I have occupied the shop? Last year you had rheumatism and were lying at home unable to get up. It was my husband who went to take care of you every day. I prepared 3 meals a day and sent them to your house. Now my husband is dead. Are you standing with your uncle to force us mother and daughter to death?" Dubai felt ashamed after being told this. He almost roared in anger. "It's true that you helped me, but so what? Who told you to be a woman? Who made you give birth to a daughter? The ancestral rules have always been like this. The family property is passed down to males but not females. When the second son died suddenly, his family property was taken back by Mr. Du, who was still alive at the time. His wife and daughter never got a penny. Why is it not the same for you? All of these are fallacies, all to persuade Li Yukui to give up the shop." Shang Xiaojiu couldn't help but glance at her. She didn't say anything. She wanted to see Aunt Li's attitude first. The two of them had agreed before that they would only help those who deserved help. Li Yukui's face turned pale, and she thought of Qianshan in her heart. She knew that if she backed down today, the mother and daughter would have no place to stay. Her daughter Qianshan would have to wander with her and suffer. She was only 5 years old. How could she bear such hardship? A mother is strong. Even if Li Yukui is weak on weekdays, for the sake of her children and the future, no matter how difficult it is, she has to argue with these uncles. "Third uncle, can this be the same? The house of my second brother was allocated to him by the master at that time. He didn't pay a tael of silver, but Wu Weizhai was opened by my husband and I with the money we saved. I took out all my savings, and the pastries of Wu Weizhai were all made by me, and I earned all the hard-earned money. Now that my husband is gone, Wu Weizhai is of course mine, and you have no right to take it away." As soon as the words came out, Shang Xiaojiu felt very relieved in her heart. It was worthwhile for her to spend 2,000 luck points to scare the dog official. "You, how do you talk to your elders? All of us here are older than you. You are unfilial." Hats were put on one after another, and Shang Xiaojiu felt that her blood pressure was rising. She rolled up her sleeves, stepped forward and said, "What kind of elders are you? I say you are vampires. You are hundreds of years old in total, and you are still so disrespectful. You grab the necks of the younger generation to suck blood, look down on women, and want to steal women's things. You are really capable." Du Chanchan is a good child who knows how to play the supporting role. Her black eyes turned, and she giggled. She tilted her head and asked her, "Sister, sister, blood-sucking, what is a ghost?" Shang Xiaojiu raised her chin. "Xiao Chanchan, do you know the leeches in the fields? They will stick to people's bodies to suck blood. They are no different from those leeches." "Oh, I know. Daddy said they are pests and we need to kill them with medicine. Grandpa and uncle are also pests. Chanchan doesn't like them." The soft little girl showed disgust on her face, and her appearance was funny, which made people laugh. Shang Xiaojiu almost reached out to pinch her face again, but he restrained the impulse. "Oh, the obedient and sensible little girl is so cute, and he wants to trick her into giving birth to a baby." Shang Xiaojiu and Du Qianchan, one big and one small, asked and answered each other, and scolded everyone who came to the Du family to ask for the house. Du Lao's eyes were about to spit fire. This bitch didn't know where she came from. It would be fine if she messed up his good things, but she also stepped on his face and said they were leeches. He endured and endured, but he couldn't help it. He took a step forward and raised his hand in the direction of Shang Xiaojiu to hit someone. Shang Xiaojiu was quick-eyed and quick-handed. She noticed his anger the moment he moved his feet. She took the initiative and immediately screamed, "Help! Murder!" Boss Du's raised hand froze in midair. He didn't know what to do for a moment. He just wanted to teach her a lesson. When did she want to kill someone? Because of Shang Xiaojiu's cry for help, more and more people gathered around. There were a few men who knew Shang Xiaojiu. They had set up stalls together and had some friendship. When they saw that she was wronged, they grabbed Boss Du's collar and beat her to the ground. The other uncles of the Du family hurried forward to separate them. The scene was very chaotic for a while. The long-lost system voice sounded again. From Boss Du's luck value, terrified. From third Uncle Du's luck valued. From Uncle Du's luck vam. In the chaos, Shang Xiaojiu's eyes were smiling, but her expression was terrified. Not only did they rob people's houses, they also wanted to take action. Is there any law in broad daylight? A bunch of grown men making things difficult for a weak woman. They are shameless and have no dignity. People like them should be thrown into jail and corrected. As soon as he finished speaking, his luck value started to rise, and in a short while it reached 2,000. He had earned back what he had spent yesterday. "What are you doing?" "Fighting openly in the street. Don't you take the government seriously?" 4 or 5 police officers came over in a hurry with swords in their hands, pulled the fighting people apart, and made them stand in a row. The county magistrate walked into the circle with big dark circles under his eyes, escorted by the legal advisor. When Boss Du, who was beaten with a swollen nose and face, saw the county magistrate, he seemed to have seen his reborn parents. He rushed over aggrievedly. "Sir, this group of villains beat me. They wanted to kill me with such a heavy blow. Sir, you have to make the decision for me." Liu Kui had long known that Du Da had colluded with the county magistrate. Now the county magistrate must have come forward to support Du Da. She subconsciously looked at Shang Xiaojiu and whispered, "What should I do? This." Shang Xiaojiu looked calm, not panicked at all. She gave him a reassuring look and said, "Don't worry. Don't be afraid. Just watch." The young men who helped Shang Xiaojiu immediately knelt down and talked in unison. They said that it was Boss Du who beat the woman, and they did it because they couldn't bear it. They didn't mean to cause trouble, so please forgive them. Boss Du, who had a backer, straightened his back. He felt that the county magistrate would definitely make the decision for him and get back the humiliation he had just suffered. He thought well, but who knew that the county magistrate looked at Boss Du with great disdain, stepped back, avoided his hand, and said coldly, "Do I know you well? Why should I make the decision for you? I am fair and strict, and I handle cases in the most fair way. I have some understanding of this case before. This Weizhai should belong to the Li family. Du Da used improper means to obtain the title deed, which has violated the laws of our dynasty. Now I sentence Duda to hand over the title deed of Wu Weizhai to the Li family and pay a fine of 500 taels. As soon as these words were spoken, Duda was dumbfounded. The county magistrate's attitude was completely different before and after. Du Lao Da was completely confused. He did not dare to say much, but just called the magistrate tremblingly. "Humph, Duda, did you hear what I said? Return the title deed to Li Yukui. Otherwise, I will arrest you and bring you back to punish you. This is not as simple as a fine." No, don't arrest me. I'll give it to her. Just give it to her." Duda quickly understood the current situation and immediately took out the land deed from his arms and handed it to Li Yukui. "Sister-in-law, you?" After such a commotion today, all the previous family affection was gone. Li Yukui put away the land deed and completely ignored Duda's kindness. "You'd better not call me sister-in-law. When you robbed the shop that day, you didn't expect that my husband was your brother, nor did you think that I was your sister-in-law. From now on, Qianshan and I have nothing to do with you, and there is no need to have any contact with you." Duda's face felt like he was slapped, and his face was burning with pain. Finally, he followed those uncles and aunts and left in disgrace. The farce was over, and the people who were watching the fun around also left one after another. Li Yukui smiled and said to Shang Xiaojiu, "Thank you, Miss Shang." "Why thank me? I didn't do anything except helping you quarrel." Li Yukui never understood why the county magistrate helped her in return. She knew the kind of person the county magistrate was. She didn't think he had a change of heart and wanted to do good things. This was probably due to the handiwork of Miss Shang, but judging from her attitude, she didn't seem to want to say more. Li Yukui knew in her heart who her real benefactor was, and kept this favor in her heart. Shang Xiaojiu knew that both mother and daughter lived in Wu Weizhai, and this shop was where they depended on for survival. She now thought of a way to have the best of both worlds, but she didn't know whether Aunt Li would be willing to give up the shop and sell it to her. If she didn't want to, she wouldn't force it. "Aunt Li, do you still have any idea of transferring it? This is what I think. He'll take over the shop to open a pharmacy, and he'll need manpower. You stay to help me, and he'll pay you a higher salary. You and Qianshan can still live here until you find a new place. How about it?" Shang Xiaojiu spoke in great detail, hoping that Aunt Li would see her sincerity and give the shop to her. Li Yukui looked down at her daughter, and when she looked at Shang Xiaojiu again, she had already made up her mind. "Miss Shang, I am willing to sell the shop to you. Wu Weizhai only relies on you to come back to me, and I should repay your kindness. Besides, you can let my mother and I stay temporarily and give me work. Where can I find such a good boss?" This was an agreement. Shang Xiaojiu was overjoyed and quickly discussed the transfer fee with Li Yukui. Finally, the two of them negotiated and sold Wu Weizhai for 1,002 taels. Shang Xiaojiu liked the layout of the store very much. There was no need to make any changes. She just needed to move out the things inside and replace the tables, chairs, and medicine cabinets with new ones, and everything would be fine. She was very proactive. As soon as she signed the contract, she drew the designs of the tables, chairs, and medicine cabinets and showed them to the carpenters. She asked them to complete the work within 3 days and send it to Wu Weizhai. She also paid a deposit. The next step was to think of a name. Shang Xiaojiu thought of more than a dozen names, but they were all rejected one by one. Some people thought the names were too tacky. Some were too ordinary and had nothing original to them. There was a piece of paper in front of Shang Xiaojiu, with scribblings and corrections all over the white paper, and everything was crossed out. She sighed and looked worried. "You know, a good name represents the future of the pharmacy and cannot be taken lightly." "Hey, girl Jew, what are you worried about here? Why are you so worried? Your eyebrows are all tied into a knot." A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Shang Xiaojiu looked outside the door and saw Shen Yulong and Lin Feng striding towards them. It was Lin Feng who had just spoken. "Why are you here?" "We came to see you. We heard from my sister-in-law that you were planning to open a medicine store, so my second brother and I came down the mountain to see if you need any help. We asked many people along the way before we found you. Jew girl, you chose a place, but didn't tell us, making us look for it so hard." Lin Feng looked around and pretended to blame her. Shang Xiaojiu had a bitter face. "Isn't it decided yet? It's still under renovation. There won't even be a place to sit when you come. How can I entertain you? Of course I will wait until everything is ready, and then invite you to come over. Don't worry, you must come even if you don't want to. I will accept gifts." "Now I'm worried about the name. I haven't got any idea yet." She supported her chin with her hand and sighed again. At this time, Shen Yulong, who had been silent all the time, walked forward. He saw the words written on the white paper. Although the words had been altered, their original appearance could still be seen. However, the words were written like dog crawling and were indeed not very pretty. He kept watching, and Shang Xiaojiu realized belatedly that her handwriting was not good-looking. She felt a rare sense of shame, but she couldn't be blamed. She was a modern person who traveled through time and space, and she didn't have the conditions to practice calligraphy when she was a child. Calligraphy is so difficult to write that it is already a great achievement that she can write it. Don't look at it. There's nothing good to see. I just wrote it for fun. Lin Feng insisted on joining in the fun. What did you write? Let me see. Shang Xiaojiu said angrily. I said it's nothing good to see. She and Shen Yulong always had a quarrel every time they met. This time, if he saw her handwriting, she didn't know how he would scold her. Shang Xiaojiu had already prepared to quarrel with him, but who knew that Shen Yulong didn't say a word? Instead, he picked up the brush on the inkstone and wrote a few large characters on the blank rice paper in a flamboyant manner. She looked carefully and saw the 3 big words Huichuntang clearly visible on the paper. The characters written by Shen Yulong are powerful and majestic. Not only are they beautiful in shape, but they also have spirit. They are not inferior to the calligraphy teacher who taught at that time. Besides, Huichuntang is such a good name. Shang Xiaojiu fell in love with the name at first sight. She knocked on the table and said, That's it. Let's use Huichuntang. It means bringing back youth with a miraculous hand. The artistic conception is also good. Brother Shen, can I ask you for a favor? Shen Yulong raised his eyebrows. This girl, who had something to ask of him, began to call him Brother Shen sweetly. Usually, she would refute every word he said, as if she couldn't get along without quarreling with him, but it still felt good to be needed by her. Shen Yulong hummed and said generously, Okay, just tell me what you want me to do for you. Shang Xiaojiu was a little stunned when he agreed so readily. She had prepared a lot of words to ask him for help, but now she didn't have to say them. Shang Xiaojiu smiled and said, This favor is very simple. I just ask you to write something on the plaque, and I'll find workers to carve it. With Shen Yulong's help, Shang Xiaojiu also saved the money of hiring someone to write the plaque. This was the first time she opened a store, and she had a lot of money to spend. The most important thing was that she didn't know how Weicheng's future revenue would be. What if she didn't make any money and instead lost money? You should know that it cost 1,000 taels just to buy this house. That was not a small amount of money. Shang Xiaojiu was worried. Shen Yulong naturally noticed that something was wrong with her. He pretended not to notice and said, In fact, you really have a talent for business. Whether you were selling mushroom sauce or other things, the business was very good. It will definitely work this time. Shang Xiaojiu was encouraged. She looked at him. Really? Do you really think I can do it? Miss, now that everything is ready, you are backing down, right? This is not like the you I know. The Shang Xiaojiu in my memory can overcome any difficulties. Well, actually, you are quite pleasing to the eye when you don't quarrel with me. It was a rare occasion that Shang Xiaojiu praised Shen Yulong for being pleasing to the eye. Shen Yulong raised his eyebrows. I have always been like this. It's you who have no vision. Huichuntang officially opened, and firecrackers 10 feet high were set off on the streets, crackling. Chen and Yun Qingfeng went down the mountain to support Shang Xiaojiu, and both brought generous gifts. Shang Xiaojiu covered his ears and waited for the sound of firecrackers to stop before he stepped on a stool and lifted the red cloth covering the plaque. The gifts given by Chen and Yun Qingfeng were more practical. They were golden turtles made of pure gold, which could bring fortune when placed in the lobby. Lin Feng brought a piece of ginseng to Shang Xiaojiu. Although this ginseng was not a 1,000-year-old ginseng, it was of good quality and could replenish qi and promote blood circulation. It was a rare medicinal material. Shang Xiaojiu had lived in Anyang village for so long and had never seen ginseng. She accepted it happily. Thank you, Uncle Lin. The gift you gave me really touched my heart. Shen Yulong coughed, handed over a brocade box with both hands, and turned his face away without looking away. Oh, this person is so weird. He just gives gifts, but he is so weird. However, looking at the length of this brocade box, I don't know what is inside. Shang Xiaojiu became curious and opened it immediately to take a look. He was shocked when he saw it. There is a colorful Ganoderma lucidum in it. She can know the efficacy of this Ganoderma lucidum by just touching it. It can bring the dead back to life and prolong life. It is rumored to grow on the top of a snowy mountain, and there is only one plant every 500 years. There was once a plant collected in the imperial palace, but no one has ever seen the appearance of the colorful Ganoderma lucidum since then. But now she appeared in an inconspicuous Anyang village, in the hands of Shang Xiaojiu. Her heart trembled slightly, and the hands holding the brocade box were shaking. Chen noticed her abnormality and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Xiaojiu? What happened?" Shang Xiaojiu shook her head. Even though her heart was in turmoil, she did not show it on her face. She said to Shen Yulang, "Brother Shen, this gift is too expensive. I'm afraid I can't accept it. No reward without merit. If it was just ordinary medicinal herbs, it would be fine. But this 7-colored Ganoderma lucidum? Never mind, she was not worthy of it." Shang Xiaojiu could not accept such an expensive gift. Shen Yulong seemed to have guessed that she would say that, and he also prepared a set of rhetoric. "A sword deserves a head, hero. You know the effect of this Ganoderma lucidum, so you are her destined person. In my hands, this thing is just like wildflowers and weeds on the roadside. Nothing special, but it is different in your hands. Take it to save the people who should be saved." He was so good at talking, and every word he said touched Shang Xiaojiu's heart. She really liked this Ganoderma lucidum. After a fierce struggle between heaven and earth, Shang Xiaojiu decided to accept it. "Brother Shen, thank you. It will be the treasure of Huichuntang in the future. I will definitely take good care of it." After that, Shang Xiaojiu carefully hid the Ganoderma lucidum, and then, as if she remembered something, she came to Shen Yulong mysteriously and whispered, "Brother Shen, actually you are not an ordinary bandit. Your identity must not be simple. But don't worry, I keep my mouth shut and will never reveal a word about you." In Shang Xiaojiu's heart, those who can get the 7-colored Ganoderma lucidum are either powerful or very rich. Shen Yulang had nothing to do with these two things, but he was able to get this Ganoderma lucidum, proving that he had been pretending and his identity was not simple. However, Shen Yulang did not want to reveal his identity, which meant that he had something to hide, and Shang Xiaojiu did not dare to ask further. While she was thinking, Chen Yulang glanced at her. "What are you thinking about in your little head? I'm just an ordinary person who knows a little martial arts. I got this Ganoderma lucidum by chance, and I'm giving it to you as a return of favor." "Hey, actually, when we first met, you were seriously injured and almost died. In fact, as long as you eat this Ganoderma lucidum, you will be fine. Why don't you use it to save your life?" Shang Xiaojiu was smart. She wanted to test him, so she asked about the situation when he was in danger that day. Shen Yulong saw through her thoughts at a glance. He glared at her and said, "Are you stupid? How could I carry such a precious Ganoderma lucidum with me? My injury that day was an accident. No one expected it." "That's true." Shang Xiaojiu felt that she was too proud of herself, so she acted stupidly in front of Shen Yulong. She smiled awkwardly. "Yeah, I actually forgot that. You were really lucky to meet me that day, so you saved your life." Shen Yulong did not comment and snorted, "Yes, thanks to you." In order to attract customers, the new store opened. All medicinal materials were 50% off, and calming soup and mosquito-repellent medicine bags were given away for free. For a while, the door of Huichuntang was almost trampled to pieces, and many people rushed in to buy a lot of herbs for treating colds, and they bought a lot at a time. This is actually a good phenomenon, but what worries Shang Xiaojiu is that this group of people have no idea how to preserve herbs. Keeping them at home will only cause them to mold and rot, which is a huge waste. Shang Xiaojiu advised them to sell the herbs only when they needed them, and not to buy more, but the villagers disagreed. They thought that they could buy the herbs at half the price, so why not take advantage of the situation? No one listened to Shang Xiaojiu, and she complained bitterly. No matter what era it is, greed for bargains is the most fundamental weakness of human nature. Du Chanchan is a little smart girl. She helps Shang Xiaojiu greet the guests in a cute way. She also promotes the soothing soup she made by herself to everyone she meets. She is really smart. Shang Xiaojiu likes her very much. She picks up the little girl and kisses her on the face. "You are so good, baby." "Sister, isn't Chanchan great? You are so great. You are a good helper to your sister for serving soup." Du Chanchan's face turned red when she was praised. She shyly kissed Shang Xiaojiu on the face. Shang Xiaojiu's heart melted by this kiss. Huichuntang's business is pretty good due to its reasonable prices. In just one day, Shang Xiaojiu was busy and exhausted. Fortunately, Liu Kui was capable and knew how to do accounting, so she helped her share most of the work. But in this case, Shang Xiaojiu would not be able to spare any time to take care of the medicinal field and fish pond. After much thought, she decided to find an honest and reliable person in the village to help manage them. The business will grow bigger in the future, and she can't do everything herself, so she has to hand over the work to others. Thinking of this, after Huichintang closed, Shang Xiaojiu went to find the village chief and told him that he wanted to hire someone. He didn't have any other requirements. The main thing was that the person had to be clean and hardworking. As long as the job was done well, the wages would naturally be just as good. When the news spread, many people came to apply for the job. The village chief found a time, gathered these people together, and asked Shang Xiaojiu to select carefully. However, Shang Xiaojiu really couldn't agree with the people chosen by the village chief. They were all old, weak, sick, and disabled. There was an old man over 80 years old who had trouble walking, an old man who stuttered and had a lame leg, as well as an old grandmother and an old lady with tuberculosis. The smile on Shang Xiaojiu's face froze instantly. She looked at the village chief in disbelief. "Village chief, is this the person you chose for me?" "Oh, Jew girl, I've done my best as the village chief. Many young people are no longer in the village and have gone out to find work. There are only these few who stay here and can work. You can just make do with them." "No, these people are all bad. Forget it. If I have to use them, I might as well work harder myself. If anything happens to them while they are at work, not only will she not make any money, but she will also have to pay compensation, which would be a loss." Shang Xiaojiu sighed and wondered if he could ask Uncle Yun to borrow a few people, but the Yunqing escort agency was also getting on track and they were all very busy, so how could they have any free manpower? Just when Shang Xiaojiu was in great distress and at her wit's end, she heard someone calling her name. She turned around and saw Wang carrying a vegetable basket and looking at her. Shang Xiaojiu didn't expect to meet Lu Jing's mother here, and hurriedly said, "Auntie Wang, why are you here? Look at you, you must be well." Wang nodded and said, "It's all thanks to you. I follow the prescription you prescribed every day, and my body feels better day by day. At first, I could get out of bed and walk around, and later I had some strength and could do some ordinary farm work." Hearing this, Shang Xiaojiu was sincerely happy for her. Wang continued, "Miss Shang, I just heard that you wanted to recruit someone. Do you have any requirements?" "Nothing. As long as they are hardworking, diligent, have healthy limbs, and are free of illness or disaster, that's enough." Shang Xiaojiu sighed and continued, "Even with such simple requirements, the village chief can't find a suitable candidate. They are all old, weak, and disabled people in their 70s and 80s. Auntie Wang, don't you think this is outrageous?" Now she is worried and doesn't know where to recruit people. Wang smiled gently. "Well, Miss Shang, I don't know what you think of me. If you don't mind, I can be your helper. The wages are negotiable." "Sure." Aunt Wang's health has improved a lot, and her complexion is no different from that of a normal person. Managing medicinal materials and fish ponds is not a physical job, so Aunt Wang is capable of doing it. Shang Xiaojiu was delighted and said quickly, "Okay, Aunt Wang, it would be great if you could come to help. But why did you think of finding a job outside? Does Mr. Lu know about this?" "I haven't told my son yet, but the spring examination is coming soon. A Jing needs money to go to Beijing for the exam. You know my family's situation. We don't have much money, so I thought about finding a job outside, but I have been sick for a long time. They think I am useless and refuse to hire me." "It doesn't matter. Aunt Wang, it's their loss if they don't hire you, but it doesn't matter. I will hire you. Aunt Wang, thank you so much this time for solving my urgent problem." Shang Xiaojiu negotiated the salary with Wang and agreed to give her 10 taels of silver per month, but Wang wanted to advance 3 months' salary as travel expenses for Lu Jing. Of course, Shang Xiaojiu would agree to this small request, and she immediately gave her 50 taels of silver. There were 20 more taels of silver than the 30 taels. Wang was stunned. 20 more taels. I gave these 20 taels of silver to Mr. Lu. He is going to Beijing to take the exam. As a neighbor, I should support him. But Aunt Wang, don't tell Mr. Lu about my gift of silver. Men have strong self-esteem. I'm afraid he will be angry when he knows it. It's hard for Miss Shang to think so much about Ajing. Ajing is lucky to have you as a friend." Shang Xiaojiu was a little embarrassed by the compliment. She smiled and said generously, "It's nothing. Mr. Lu is very ambitious. Once he passes the exam, he will benefit the people." Wang took the silver home and happened to meet Lu Jing, who was looking for her. Lu Jing hurried forward. "Mom, where did you go just now? I couldn't find you everywhere." He was very worried, and only felt relieved when he saw that his mother was fine. Wang patted Lu Jing's hand and said with a smile, "Why worry? Mom is not a child anymore, and she knows the way home." With that, the mother and son went into the house. Wang took out the silver and handed it to Lu Jing. Son, spring examination is coming soon. You must study hard. This silver is for your travel expenses to Beijing for the examination. Take it. Lu Jing opened the purse containing the silver and found that there were 50 taels of silver in it. He was surprised and said, "Mother, where did you get so much silver?" "Mother, Jing, Mother wants to tell you something, but you are not allowed to be angry after hearing it." She helped Shang Xiaojiu manage the medicinal fields and fish ponds. Sooner or later she would tell Jing, so it was better to tell her earlier. Lu Jing seemed to have guessed something. He looked calm and said, "Mother, did you go out to find a job?" Nothing can be hidden from Jing's eyes, but don't worry, the job Mother found is very easy. Miss Shang opened a medicine shop, and she is too busy, so she hired workers. Wang told Lu Jing the whole story, and then said with emotion, "Miss Shang is such a good person. I asked her for a packet of silver, and she agreed without hesitation. Jing, you must remember her kindness. After you pass the imperial examination, you must repay her well. Do you understand?" Lu Jing fell silent. After a long time, he said, "Mother, I understand." The packet of silver seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds in his hand. Lu Jing held it tightly and then said, "Mother, the food is ready. You eat first. I have something to do and need to go out for a while." Lu Jing was walking on the road. He had bought a hairpin in the town before. Originally, he wanted to give it to Miss Shang, but he never had the chance. Now it is just right to give it to her as a thank you gift. As he thought about it, he quickened his pace, hoping to meet Shang Xiaojiu before dark. When passing through the woods, Lu Jing suddenly heard a woman's voice calling for help, shouting for help. Lu Jing frowned and hurried to the sound of the call for help, only to see a woman sitting on the ground, crying very sadly. He walked up to her and said gently, "Girl, are you okay?" The girl looked about 15 years old, and she was delicate and weak. "Sir, save me, my foot is sprained, it hurts now." Lu Jing saw that it was getting late and it was not safe for a girl to stay here, so he asked, "Girl, where is your home? I will take you back." "My home is quite far from here, 10 miles away." 10 miles. It would take several hours to walk without any burden, let alone with one person. Lu Jing was worried and suddenly remembered that this place was not far from Miss Shang's home, and Miss Shang knew medical skills, so he could ask her to help with the treatment. Thinking of this, Lu Jing bowed his hands and said, "Miss, I'm sorry." Then he left his back to the girl. She half squatted down and said softly, "Come up, I'll carry you." Although men and women should not touch each other, at this critical moment, she couldn't care less. The girl's cheeks were flushed, and she put her arms around Lu Jing's neck and lay on his thin back. "Miss, don't be afraid. My friend's house is not far ahead. She can help you treat your foot injury and take you in for one night. You can go home tomorrow." "Thank you, sir." When Lu Jing arrived, Shang Xiaojiu was counting the accounts. The accounts would be handed over to Aunt Wang tomorrow, and she would keep the accounts in the future. After she counted the accounts, she heard someone knocking on the door. She wondered who would come to see her at this time. It was strange. Shang Xiaojiu still went to open the door and was shocked when she saw the person coming. Chen Xiaoqiao? Chen Xiaoqiao is the only daughter of Cao. In Shang Xiaojiu's memory, Cao has always loved this daughter and held her in the palm of her hand. Although she lived in the countryside, she was trained as a lady from a noble family and never left the house. Therefore, not many people in the whole Anyang village have seen Chen Xiao's face. Although Shang Xiaojiu and Chen did not get along well, she had seen Chen Xiaoqiao before she traveled through time, so it was not surprising that she could recognize her. Chen Xiaoqiao also did not expect to meet Shang Xiaojiu here, and could not help but shout, "Who are you, sister?" The two had only met once on the day of Grandma's birthday a few years ago, and never met again. Then the relationship between the two families became worse and worse, let alone meeting each other. Shang Xiaojiu and Chen Xiaoqiao had not spent much time together, and he did not know her temperament, but he would not transfer his prejudice against Cao to her, and immediately asked, "Lu Shukai, what happened to her?" "I didn't expect you two knew each other. I met this girl on the mountain. She sprained her foot and could not walk. I thought it was close to your home, so I carried her to find you." Lu Jing put Chen Xiaoqiao down, and the two of them helped her sit on a chair. Shang Xiaojiu asked her which leg hurt, and Chen Xiaoqiao said her right leg. Shang Xiaojiu touched the ankle of her right leg and pinched it a few times. Chen Xiaoqiao frowned in pain. "Sister, it hurts a lot." "It's okay, it's just sprained. I know a little bit of trauma. I'll treat you, just bear with it." As she said that, she exerted a little force with her hands, and there was a click. Chen Xiaoqiao screamed in pain, waiting for the severe pain to come. Lu Jing listened to the scream and was also terrified. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't help but smile when she saw how scared they were. "Are you guys okay?" "It's okay. This bone correction is just a lot of noise but little action. It won't hurt. On the contrary, it's very comfortable. Qiao Qiao, get up and walk a few steps to see if it doesn't hurt anymore." Chen Qiao Qiao stopped shouting, listened to her, got up and walked around a few times, and found that she really didn't feel any pain at all. She hurriedly said, "Thank you, sister." "You're welcome. I'm also half a doctor. A doctor has a kind heart. How can I watch someone die without helping?" It was just a matter of convenience, so Shang Xiaojiu told her not to take it to heart and turned to ask Lu Jing, "By the way, your home is at the head of the village, and I'm at the foot of the mountain. How did you meet Qiao Qiao? And Chen Qiao Qiao, how did you sprain your ankle in the mountains?" She asked 2 questions in a row. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment. He came here for selfish reasons, but how could he express his feelings in front of outsiders? Just as he was hesitating, Chen Qiao Qiao said softly, "Sister, my mother locked me up at home. It was too boring, so I ran away secretly. But I don't go out often, so I got lost in the mountains and hurt my foot. Fortunately, I met this gentleman." After Chen Qiao Qiao finished speaking, she quickly glanced at Lu Jing, then lowered her head and nervously pinched the handkerchief with her fingers. "So that's how it is. How about you, Mr. Lu? I just met Aunt Wang today. You should be preparing for the exam. How come you are here?" I came all the way to see you, Miss Shang. Thank you for giving me the silver to go to Beijing for the exam. Although my mother said that the 50 taels of silver was wages, I know that Miss Shang wanted to help me. Miss is so kind. Lu Jing really can't repay her." Unexpectedly, Shang Xiaojiu asked Aunt Wang not to tell the truth to Lu Jing, but he finally found out. She was really quick-witted and couldn't hide it from him. Shang Xiaojiu pursed her lips. "I just hope you can study hard, and Aunt Wang is old, and it's really hard for her to run around to raise money. But the 50 taels of silver are not given for nothing. Aunt Wang has helped me a lot, so I have to thank her instead. I hope you don't say that to comfort me." Lu Jing's mood was much better than before. Miss Shang always had a way to make him happy. The two chatted, and Chen Xiao Qiao, who was standing aside, seemed a little out of place. She wanted to say something, but found that she couldn't get a word in, so she pouted and became emotional. "Sister, can I stay at your place for a few days?" "No." Shang Xiaojiu refused without thinking. What a joke! If that snobbish second aunt knew that her daughter lived in her enemy's house, who knows how she would stir up trouble. Her medicine shop was just starting out, and she didn't want to cause trouble. Besides, she didn't want to have a direct conflict with this second aunt again. With a snap, Chen Xiaoqiao immediately knelt in front of Shang Xiaojiu and shed tears. "Sister, you must save me this time. What are you doing? Get up and talk. It's so ugly to kneel like this, as if I bullied you." Chen Xiaoqiao cried very sadly. "If sister doesn't agree, I won't get up." Shang Xiaojiu was overwhelmed. No matter what she said, Chen Xiaoqiao still said the same thing, asking her to agree to her first. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of being pestered by a man. Shang Xiaojiu is the same as a woman. She is very helpless. "Okay, I promise you. Then can you tell me what happened?" "My mother wants wealth and glory so much that she wants to send me to the palace for selection. The current emperor is old enough to be my father, so how can he be my husband? I really don't want to, so I ran away secretly." Chen Xiaoqiao said while sobbing, looking very pitiful. Cao was vain. Although she loved her daughter, she loved the rich and powerful more. She sold her daughter for fame. She didn't think about the countless beauties sent to the palace every year. How many of them could become the emperor's concubines? Most of them became palace maids and eventually died of old age in the palace. Dying of old age was considered a good ending. Some of them were even involved in conspiracies and intrigues and ended up with a bad end. Shang Xiaojiu frowned. "But you can hide for a while, not forever. You can't live in my house forever. Your mother will find you sooner or later. It's better to hide for a while, sister. You just need to take me in for a few days until I find another place to live." Chen Xiaoqiao begged again, and looked at Lu Jing on the side with resentment in her eyes, hoping that this kind and handsome man could help her. Lu Jing thought for a while. He said, "What Miss Shang said makes sense. The relationship between you is also very awkward. If you stay here, it will only bring trouble to Miss Shang." Shang Xiaojiu coughed when her thoughts were touched. Bringing trouble is a small matter. The main thing is to find a way to solve the problem. Looking at her like this, Lu Jing thought that there were still things in the world that Miss Shang couldn't settle. It was very interesting that she was so annoyed and depressed. He couldn't help laughing as he thought about it. Shang! Xiaojiu glanced at him. Lu Shuchai, what are you laughing at? Lu Jing forgot himself for a moment, put away the smile on his face and returned to his original appearance. He put his hand on his lips and whispered, I do have a way to try. What's Lu Shukai's idea? Just tell me. Shang Xiaojiu's eyes lit up. How could she forget about Lu Jing? Lu Shuchai was a scholar, full of knowledge, and naturally had many ideas. She pricked up her ears and listened patiently. In our dynasty, the selection of concubines is held in June. Officials in all counties and prefectures will issue instructions for the selection of concubines. All eligible women in each household can participate. After registration, a special painter will come to paint the portrait of the concubine and then send it to the capital as soon as possible. But there is a time limit. Registration must be made before June. If Miss Chen misses June, she will have to wait until next year. Lu Jing put his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. He has not yet passed the imperial examination, and has not entered the officialdom. At this time, the scheming and wisdom he showed have already emerged. Shang Xiaojiu snapped his fingers. Yes, as long as you are sick or for some other reason, you can't register on time, then it will be fine, right? If Cao Shi is unwilling, she can only wait until next year. But what should we do? Chen Qiao listened to the two of them talking, confused. She didn't understand much, and her face was full of confusion. Shang Xiaojiu smiled mysteriously, then went into the house and rummaged around. She took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Chen Qiao. This is called green grass root. You just need to apply this powder on your face and red spots will appear on your face. But it doesn't matter. It's non-toxic. After 3 days, your face will recover. Don't worry, after all, she was going to do something on the face, so Shang Xiaojiu had to make it very clear to Chen Qiao so that she wouldn't worry. Chen Qiao nodded heavily. This is also a good idea. I think it's okay. Thank you, sister. She took the medicine bottle and put it away, and thanked Shang Xiaojiu again and again. Shang Xiaojiu blinked at her. It's okay. We are relatives after all. Although I hate your mother is your mother, and you are you. I won't confuse them, but my attitude towards your mother will not be good. You won't mind, right? Chen Qiao's face was a little embarrassed and she shook her head. I know what my mother did is unacceptable, but she is my mother after all. So, I know, okay, it's getting late. You can sleep in my mother's room today and go back tomorrow. Thank you, sister. Lu Jing smiled faintly. Then is there nothing for me here? Miss Shang, I'll take my leave first. Lu Shukai, thank you very much today. I'll take you out. Shang Xiaojiu made a gesture of invitation. Lu Jing smiled at her again, and the two walked out. It was dark, and only the soft moonlight illuminated the road ahead. The two walked side by side, and Shang Xiaojiu sent him out of the yard. She tilted her head, always feeling that Lu Jing came here today. Besides thanking, there was something else. She couldn't hide her doubts and said them out loud. Lu Shukai, besides thanking you, do you have anything else to ask me when you come to my house? Are you in trouble? If you are in trouble, tell me and I will definitely help you. Shang Xiaojiu patted his chest and promised Lu Jing. Lu Jing sighed. It turned out that in Miss Shang's mind he only caused trouble. This impression was really bad. He sighed slightly. A scholar is useless. It seems that I am really useless, so I will trouble you again and again. No. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to say that you are in trouble. I really want to help you. Shang Xiaojiu was afraid that he would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained. Seeing her nervousness, Lu Jing shook his head slightly. Miss Shang, I was just teasing you. You fell for it. He has always been steady and upright. Shang Xiaojiu has never seen him joke, and she felt extremely strange for a moment. She snorted, Mr. Lu, I was so worried in vain, but in the end, Miss Shang, please forgive me. I apologize to you here. Lu Jing bowed in the direction of Shang Xiaojiu and apologized sincerely. Shang Xiaojiu is a straightforward person. She waved her hand. I was just joking with Mr. Lu just now. I don't have any other advantages, but I am generous. Usually I don't get angry easily. She patted her hands as she spoke. The two of them had walked a long way without realizing it. There was a fork in the road ahead. If they walked forward, they would reach Lu Jing's house. It takes one step to send you 1,000 miles. Lu Jing was very happy today because he talked a lot with Miss Shang, and he was satisfied just talking. But now they have to separate. Lu Jing has a lot to say in his heart. He looked up at the sky and said nervously, It won't be long before I go to Beijing to take the exam. I won't be in Anyang village for a long time. I know, I will help you take care of Aunt Wang. Just don't worry. Lu Jing was interrupted before he finished speaking. He looked at the girl in front of him with great depression, and he couldn't help feeling frustrated. "Miss Shang, I have something to give you. It has come to this point. Lu Jing must achieve the purpose of coming here today." He encouraged himself and took out the hairpin that had grown all night from his sleeve. Shang Xiaojiu was stunned when she saw the silver hairpin in his hand, but her first thought was not why Lu Jing wanted to give her something, but knowing his family situation, he didn't have any extra money. She began to feel sorry for Lu Jing's money. "This silver hairpin is very expensive. I can't accept it." Shang Xiaojiu rejected Lu Jing's kindness and even wanted him to return the silver hairpin. This move undoubtedly hurt Lu Jing's heart. His handsome hands tightened, and his tone was a little lonely. "Miss Shang, although I can only read, I have written letters to the villagers and helped them send them to distant relatives and earned some money. This silver hairpin is not worth much money. I negotiated with the boss and it only costs a dozen coins. It's my intention." Lu Jing said faintly, and Shang Xiaojiu realized that she had said the wrong thing. She looked at him and hurriedly took the silver hairpin in her hand. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I like this hairpin very much, thank you." Then, in order to show her love, Shang Xiaojiu also inserted the silver hairpin into her bun and said to him with a smile, "How is it? Does it look good?" Lu Jing nodded, staring at her delicate face, and was a little distracted for a moment. He murmured to himself, "Beautiful, very beautiful." In Anyang village, Shang Xiaojiu's appearance is definitely one of the best. She is still young and her facial features have not yet grown, but she has a stunning appearance. I don't know how many men she will fascinate when she grows up for a few years. I don't know how many people will step on the threshold of her house just to marry her. But Shang Xiaojiu didn't know the lethality of her appearance at all. She giggled and said, "Lu Shukai, when you go to the capital, you must take the exam well. I will rely on you to cover me in the future. We have known each other for so long and have been friends for a long time. Why don't you call me by my name? Just call me Lu Jing." Lu Jing made another request. Shang Xiaojiu felt that what she had just said was a bit hurtful. Although she was unintentional, it did hurt Lu Jing. Therefore, there was no one who would not agree to his request. "Okay, then I will call you Lu Jing from now on, and you don't have to call me Miss Shang, just call me Xiaojiu." "Okay, then we will just call each other by our first names." The two smiled at each other, and the distance between them seemed to have shortened a little. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Jing refused to let Shang Xiaojiu send her off. "Xiaojiu, you go back first. We are walking a little far. How about I send you off?" Shang Xiaojiu chuckled. "You send me off, and I send you off. We will walk until dawn. We don't want to go home. I have to go to town tomorrow. I can't stay with you. Forget it, I will go back by myself." "How can that be? It's still very dangerous for a girl to go home." Lu Jing insisted, but as soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice interrupted. "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I will send Miss Shang back." Shang Xiaojiu turned around and saw Shen Yulang, covered in wind, frost, rain, and snow, standing not far away and looking at them. He didn't know when he came, nor did he know how much of their conversation he heard. Shang Xiaojiu raised her eyebrows. "It's a dark and windy night, Brother Shen. You are here, wearing all black. Where are you from?" Shen Yulong glanced at her. "I went down the mountain to do some things and was delayed on the way. This road is also the way up the mountain. I just happened to run into you. What's so strange about that?" Shang Xiaojiu suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. "Then, it's really a coincidence for us." Lu Jing raised his eyes to look at Shen Yulong and bowed to him. "In that case, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Shen." Shen Yulong was cold and returned the greeting. "You're welcome. I'll take Miss Shang there. It's not a trouble." Just like that, Lu Jing turned around and left, but he felt disappointed in his heart. He always felt that he and Shang Xiaojiu were not destined to be together. Every time they had a good chat and felt that the distance between them was shortened, Shen Yulang would appear. Miss Shang's emotions were always led by him, which was not a good sign. Lu Jing felt a little pain on his forehead. He raised his hand and pressed it a little before continuing to move forward. On the other side, Shang Xiaojiu walked up to Shen Yulang and looked him up and down. "Are you really just talking about business? What kind of business needs to be discussed so late? Something is wrong with you. There is something wrong with you." Although she is usually carefree and informal, she has a unique keenness and insight when it comes to serious matters. She can detect that something is wrong with Shen Yulong with just one sniff. Shen Yulong snorted as if he didn't want to talk to her anymore. He looked at the silver hairpin in her bun and found it even more eye-catching. "It's so ugly." What? What did you say?" What's so ugly? Shang Xiaojiu thought Shen Yulong was saying that she was ugly. She was a girl and would definitely care about her appearance. How could he say that? In a rage, Shang Xiaojiu raised her foot and kicked him on the leg. Shen Yulong saw her movements clearly in the dark, but he did not dodge and was hit hard by her kick. However, Shang Xiaojiu's strength was the same as that of a kitten, so it didn't hurt at all. I was talking about your silver hairpin. What did you think I said? Ah, it was a misunderstanding. Shang Xiaojiu was embarrassed for a moment. She touched the hairpin on her head and muttered, "Then explain it clearly. It's no wonder that I misunderstood you without saying anything. Besides, this silver hairpin is very beautiful. It's not ugly at all. You have no taste." The two of them started to argue with each other again after just a few words. Shen Yulong's slightly cold eyes swept across the hairpin on her head. "You have poor vision. I can give you better things in the future." Because his voice was too soft, Shang Xiaojiu didn't hear what he said, so she asked again, "What? I didn't hear a word you said just now." "Nothing, let's go. I'll take you back." "Oh, you are such a boring person. It was obviously you who came to quarrel with me first, and now we are not quarreling anymore. You have said everything. Boring." She chattered non-stop, chirping like a magpie. Suddenly, Shang Xiaojiu felt dizzy. Someone grabbed her waist and carried her into the air. Chen Yulong held her in his arms, his figure flowing gracefully as he flew through the woods, causing the birds in the forest to scatter. She was very scared at first and hugged his neck with her eyes closed. Shen Yulong tilted his head to look at her, and seeing that she had closed her eyes, he smiled and said, "Miss Shang, open your eyes and take a look. You're very beautiful." Shen Yulong's voice soothed Shang Xiaojiu, and she slowly opened her eyes and found that they were sitting steadily on the tallest tree in the forest. Because they were standing high and could see far, the scenery of the mountain was all in her eyes. The stars were above her head, and Shang Xiaojiu seemed to be able to touch the starlight with just a stretch of her hand. "It's so beautiful. For the first time, I feel that having martial arts is a good thing. It allows me to see scenes that others cannot see." "Are you not afraid now?" Shang Xiaojiu grabbed Shen Yulong's arm and shook his head. "I'm still a little scared. This tree is so high. If I fall down, won't I be dead?" "Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Even if you fall, I will be your cushion and you won't get hurt." Maybe it was the intoxicating moonlight, but Shang Xiaojiu looked at Shen Yulong's profile and felt that he was particularly pleasing to the eye today. Her heart was beating uncontrollably and very fast. She suddenly felt her ears hot, and the heat spread to her cheeks. Shang Xiaojiu felt like he had a fever. He covered his face with his slightly cool hands and exhaled quietly. Shen Yulong was surprised. "What's wrong? You don't seem to be feeling well." As soon as he opened his mouth, the sound of a clear spring flowed into her ears. Shang Xiaojiu's heart beat faster, and her face became hotter. She lowered her head and coughed. "Yeah, I don't know why it's so hot at night." As she spoke, she fanned her face twice with her hands to confirm her words. Shen Yulong felt even more strange. "Really? Why don't I feel that?" "Brother Shen, let's go back. It's getting late." Shang Xiaojiu felt that he was sick and was afraid to stay with him any longer. He would soon have trouble breathing. "Okay, let's go down." Chen Yulong put his arms around her waist and landed lightly. As soon as they landed, Shang Xiaojiu stepped back a little and kept a distance from him. Strangely enough, after they were a little apart, she didn't feel so uncomfortable. Chen Yulong walked her back and they separated only when they reached the door. When Shang Xiaojiu returned to the room, she found Chen Xiaoqiao still waiting for her in the lobby. "Sister, you're back?" "Hey, Xiaoqiao, it's getting late. Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Chen Xiaoqiao smiled embarrassedly. She said that she was worried about her sister, but she was muttering in her heart that Shang Xiaojiu sent Lu Jing out and should have been back soon, so why did he come back so late? She thought about how she had gotten lost in the woods earlier, and luckily it was Lu Jing who saved her. When she thought about this, her heart started pounding. Chen Xiaoqiao couldn't restrain her thoughts, so she moved closer to Shang Xiaojiu and asked in a low voice, "Lu Shukai, is he from Anyang village? How is his family situation?" "Huh?" Lu Shukai's family is actually very famous in the village. As a scholar, he often helps the illiterate elderly in the village to write letters and family letters, so everyone knows him, but you have been staying at home, so you don't know him. Lu Shukai's family is relatively poor, but he is very ambitious and talented. I believe that once he is a dragon in the sky, he will soar into the sky and realize his ideals and ambitions. Chen Xiaoqiao talked about Lu Jing with Shang Xiaojiu, and Shang Xiaojiu was happy to tell her that she had a high opinion of Lu Jing, and felt that although he was unknown now, he would succeed sooner or later. And her words made Chen Xiaojiu like Lu Jing even more. She was already moved by the idea of a hero saving a beauty, and on top of that, this man was handsome and a young talent. Which woman wouldn't be moved by this? Chen Xiaojiu blushed deeply. Shang Xiaojiu saw through her little thoughts. "You are suddenly so interested in Lu Shukai's affairs. Are you interested in him?" she asked bluntly. Chen Xiaojiu's face turned red. She covered her face and smiled shyly. "Sister, don't talk nonsense. I don't mean that." The girl was shy and became very shy after a few words. Shang Xiaojiu stopped teasing her and said, Okay, I was just joking, but Mr. Lu is indeed a very good person." The next morning, Chen Xiaojiu returned home. Aunt Wang came to her house very early. She handed the account book to Aunt Wang, said a few words to her, and then hurried to Hui Chintang. Hui Chintang opened early in the morning. Li Yukui opened the door before dawn and cleaned the pharmacy from top to bottom, inside and out. As soon as she walked in, she felt that the windows were bright and clean, and it was very clean. "Auntie Li, why are you up so early? Are you tired?" Li Yukui smiled, with sweat still on her forehead. She shook her head and said she was not tired. "This is what I should do. I'm not tired, not at all." "Where is the little girl Qianqian? She is usually very playful. Every day she waits for me to take her to eat wontons at Huichun Hall. Why is she not here today?" Shang Xiaojiu looked around, but did not see the little girl and found it very strange. She played too much yesterday and couldn't get up in the morning. She went to sleep in the back. As soon as she woke up, she started clamoring for someone to play with her. "Miss Shang, I'm really sorry. I'm working for you, but I have to trouble you to take care of my child, so..." Li Yukui regarded Shang Xiaojiu as her benefactor, so she was particularly cautious in doing things. Moreover, her daughter liked Boss Shang very much, so she felt even more indebted. Shang Xiaojiu waved her hand. "I like that little girl very much. She is young, smart and clever, and very likable, but I want to apologize to you, Auntie, for always occupying your daughter and not letting go." The two chatted and laughed. Shang Xiaojiu helped her clean up, wanting to check and sort everything out, and then wait for the guests to come. It's a late spring with a cold snap, and many people will catch colds, so business is particularly good. Even though I just came here to get a few prescriptions, each prescription didn't cost much. It's just that little by little, Shang Xiaojiu grew medicinal herbs himself, without any capital, so he also made a lot of money. While working at the counter, she used an abacus to balance her income and expenses, a modern way of keeping accounts. When Shang Xiaojiu was in college, he took finance as an elective course, so he knew some basic financial knowledge, which comes in handy now. Ordinary people cannot understand the accounts. Only Shang Xiaojiu can understand them clearly. However, if there are smart people who can understand the mystery, they will know that this method of accounting is very convenient. Li Yukui originally ran a shop. She helped her husband manage the shop's accounts, so when she saw Shang Xiaojiu's way of accounting, she couldn't help but find it very strange. "Boss, what are you doing? Why can't I understand it at all?" Shang Xiaojiu smiled and said, "I'm keeping accounts. It's normal that you can't understand it. This method of calculation was taught to me by an old man before. Using this method, the accounts are clear and easy to see at a glance. Any mistakes can be seen at a glance. Aunt Li, are you interested in learning? I can teach you." When Aunt Li heard Shang Xiaojiu say that he could teach her, her eyes lit up instantly, but then dimmed quickly. "Boss, you are so busy every day, and it is such a waste of time for you to teach me this. The most important thing is that if other people knew about this good idea, they would definitely hide it and would not give it to others, because they did not want others to be more capable than her." But Shang Xiaojiu was completely different. She really wanted to teach Aunt Li. Aunt Li could also feel it, but she refused because she didn't want to receive so many favors without any merit. Shang Xiaojiu could naturally see what was on her mind, so she said to her seriously, "Auntie, I am serious. My goal is not just this pharmacy. I will take care of more stores in the future. If every store requires me to do the accounting myself, I will be so busy, but it will be different if I teach you. You can help me, don't you think so?" She spoke in a very arrogant tone. In a place where no one lives and no chickens lay eggs, she said that she wanted to open many stores. If someone else said this, Aunt Li would only think that he was arrogant, but when Shang Xiaojiu said it, she felt that the boss would be able to do it, because the boss was persistent enough, and those who know how to persist will succeed. In the end, Aunt Li did not refuse, but looked at Shang Xiaojiu with gratitude. "Since the boss values me, I can't be so ungrateful. Okay, I will work hard in the future and never let you down. That's right. Shang Xiaojiu patted him on the shoulder and went back to his work. At this moment, someone broke in. He looked terrified and blocked Shang Xiaojiu's way. Miss Shang, it's bad. There's a dead person outside. That man was hiding at the door of your drugstore, and he was bleeding a lot. Hearing this, Shang Xiaojiu's expression changed, and she quickly put down what she was holding and ran out, only to see a man in tattered clothes and with a dirty face lying at the door of the drugstore. His body was covered in blood, and there was a strong smell of blood. The onlookers didn't dare to go forward and just watched from a distance, fearing that they would get into trouble. Shang Xiaojiu frowned. Anyang village has always been peaceful, and generally no bandits dared to come here to cause trouble. How come this man was injured so badly that no one knew whether he was dead or alive? Shang Xiaojiu didn't dare to think too much. She believed that a doctor should treat everyone with all her heart and soul. So she took a step forward and felt his pulse. Fortunately, he is still alive and can be saved. Shang Xiaojiu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked for help from the people around him. Please lend a hand and help me carry her to the backyard of Huichun Hall. She is not dead yet. She is still alive. I need to check her carefully for subsequent treatment. When they heard that the person was not dead, those people became a little bolder. 1 or 2 strong men came over. They had received favors from Shang Xiaojiu before and thought this was a good opportunity to repay him, so they volunteered to carry the injured into the backyard. Shang Xiaojiu was naturally happy and quickly thanked them. After they moved to the backyard, they asked Aunt Li to take them downstairs to have a cup of herbal tea as a token of their gratitude. He stayed in the room to treat the injured man. There were no men in the pharmacy, so Shang Xiaojiu had to do it himself. Fortunately, he was not a real ancient person and did not have the idea that there should be no physical contact between men and women. He just started to rip off his clothes. You wouldn't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked. The man had 7 or 8 wounds on his body, and the wound on his lower abdomen was the deepest. It must have been caused by an arrow. Shang Xiaojiu checked and found that his injuries were all external, and he was only in a dying state due to excessive bleeding. He can be cured. Through the wounds, Shang Xiaojiu also discovered that this person's identity was not simple. He was probably being hunted by his enemies. He was outnumbered 10 people and could not defeat them, so some of the scars on his body were deep and some were shallow. However, it was already a great blessing that he could escape danger and save his life. Shang Xiaojiu used clean water to clean the man's wound and wiped his face. He found that he had a handsome face and his appearance was among the best among the people Shang Xiaojiu knew. Just as Shang Xiaojiu was admiring his appearance, Aunt Li came in and asked him if he needed any help. Shang Xiaojiu shook his head. He asked Aunt Li to find a set of clean clothes while he went to the lobby and took out the medicine for treating the external injuries. We returned to the backyard, applied medicine to him, and then bandaged his wound with layers of gauze. External injuries are more troublesome. Not only do we have to change the dressings on time, but we also have to prevent the wound from getting infected. In addition, I got some herbal medicine for reducing fever, boiled 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl of decoction for him to drink. I was so busy all day that I didn't even have time to eat. Aunt Li felt sorry for him because he was tired, so she asked him to sit down and rest. Shang Xiaojiu shook his head. I'm very happy to help others. How can I feel tired? He did everything himself, and Aunt Li saw all his efforts, but there were some things he had to say. Boss, as the saying goes, people's words can be scary. Isn't it inappropriate for you to help that young man change the medicine like this? After all, he is a girl. Aunt Li was kind-hearted and was thinking about Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu didn't think so. He said as a matter of course, but I'm the only woman here who can treat injuries, so of course I should do it. Do I have to ignore his life or death, just because of the difference between men and women? Boss, don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant. Aunt Li blushed a little and hurried to explain, fearing that Shang Xiaojiu would misunderstand him. Shang Xiaojiu naturally knew Aunt Li's good intentions, so how could he misunderstand him? It was no wonder that she would have such thoughts. After all, he was a real ancient man, and the concepts he accepted were so pedantic and futile. In fact, she only saw his chest and some key parts, but in their eyes this was a big deal, and it was damaging to a woman's reputation. Aunt Li said something very true. That is, people's words are scary. However, Shang Xiaojiu never cares about other people's thoughts and opinions. In such an era, she will only stick to her heart and have a clear conscience. Auntie, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I am a doctor. In my eyes, there is no gender distinction. Patients are just patients. You don't have to worry about me. Auntie Li said, "Oh," and told Shang Xiaojiu to rest more, and then left. Because she had to observe the patient's condition, Shang Xiaojiu stayed by his bedside the whole day. After a long time, she felt a little sleepy, so she lay down and slept for a while. After a while, she was awakened by the crying of the little girl. "Where is my sister? I want to play with her." It was the voice of the little girl. After she woke up and couldn't find Shang Xiaojiu, she ran around the yard. No matter how Aunt Li coaxed him, he wouldn't listen. "I've already told you, your sister Shang is busy with something. Qian, you have to be good and don't let mother worry." "No, I want to play with my sister." The little girl was very stubborn, and she looked like she would never give up until she saw Shang Xiaojiu. Aunt Li really couldn't do anything with her. She wanted to teach him a lesson but couldn't bring herself to do it. But if she just scolded him, he wouldn't listen. In short, it's a dilemma. Just then the door creaked and Shang Xiaojiu walked out, her hands on her hips, humming. Which little friend is disobedient? He doesn't listen to his mother and is making a lot of noise and making a fuss. He is not cute at all. The little girl smiled when she saw Shang Xiaojiu, but when she heard her next words, she felt aggrieved instantly and kept shedding tears. Du Qian sobbed. "My sister doesn't like me anymore, I'm so sad." Compared to being scolded, she was more worried that Shang Xiaojiu didn't like her anymore. When she thought of this, she felt like the sky was falling. Shang Xiaojiu's heart softened when she heard the little girl cry, but she still deliberately kept a stern face and didn't smile at her at all. Shang Xiaojiu said to Aunt Li, "Leave Qian to me, Auntie. You can go and take care of your things first." With Shang Xiaojiu helping to look after her, Aunt Li felt relieved. She looked at her with gratitude and then stepped out. Shang Xiaojiu and Du Qian were the only ones left in the yard. Shang Xiaojiu looked at her and said coldly, "Do you know you are wrong now?" Du Qian nodded obediently. "I know I was wrong, sister. Please don't ignore me." "Then tell me, what did you do wrong?" "Qian is not good. Qian makes her sister angry." The little girl was too young. She didn't understand. It was understandable that she was not sensible. Shang Xiaojiu got along well with her, so he would not leave her alone. Shang Xiaojiu shook his head. "Qian, you don't know what's wrong." More haste, less speed. Shang Xiaojiu believed that even if it was a child, as long as he was reasoned with and the reason was beneficial, she would definitely listen. So Shang Xiaojiu squatted down to be as tall as her. "I just heard you talking inside. How could you talk to your mother like that? Do you know that your mother loves you very much? Just because you can't find me, you talk to her in this way. She will be sad." Du Qian nodded obediently. "I'm sorry, sister. I was wrong." "Sis is not here. Of course she has something to do. We are adults. We have to work and make money. We can't play with you all the time. How can you yell at mother when you can't find me?" Shang Xiaojiu continued to speak. Du Qian really realized that she was wrong this time. She lowered her head and looked very guilty. It's a great virtue to know your mistakes and correct them. You know you are wrong, but you are still my favorite child. Now do you know what to do? "I know. I will go and apologize to mother." After Du Qian finished speaking, she stepped on her short legs and ran to the front hall. Shang Xiaojiu looked at his back as he left and breathed a sigh of relief. After dealing with the children's affairs, Shang Xiaojiu returned to the house. Every hour, he would wipe the man's face with a clean towel, to ensure that he was clean and refreshed and would not feel too uncomfortable when he woke up. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the man lying quietly on the bed moved his fingers. His eyeballs under his eyelids kept turning, and he kept spitting out one or two words from his mouth. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" There are already signs of waking up. Shang Xiaojiu was awakened by his movement. She almost fell asleep just now. Seeing the man move, she couldn't help but feel happy. His physical fitness was quite strong. He lost so much blood, and he could wake up from his coma in one day. It was not easy. Shang Xiaojiu gently called him, "Young master! Young master?" At Shang Xiaojiu's call, the man opened his eyes. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He couldn't adapt to the light outside for a while, so he closed his eyes. "Where am I?" "This is the pharmacy. You fainted in front of my shop and were seriously injured. But you're fine now. As long as you rest well for a few days and get your body back together, you'll be fully recovered." The man was fully conscious and realized that there was a girl next to him. He coughed slightly and wanted to get up and thank her, but he didn't have the strength. Seeing him like this, Shang Xiaojiu hurriedly stopped him. You can't get up for the time being. Lie on the bed first. If you need anything, come to me and I'll arrange it for you. My bag. Where is the bag? The man shook his head and murmured. When he was found, there was a blue package next to him. Shang Xiaojiu had already helped him put it away. Now that he woke up, he should return the things to their original owner. Shang Xiaojiu reassured him, found the bag from the cabinet and handed it to the man. Look, the bag is here. Check if anything is missing. If anything is missing, I won't be responsible. The man got the bag, as if he got his lifeblood. He breathed a sigh of relief but didn't check it, just thanked Shang Xiaojiu. Miss, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be alive. You are blessed with a good life. You are lucky. That's why you met me. Shang Xiaojiu raised her head proudly. She was not humble at all when she spoke, but she was telling the truth. It was indeed she who saved him. She saved his life. She was generous and straightforward. It was easy for people to like her. The man smiled faintly. Thank you, young lady. By the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Shang Xiaojiu. I don't know your full name. How should I address you? My last name is Pei, which is Ming. You can just call me Pei Ming. Pei Ming, this name is nice. Pei Ming smiled. He was still very weak now. He was very tired after saying all these words, but he was still holding on. I will repay you after I recover from my illness. As soon as these words came out, Shang Xiaojiu burst out laughing. When she picked up the man, he was dressed simply. It was obvious that he was not from a wealthy family. They were all ordinary people, and their lives were very difficult. What was there to talk about repaying or not repaying? Besides, one does not expect a reward for a favor, and Shang Xiaojiu did not expect him to repay. So he waved his hand. The greatest reward for me is for you to heal your injury. Pei Ming could see that Shang Xiaojiu did not believe him and did not say much, but just looked at her meaningfully. You will know later that what I said is true. Okay. I will definitely wait here for you to repay me. You must be very tired now, so have a good rest. I've been outside. If you need anything, just shout and I'll come in. Thank you, young lady. After saying that, Shang Xiaojiu left the room. Hui Chintang rescued a man of unknown origin, and the news soon spread throughout the town. There are many people and many gossips, and there are almost no secrets in villages and towns. Just a little thing will spread everywhere. Shang Xiaojiu doesn't care about rumors, nor does she care what they say about her behind her back. Her only thought is to save people. If she has a clear conscience, she is not afraid of what others say. Pei Ming's condition gradually improved, and he was able to get out of bed and walk. Shang Xiaojiu entered the room and saw him exercising his wrist. She couldn't help but smile. Mr. Pei, it seems that your injury has healed a lot, and your complexion is much better. As long as you take a few more doses of medicine, you will be completely healed. Pei Ming saw Shang Xiaojiu coming in and smiled gently. I have to thank the young lady for her careful care. If it weren't for the young lady, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. He thanked Shang Xiaojiu profusely again. Shang Xiaojiu was tired of listening to him, so she had to wave her hand and told him not to take it to heart. Chanshin ran over and called her sister in a delicate voice. Shang Xiaojiu asked with a smile, Chanshan, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly come to see me? Sister, there is a handsome brother outside, and he is looking for you. Someone came to see her? Shang Xiaojiu was stunned for a moment. She looked at the medicine powder in her hand and then looked at Pei Ming in embarrassment. She originally came here to help him change the medicine, so she had to say, Mr. Pei, why don't you wait here for me for a while? I will come to you after I finish my things outside. Pei Ming didn't want to trouble her anymore and shook his head. I can walk now. I can change the medicine myself, girl. If you are busy, go and do it first. Don't worry about me. Shang Xiaojiu was relieved to hear him say that and hurriedly followed Du Qianqian away. The person who came to see her was Shen Yulong, who was tall and jade-like, standing in front of the medicine cabinet with his hands behind his back. Shang Xiaojiu hadn't seen him since they parted last time. When she saw him again at this moment, she thought it was nothing, but her heart was still beating, and she seemed unable to control the frequency of her heartbeat. Shang Xiaojiu's face turned red suspiciously. She covered her face with her hands to calm herself down before walking forward and saying, Brother Shen, why are you here? I came to discuss business with you. Shen Yulong came here specially to show his support. Summer is about to begin and the weather will get hotter day by day. The temperature on the mountain is even higher than that on the mountain. In the past, many brothers in the village would suffer from heat stroke, so he thought of coming here to prepare some soup medicine to clear away the heat. He told his elder brother about this idea. Yun Qingfeng of course agreed with it 100%, and also knew that he did this for Shang Xiaojiu, wanting him to make more money. Before Shen Yulong went down the mountain, Yun Qingfeng gave him some silver. It was Shang Xiaojiu who proposed to open the escort agency that day, so if the business was good and there was profit, Yun Qingfeng would share some with Shang Xiaojiu. Although Shang Xiaojiu said she didn't need it before and refused once, Yun Qingfeng asked Shen Yulong to bring it down the mountain to her this time, just because he didn't want her to refuse. What business? Shang Xiaojiu's eyes lit up. She was of course happy to make money. She immediately changed her attitude and invited him to the back hall. She also made him a pot of tea and smiled attentively. Mr. Shen, Brother Shen, come on, let's sit down and talk slowly. We can talk about anything. Her attitude changed so quickly that it was shocking. Shen Yulong looked at her with interest. Miss Shang, don't you have to be like this? Are you short of money now? It is inevitable to be short of money after opening a store, but it is not to that extent. Shang Xiaojiu mainly thinks that she should grasp every business, accumulate little by little, slowly accumulate experience, and strive to become bigger and stronger. Shang Xiaojiu curled her lips. You want to do business with me? Isn't my attitude good enough? Okay, if you have any business to discuss, tell me quickly. I still have a lot of things to do and I don't have time to greet you. Shen Yulong must have some masochistic tendencies. Seeing her like this, he smiled. Well, this is the Miss Shang I know. Shang Xiaojiu almost rolled her eyes when she heard this. What's wrong with this person? When she treated him well, he thought she was abnormal, but now she was fierce to him. He felt very happy. Shang Xiaojiu felt that she must be crazy to have such a heartbeat for him. Shen Yulong stopped joking with her and explained his purpose to her seriously, talking about the preparation of herbs. There are a total of 40 or 50 brothers on the mountain, plus their families. A total of 100 people and hundreds of prescriptions are needed. Shang Xiaojiu nodded. This is not difficult. The herbs needed are also very common. They can be collected on the mountain and in the medicinal fields she planted. Shang Xiaojiu frowned when he thought of the medicinal field and said, You can pick them by yourselves. The medicinal field is right in front of the escort agency. It's very convenient for you to do it yourself. Shen Yulong replied seriously. But except you, no one knows what those herbs are. I have another thing to do this time. I want to hire someone to manage the medicinal field on the mountain. This way I can directly connect with you, which will be much more convenient. Do you mean you want me to help find someone? Shang Xiaojiu pondered for a while, thinking that this matter was not difficult to handle, so he agreed immediately. Okay, leave this to me. I'll write a prescription for you later. You can get 50 doses of the medicine powder first. I won't charge you any money. It'll be considered a gift from me. You can try it first to see the effect. If you like it, you can buy from me. Shen Yulong raised his eyebrows. Then aren't you doing a losing business? What's a loss or not? These common herbs are collected by me myself in the mountains, or they are already in the medicine field. The cost is not high, so I can give them to you for free. But if you don't want to order the decoction from me, you have to pay. Although everyone is familiar with each other, let's be frank. 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. Shang Xiaojiu clearly distinguishes between public and private. Shen Yulong nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll do as you say. By the way, I have something else to give you. Then he handed the 50 taels of silver that Yun Qingfeng gave him to Shang Xiaojiu. This is what my eldest brother asked me to give you. He said that in the future, for every profit the escort agency makes, 5 taels of silver will be given to you. You don't have to worry about unclear accounts. My sister-in-law will help keep accounts. Shang Xiaojiu was very moved when she took the heavy 50 taels of silver. She knew that Uncle Yun was trying to help her, so she wanted to give him silver in various ways. This also made Shang Xiaojiu more determined to manage the medicine shop well, open a few more branches, and repay Uncle Yun's kindness. After the business was discussed, it was time to talk about personal matters. Shen Yulong looked at her and asked after a while, You saved a man 3 days ago? How is he now? Is his injury healed? Shang Xiaojiu was surprised that he would ask this question, but he had nothing to hide, so he answered truthfully. His injury is almost healed, and he can leave in a few days? Shen Yulong said, Oh, and didn't say anything, but his face looked a little bad. Shang Xiaojiu looked at him and asked, Did you hear something outside? I have a lot of patients here every day. Why do you only care about him? People outside only say that he has an unknown origin, and that you two are alone in the same room, and you, as a woman, have seen his body and changed his dressings. Shen Yulong said lightly, his face unchanged. Shang Xiaojiu was drinking tea, and when he heard what he said, he spit out a mouthful of tea. Is this a mistake? How did they know about the dressing change? Do these people have eyes under her bed? What's wrong with changing the dressing? She is just a doctor. It is her duty to save people. She doesn't care about the difference between men and women. The thinking of this group of people is pedantic, and they like to gossip everywhere. Shen Yulong was sprayed with some tea by her, and his face turned black instantly. He gritted his teeth and called her name word by word. Shang Xiaojiu! Shang Xiaojiu chuckled, took out her handkerchief guiltily, and wiped the water off him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Don't talk when I'm drinking tea or eating in the future. Otherwise, I will not be responsible if anything happens. Shen Yulong glanced at her, angry and amused. He really had no way to deal with her. Shang Xiaojiu looked at his face, inexplicably felt a little guilty, and coughed slightly. It's all the fault of those people outside. What are they saying? Your head is full of misunderstandings. You have such thoughts in your heart, and you think others are dirty. I heard it in my ears, it's too out. He accused Shang Xiaojiu with very vicious words, saying that she was a swindler, a fraud, and had no right to open a pharmacy here. Shang Xiaojiu looked at him quietly. This man was unfamiliar. She was very sure that she had never treated him. This man was making up stories to deliberately discredit her. Shang Xiaojiu calmed herself down and looked at the man quietly, causing the voices around her to become more and more noisy. They were only willing to believe what they wanted to believe. After hearing what the man said, they thought that Shang Xiaojiu's medical skills were not good enough and she was not worthy of being here. There were more and more voices driving Shang Xiaojiu away, and the man showed a triumphant smile. Shang Xiaojiu clenched her fists, her anger boiling, and she asked coldly, "You said I treated you. Do you have a list? Everyone knows that people who come to Huichintang for treatment will be given a number plate, and then Aunt Li will register them. All the records can be traced. If you really come to see me for treatment, I can find your medical records." As soon as these words came out, the passers-by who were still talking suddenly became quiet, looking at the man eagerly, urging him to take out the number plate. The man was speechless for a moment. He saw that those people took advantage of the situation and turned their guns to point at him in a short while. It was really a bit too much, so he shouted, "What's the use of that wooden sign? I lost it. I can't find it now." Even if the number plate is lost, you should be very clear about the numbers on the number. Don't tell me you don't remember it. I will tell everyone who comes here to remember the number plate well, because it will be needed for follow-up visits later. There is no reason for you to forget it. Shang Xiaojiu said word by word, clearly and logically, and got to the point at once. The man's face turned pale, and a panicked look flashed across his face, and he quickly calmed down. He didn't care and made a fuss, just to make Shang Xiaojiu responsible. It was completely a mess. Shang Xiaojiu finally understood what the saying, "It's better to offend a gentleman than a villain," meant. There is no way to communicate with such a person, and it is impossible to reason with him. He came here with the idea of framing him. What he said was all false. He would only insist that it was Shang Xiaojiu who caused him to become what he is now. Shang Xiaojiu raised his eyebrows. His eyes were colder. He suggested that she take his pulse again to see what disease he had. The man refused again. He screamed, "You want to kill me! You want to kill me!" The people around him were no longer in a position to comment. It was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. They didn't have the ability to discern the truth, and they were afraid that they would be slapped in the face if they spoke nonsense here. So, the situation was almost out of control. Shen Yulong glanced at him. The long sword at his waist was unsheathed, emitting a cold light. The sword was placed on the man's neck, and with a slight movement, a blood mark appeared, and the man felt pain. "You want to kill someone in broad daylight? Is there still law?" Chen Yulong smiled coldly. "It seems that you are not from this town and don't know my origins. I was originally a bandit who killed people without blinking an eye. Countless souls have died under my sword. If you go 1 inch deeper, you will lose your life. For a desperado like me, it doesn't matter if I have one more life on my hands. I can flee to the ends of the earth at any time, but it's different for you. You will die and become a cold corpse." The man was almost scared to pee. He knew he was scared at this time, and quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life. Please let me go. I will never forget your kindness." This look was really unbearable to watch. He was completely different from the arrogant look just now. Shang Xiaojiu felt very relieved seeing him like this. Shen Yulong did a great job. A scoundrel like him should be treated with evil and punished severely. Chen Yulong kicked the man to Shang Xiaojiu. I'll leave him to you. You can do whatever you want with him. Shang Xiaojiu was happy when he heard it. Okay, don't worry. I won't kill you. I just want to know who is behind you and asked you to come here to ruin my reputation? The man trembled and shook his head. He only said, it was all my idea. I was jealous that a woman like you could open a medicine store in town, and I am idle all day long and do nothing, not even as good as a woman, so I came up with this desperate plan to discredit you. I know I was wrong now. Please let me go. Shang Xiaojiu would not believe a word of this. There must be a mastermind behind the man. The fact that he could bear the responsibility alone proved that this person had power and had already thought of a trick. Once the matter was exposed, he would be the scapegoat. Shang Xiaojiu looked at Shen Yulong. What do you think? Shen Yulong glanced at him and said, if you don't tell the truth, I'll beat you to death. The man wailed and burst into tears. Shang Xiaojiu's eyebrows jumped, thinking that Shen Yulong was too courageous, but she quite liked him and had a feeling that no matter what happened, he would stand in front of her. I also think that people like you are just a scourge living in this world. You do nothing all day long and just know how to murder others. If I keep you, wouldn't it be unfair to others? Shang Xiaojiu said, looking at the people who were watching the fun around him. Let me ask you, do you dare to be friends with such a scheming person? Aren't you afraid that he will stab you in the back someday, or hear something and go out to slander you, or he wants to harm you out of jealousy? Do you think you can keep such a person? Everyone was speechless when asked this question. They said in their hearts that of course not. How can I be friends with a villain? But this matter has nothing to do with them after all. As the saying goes, if it's none of their business, just stay out of it. There is no need for them to get involved in such trouble. Therefore, no matter what Shang Xiaojiu said, this group of people remained silent. Of course, Shang Xiaojiu was just asking and didn't expect them to really give any answer. She just wanted to make a warning to scare someone. She was not a woman with a good temper. She usually didn't care because it was not yet her bottom line. Once someone was testing the edge of death, she would never tolerate it. At this moment, the system in Shang Xiaojiu's mind appeared again, and it reminded Shang Xiaojiu that she had gained a lot of luck points, most of which came from the man who wanted to frame her, and a small part came from the onlookers. Even if he begged for mercy, even if they remained silent. However, the malice in his heart has not diminished in the slightest, and the rising luck value is the proof of this. It turned out that Shang Xiaojiu was very happy to get the luck value, but he was not very happy today. Perhaps she was a little discouraged because she saw the hypocritical side of human nature. No matter what, she still had to investigate the matter thoroughly and find out the person who harmed her behind the scenes. She did not intend to let the man go, but asked Shen Yulong to help lock him up in the woodshed and interrogate him slowly when she had time later. The farce ended and the onlookers dispersed. Liu Kui felt sorry for Shang Xiaojiu and said hatefully, "This man is too abominable. He slanders the boss with nothing but empty words. He deserves death. I think we should send him to the authorities. If we arrest him, he can also spend a few years in jail." Shang Xiaojiu sneered. "Sending him to the yamen is not exactly what he wants. You and I know what kind of person the county magistrate is. How can he handle the case for me? But it doesn't matter. I will handle the cases that the government doesn't handle." These words were loud and clear. Liu Kui saw the vigorous vitality and strong willpower in this little girl. She has a strength that will push her to go very far. The man was locked up. Through Shang Xiaojiu's questioning, it was learned that his name was Shu Lei, and he was from the next village. He came to the town purely because he was bored. It was a coincidence that he met Shang Xiaojiu, and he framed her on a whim. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "You are quite loyal. You have been locked up by me, but you still want to protect the person behind you. Okay, the two of us will just take our time. I have plenty of time." After saying that, Shang Xiaojiu left, and Shen Yulong was waiting for her outside. Shang Xiaojiu thanked him sincerely. "Thank you for standing up for me. Otherwise, I might not be able to handle this matter today on my own. Even if I'm not here, you can still handle it, just using a different method. I don't have any other ideas. I just want to ask you to save some energy. You're busy all day and have very little time for yourself. You also have to deal with the wolves and tigers around you. It's too dangerous." Shen Yulong's tone was full of worry. He had just made a decision, and this decision was related to Shang Xiaojiu. I'll tell my eldest brother when I go back to the mountain this time, and then we'll rent a room in town and live here. We'll be close to each other and can take care of each other." This decision was so sudden that Shang Xiaojiu was stunned. "Is it for me? But you like to be free. I'll feel uneasy if I let you be trapped here." The high mountains and jungles, the vast sky, the eagles galloping in the sky, that happy life is what Shen Yulong wants, instead of being trapped in this world. But Shen Yulong was willing to break his wings for her, just to protect her. This man did a lot for her without saying a word. Each piece taken individually is enough to move people. Chen Yulong didn't know what Shang Xiaojiu was thinking. He only knew that he was rejected. He felt unhappy but didn't show it on his face. He said calmly, "I have made up my mind about this matter. I will go to see a house tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, we can settle it in the next few days." Not knowing that he couldn't be persuaded, Shang Xiaojiu just said, "Oh," and let him do it. Shen Yulong returned to the mountain and told Yun Qingfeng and his wife everything that had happened in recent days. When Chen heard that someone had gone to the medicine store to cause trouble, her heart jumped into her throat. She was relieved when she heard that her daughter was fine. Chen Yulong expressed his thoughts to his eldest brother. He wanted to go down the mountain to accompany Shang Xiaojiu, and he came to tell him specially. Yun Qingfeng knew that Shen Yulong could not be kept, so he said nothing more and just punched him on the shoulder. The one who is close to the water gets it first. You are so close to that girl, you should make enough plans for your lifelong event and seize the opportunity. I hope to hear good news from you next time. Brother, don't say any more. In public, Shen Yulong's face turned red. He interrupted him at first, then felt that he was a little out of control, so he bowed and said to Yun Qingfeng, "Brother, there is no rush for this matter. Besides, I know Miss Shang's heart." Yun Qingfeng's eyes lit up. "Why, you two are in love with each other." "What are you talking about, brother? Miss Shang is obsessed with her business and has no mood for love. I just want to help her run the pharmacy and don't think about other things for the time being." Shen Yulong shook his head and interrupted his brother's guess. Yun Qingfeng was very disappointed. Shen Yulong was going to move down the mountain. The brothers on the mountain were reluctant to let him go, but they knew that the second-in-command had to go on this trip, so everyone contributed money and labor to help the second-in-command buy household items. As a man, he had nothing much to buy. He had long set his eyes on a house across the street from Wichuntang. It was a quadrangle with many entrances. The yard was filled with sunshine, and the big cypress tree at the gate was lush and full of vitality. The owner of the house moved his family to the capital, and he was in urgent need of money, so he was willing to sell the house for only 200 taels. Shen Yulong successfully bought the house. Chen Yulong also ordered a plaque, Chen Garden, with 2 large, vermilion characters hung above the door, which looked very impressive. Qiao Chenyu was delighted with his move. Yun Qingfeng said he would prepare a good table for his second brother. The third in command, Lin Feng, also said he wanted to have a good time. It would be best if the brothers could not leave until they were drunk and have a good drink. Chen came in from outside, heard their words, and smiled softly. "Brother Yun, what did you promise me? Didn't you agree not to drink?" Yun Qingfeng coughed slightly, immediately raised his watch and said sincerely, "No, my wife, I didn't promise them. It's all because of these 2 rascals. They said they wanted to drink. I just said to have fun, but I didn't say we had to drink." "Humph, if I turn a blind eye today, you will come back drunk tonight. Don't think I don't know," Chen said coquettishly, and her tone became softer and softer. Lin Feng looked at the couple who were being so affectionate, as if no one was around, and he got goosebumps. "Brother, sister-in-law, I know you are in love, but could you please consider those of us who are not married? Stop poking our hearts, it makes us envious and jealous." Shen Yulong was wiping the table with a rag. Seeing him like this, he smiled helplessly. "Third brother, are you in love? Do you want me to find you a girl?" Lin Feng jumped up in fright. No, no, no. A confidante is a place of tenderness and a grave of heroes. I dare not get involved. It's better for me to be free and easy alone. Isn't it happy?" Listening to the men's teasing, Chen and Yun Qingfeng had been married for a long time and were a little thin-skinned. Their faces turned red after just a few words. "Mother, Uncle Yun?" A crisp voice suddenly sounded. Shang Xiaojiu, dressed in emerald green, holding something in her hand, stood at the door gracefully. She was slender and beautiful. Shen Yulong looked at her with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but when he walked forward, his eyes returned to normal. "It's better to come at the right time than to come early. You can come and help me clean up the house." Shang Xiaojiu wrinkled her nose and snorted. I'm worth a lot. I'm afraid you can't afford to do hard labor for you. You'll know if you can afford it if you try it, Shen Yulong added. Shang Xiaojiu turned his head away and ignored him. Instead, he pulled Chen affectionately. Mom, I haven't seen you for half a month. You're getting more and more beautiful. These words were not deliberate flattery. Since Chen married Yun Qingfeng, she has been nourished by the rain and dew of love. She really looks younger and more beautiful than flowers. Now when she goes out with Shang Xiaojiu and stands together, others will not think they are mother and daughter, but sisters. Girl, your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. Today, your big brother Shen is moving to a new house. Have you prepared a gift? Shang Xiaojiu naturally understood the interpersonal relationship. When she opened the medicine shop, Shen Yulong gave her a 7-colored Ganoderma lucidum, which was a rare treasure and its value could not be measured by silver. She thought about it and couldn't think of what gift to give, but she already had a good idea. Shang Xiaojiu laughed and walked to Shen Yulong. Do you believe that I will open medicine shops all over the world in the future and I will become the richest man in Beijing? These words were too arrogant, and they came from the mouth of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Anyone who heard them would think that this girl was crazy for saying such a thing. Lian Yun Qingfeng looked at Shang Xiaojiu in disbelief, but he didn't want to undermine the girl's self-confidence, so he said tactfully, Our girl is ambitious. No matter whether she can do it or not, even men can't match her courage. Chen sighed. Xiaojiu is too strong-willed. I would rather she be like an ordinary woman, take care of her husband and children, and live her life in peace. Shang Xiaojiu pouted and disagreed. Do women have to take care of their husbands and children? Can't they have their own careers? I won't cause trouble in my business, and I can do it in peace. Chen was helpless. That's what I said, but you have a lot to say. Shang Xiaojiu was a little frustrated by her mother's misunderstanding, but she knew that her mother was already very good. She didn't trap her in the boudoir, but let her venture out. It was not easy to have this vision. She lowered her eyes but heard Shen Yulong's clear voice. I believe in you. I believe that you will become the richest man in Beijing in the future. I know you can do it. His words flowed into Shang Xiaojiu's heart like a clear spring. She raised her head suddenly and looked at Chen Yulong in a daze. After a while, she looked away and said, Then the gift I give you is 3 wishes. 3 wishes? Lin Feng chuckled. Jew girl, it's not that I don't believe you, nor do I want to spoil the fun. How can your 3 wishes be considered a big gift? Chen Yu understood clearly. He smiled softly. Now Miss Shang's 3 wishes are worthless, but the 3 wishes of the future richest man are worth 1,000 gold. No way, second brother, do you really believe what Jew girl said? Everything in the world is mysterious. No one can predict the future. How do you know that Miss Shang will not become the richest man in the future? Okay, I accept this gift. After these words came out, the scene was silent for a moment, and Chen came out and said, Okay, Xiaojiu, you said you didn't bring any gifts. Then what are you holding in your hand? Shang Xiaojiu then remembered the medicinal wine she was carrying and hurriedly put it on the table, smilingly said, I almost forgot about the important matter. Uncle Yun, I know you are trying to quit drinking recently, but people who are addicted to alcohol cannot quit drinking all at once. They have to do it gradually, so I use blood-replenishing and qi-invigorating herbs to make wine. This pot of warm wine is specially for Uncle Yun. Drink this and you will slowly quit drinking. You are so thoughtful. Hey, if I had a daughter as obedient and sensible as you, it would be great. It's a pity that I don't have that blessing. Yun Qingfeng was very moved by Shang Xiaojiu's filial piety. Although she had never called him dad, he had long regarded her as his own daughter, and a title no longer meant anything. Jew girl, your Uncle Yun is hinting at you. Actually, my elder brother deserves to be your daddy. How could Shang Xiaojiu not hear the hint in Lin Feng's words? In fact, she had already prepared to call him daddy when she brought the pot of wine here. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times in the direction of Yun Qingfeng. Then she raised her head and said crisply, Daddy! The word daddy was so sweet to Yun Qingfeng's heart that he responded repeatedly and helped her up. Good daughter, that's great. I, Yun, also have a daughter. Shang Xiaojiu pursed her lips, looked at Chen and smiled. Then, my daughter still wants a brother or sister, so shouldn't father and mother try harder? Try to give birth to a brother or sister for me to play with? Hearing these unorthodox words, Chen almost choked on her saliva. She patted Shang Xiaojiu's arm and scolded. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Shang Xiaojiu was not afraid at all. She chuckled. I'm telling you what's in my heart. Mother, why don't you let me take your pulse and calculate the date? Xiaojiu, there are other people here. Don't talk nonsense. Considering his mother's shyness, Shang Xiaojiu stopped talking and didn't say anything more. Several people started to get busy, cleaning up Chen Garden from top to bottom, inside and out. Shang Xiaojiu went into the kitchen, warmed up a pot of medicinal wine he brought, and fried a few side dishes to celebrate Shen Yulong's move. Lin Feng was alone, and no one was taking care of him, so he got drunk in a short while. Shen Yulong has a good alcohol tolerance, and he didn't seem drunk even after drinking a whole pot of wine. Yun Qingfeng was worried about Chen's health, so he went up the mountain with her early. On the way back, he took the drunk Lin Feng with him. Only Shen Yulong and Shang Xiaojiu were left in Shen Garden. Shang Xiaojiu raised his glass and toasted with him. Congratulations on settling down here. Thank you. Shen Yulong also raised his glass and drank it all. Shang Xiaojiu wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth. It's strange. You always told me not to drink too much before, but you didn't say it today. The wine you brought is medicinal wine, which is good for the body. Naturally, I won't say much. Shen Yulong paused and said, I don't let you drink too much, not because I want to restrain you, but because drunkenness can cause trouble, and I don't want you to get hurt. Shang Xiaojiu nodded. She sat on the doorstep, and when she looked up, she saw the sky dotted with stars, just as beautiful and dazzling as the fireflies that Shen Yulong took her to see that day. By the way, did that guy confess? Shang Xiaojiu shook her head. No matter what I did, he wouldn't say anything. I'm not an official, and I don't have the right to keep him, so I let him go. But even if he didn't say anything, I know who is the mastermind behind the scenes. Just wait and see. If their trick fails this time, they will come again next time. The centipede is still alive even after it dies. If they want to bring me down, they will come again. She was calm and unafraid of any conspiracy or trickery. Shen Yulong tilted his head to look at her profile. His heartbeat quickened by 3 times. His face flushed slightly. He shifted his gaze away and said, Well, I will protect you. The two drank and chatted until late at night, and Shen Yulong sent her back to Huichun Hall. Shang Xiaojiu didn't expect trouble to come so quickly. Li Ergu, who hadn't been seen for a long time, rushed in aggressively and asked Shang Xiaojiu to prescribe medicine for him, saying that he was seriously injured. He was full of energy, and he didn't look injured at all. It was obvious that he was looking for trouble. Shang Xiaojiu ignored him and continued to calculate her own abacus. Her disregard made Chen Ergo even more angry. He just raised his hand and knocked her abacus off. Shang Xiaojiu frowned and looked at Chen Ergo, who was making trouble. I'm sorry, I can't cure your illness here. You open a pharmacy and open the door to do business. Since I'm here, I'm a patient. How can you drive the patient away? Li Ergu slapped the table heavily, and the paper, ink, pen, and inkstone were almost slapped away. Shang Xiaojiu raised her eyelids and said coldly, Because I have 3 no-medicine rules. Huh, you still have this rule? Li Ergu looked at Shang Xiaojiu with disdain, obviously not taking her words to heart. Shang Xiaojiu walked out and looked at Li Ergu quietly. No one dares to break my rules. I won't treat people with corrupt morals, people with scheming minds, or people with beastly hearts. Count them yourself. If you have all 3 of these, I can't treat you. Besides, you are not sick at all. You are just here to make trouble. Sorry, I can't treat you. Shang Xiaojiu looked at Li Ergu calmly and didn't panic at all. The people watching the excitement couldn't help but cheer for her and praised her for doing a good job. Li Ergu was so angry that he shouted at the hooligans he brought with him to smash the shop. Smash it for me. I want to see if she can still open a medicine shop in town. Okay, Brother Li. 4 or 5 big men started to push the patients of Huichintang and drove them out. Then they smashed everything that could be smashed in the hall. Shang Xiaojiu wanted to stop them, but was pushed away by Li Ergu. When she was about to fall, someone dragged her from behind. She looked back and saw that it was Pei Ming. Pei Ming helped her stand up and said, I didn't expect the chance to repay my kindness would come so soon. After that, he jumped into the group of hooligans and kicked them away one by one. Li Ergu was also knocked to the ground by him. Pei Ming stepped on his chest and he cried out. Shang Xiaojiu looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect that this young man she picked up had such great kung fu skills. She couldn't help but look at him with admiration. You are so bold that you dare to attack my benefactor. Li Ergu groaned. How dare you attack me, kid? Do you know who I am? Do you know how the county magistrate is related to me? Pei Ming said calmly. I don't know. Just tell me who you are, where you come from, and how the county magistrate is related to you. Li Ergu's chest hurt a lot. He couldn't move Pei Ming's feet no matter how hard he tried. He could only use the county magistrate as a talisman. The county magistrate told me to come to Huichentang. I am doing my job according to orders. You treat me like this, and the county magistrate will not forgive you when he finds out. Pei Ming curled his lips and snorted. So it was the county magistrate who ordered you to come here to make trouble. He is an official in the court, but he did such a heinous thing. It is really intolerable under the law of the country. Li Ergo said with difficulty. Why do you say that? You, what a nobody. Here the county magistrate is the boss, and there is no law in our country that allows women to open shops. The county magistrate asked me to smash her shop. It's a public matter. You let me go, otherwise I will definitely let you have a taste of jail time. Oh, this is really interesting. I don't know if it's me who's in jail or your county magistrate who's out of office. Pei Ming continued with a smile on his face. Arrogant. You're too arrogant. What's your basis? Li Ergu's only hope now is to wait for the county magistrate to save him. Pei Ming's next words made him despair. Just because I'm the 7th prince of the dynasty, is this identity enough to qualify? 7th prince? As soon as these words came out, the whole room was shocked, and everyone looked at him in disbelief. They never thought that a little beggar a few days ago would turn into a member of the royal family. First, they didn't dare to believe it, and second, they didn't want to believe it. Shang Xiaojiu was also shocked, not for anything else, but just thinking that he had said before that he would repay her. It turned out that he was not just bragging, but true. Li Ergu was the most emotional person on the scene. He absolutely did not believe that Anyang village would produce a prince. How could a prince come to such a poor and remote place? They were not idle, and they should not be so unlucky to come here to find trouble and find the prince. Li Ergu shouted, I don't believe it. You are lying. Do you know that pretending to be a royal relative is a capital crime? I will tell the county magistrate to arrest you. Pei Ming sneered. Okay, I'm worried that I can't find a chance to enter the government office. Can you take me to find your master? I just want to ask how he manages it, and how he can have such a vicious person like you under his command. Didn't you say that you are doing things for the county magistrate? I just want to ask what you are doing. She runs a pharmacy here and does not commit crimes. Even the government has no right to seal their shop. As the 7th prince of the dynasty, Pei Ming is also very familiar with the law. As long as he dares to say something wrong, he can find the corresponding law to refute him. Li Ergu was shocked by his aura and didn't know what to say for a moment. Shang Xiaojiu walked up to him, pulled his sleeve, and asked in a low voice, Are you really the 7th prince? You are not trying to trick me, are you? If you want to help me, I appreciate your kindness, but you must not help me in this way. In fact, Shang Xiaojiu believed what Pei Ming said, but he was still worried. What if he came up with such a bad idea in a hurry and was exposed in front of the county magistrate? Don't worry, I'm the real 7th prince. I won't cause you any trouble. Pei Ming thought Shang Xiaojiu was worried because she was afraid of being implicated by him, so he assured her. Shang Xiaojiu shook her head quickly. Of course I don't mean that. Why would I be afraid of you getting into trouble? Originally, this matter was caused by me. You are really implicated by me. The two were talking as if no one was around. Li Ergu's chest ached slightly, and he cursed and said, If you have the guts, let's go to court. I will make the county magistrate beat you with a stick and beat you up. He looked fierce and aggressive, just because the dog official was his backer. Pei Ming thought that the county magistrate was hopeless and rotten to the core. He came here just in time to help the town eradicate a big disaster. He kicked Li Ergu's chest heavily. His face was indifferent. Okay, I'll go to the yamen with you. Pei Ming was going, so Shang Xiaojiu naturally couldn't stay out of it. So he went with him, and many people who were watching the fun also went with him. They still had doubts about the identity of the so-called 7th prince, and wanted to see if he was real. If he was real, wouldn't it be a big crime for them to watch him die without rescuing him? A group of people gathered in the county yamen with ulterior motives. Li Ergu knelt on the ground with snot and tears, crying, My lord, please give me justice, my lord. Please give me justice. The county magistrate sat on the high hall and slammed the gavel heavily. Shut up! You are not allowed to speak until I speak. Li Ergu stopped talking immediately, but he still looked at Pei Ming and Shang Xiaojiu, who were standing next to him with a smug look, and said viciously, You will be in trouble this time. Pei Ming's face was normal, standing upright in the yamen, with no intention of kneeling down at all. The master shouted immediately, You are such a rude and unruly person. You dare not kneel down when you see our great judge. Someone, drag him down and give him 20 heavy strokes of the board. Shang Xiaojiu got anxious when he heard this and said quickly, "He is not from this town and does not know the rules. Please give him another chance." The county master snorted. Shang Xiaojiu's persuasion made him even more angry. He thought that he would settle all the old and new grudges together. He finally caught their handle. How could he let them go easily? He wanted to magnify a small matter infinitely and punish them properly. "Stop, the Lord hasn't spoken yet. Do you have the right to speak? You are disrespecting the court. Drag him down and give him 30 heavy strokes of the board." The people who were watching the excitement around him took a breath of cold air. You know, Shang Xiaojiu is just an ordinary weak woman. If she is beaten with 30 boards, she may lose half her life. But no one dared to speak for them for fear of being implicated. Shang Xiaojiu also understood that this dog official wanted to take advantage of the situation, so he didn't show him politeness. "You are clearly seeking revenge for your personal grudge. If you have the guts, go after me. Let go of the other irrelevant people. This young man is my patient. I just couldn't bear to see Li Ergu bullying the weak and fearing the strong, so I took action to teach him a lesson for me. Besides, I haven't settled accounts with him for the matter of our shop. If you want to beat us, you must first arrest him and beat him with 50 boards. Only then will we stop." She tied them up with Li Ergu. As long as the dog official wanted to touch them, he had to set an example and beat Li Ergu first. If he didn't want to, it would be partiality and perversion of the law. Now there are so many people watching outside, he is in a dilemma. "Bold Shang Xiaojiu, how dare you talk to me like that? What your excellency did was wrong. Why shouldn't I be afraid to say anything? I'm helping your excellency to avoid being tarnished by such a villain, which would otherwise ruin not only your official hat, but also your life." Shang Xiaojiu said indifferently, and his words succeeded in irritating the county magistrate. He was so angry that his chest heaved. The legal advisor came up to him in a very servile manner and spoke to him earnestly. "Sir, there is no need to get angry with these people. It is not worth getting yourself hurt. In this town, we are the kings and the law is upon us. We can beat you if we want. Do we have to choose a day?" The lawyer swept his cold eyes over the Yamen runners standing nearby and shouted angrily, "You are all dead, right? Didn't you hear what the Yamen runners said? Drag them down and beat them. Do you still need me to teach you how to do it?" The Yamen runners looked at each other, and no one stepped forward. One of them, who had a more serious experience, Lao Pu Kuai, stepped forward and said gently, "Sir, do you want to verify his identity before executing him? This man claims to be the 7th prince. This matter involves the reputation of the royal family. Your excellency needs to investigate it clearly. Otherwise, it will be a serious crime that will cost you your head if you are not careful. We dare not do it now. Are you kidding? If what he said is true, then haven't they made a big mistake? The county magistrate is good. He can just walk away when the time comes. Wouldn't the Yamen runners who obey orders become scapegoats? They have worked under the county magistrate for a long time and have learned to be on guard against others. In everything, they must protect themselves first and then think about other things." When the county magistrate heard what the old constable said, he couldn't help laughing. "You have followed me for so long. Are you crazy? You believe his nonsense. Even if hundreds of years pass by our place, no prince will pass by here. It's nothing more than nonsense and tyranny. You want to use this to threaten me. You are sure that I don't know what the 7th prince looks like, right? But I tell you, no matter what the 7th prince looks like, he will not look like you. Don't daydream in broad daylight. No one here will believe you." Pei Ming remained calm and didn't panic at all. Either he didn't speak, so he had the confidence, or he often lied, so he didn't change his face or heart when he lied. But no matter which one it was, Shang Xiaojiu admired his humble character. He didn't change his color when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. How strong his heart must be to achieve this level. Shang Xiaojiu was complaining in his heart, but Pei Ming took out a token from his waist. "When we were born, our father asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to make a gold medal for us, symbolizing the status of our brothers. This gold medal is unique. You can tell whether it is real or fake by taking a look." The county magistrate and the legal advisor looked at each other, and finally the county magistrate winked at the legal advisor, who immediately understood and hurried down to take the token and handed it to the county magistrate. The county magistrate took it in his hand and looked at it carefully, then spoke to the legal advisor in a low voice. "Do you think this is true? I have heard what he said, but maybe he deliberately used a fake token to fool us. We can't say for sure. The county magistrate hesitated and continued. In other words, no one can prove whether this token is real or not. Why do we need to prove it? If you say it is fake, then it is fake. Who else will stand up for him? If you admit that it is true, then we have the real seventh prince. How can he let us go after we treated him like this before? We might as well go all out. The lawyer did not say it absolutely, but the county magistrate understood what he meant. The two looked at each other and smiled. When it comes to being treacherous, no one can compare to you. The lawyer chuckled, with wrinkles on his face. It's all because of your good teaching. I learned it from you. The two of them spoke in low voices, and Shang Xiaojiu could not hear clearly, but she always felt that they were up to no good. They should be discussing some dirty tricks. She couldn't help but feel anxious. It's all my fault. I've implicated you. Now, even if you are a real prince, you will probably become a fake prince. Anyang village is thousands of miles away, which has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that no one is rich, some people can only make a living, and all kinds of businesses are relatively poor. The advantage is that the emperor is far away and no one can control this place, so this dog official can do whatever he wants. When the county magistrate was about to call a deer a horse, there was a loud noise outside, and a team of officers and soldiers rushed in. They all surrounded the court and knelt down in front of Pei Ming. I am late to save you. Please forgive me, the seventh prince. At the same time, a middle-aged man in green official uniform stumbled in and knelt in front of the seventh prince. Wang Mian, the prefect of Shuzhou, came to pay his respects to the seventh prince. The seventh prince was frightened. It was all my fault that I failed to protect him properly, which gave those traitors an opportunity to assassinate His Highness. I am guilty. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Okay, we'll talk about whether I am guilty or not later. There is a very evil person standing in front of you. I only want to deal with them now. Pei Ming pointed at the county magistrate and the legal advisor. The two were completely frightened and fell to Pei Ming's feet, crying for themselves. I am blind. It is my fault. Please spare me, Your Highness. Spare me, Your Highness. They cried so sadly, but it did not move Pei Ming at all. Pei Ming had already seen their faces. You are so bold. If I had not written a letter to the governor of Shuzhou immediately after my wound healed, informing him of my whereabouts, he would have arrived with his men in time. If it had been 1 day later, I would have been killed by your sword. You tortured me into confessing. This is really unreasonable. Pei Ming said every word, and every word struck the county magistrate's heart. He knew that he would not be able to escape this time, so he pushed all the responsibility onto the legal advisor and Li Ergu. Your Highness, I have been deceived by others. These two people have been stirring up trouble in front of me all day long. I was just soft-hearted, so I believed his nonsense. Please give me another chance. I really didn't mean it. I will really turn over a new leaf and be a good official. The legal advisor refused to do it when he heard it. What a county magistrate. He didn't want to dirty his hands with those dirty things, so he asked him to do them. Now that the truth has been revealed, he has pushed all the responsibilities away. How can such a good thing happen? At worst, he will quit and go to jail together. In a rage, the legal advisor, as the closest person to the county magistrate, revealed all the bad things he had done, such as robbing women, accepting bribes, not distinguishing right from wrong, wrongly convicting unjust cases, etc. In short, there are too many charges to list. The court was in chaos, and the three people were biting each other. They all had the same mentality. I can't live, and no one wants to live, so let's die together. Wang Mian was speechless when he saw the chaotic scene, and asked the seventh prince how to deal with them. Pei Ming glanced at him, and he was a little impatient. You have to ask me about this kind of thing. You are a prefect after all. They have committed more than one crime. All the crimes added together. It is not too much to behead them. Wang Mian, you stay here these days. Investigate this county magistrate, and then deal with him according to the law. Understand? I understand. When Pei Ming and Shang Xiaojiu walked out of the gate of the county government, the people knelt down one after another to pay their respects to the seventh prince, and also to express their apologies for their previous disrespect to the seventh prince. Pei Ming was very kind to the people. He knew not to blame them, so he did not embarrass them. He just said, I don't want my arrival to disrupt your lives. You should do what you should do. There is no need to change. Among all the people, only Shang Xiaojiu's attitude towards him did not change. Pei Ming looked at her curiously. You are really the strangest girl I have ever seen. Shang Xiaojiu shrugged. What's wrong? Do I look very strange?" Her words touched Pei Ming's funny spot. Pei Ming laughed and kept saying that she was interesting. Shang Xiaojiu was a little embarrassed to be laughed at like that, so she changed the subject. "No wonder you were not afraid at all just now. It turns out you have the confidence. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me worry for a long time. If the prefect had arrived a step later, they would, most likely, have been locked up in jail, where they would not be able to get out for a while, and might even be punished." Pei Ming stopped laughing and said mysteriously to Shang Xiaojiu, "Don't look at me calm on the surface. I'm actually very scared. I couldn't guarantee when the letter I delivered a few days ago would come. However, I know martial arts. If something goes wrong, I can take you away first, and then come back to settle the score with them. As the saying goes, a good man does not suffer a loss in front of him, and a gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. As a prince, he has no heirs at all, and Shang Xiaojiu admires this." Shang Xiaojiu pursed her lips and smiled. "So that's the case. That's right. If we can't beat them, we'll just run away. There's always a way to run away first. But seeing him like this today is really satisfying. You don't know that dog official, relying on his position as an official, has always bullied the people. It's just right that he's been caught now, but the court should also send an honest person to take office. Otherwise, we can't afford another corrupt official." She blinked at Pei Ming and said half true and half false. Although it was wrong to talk about officials, it was not something that an ordinary citizen like her could talk about. But when she said this, it was not annoying at all. Pei Ming promised her, "Don't worry, I will definitely tell my father what happened here and let him arrange a good official to come. Then I'll thank you on behalf of the people in the town," Shang Xiaojiu said, and for a moment he forgot himself and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Pei Ming stared at her hand for a long time and was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses again, Shang Xiaojiu had already retracted his hand, and he laughed dumbly. "You are the first person who dares to treat me like this," Shang Xiaojiu exclaimed and took a few steps back exaggeratedly. No, you won't settle the score with me now, will you, 7th Prince? I didn't expect you to be such a 7th Prince." Pei Ming was amused by her exaggerated and clumsy performance again. He finally stopped laughing and said seriously, "I was just joking with you, but there is one thing I want to talk to you about. Your medicine shop was smashed by someone. It is reasonable that I should also be partly responsible, but I guess you shouldn't want to give me silver. This thing is for you. If you come to the capital in the future, bring this to me." The 7th Prince took out a crystal-clear jade pendant in the shape of a butterfly, which looked elegant and agile, very beautiful. Girls like beautiful things, and Shang Xiaojiu fell in love with this jade pendant at once. "This looks very valuable. Do you really want to give it to me?" "Of course. Compared to the life-saving grace of the girl, it is not expensive at all. It is worth it. Take it. This is a token I give you. In the capital, as long as you take out this jade pendant, they will know that you are my 7th Prince's person. At least you can eat without paying. It can be directly charged to my account. How about it? This gift is more practical than silver, right?" Although she didn't know whether she could go to the capital in her lifetime, Shang Xiaojiu still liked such a beautiful jade pendant. She accepted it with satisfaction. "Then I won't be polite to you. By the way, when are you leaving? There is nothing fun in the town. Otherwise, I can take you around. My mother's cooking is delicious. It's a pity that she is married now and I don't see her often. Otherwise, I must ask her to cook something delicious to treat you." Shang Xiaojiu felt that it was a pity for Pei Ming not to taste his mother's cooking, so she thought about asking her mother when she went up the mountain next time. Of course, he had to stay. Pei Ming smiled. "That would be great. I don't know anyone here, and I need a guide. If you are willing, I would be more than happy to help you. As for when to go back, we have to settle this case anyway. Besides, I haven't caught the assassin who tried to kill me yet. I'm worried that they will act again. I was lucky to meet you before, but I don't know if I will be so lucky again in the future." He sighed leisurely. He had lived in the palace since he was a child, and lived a life of luxury. It was only when he left the palace this time that he realized how sinister people are. He almost lost his life. Shang Xiaojiu saw his frustration and comforted him. "It's okay. Good luck will come to you. You were injured so badly before, but you are healed now, aren't you? Good people will be rewarded." She and I talked to comfort him, and although it didn't work, Pei Ming's mood did improve a lot. "Thank you, not only for being my savior, but also for taking great pains to enlighten me. It is a great honor to meet you." Shang Xiaojiu waved his hand. It is fate that we can meet in such a vast sea of people. If we can get along well, we can become close friends. I already regard you as a friend. I wonder if the dignified seventh prince is willing to be my friend? Of course I am. In fact, I am not afraid of you laughing at me. Except for a few brothers, I have no friends. Everyone thinks it is such an honor to be born in the royal family. Only Pei Ming himself knows that he is actually very lonely. Due to his noble status, they all praise you and never tell you the truth. Sometimes when he is lonely and wants to find someone to chat, he hears some compliments. Now there is such a girl who is willing to be friends with him. This feeling is really rare, as if the empty heart is filled. Pei Ming feels that today is the happiest day of his life in more than 10 years. Okay, from today on, your business is my business, and we will be friends in the future. Ever since Shang Xiaojiu said she wanted to be friends with Pei Ming followed her closely in the next few days. He followed her wherever she went. He was also curious about some folk gadgets and wanted her to take him around to play. At first, Shang Xiaojiu could still bear it, but he couldn't stand it after a while. She had to do business and see patients. She didn't have so much free time to play with him. Shang Xiaojiu was helpless and made her own suggestion. Seventh Prince, do you want to give me a day off? If I don't go to the pharmacy again, Huichentang will go bankrupt. What does it matter? If you are happy, I can open 10 or 8 for you. The seventh prince was born of a noble family and could not understand how difficult it was for Shang Xiaojiu to make a living outside. He got along well with her, and had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He thought about staying with Shang Xiaojiu all the time. As long as he was happy, he could spend as much money as he wanted. Shang Xiaojiu opened a business. How could he have fun with a prince? He could only present facts and reason with Pei Ming patiently. Oh, my highness, can this be the same? I opened Huichentang. In addition to making money, I also want to cure diseases and save lives. Besides, how can I take your money? If you say it's a life-saving grace, the jade pendant has already been returned. Don't play, no, I'll find someone else to play with you. I really can't accompany you. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't stand it and begged for mercy. Pei Ming's expression became lonely. He said lightly, "The case of the county magistrate has been sentenced, and the execution will be in the autumn. After this matter is handled, I will leave. I was thinking about spending more time with you, but now it seems that I don't have time. I have annoyed you these days. I will leave here tomorrow. Will you come to see me off?" Shang Xiaojiu was stunned for a moment, regretting what he had just said. "You are leaving. Why didn't you tell me just now? It's not that I don't want to make you feel sad about parting. You are the first friend I made here. I cherish the relationship between us, and I have a very comfortable life here. It's just that I have been away from the capital for a long time, and it's time to go back. Don't worry, I will come back to find you when I am free. Don't forget me as a friend." Pei Ming tried hard to make himself not so sad, and he always had a smile on his face when he said these words. Shang Xiaojiu smiled, but didn't take his words seriously. "You know, the capital is thousands of miles away, and this trip will be a long journey. I am afraid that they will never see each other again in the future. A person's life is so long, and they stop and go on the journey. Some people are passers-by, and some are the end, and the scenery passing by is always as bright as spring, rippling in people's hearts. Okay, you get rid of the scourge of the county magistrate for our Anyang village. I should thank you and send you off in person." Shang Xiaojiu bowed to him and said respectfully. Pei Ming sighed slowly. "Although this place is remote, it is a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. I really don't want to leave." The county magistrate was dismissed and investigated, and he and Li Ergu and others were taken to the guillotine to be beheaded. The seventh prince personally supervised the execution. Those people who had suffered at the hands of the county magistrate took their own rotten vegetables and bad eggs and threw them at the county magistrate and others. Some people even picked up stones. They were smashed and bleeding. If the officials hadn't stopped them in front, the dog official would have been beaten to death before he could be beheaded. With one cut of the knife, the head fell to the ground. The people cheered and praised the seventh prince for his wisdom. The next morning, Shang Xiaojiu saw Pei Ming off at the dock. The two said goodbye at the dock. Shang Xiaojiu had nothing to give him, so he gave him some gold wound medicine for treating external injuries and some dry food for him to take with him on the road. They are just some simple food, don't dislike them, but these pastries are made by Madame Li herself. She used to run a pastry shop, and her pastries are amazing and delicious. You can try them. They were all from his heart, so Pei Ming naturally accepted them and said gratefully, "Okay, thank you for your trouble." The boat was about to leave, and the boatman shouted from a distance, "The boat is about to sail. Are you coming up, young master?" The seventh prince sighed and then said to Shang Xiaojiu, "I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. When I come back one day, I must taste your mother's cooking. I came in a hurry this time and really didn't have time to visit your mother." Shang Xiaojiu smiled, but seeing Pei Ming so serious, she knew that he said so because he liked her as a friend. "Okay, I will definitely go back and tell my mother that there is a noble waiting to eat her meal." "Okay." Pei Ming agreed and quickly jumped onto the boat. Standing on the deck, he looked at Shang Xiaojiu from a distance. The boat was getting farther and farther away and soon disappeared on the lake. After Shang Xiaojiu saw him leave, she turned around and left. She went to Huichentang for a consultation as usual. Du Qianqian, the clingy spirit, followed her all the time until Liu Kui called her to go to bed, and she stopped. After Shang Xiaojiu closed the shop, she thought about not seeing her mother for a long time and went up the mountain. Chen hadn't rested yet. When she heard her daughter coming, she pushed Yun Qingfeng and said, "I haven't seen Xiaojiu for a long time. You go to the side room to sleep today, and Xiaojiu and I will sleep together." On the surface, it was a discussion, but in fact, it was unquestionable. Yun Qingfeng raised his hand helplessly and patted her hand. "Can I refuse? Forget it, Jew girl rarely comes back. You must miss her a lot. I will reluctantly give her up this time." After Yun Qingfeng said this, he got up and put on his clothes. The two walked out together and saw Shang Xiaojiu waiting in the lobby. Shang Xiaojiu felt a little reluctant when she saw that her arrival had alarmed her mother. "Mother, father, I will find a place to rest by myself. You don't have to get up on purpose. It's my fault that you worry about me." Chen smiled softly. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Mother missed you, so she asked your father to sleep in the next room. You sleep with me today, and we can have a private talk." "Okay, then Daddy will sleep in the side room today." Shang Xiaojiu's guilt only lasted for a while. She was so happy at the thought of being able to talk to her mother. She simply washed up, then snuggled up in bed with Chen, chatting. "Although I haven't gone down the mountain in recent days, I heard about the seventh prince interrogating the county magistrate. Is this true?" "Of course it's true, more true than pearl, and this matter is related to me. I saved the seventh prince. I didn't know he was a prince at first, and I thought he was a refugee who had drifted here from somewhere. I wanted to treat him out of kindness, but I didn't expect that after he recovered from his injuries, Li Ergu came to my pharmacy to cause trouble. Fortunately, the seventh prince arrived in time and saved my Huichentang." "Mother, you have missed too many good shows living in the mountains." Chen was silent. She looked at Shang Xiaojiu, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Xiaojiu, from your tone, you seem to be very familiar with the seventh prince?" "Of course, we are friends. He saved me, and I saved him. Although he is a prince, he does not have the arrogance of a prince. He is very approachable and kind, and does not have the airs of a prince at all." Shang Xiaojiu tilted his head and told his mother in detail what had happened in the past few days. The more Chen listened, the more wrong her expression became. "By the way, he also gave me a jade pendant. This jade pendant is so beautiful. It is a good thing from the capital," Shang Xiaojiu said, and took out the jade pendant like a treasure, and showed it to his mother. The butterfly jade pendant was flashed in front of Chen, and Chen's face changed. "How can you accept other people's things casually?" The young attitude made Shang Xiaojiu confused. He vaguely felt that something was wrong with his mother. Since he mentioned the seventh prince, his mother's face changed, and his mother had never spoken to him so loudly. Shang Xiaojiu felt a little aggrieved. "Mom, this is his thank you gift to me. Why can't I accept it? He's a prince. You are just an ordinary citizen, an ordinary woman. Do you still want to get along with someone like him?" Chen was anxious and began to speak without thinking, saying a lot of words that hurt people's self-esteem. When she reacted, she saw that her daughter's eyes were red and filled with tears. She was at a loss for a moment. "Mother didn't mean that. I didn't mean to say those words to hurt you. I was just afraid that you would be hurt. Those princes and sons are not people of integrity like us who can afford to offend. Do you understand?" A line of tears fell from Shang Xiaojiu's cheeks. She shook her head and nodded, and finally wiped away her tears. "I never felt that I was inferior to others. I opened a business and made more money so that I could live a better life in the future. The seventh prince and I were just gentlemen. He gave me a jade pendant to repay my life-saving grace. I never had the idea of climbing up the dragon and attaching to the phoenix. But I didn't expect mother to think of me like this. I was really sad. Shang Xiaojiu's voice became more choked. She has never been fearless. She has never shed tears no matter how difficult the situation is. This time she really felt wronged. It would be fine if other people said that to her, but this is her biological mother, her closest mother. Being misunderstood by someone close to him was what made him sad and upset. That's not what mother meant. You misunderstood mother, but you should return the jade pendant to him. If you want it, mother will buy you a better one, okay? Chen insisted that she return the jade pendant to the seventh prince. Her behavior puzzled Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu didn't understand. She shook her head and said, "This is my thing. I have the right to dispose of it. You have no right to make choices for me." This was the first time the mother and daughter had a quarrel. Chen's face suddenly turned cold. She stood up suddenly and pointed at Shang Xiaojiu and asked, "I think you are just greedy and vain. Otherwise, why don't you want to listen to mother?" "What a greedy and vain person." Shang Xiaojiu laughed. "Since mother misses me so much, I don't have to stay here. I'll go back first." "Where are you going so late? The way down the mountain is not safe. You stay for one night and leave early tomorrow morning," Chen said anxiously, and only after she finished speaking did she feel that what she had just said was a bit heavy. He knew very well what his daughter's personality was, but he also had his own difficulties. There were some things that he couldn't tell Shang Xiaojiu, and he could only swallow them silently. But in any case, she really shouldn't say anything about vanity. If Xiaojiu was really vain, how could she still be in a small Anyang village? But Shang Xiaojiu didn't know a lot of things, and didn't understand that what she just said was all from the mood of a mother who wanted to protect her daughter. "Xiaojiu, a mother doesn't like me anyway. I'm staying here to bother you and make you unhappy. Even if I was wrong to come back today, I'm leaving. You can take a rest slowly." No one can stop Shang Xiaojiu from doing what she wants to do. Chen also knows that she is really angry this time, and it can't be solved by coaxing her casually. She got up from the bed, put on her clothes, opened the door and walked out. The weather outside was very cold, and Shang Xiaojiu's heart was even colder. Fortunately, Shang Xiaojiu was used to walking at night, and now she didn't feel lonely or scared when traveling under the stars. She walked alone in the front with a lantern, and she walked faster and faster. Tears fell with the wind, as if they were free, and kept falling. She sobbed and cried, and her steps became faster and faster. Just when her eyes were misty and her eyes were blurred by tears, and she was about to hit her head against a tree, a hand came across and pulled her. A hand appeared inexplicably, and Shang Xiaojiu was startled and screamed, "Ah, help! There's a thief! Murder!" The hand covered her mouth and a familiar voice rang out. "It's me, don't shout." It was Shen Yulong's voice. Shang Xiaojiu relaxed all of a sudden. She turned her head, her eyes red, and glared at him angrily. "You are so elusive. Why did you come to scare me in the middle of the night? You scared me to death." As she spoke, she started to cry, sobbing as she cried. She looked both pitiful and cute. Seeing her like this, how could Shen Yulong be angry with her? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just saw you about to hit your head against a tree, and I reached out to pull you back in a panic. It wasn't intentional." After Shen Yulong explained, Shang Xiaojiu stopped crying. In fact, he was not really frightened just now. He was crying because he felt wronged. He took advantage of the fact that Shen Yulong scared her to make a fuss, but now that he has calmed down, of course he will not blame Shen Yulong. "Why are you here?" Shen Yulong coughed slightly and turned his body sideways. "I just passed by accidentally." "Accidentally? Passing by? I don't think you are following me on purpose. No, you haven't appeared for a few days. Where have you been during this period? I didn't see you, but I saw you today. Under such circumstances, where did you go? You didn't go to steal?" Shang Xiaojiu looked him up and down. Seeing that he was dressed in black, he suddenly smelled a bloody smell. He hurriedly came forward and sniffed him again and again. "You're injured." Shen Yulong didn't expect that she could see through it. He couldn't hide it anymore, and had to say, "I was doing some work and ran into some Japanese pirates. I had a fight with them. It's okay, I just got slightly injured. I originally wanted to go up the mountain to discuss something with my eldest brother, and I happened to run into you. What about you? Why did you come down the mountain? You were crying as you walked, and you looked absent-minded." "Don't deny it. I saw it all just now." His caring words warmed Shang Xiaojiu's heart and reminded her of the many grievances she had suffered today. So she said, "I had some conflicts with my mother. I don't want to stay in the mountain, so I plan to go back first. It's nothing serious." "What's the matter? If you have been wronged, you can tell me." Grievance? How can this be considered as a grievance? Shang Xiaojiu didn't know how to tell Shen Yulong about the grievances her mother had caused her. She lowered her head and said in the most indifferent tone, "You should know what happened recently. Such a big thing happened in the town. It's been spreading on the streets until now. Everyone is saying that the seventh prince did a good job and got rid of that dog official. The seventh prince and I have some connections. These things are complicated. No one can figure out who owes whom and who owes more. But I have never had the idea of climbing up the social ladder. Even if I have some friendship with the seventh prince, it's just a normal relationship. I don't understand why my mother, who has always been open-minded, said this. She thinks that I don't want to return the jade pendant because I can't bear to give up wealth and glory. Actually, it's not, because I don't think I did anything wrong. If I returned the jade pendant, then I would be telling my mother that my previous relationship with the seventh prince was for ulterior motives. I didn't want to bow my head. I didn't want to bow my head to my mother, so I walked out because I was afraid that if I stayed any longer, I would cry in front of her." In the dim forest, there was no human voice. There was only the sound of birds chirping and Shang Xiaojiu's chattering. The voice was not annoying at all, but rather clear and crisp. Shen Yulong's fatigue was all calmed down by her voice. He stretched out his hand towards Shang Xiaojiu. "Come, follow me." Shang Xiaojiu looked at him, a little dazed, not knowing what he was going to do. After a while, she asked, What's wrong? Where are you taking me?" Seeing that she didn't move, Shen Yulong simply grabbed her wrist and pulled her forward. "You'll know when you get there. There's nothing new to say now. I just want you to know that there are no unlovable parents in the world. Your mother must have her own difficulties, but it doesn't matter. It was wrong for her to say hurtful things to you, but I believe in you. You are definitely not that kind of person." Shen Yulong comforted her while leading her forward. The two of them walked through the woods, enjoying this moment of quiet and comfort. Shang Xiaojiu's heart also calmed down a little under his comfort, and the sadness in his heart was not so heavy. No wonder some people say that when people are sad, they will feel much better if they have someone to accompany them. Shang Xiaojiu glanced at his profile quietly, and her heart began to beat faster. It seemed a bit slow to walk like this. Shen Yulong glanced at him, stretched out his hand to hold her waist, jumped up, used Qinggong, and reached where they wanted to go as quickly as possible. This hilltop looked familiar. Shang Xiaojiu was stunned, as if she had been here before. Just as she was thinking, one or two fireflies floated over from afar. More and more fireflies floated over, forming a tower. The twinkling fireflies shone as dazzling as the stars in the sky. "I remember now. You brought me here before. It was the place to watch fireflies. Look at my memory. I almost forgot it. Well, it's a good thing you remembered it. It's worth my bringing you here." The two of them sat on the grass, shoulder to shoulder, letting the fireflies fly around them. Such a beautiful scene, makes people feel happy. Shang Xiaojiu leaned back, put her arms behind her head, looked at the starry sky and took a deep breath of fresh air. She felt much better and sincerely thanked Chen Yulong. "Thank you. You knew I was in a bad mood and brought me here to see the fireflies. When I saw these, I felt no more anger. All the depression, irritability, and distress were swept away at once. She was happy, and Chen Yulong was happy too." He followed her example and lay down, feeling that his whole mind had become more open. One or two fireflies landed on the tips of their noses. Shang Xiaojiu felt so happy that he blew in small puffs, trying to blow the fireflies away. But the little thing seemed to like Shang Xiaojiu very much and refused to leave. She took out the arm that was behind her head and flicked it in the direction of the firefly. The firefly was frightened and fell to her fingertips. Shang Xiaojiu didn't dare to move, for fear of disturbing her. Shen Yulong had a bad idea and blew on her fingertips, and the fireflies dispersed. Shang Xiaojiu exclaimed and looked at Shen Yulong with confusion. "What are you doing? Look, he's running away. Even if I didn't point it out, it wouldn't be able to stay. I just sped it up. You shouldn't blame me." Shen Yulong had his own reasons. Shang Xiaojiu was speechless and felt that he couldn't beat him, so he simply stopped arguing with him. Okay, what you said is right. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going back. Thank you today. I don't know why. It seems like you're always by my side when I'm sad." Shang Xiaojiu sighed and suddenly remembered that Shen Yulong was still injured. She immediately sat up from the ground. "Come back with me." Shen Yulong raised his eyebrows and teased. "What do you want to do by asking me to go back? Are you reluctant to part with me?" Pfft. Who is reluctant to part with you? Don't take advantage of me. I saw that you were injured, and wanted you to go back to the pharmacy with me. I'll help you take a look at the wound. You won't be ungrateful, will you? Shang Xiaojiu snorted and continued, If you don't appreciate it, then forget it. Just treat it as my wishful thinking. After she finished speaking, she was ready to get up and leave. As soon as she stood up, her wrist was grabbed by someone. Shen Yulong even exerted force and gently led Shang Xiaojiu in his direction. She lost her balance and rushed towards Shen Yulong, bumping into his chest. The man's chest was strong and firm, and Shang Xiaojiu's nose turned red. Shang Xiaojiu cried out, stretched out her little fist and punched his chest. What are you doing? It hurts. I'm sorry. I just wanted to use your hand to get up, but I didn't expect to pull you down instead. Shen Yulong said to her very sincerely. His tone was sincere and there was no sign of falsehood. Shang Xiaojiu really believed his lies and thought he did it unintentionally, so she had to admit that she was unlucky. Well, can you please let go of my hand now, otherwise I won't be able to get up. Shen Yulong really let go of his hand. Shang Xiaojiu got up in a hurry. The more anxious she was, the more likely she was to make mistakes. Her belt hooked on the jade belt around Shen Yulong's waist, and the two were entangled together, and she refused to separate. Shang Xiaojiu pulled hard, but it became tighter and tighter. How could he pull it apart? She was so anxious that tears came out. At this moment, Shang Xiaojiu heard Shen Yulong chuckle, which made her cheeks hot, as if they were burned by fire. Shang Xiaojiu was annoyed. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing at you. Don't be anxious. The more anxious you are, the worse it will be. Shen Yulong said dimly. Shang Xiaojiu's face turned even redder. What did he mean by this? What does it mean to be anxious? She is not in a hurry. Shang Xiaojiu patted his shoulder, then pulled hard, breaking the belt, and the two separated. She exhaled quickly and sat up hastily, not wanting to look at her side profile anymore. Shen Yulong also sat up. Seeing that she looked like she didn't want to pay attention to him, he insisted on provoking her. Shen Yulong reached out and pinched the little girl's chin, asking her to look at him and look into his eyes. Shang Xiaojiu was reluctant, but he was not as strong as him, so he really let him do whatever he wanted. Shen Yulong smiled as he stretched out his finger and poked her cheek. He felt that her face was soft and especially smooth. A mark was left with a little force. What are you doing? Shang Xiaojiu's voice was as soft as her face. Although there was some complaint in her words, it had no deterrent effect at all. She was like a kitten without claws who didn't feel any pain when being scratched. Shen Yulong loosened his hand, and when Shang Xiaojiu was about to make the next move, he raised his hand and a jade pendant appeared in front of her. It was swaying in front of her eyes. Shang Xiaojiu was stunned. At first she felt that the pendant looked familiar, but then she suddenly remembered it. Isn't this my pendant? How come it's with you? In Shang Xiaojiu's memory, she had worn this pendant since she was a child, and then it disappeared. Although she felt it was a pity, she never looked for it seriously. This time it happened, and the feeling of getting it back was still a pleasant surprise. Shen Yulong coughed slightly. It should be something that you dropped when you saved me when we first met. It should be yours, right? Yes, it's mine. Shang Xiaojiu took the pendant in her hand and played with it. It was warm to the touch, and she felt a little strange. When she traveled through time, her family was penniless and she couldn't even get enough food. How could there be such a valuable pendant? No matter where the pendant came from, it was hers. Shang Xiaojiu put it away properly and asked him, You picked it up a long time ago. Why didn't you give it to me earlier? I was too busy some time ago and forgot about it for a moment. Now I remember it when I see you. Shouldn't you thank me? Why are you questioning me instead? Shen Yulong smiled faintly and looked at Shang Xiaojiu teasingly. Shang Xiaojiu snorted and glanced at him. I like it. What's it to you? Okay, let's go back quickly. I'm a little sleepy. Shang Xiaojiu yawned, stretched, and reached out to pull Shen Yulong up. Shen Yulong looked at her slender fingers. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and his mind couldn't help but move. He raised his hand and held those soft hands and stood up with the help of her strength. He accidentally bumped into her. The two were very close to each other and could smell the fragrance on each other, which was light and very pleasant. The blush on Shang Xiaojiu's face never faded. She quickly stepped back and said a little uncomfortably, We can go now. If we don't leave, we will have to spend the night here. Okay, I'll take you back. The night was long, and the two walked forward shoulder to shoulder. Shang Xiaojiu felt that this road was so long. It usually took an hour to walk through the road, but now it seemed like it could not be finished no matter how hard she tried. Feeling tired? Shen Yulong noticed his discomfort and asked gently and carefully. Shang Xiaojiu didn't know how to tell him. He couldn't just say that he felt uncomfortable because he was by his side. She didn't do anything wrong. Shang Xiaojiu let out a breath and said perfunctorily, "I'm just a little tired. I've walked all day today. How can I not be tired? With your leg strength, you have to hire a sedan chair when you go out, otherwise you can't walk far." Shen Yulong looked at her with amusement. His tone was a bit joking. Shang Xiaojiu understood the meaning of his words. He was making fun of her. Is he mistaken? She is a weak woman after all. Isn't it normal for her to walk slowly and feel a little tired? Shang Xiaojiu was about to refute him when she saw Shen Yulong whistle, then hissed at her. "Don't talk yet. Let's not leave. Let's rest here and leave later." Shang Xiaojiu exclaimed, "No, I didn't mean to rest. Let's leave quickly, otherwise." Before she finished her words, she met Shen Yulong's smiling eyes, and before she could react, she heard the sound of horse hooves kicking by her ears. The sound of horse hooves came from far away, and she saw a white horse galloping towards them from afar. Although it was dark and she couldn't see clearly, Shang Xiaojiu recognized it at a glance, and she shouted in surprise, "Xiaoyu!" When the white horse ran in front of her, she could really see it. It was really Xiaoyu. She hadn't seen him for a long time. Surprised, Shang Xiaojiu reached out and touched Xiaoyu's hair. Shen Yulong must have put a lot of effort into raising it. The horse's hair was extremely smooth, which showed that the horse feed it was given was of the best quality. "When did you learn how to control a horse?" "He comes over as soon as I whistled. I also want to learn this skill." Shang Xiaoju's face was pressed against Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was extremely docile to her, without any of the stubborn temper of a horse. Shen Yulong smiled faintly. "Okay, if you want to learn, I will teach you. I called Xiaoyu over because I wanted to carry us down the mountain." "So that's the case. No wonder you asked me to wait a little longer." Chen Yulong was the first to get on the horse, then stretched out his hand to Shang Xiaojiu. "Don't worry, I will hold you tight and won't let you fall." Shang Xiaojiu held his hand without hesitation, and with his strength he climbed onto the horse. Shen Yulong sighed, and Xiaoyu exhaled from her nose. At first they walked slowly down the mountain. He tightened the reins and shouted, "Go!" Xiaoyu then spread his hooves and ran down the mountain, the wind whistling in his ears. Shang Xiaojiu hugged his waist tightly. Although he knew he would not fall, the feeling of weightlessness still made him feel scared. And the moment she hugged him, the corners of Shen Yulong's mouth couldn't help but curl up, and a few traces of joy emerged in his heart. With Xiaoyu's help, they saved a lot of effort and arrived at Huichun Hall in no time. Shang Xiaojiu got off the horse, and Shen Yulong prepared to leave and return to his own house. Just as he was about to leave, Shang Xiaojiu stopped him. "Wait a minute, come with me first, I'll help you check your wound." At this time, Shang Xiaojiu did not forget to help Shen Yulong check his wound. Shen Yulong hesitated for a moment, then got off the horse, and did not forget to tie Xiaoyu up before following her in. Shang Xiaojiu took out the key, opened the door, lit the candle, and did not forget to close the door. She asked Shen Yulong to sit on the bench while she went to find some medicine powder. Shen Yulong just loves to make noises. Shang Xiaojiu asked him to sit, but he insisted on standing. He even followed her, wanting to help her find medicine. Hey, could you please be more obedient? Just sit over there when I told you to. Why are you moving around? You don't know that those medicines are for external injuries, so don't mess things up for me." Shang Xiaojiu spoke sternly, trying to make herself look more imposing. Shen Yulong raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, listened to her, and sat down. A pair of eyes were glued to Shang Xiaojiu, watching her busying around in the hall, and he smiled unconsciously. Shang Xiaojiu searched for a long time and finally found the golden medicine for treating external injuries. She hurriedly took it, raised her chin slightly, and said with a little pride, "Take off your clothes." "What?" Shen Yulong said in surprise. Shang Xiaojiu nodded and said, "Yes, if you don't take off your clothes, how can I apply medicine to you?" She said it with confidence and didn't notice that Shen Yulong's face changed and he felt a little uncomfortable. Shang Xiaojiu saw that he didn't move for a long time, then he suddenly realized, "You won't be shy, right? It's not the first time I take off your clothes. I have treated your external injuries and sewed your wounds before. Man, don't be shy." "You're a girl, can't you be a little reserved?" Shen Yulong sighed, thinking that the little girl was really a fool, ignorant, which made him suffer. Helplessly, Shen Yulong untied his belt and took off his outer shirt, revealing his pure white inner garment. Blood was seeping from his shoulder. Shang Xiaojiu was right in her guess. The bloody smell came from his body, and the wound was torn open, so the smell was so strong. Looking at the wound, Shang Xiaojiu was a little angry. She felt that Shen Yulong did not take his body seriously. He was bleeding, but he was still pretending that nothing had happened. If she hadn't dragged Shen Yulong here, he probably wouldn't have treated his wounds himself. Shen Yulong did not notice Shang Xiaojiu's temper and continued to take off his underwear, revealing his strong arm. The wound was very deep, with flesh and blood exposed, which was shocking to look at. Shen Yulong didn't even frown, his expression remained calm. Shang Xiaojiu pulled out the medicine cork and poured the powder on his wound without any gentleness. When the powder touched the wound, there would be a sharp pain. Shen Yulong's expression finally changed. He took a breath, raised his eyes, and looked at Shang Xiaojiu. Seeing the smile on her face, he was sure that she did it on purpose. Now you feel the pain, right? You didn't want to apply medicine just now. I have to tell you several times that if you don't treat this kind of wound, it will become inflamed. If there is no medicine, you will die. Shang Xiaojiu kept lecturing him, and his hands did not stop working, helping him bandage the wound. Shen Yulong saw that she was very angry and said readily, "I am in good health and have been injured for many years. I am lucky and will not die." Hearing his words, Shang Xiaojiu increased the strength of his hands and pressed his shoulder. Another wave of pain came, and Shen Yulong couldn't help but frowned. Shang Xiaojiu sneered, "I thought you didn't know it hurts. You're trying so hard, and I'm not a dead person. How can it not hurt?" Shen Yulong said a few words to her, but he didn't blame her. On the contrary, he knew very well that Shang Xiaojiu did this because she cared about him, and he still felt a little touched. No one had ever cared about him so much before. No one cared whether he was injured or not. The appearance of Shang Xiaojiu changed his life. Looking at Shang Xiaojiu's angry face, Shen Yulong's attitude softened. "I was wrong. Next time I get hurt, I will come to you first. Anyway, I won't die." Shang Xiaojiu glared at him. "Why are you like this? Are you still thinking about the next time you get hurt?" Shen Yulong laughed softly. "You are like this. I misunderstood." Misunderstanding of what? Shang Xiaojiu didn't understand and looked at him puzzled. Shen Yulong sighed. "I misunderstood that you like me. You are so worried about me and nervous about me. Isn't it because you have a good impression of me?" Hearing the straightforward words, Shang Xiaojiu's heart skipped a beat. On the one hand, he felt that Shen Yulong was too arrogant. How could he say such reckless words in front of him? On the other hand, he felt that he was guilty, as if someone had touched his heart. The uncontrollable heartbeat came again. Shang Xiaojiu turned around. Not wanting Shen Yulong to see her difference, she relaxed for a while and said lightly, "I have taken care of your wound. It's nothing. You can go back." "Are you sending me away now? Are you feeling guilty?" For some reason, Shen Yulong liked to tease Xiaojiu. Seeing Shang Xiaojiu's helpless and nervous look, he felt happy and secretly happy in his heart. He felt that the girl had feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she be nervous when facing him? However, Shen Yulong didn't know enough about the relationship between men and women. He was just experiencing it and guessing at the same time, so he didn't understand the little girl's mind. Shang Xiaojiu was ashamed and angry because of what he said. She stomped her feet and said, "Why are you talking so much? Go away, I want to rest." This was the order to leave. Shen Yulong didn't hear what he wanted to hear. He stood up a little disappointed. When he reached the door, he turned around and said, "I'll leave Xiaoyu to you. Xiaoyu can bring you to me if you have any problems in the future. But I don't have a yard for raising horses here. Xiaoyu can't be tied at the door. It's always inconvenient with people coming and going." Shang Xiaojiu liked Xiaoyu very much and wanted to keep it, but she didn't have the conditions and no way to keep it. Her tone was very reluctant. Shen Yulong thought about it and did not force her to keep Xiaoyu. He thought of a compromise. "Why don't I take Xiaoyu to my place first? I live not far from your home, and you can come over anytime and anywhere. What do you think?" "That's great. Your place is spacious and has a big yard. Xiaoyu will definitely like it." After the two of them discussed it, Shang Xiaojiu sent him out and watched him ride on a horse and walk towards his home. After a while, he disappeared from her sight. Shang Xiaojiu was a little tired after a whole day of work, so he took a shower and went to sleep in the backyard of Huichen Hall. Fortunately, in addition to a room for Aunt Li and her daughter, he also had a place for himself. However, the room smelled a little strong and was full of dust. Shang Xiaojiu simply cleaned up and went to bed. Lying in bed, she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She should think carefully about cleaning the house and living here from now on. This would save her the trouble of rushing over from the foot of the mountain every day, which would be very time-consuming. The next morning, When Hui Chintang opened its doors for business, a distinguished person came, Lu Jing. He came to deliver money on behalf of his mother. A few days ago, a businessman passed by Shang Xiaojiu's medicine field and took a fancy to several herbs in it. He spent a lot of money to buy them. Wang thought that this business could be done, and there was no time to tell Shang Xiaojiu, so she sold the herbs to him on her own initiative. Originally, Wang was going to come in person to deliver the silver, but Lu Jing felt sorry for his mother and didn't want her to run around at her age, so he volunteered to take on this task and came over immediately. After Shang Xiaojiu heard the whole story, he saw 2 ingots of silver weighing a full 10 taels, and he immediately laughed. I didn't expect that you all have a talent for business. It seems that it is a very correct choice for me to entrust the medicinal fields and fish ponds to you to take care of. Lu Jing shook his head. My mother doesn't know how to do business. This time I was lucky to meet a noble person. When I left, my mother told me that she hoped I would apologize to you on her behalf. It was his fault to sell the herbs without your consent. What's the big deal? This is called being flexible. The most feared thing about opening the door to do business is being old-fashioned and conservative, not knowing how to adapt to the times, and letting the opportunity to make money slip away in vain. Are you helping me? Shang Xiaojiu rolled his eyes and thought of a good idea. I have an idea. I wonder if you think it's good. Tell me about it. Lu Jing was gentle and let Shang Xiaojiu speak first. Shang Xiaojiu thought for a while and said slowly, What I mean is that the medicine field is for Auntie to use. As for the herbs he sells, if he earns 10 taels of silver, he can take 5 taels. What do you think? This way I can make money, and Auntie can make money too. Isn't it a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? It's better than helping me look after the medicine field. Lu Jing listened carefully to Shang Xiaojiu's words. After listening, he bowed deeply in her direction. Miss Shang, you are so thoughtful. In fact, I know you want to help my mother. Otherwise, you wouldn't give me the 5% discount. I'm here to thank you on behalf of my mother. One day when I can get into high school, I will definitely repay your kindness. You are being formal again. Didn't I tell you that you don't have to call me miss? Just call me by my name. Besides, we are friends, and it is only natural for friends to help each other, don't you think? Shang Xiaojiu was carefree and didn't take the matter seriously at all. His free and easy attitude also infected Lu Jing, making his frown relax. Then he smiled and said, I've become stupid from reading too much and become so pedantic. Just when the 2 of them were talking happily, Chen Xiaoqiao rushed in. Crying and begging Shang Xiaojiu for help, there were many people who came to Huichun Hall to buy medicine. When they saw a pretty girl like this, they all cast their eyes on her and talked about her. Shang Xiaojiu wanted to protect Chen Xiaoqiao, so he took her to the backyard and gave her a cup of tea. Don't be anxious or cry. Calm down and tell me what happened. It's not my marriage, sister. Only you can save me this time. Marriage? Shang Xiaojiu vaguely remembered that the talent show period had passed. The fact that you are still here proves that you failed the talent show. Why are you still worrying about marriage? I listened to my sister and really avoided the talent show, but my mother also found out about what I did secretly. She was very angry, so she locked me in the house and didn't allow me to go out. I originally thought that after my mother calmed down and apologized to her, I could be free again, but I didn't expect that I secretly overheard her conversation with the matchmaker. She wanted me to marry into the Jia family. Sister, I don't want to get married. Chen Xiaoqiao cried as she spoke. Her voice and tears were streaming down her face. She looked so sad that people felt pity for her. She quietly raised her eyes and looked at Lu Jing beside her. Seeing that he was not looking away, she felt sad in her heart. But she also knew that Lu Jing was a gentleman, so how could he peek at her and offend her? The emotions of loss and regret were tangled together, and my tears fell even more violently. Shang Xiaojiu thought carefully about who this Jia family was. She remembered that the Jia family was a wealthy family with a young man. She heard that the young man was handsome, talented in both civil and military affairs, and seemed to have achieved great success. Although Cao was mean and unkind to outsiders, she was probably nice to her daughter and would not choose an ugly man with bad character as her son-in-law. This Mr. Jia may not be a bad match. Sister, I think you might as well test that young Master Jia. He has a good reputation outside. Maybe when you meet him, you will have a good impression of him. Wouldn't that be a good match? Shang Xiaojiu was just making a suggestion. It was up to Chen Xiaoqiao herself to decide what to do. Who knew that Chen Xiaoqiao would get excited and say that she would absolutely not marry that young Master Jia? But when asked why, she couldn't explain it. She couldn't tell Shang Xiaojiu that she liked Lu Jing. She already had someone she liked, so no matter how good a man was, he would be nothing but a straw in front of her. She couldn't possibly fall in love with anyone else. Sister, don't ask so many questions, just help me. She actually knelt down in front of Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu was surprised and quickly helped her up. I didn't say I wouldn't help you. Don't kneel down at every turn. If you really don't want to get married, I certainly won't force you, but you know your mother's temper very well. How do you want me to help you? Cao is a ruthless character. She might be able to turn her Huichentang upside down. She has to think of a foolproof solution. But what can we do? Shang Xiaojiu has a way to help Chen Xiaoqiao avoid the talent show, but she has not yet thought of a good solution for this marriage. Chen Xiaoqiao wiped away her tears. As long as my sister takes me in and lets me hide here, my mother will know that I don't want to get married and won't force me anymore. Shang Xiaojiu always felt that this method was unreliable, but she couldn't just stand by and watch her die. She hesitated and said, "Is this feasible?" "Yes, as long as my sister is willing to help me." This was the only way. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't drive her away and let her sleep on the streets, so she nodded helplessly. "I have an empty room here. You can stay here for the time being, but don't go out until I think of a solution, and don't let your mother find you, otherwise I can't help you." Chen Xiaoqiao was delighted and thanked her quickly. "I know, thank you, sister. I will try my best to help if I can, but if I can't help in the end, I hope you won't blame me. After all, I don't know everything, and your marriage is still a bit tricky. I won't blame my sister." Chen Xiaoqiao stayed there, and Lu Jing often came to see Shang Xiaojiu on behalf of Wang because of the medicine field. Business. The two had business dealings and became closer and closer. Whenever the two of them were talking, Chen Xiaoqiao would always appear, sometimes making tea for Lu Jing, sometimes giving Lu Jing the cakes she had bought. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Shang Xiaojiu glanced at her. His eyes fell on the pastries in her hand, and asked, "Didn't I tell you to stay in Huichentang and not go out? Why did you run to the market? If your mother sees us, I can't protect you." Chen Xiaoqiao stuck out her tongue, quickly raised her finger and sweared, "Sister, don't worry, I'm very careful when I go out, and I will never be seen by my mother. Besides, my mother and you have never got along. She would never think that I would hide here with you. Lu Shukai is my savior after all. It's not easy to come here, so of course I have to repay Lu Shukai well." When she said this, her expression was smart and a bit coquettish, and her explanation was impeccable. Didn't think there was anything wrong, but Lu Jing often came to see her. Now that the imperial examination is approaching, Shang Xiaojiu is worried that it will delay his review, so she persuaded him. "Why don't you just stop worrying about the medicine field? Let Auntie keep the accounts, and I'll collect them once a month. This saves you from coming to town every day. It's a waste of time, and it also interferes with your reading." Shang Xiaojiu's suggestion was for Lu Jing's own good. Lu Jing raised his eyes, and the light in his eyes dimmed for a moment. He said calmly, "I have finished reading the book I just read, and those things are all in my mind. You have helped us so much, so of course I have to help you. It's no problem." How could Shang Xiaojiu not know that he wanted to help, but she didn't dare to take the risk? What if he failed the exam just because he didn't have time to review? She didn't dare to take this responsibility. After Shang Xiaojiu's repeated persuasion, Lu Jing and her reached a consensus. "How about this? You don't have to come in person to collect the bill once a month. I will deliver it to you so as to save your time. If I don't agree, I don't think you will do it." "Well, then it's settled." Shang Xiaojiu took a step back, and Lu Jing smiled again. "Okay, don't worry. I will definitely calculate the account for you clearly, and there will be no mistakes. I'm at ease with you doing the job." Lu Jing left after chatting with Shang Xiaojiu. Chen Xiaoqiao stretched her head and looked at his back. When she saw him walking farther and farther away, and she could no longer see him, she turned around and left. Chen Xiaoqiao was leaning against a pillar, looking absent-minded, and Shang Xiaojiu happened to see her. She asked, "What's the matter? I suddenly feel that you are in a bad mood. Is something wrong?" No, I'm just thinking about the marriage at home, so I feel a little uncomfortable." "Don't worry, there will always be a way to solve it. You helped me take care of the patient today. You've been busy all day. Go down and have a rest." Shang Xiaojiu comforted her and went to the copper plate to wash his hands. He dipped his hands in the cold water and washed away his fatigue. Chen Xiaoqiao agreed and was about to leave when she bumped into her aunt. "Aunt, why are you here?" Chen was also surprised to see Chen Xiaojiu in Huichen Hall. She knew that Cao valued her daughter very much, and had always kept her at home and not allowed her to go out. How could she not be surprised to see her here at this moment? Xiao, I haven't seen you for several years. You look more and more beautiful. Chen took Chen Xiao's hand and looked at her carefully. The sound of people talking startled Shang Xiaojiu. She came out of the house and saw Niang. The argument between the two a few days ago is still vivid in people's minds. Shang Xiaojiu knew that Niang must have come here to make peace, but she was still angry. Even though Shang Xiaojiu was angry, he still called her mom respectfully. Then Yun Qingfeng walked in quickly from outside. He called out to Ju Girl with a smile. Your mother missed you, so I brought her down the mountain to see you. Shang Xiaojiu nodded. She wiped her wet hands on her clothes and then called out, Dad, Mom, you sit down first. I still have some finishing work to do. I'll be over in a while. Just then, Liu Kuai walked out from inside. Xiaojiu, go and do your things first. Take good care of them. I'm here. After saying that, she lowered her voice and said to Shang Xiaojiu, Your mother has finally come down the mountain. You should give yourself a vacation and take her around to have a look. There are still a lot of delicious food in the town. By the way, I'll go to the kitchen to make a few boxes of pastries and let your parents try them. Shang was a little embarrassed. How can I trouble you? What's the trouble? You have helped us mother and daughter so much. It's just a few boxes of pastries. Don't worry, just take them out. Liu Kui had already said this, and Shang Xiaojiu couldn't refuse, so she had to thank her and bowed. Thank you very much, Auntie. After arranging the matters of the pharmacy, Shang Xiaojiu walked up to Chen and said, Mom, there is a noodle shop in front. Their noodles are pretty good. I'll take you there to try. Yun Qingfeng wanted to give the mother and daughter an opportunity to talk, so of course he would not go with them, so he found an excuse to stay in Huichun Hall. Shang Xiaojiu also saw through his thoughts, but did not expose him directly. She said, Then I'll pack a portion and bring it back for you. Their noodles are very chewy. It would be a pity if you missed it. Okay, our daughter is filial. Then you guys go quickly. I'll wait for you here. The mother and daughter went to the noodle shop. They didn't talk much along the way. Usually, Chen said one sentence, and Shang Xiaojiu replied. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After the two found a window seat in the noodle shop and sat down, the waiter called out and asked Shang Xiaojiu what they wanted to eat. Shang Xiaojiu looked at the menu and asked, Mom, then I'll order their most classic plain noodles. Do you want anything to eat? I'll order the same as yours. Since it's a signature dish, it must taste good. Shang Xiaojiu hummed and suddenly seemed to think of something and said that it was not as delicious as what Anyang made. After being praised like this, the gloom on Chen's face dissipated a little, and she smiled. You actually miss the food I cook. You should come back often, and I'll cook for you. Yeah. Shang Xiaojiu agreed and fell into silence again. Chen seemed a little nervous at this moment. She moved her fingers and wanted to speak several times, but she couldn't. After several times of being hesitant to speak, she finally plucked up the courage and told her daughter about the quarrel that day. Xiaojiu, Mother wants to apologize to you. I shouldn't have said that to you. You are my daughter. I watched you grow up. How could I not know what kind of character you have? I was too anxious that day, so I said something I shouldn't have thought of. Chen's tone was sincere, and she really wanted to apologize to Shang Xiaojiu. In fact, when she came to find her, Shang Xiaojiu was not that angry anymore. How could a mother and daughter hold a grudge overnight? She raised her eyes. Mom, there is really nothing between me and the seventh prince. We are just ordinary friends. It's normal for friends to help him and he helps me. Chen knew that she was too emotional before. Her heart was good, but the method she used was wrong. She had her own difficulties, and she couldn't tell her. My daughter is very outstanding, and her future husband must be very good. Not to mention a prince or a noble, even the best man is worthy of her. But when I was young, I once entered the palace and saw the intrigues and deceptions in the palace. People in the palace are ruthless and cruel. The seventh prince is a man in the palace. I don't want you to enter the palace, so my words that day were a bit harsh, but Mother was doing it for your own good, not to hurt your self-esteem. After she finished speaking, Shang Xiaojiu finally understood her mother's painstaking efforts. She exclaimed, thinking that her mother's worries were too ridiculous. Mom, you don't think I'm interested in that seventh prince? Don't worry, I don't like him. Shang Xiaojiu's assurance made Chen feel relieved, and she couldn't help laughing. I think too much. Xiaojiu, can you forgive me? Shang Xiaojiu curled her lips. I have forgiven my mother a long time ago. I didn't go up the mountain these days because I was too busy. Now, Huichuntong's business is getting better day by day. I get up before dawn every day and prepare the medicinal materials. I am busy every day, so... What she said is true, because Huichuntong's medicinal materials have almost no cost. They are all grown by himself, so the selling price will be cheaper. With a cheap selling price, the business will naturally be good. However, this also attracted a lot of hatred. Fortunately, Shang Xiaojiu is kind and polite to her colleagues. For some medicinal materials that Huichuntong does not have, she will help other colleagues introduce business. Everyone makes money together, so even if someone is jealous of her, no one will deliberately harm her. The folk customs in Anyang village are still very simple. After Shang Xiaojiu makes money, she will also buy some gifts and take care of things everywhere. In short, she lives like a fish in water. Not only has she recovered her capital, but she has also made a lot of money. Speaking of business, Chen remembered that she had come down the mountain this time to discuss something important with her daughter. Before she opened her mouth, 2 bowls of steaming hot noodles were served. The waiter was all smiles. "Please enjoy your meal, both of you." Shang Xiaojiu took out a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Chen. "Mom, try it." The two took a bite. The noodle soup was rich and delicious, and the noodles were of just the right thickness. They were indeed chewy, and even Chen nodded her head. "It's really good. The cook's subordinates are quite skilled. Not bad. Mom, if you like it, eat more." Chen was a little hungry. She finished the noodles in the bowl in a few bites, and then looked at Xiaojiu. "Xiaojiu, there is one more thing I want to talk to you about. Your father's escort agency had good business some time ago, so he saved some money. But Anyang village is so small, and in the long run, there will be no business. We want to go to the capital, open the escort agency in the capital, and then travel all over the world, so I wanted to come and hear your opinion." "Of course you can. A real man has ambitions in all directions. Dad has to support so many people, so of course he has to think of other ways. I support you going to the capital." Shang Xiaojiu also longed for the prosperity of the capital. She had a great ambition, which was to open branches. Her branches should be all over the country. If possible, her store could be opened in Chang'an. Seeing the longing look on her face, Chen knew that she also wanted to go to the capital, so she asked, "Your father and I have gone to Chang'an, so you are alone here. Have you considered going with us?" Shang Xiaojiu's mind was right on her mind, and her eyebrows raised. "Okay, of course, but what about my Huichuntong? Isn't there Sister Li in the medicine shop? Just let her look after it." Shang Xiaojiu was a little embarrassed because Aunt Li didn't know medical skills. If a patient came to see a doctor, there was no way to help him diagnose his pulse. It was obviously unrealistic to let Li Yukui look after the store. It would be better to close it first, but now the business of the medicine hall is so good. Shang Xiaojiu was reluctant to close it and didn't want to give up the opportunity to make money. Shang Xiaojiu didn't agree immediately, but said that he would think about it and tell her after thinking it through. Chen did not force her. If her daughter did not go to Chang'an, they would be far away from each other after they left, and they would miss each other if they could not see each other. But there was also an advantage of not going to Chang'an, which was to stay away from disputes. So Chen was very conflicted, but she still respected Xiaojiu and let her make her own choice. Yun Qingfeng and Chen did not stay overnight in Huichen Hall. They left and went back to the mountain before it got dark. In the evening after Huichen Hall closed, Shang Xiaojiu asked Aunt Li not to leave yet, because she had something to discuss with her. Li Yukui had coaxed Qianshan to sleep early, so Shang Xiaojiu said that she had something to talk about, and she had time. The two closed the door, lit candles in the lobby, and sat face to face. Chen Xiaoqiao came over at this time and sat next to Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu looked at her in surprise. "Aren't you going to bed at this time?" "Sister, I want to see if you need my help. Sister has helped me a lot, and I don't want to be a parasite who only asks for things without giving anything in return." In fact, there was nothing that Chen Xiaoqiao needed help with, but she wanted to do so. Shang Xiaojiu didn't want to spoil her mood or pour cold water on her, so she didn't drive her away. Anyway, it didn't matter if she heard what they were going to talk about. Li Yukui saw Shang Xiaojiu's serious look and was a little worried that something had happened. "Xiaojiu, is there a problem with Huichuntong's operation? If so, just tell me, I will definitely help you." Shang Xiaojiu was touched when she heard her words. She shook her head. "Of course not. Huichuntong is doing well, there is no problem, but I have some small ideas about future development." "You say." Now, Huichintang's business is actually very good. Compared with other pharmacies, the profit is already very good, but there are only so many people in the whole town, and we can only earn a limited amount. So I want to expand the medicine shop and go to Chang'an to see if there is any development prospect. As soon as these words came out, Li Yukui was stunned, and her first reaction was happiness. Although she had never been to the capital was so prosperous. If she could really open a store there, she would definitely make a lot of money. She felt happy just thinking about it. Li Yukui supported Shang Xiaojiu very much. Go, if you have the chance to go to Chang'an, you must go and see it. That's Chang'an. Some people can never go to Chang'an in their whole life. I heard my husband say before that if you want to go out for business, the farthest place is Luoyang. Luoyang has the title of Little Capital. It is really rich and prosperous, and it is beautiful. My husband's only wish is to really go to Chang'an. It's a pity that he has not realized this wish until now. Li Yukui's face became ugly as she spoke. Her husband had just died not long ago. Whenever she thought of it, she felt very sad. Shang Xiaojiu didn't know how to comfort her. For such an experience that she couldn't empathize with, no matter how much she said, it would be nonsense. She had to force a smile and made a suggestion. Then shall we go to Chang'an? Go to Chang'an? Li Yukui's tears were still hanging on her eyelids. She stopped crying all of a sudden, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Really? I think it's okay. We are here now, and the business of the medicine shop is pretty good. If we go to Chang'an, we will definitely make money. To do business, of course, you have to go to a good location, go higher and higher, and go farther and farther. How can you stick to this small place? With her consent, Shang Xiaojiu was relieved. She put forward her own idea. My father and mother are going to Chang'an in a while, and I want to go with them. First, I want to investigate the market outside, and second, I want to see what else I can do besides the medicine hall. She thought that in Chang'an, there must be countless medicine shops, like the people crossing the river. If you want to win by surprise and gain a foothold in Chang'an, you must think of a good idea. Shang Xiaojiu can make a choice only after a field investigation. Li Yukui nodded. Of course you are. Your consideration is right. You should not be rash. It will not be too late to take action once you are sure that you can open a shop there. Yes, but if I decide to go to Chang'an, what about Huichintang? I'll take care of it. Anyway, you haven't decided to move the medicine shop to Chang'an. I will live here temporarily and help you manage Huichintang. I have this ability. Li Yukui patted her chest and assured Shang Xiaojiu that she could manage Huichintang well. Shang Xiaojiu never doubted her ability, but he still had his concerns, and some things had to be said in advance. Shang Xiaojiu, although what you said makes sense, you don't understand medicine and you don't know herbs. When those patients come, you are at a loss and have no way to deal with them. This is not good for our business. If I go to Chang'an and it doesn't work, I will come back. The reputation of our Huichintang has been ruined. It will be very difficult to gain the trust of the villagers again. Shang Xiaojiu said this, and Li Yukui fell into deep thought. Boss, you said makes sense, so what should we do? I want to find a doctor to help me take charge of Huichintang, but I haven't thought of this candidate yet, so I'm a little embarrassed for a while. In the town, most of the doctors have already found their homes. If Shang Xiaojiu wants to find one, he must poach people from other places. In this way, he will offend his colleagues. But apart from this method, Shang Xiaojiu couldn't think of any other good ideas. Li Yukui saw that she was in a bad mood and quickly comforted her. Boss, you can't be anxious about this matter. You can slowly look at the candidates. Maybe you will have an adventure? Yes, her luck has always been very good. Shang Xiaojiu cheered up and said, Okay, let's decide on the plan to go to Chang'an for the time being. If it's good there, I'll come back and pick you and Shanshan up. Li Yukui hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, boss. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Qiao, who had been silent on the side, said softly, Sister, I want to go with you too. Where are you going with me? To the capital, but it's always dangerous here. The town is so small, I can't stay at home all my life, but I really don't want to marry that Mr. Jia. After I go to Chang'an, my mother won't be able to find me. After a year or so, she will definitely calm down, and I will come back to find her. This is the best way I can think of. Chen Qiao looked at Shang Xiaojiu pleadingly, hoping that she could agree. But Shang Xiaojiu was hesitant. How could he take her to Chang'an with him, and without the consent of her parents at home? Although Chao was wrong, her behavior of just walking away was also very irresponsible. Shang Xiaojiu thought a lot. If Chen Xiaojiu didn't leave, she would probably still be forced to marry someone she didn't like. If she could save him from the cage, she could also think of a way. Seeing that she had been silent, Chen Xiao became anxious and quickly knelt down and begged, "Sister, you are the only one who can help me. I beg you to help me again. I promise that when I go to Chang'an, I will be good and will never cause trouble for my sister." Shang Xiaojiu was not worried about getting into trouble. Seeing Chen Xiaojiu like this, he couldn't harden his heart to refuse, so he had to say, "Okay, then you will follow us. But after you arrive in Chang'an, you must write a letter back here to report your safety to your mother." "Okay, I will listen to everything my sister says." Hearing that Shang Xiaojiu agreed, Chen Xiaojiu almost cried for joy. Even if the matter was discussed, Shang Xiaojiu didn't have anything important to say, so he planned to adjourn the meeting. "Let everyone go back and rest early, because the store has to open early tomorrow morning." Chen Xiaojiu volunteered and said, "Sister, I will come to help you tomorrow. Although I don't know much, I will do my best to help you. It's okay to help you." Shang Xiaojiu didn't expect this delicate girl to help her, but she was moved by her words. At least she was a grateful person, and it was worth her spending so much time to help her. After Chen Shanshan finished speaking, she left happily, leaving Shang Xiaojiu and Li Yukui in the lobby. Li Yukui looked at her leaving back. Her expression was a little strange. She said to Shang Xiaojiu after a while, "I think your sister is a little strange. You should be more careful about her. Although I have known you for a short time, but I have lived for such a long time, I am still somewhat accurate in judging people. Anyway, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. You must be more careful when you go to Chang'an in the future." Shang Xiaojiu was stunned. "Okay, thank you for reminding me." Since the county magistrate was dismissed and investigated, a new county magistrate has been sent down. It is said that this county magistrate's surname is Wei, and he was the third place in the imperial examination 3 years ago. But because he did not have money to bribe and smooth relations, he has never had an official position. This time, it was the county magistrate who committed a crime, so it was the turn of Wei Tanhua, and he had the opportunity to be sent here. No matter what was said outside, the newly appointed Wei County magistrate seemed to be very fair and strict on the surface. He took out all the cases and archived files in the yamen and read them all. If he found something wrong, he would reinterrogate them. In short, the people had a good opinion of him, much better than the previous dog official. Shang Xiaojiu was also very pleased when he knew it. With a good official leading the villagers, Anyang village would become more and more prosperous. She was still worried about the medicine shop. She happened to pass by Yong'an Hall and saw Dr. Li inside, with a sad face and sighing. She walked in. "Dr. Li, what's wrong with you?" "Well, the medicine shop is not profitable. Business is not good now. I ordered a batch of medicinal materials before, but who knew that those black-hearted merchants were not good people? They gave me inferior goods. Come and see, these can't be used or sold at all. If used on patients, it will kill people." Dr. Li said as he pulled Shang Xiaojiu into the inner hall. There were 7 or 8 boxes inside, all open. Shang Xiaojiu looked inside. She didn't know until she saw it. She was shocked. All the medicinal materials were dry and flat. They were all inferior goods. No wonder Dr. Li was so worried. Shang Xiaojiu didn't know how to comfort him, but she thought about it and felt that her chance had come. "Dr. Li, have you ever thought about changing jobs?" "What? The boss treated me very well. When they left, they handed Yong'an Hall to me to manage. I can't just leave it alone and let it close down." Dr. Li is an honest man. When he heard Shang Xiaojiu's words, he shook his head repeatedly. He can't be a treacherous and ungrateful person. Although Dr. Li knows that Shang Xiaojiu's pharmacy is doing very well in the whole town, he has no intention of climbing up the ladder. This integrity makes Shang Xiaojiu admire him very much, and he thinks there is no problem in choosing him. "Don't rush to refuse. How about listening to my ideas? Tell me about it." Shang Xiaojiu thought for a while before slowly saying, "Although the business in this town is good, I think it is far from enough. My parents want to go to the capital, and I also want to go with them to see if it is suitable to open a store in the capital. However, no one is looking after my store here. Anyway, our 2 stores are quite close to each other. Why don't you help me look after it? You are a genuine doctor. You can diagnose and treat diseases. This is exactly what I need. I will give you 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. Do you think this is okay? It won't delay your work here." Shang Xiaojiu's suggestion made Dr. Li fall into deep thought. The most important thing was that the medicinal materials here could not be used. Even if a patient came, he would not be able to prescribe medicine for him. Therefore, Shang Xiaojiu's method was acceptable. In order to avoid delaying either party, Dr. Li agreed immediately. Okay, I will help you with this. In short, you can go to the capital with peace of mind. I will take care of everything here. With Dr. Li's guarantee, Shang Xiaojiu was relieved. She let go of the heavy stone in her heart and breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was to consider how to go to the capital and how to start a business. Shang Xiaojiu originally wanted to go up the mountain to tell her father and mother about her decision, but she was stopped before she walked out of the town. Group of officers and soldiers stopped in front of Shang Xiaojiu, led by a young man in his 20s. He was dressed in official uniforms, with a bit of righteousness, and looked at Shang Xiaojiu seriously. Shang Xiaojiu was stunned. She was a little confused. What's the matter? Now when Shang Xiaojiu sees people from the government, she feels scared, mainly because she sees corrupt officials. So except for the 7th prince, when she sees the other officials, she subconsciously thinks that he is a bad person. Shang Xiaojiu raised her eyebrows, calmed herself down, and looked at the officers quietly, thinking that she was a good citizen and had not committed any crime. She was upright and honest, so she was not afraid of anyone. Lord Wei stepped forward and said very gently, "Excuse me, are you Miss Shang?" "It's me. I am Shang Xiaojiu. May I ask what's the matter, sir? You brought so many people to block me. What did I do wrong? Do you need such a big scene?" Shang Xiaojiu said coldly, and her attitude was still bad. A middle-aged man in his 30s beside her scolded, "How dare you be rude to our lord?" "Sir, how am I rude? You brought so many officers here to bully a weak woman like me. Don't you allow me to resist?" Shang Xiaojiu had a tough attitude and did not give in at all because the other party was an official. After experiencing the previous dog official, she deeply knew what it meant to be bullied by others for being kind. She would always be bullied. Why should she swallow her anger? The county magistrate looked at him quietly without saying anything. After Shang Xiaojiu calmed down, he stepped forward and said, "Miss, you misunderstood. I didn't come here to tell you where you are from. I just want you to help with a case." "What case? I am innocent here. If there is any right or wrong, I don't know what case involves me. Today, if you can explain it clearly, I will go back with you. If you can't explain it clearly, I won't go with you rashly." Before the county magistrate spoke, sharp curses came from the crowd. "I will sue you for kidnapping a decent woman. You bitch, it's okay for you to hate me, but you actually put your hand on my daughter. Give my daughter back to me." Shang Xiaojiu looked in the direction where the voice came from. She saw Cao. She suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, thinking that it was Chen Xiao who wanted to follow her. And when did she take care of other people's daughters? It was really irresponsible and suffocating to speak. But Shang Xiaojiu also knew that trouble was coming. Cao was not so easy to deal with. She was very good at making trouble and could make the dead come alive. Shang Xiaojiu was not afraid of her. He was just afraid of being entangled by a mad dog and wasting time. The best way now was to hand over Chen Xiao, but Shang Xiaojiu had no way to do it when he thought of his tears. As the saying goes, if you want to save someone, you must send the Buddha to the west. Since he promised to help her, he can't give up halfway. So Shang Xiaojiu stood up straight and looked at Cao, who was shouting at the top of his lungs. "Second aunt, what are you talking about? My cousin and I have a fate. I took him to my place to live for a few days? How can it be considered kidnapping?" On weekdays, Shang Xiaojiu was a man who was not afraid of anything, but today he met Cao, a tough guy. However, Cao had never gotten any benefits from her. Seeing her standing proudly among the crowd, Cao was hesitant to go ahead, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. "Sir County Magistrate, I have never committed any crime, let alone kidnapped women. I hope you can help me and clear my name." Shang Xiaojiu made a humble and submissive expression, and Cao felt as if she had punched cotton, and she always felt angry in her heart. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Shang Xiaojiu's lips slightly raised a faint smile. Cao was furious, pinching her waist and stepped forward, and her momentum seemed to swallow Shang Xiaojiu in one bite. "You are talking nonsense. You are a liar. Xiao has always listened to me, but now she is not at home with you. If it is not kidnapping, what is it?" As soon as the voice fell, there was a circle of people watching the excitement around, all looking around and talking. "I think she was probably abducted. How could a good child not go home? That's right, that's right. Look at that woman's arrogance. She's definitely not a good person." The chattering almost engulfed Shang Xiaojiu. Cao had a smug smile on her face, as if she had already won. On the other hand, Shang Xiaojiu had a round oval face. Her beautiful eyes drooped slightly, and the corners of her mouth seemed to be smiling. When she looked up, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes, and her pink lips opened and that closed. Her legs are on her body. Since she doesn't go home, it must be that the family makes people feel uncomfortable. In that case, I'm afraid she was bullied at home. She spoke loudly, instantly drowning out all the discussions. The wind changed direction, and everyone stood on Shang Xiaojiu's side. Suddenly, anger surged into her heart like a raging flood, and Cao quietly clenched her fists. Good guy. Shang Xiaojiu felt secretly happy in his heart. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Sister is right. If you hadn't forced me to marry old man Cao, I wouldn't have done this. Where everyone's eyes were, Chen Qiao was dressed in a green dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, walking slowly, with tears in her eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her beautiful face instantly won the sympathy of everyone, and Cao instantly became the cusp of the storm. She widened, her eyes in disbelief, looking at the daughter in front of her, whom she had raised for more than 10 years, and suddenly her heart was broken, stunned, speechless. Shang Xiaojiu was also shocked. Her eyebrows slightly frowned, looking at Cao Cao through the crowd, only surprised. Maybe she really hated Cao. She lowered her eyes slightly, and the county magistrate on the stage looked at this scene and immediately felt a sense of justice, and immediately wanted to seek justice for Chen Qiao. Cao, is this true? With a raised eyebrow, a sense of majesty emerged spontaneously. Cao looked up in bewilderment. Her eyes were red, her body trembled a little, and she said, I have never done such a thing to harm others. However, her own daughter's accusation had made her words unreliable, and it seemed like she was just trying to be tough. The county magistrate snorted coldly and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Chen Qiao. She stepped forward with a firm look in her eyes. County magistrate, I would like to ask you to be a witness. I want to break off with Cao. There was a hot sun in the sky, but Cao seemed to be in an ice cellar with coldness sweeping over her body, followed by boundless anger. Good, good. I raised you with my mother's shit and urine, but you repay me with evil like this. Good. Under the witness of everyone, the thread between mother and daughter was cut off. Chen Qiao looked relaxed and left with Shang Xiaojiu, with a bright smile on her face. Cao looked distraught, with deep hatred in her eyes. She stared at Shang Xiaojiu fiercely, her fingernails digging deep into her flesh, thinking to herself, Shang Xiaojiu, it's you. All this is caused by you. If it weren't for you, Cao wouldn't have done this. She must have been bewitched. On the road, the sun was shining brightly, and Chen Qiao and Shang Xiaojiu were walking together. Suddenly, Chen Qiao eagerly put her arm around her, with a look of intimacy on her face, and her words were full of admiration. Sister, you are so great. What you said today is so right. Shang Xiaojiu nodded awkwardly, a little perfunctory. What was Chen Qiao doing? She really couldn't figure it out. Wasn't she still waiting for Cao to calm down yesterday? While thinking, a pair of shoes made of golden hooks and green jade suddenly stopped in front of her. When she raised her eyes, she bumped into a brilliant smile. Shen Yulong looked down at her, and his black eyes were all Shang Xiaojiu. A wonderful atmosphere rose instantly. Chen Qiao put down her hand instantly and said, Sister, I think I have something else to do in the pharmacy. I'll leave first. Eh? Before Shang Xiaojiu could react, Chen Qiao had already run away. Shen Yulong's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said inaudibly, Very considerate. What did you say? Shang Xiaojiu looked up and looked at him, only to see Shen Yulong smiled again, shook his head, and leaned down instead, as if he was going to lean on her shoulder. Shang Xiaojiu's heart jumped, and a low and pleasant voice came to her ears. I said I would give you something. Close your eyes. His words seemed to have some magical power, and Shang Xiaojiu actually closed her eyes. Shen Yulong smiled softly. So obedient? Shang Xiaojiu opened her eyes instantly and saw that he was holding a hairpin in his hand, which was engraved with jasmine patterns. It looked delicately made and beautiful. Perhaps he did not expect Shang Xiaojiu to open her eyes. His ears blushed in an instant, and he pretended to be calm and fiddled with the hairpin on her head. Unexpectedly, the hair and the hairpin seemed to be against each other and became tangled. Shen Yulong smiled embarrassedly, and Shang Xiaojiu glared at him. I knew you had bad intentions. Is this okay now? She tried to take the hairpin off angrily, but in Shen Yulong's eyes she was extremely cute. It took a long time for Shang Xiaojiu to get the hairpin off. She turned around and was about to leave. Shen Yulong hurriedly chased after her. I'm really clumsy. I really want to give you the hairpin. He explained and apologized eagerly, and Shang Xiaojiu's anger disappeared by more than half in an instant. Come on, I forgive you. Before he finished speaking, Shen Yulong smiled widely. The two smiled at each other, and the previous episode had passed. The two walked side by side on the road. One was a talented man, the other was a beautiful woman, and they became a beautiful scenery walking on the road. By the way, I remember you had a jade pendant. Why don't you wear it? Shen Yulong asked tentatively, feeling a little nervous. What is her identity? At this moment, the smile on Shang Xiaojiu's face gradually dimmed. The jade pendant had been lost for a long time before, and he sent it back, and Chen's reaction showed that this jade pendant was not simple. I lost it a few days ago, and I was afraid that it would be lost if I wore it, so I put it away. Shen Yulong's eyes flickered, hiding the only trace of emotion just right. Just as he was about to continue asking, he heard a familiar voice coming from not far away. Miss Shang! Lu Jing saw Shang Xiaojiu from a distance and ran a few steps to her side, greeting her with a happy face. Mr. Lu, what a coincidence! Seeing him approach, Shang Xiaojiu immediately turned around and looked at him with joy. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Jing stood beside Shang Xiaojiu, blocking the two of them. Shen Yulong, who was standing aside, looked at the closeness of the two. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and pretended to be calm. Why don't you review seriously, but are here instead? Logically speaking, Lu Jing, who is about to take the exam, should concentrate on reviewing the books, so why would he waste precious time traveling? Lu Jing was seen with a look of joy on his face, his eyes flickering, the corners of his lips raised, and he tightly grasped the book in his hand. Miss Shang, there is something I want to discuss with you. I wonder if you are free? He was originally a scholar, and he was born with red lips and white teeth. He looked like a gentle and jade-like gentleman, which made her very happy. She nodded slightly. I'm free. A blush appeared on her face, and she was shy. Before Shen Yulong could speak, she watched the two of them leave. What a loving couple! On the way, Lu Jing stated his purpose. He wanted to go to Beijing to take the exam with Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu looked thoughtful, stroking his chin and pondering, and then said, When you go out, it's always good to go with others. You can have a helper if you encounter any trouble. During this time, she also saw that Lu Jing was a decent person. He was born with a good appearance, but he never wasted his time. After 10 years of hard study, whether he can become famous depends on the imperial examination today. On the other hand, she also thought deeply. If he can become famous and become an official in the future, he can also help. It is always good to have more connections. Well, we'll go together tomorrow. You should study hard and pack your things. I'll ask the neighbors to take care of your aunt. When parents are around, you won't travel far. But now Lu Jing, who is traveling far for the imperial examination, is very worried about his mother. When he was hesitating about this matter, Shang Xiaojiu helped him solve the confusion. Lu is very grateful for Miss Shang's kindness. If there is a place where Lu can be used in the future, I am willing to go through fire and water for Miss Shang without hesitation. A gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. The little devil Shang Xiaojiu stood on tiptoe, raised his hand and patted his thin shoulder. I am very optimistic about you. You are outstanding in talent and learning, and you will definitely be on the list of successful candidates. Encouraged, Lu Jing looked at her firmly, and a warm current flowed through his heart. After the two parted, she hurried home. Yun Qingfeng happened to be fiddling with weapons there, and she walked in front of Yun Qingfeng with great interest. Uncle Yun, I want to discuss something with you. As a fellow man of the underworld, Yun Qingfeng put down his weapon and looked serious. When we go to Beijing tomorrow, can we let the third boss take care of the shop? We can also expand it. She did have plans to expand the scale, but she was afraid that this matter would bring more trouble to the third boss. Yun Qingfeng smiled calmly. I thought it was a big deal. It's just a small matter, no problem. It's completely okay to leave it to the third boss. He can be trusted. Then, he sent someone to invite the third boss. When the third boss arrived and knew the reason, he immediately laughed. That's great. I'm not a bandit anymore. I'm also a shopkeeper. He wanted to do a small business, but he never had the chance due to the turbulent times. Now he has fulfilled his wish. How could the third boss not be happy? However, the third boss mysteriously pulled Shang Xiaojiu aside with a dazed look in his eyes. Shen Yulong looks cold and arrogant on weekdays, but he is a love-struck man. He thinks about you day and night, and even keeps calling your name in his dreams. Hearing this, Shang Xiaojiu was stunned and surprised. Such a good boy is rare. You are also a talented man and a beautiful woman, quite a match. It's better to keep the wealth within the family. You should think about it carefully. I'm waiting for the wedding banquet and the big elbow." The already heroic third boss made a joke, making Shang Xiaojiu smile from ear to ear. She had known Shen Yulong's thoughts for a long time, but the time was not yet ripe. It's not that she was overthinking, but Shen Yulong's identity was really confusing. She always felt that he was not a stubborn bandit in a remote area. After taking care of everything, she went back to her room. After packing up her things, she took this opportunity to enter the system mall. After rubbing her hands, she started to draw. 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage, 10. Hey, I just don't believe it. 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage, 10. In just a moment, the 2,000 luck points were squandered. Shang Xiaojiu gritted her teeth and chose 10 consecutive draws again. Thank you for your patronage, 10. Knock on my mother. Unable to bear it any longer, Shang Xiaojiu, who was furious, blurted out a Chinese quintessence. System, are you polite? It's not polite not to return the favor. You are too rude, aren't you? Thinking of the luck points she had worked so hard to accumulate, and how they were spent like water here, and finally came to nothing, Shang Xiaojiu was furious. With only 100 luck points left, she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, and then she made the last draw. Like a gambler with red eyes, she stared at the rapidly spinning turntable until it slowly stopped at a red grid, and many question marks appeared in her mind. Congratulations to the host for winning a mysterious gift package. It was the first time she drew this. Instantly, a high-end and classy red gift bag appeared in front of her eyes. The square gift bag, which was 1 cubic meter in size, was flashing with a faint golden light. The corners of her mouth were raised, her eyebrows were flying, and she couldn't stop her luck. Just when she was full of joy, she found that she couldn't open this gift bag at all. Huh? Why can't it be opened? The 1,000 luck points are required to open the gift bag. The luck point is 0, which is not enough to deduct. Warm tips, the host is a pauper, wishful thinking is finished. Human words? Shang Xiaojiu's facial expression was very distorted. A few days ago, she felt that the system was becoming more and more humane. Why is it lewd now? Are you crazy? You actually laughed at me? Believe it or not, I will scold you to death? Suddenly, she found a bug in the system. When she angrily scolded the system, there was no luck point. Does the system have an immune function? The night was thick, and she was scolding happily in the room, but the system did not respond at all. She stretched until she felt a little tired. No, I'm sleepy. I'll scold you tomorrow. Shang Xiaojiu lay on the bed and fell asleep soon. The next morning, when the cock crowed, Shang Xiaojiu had packed her things. Yun Qingfeng and Chen were busy and didn't notice her. Just as she was looking around, she heard a voice behind her. Sister, I thought you weren't awake and was just about to call you. Chen Xiaoqiao came over with an enthusiastic look on her face, and her delicate makeup was very eye-catching. Knowing that she had to go to Beijing today, she wore a very narrow and long skirt, which would drag on the ground and cause trouble. Just pack your things. For some reason, she always felt that Chen Xiaoqiao was not sincere in going with her. Even if Chen Xiaoqiao and the Cao family had broken up, she had been influenced by the Cao family for so many years. So how could she be a good person? Not long after, Lu Jing came hurriedly with things. Miss Shang, I'm here. Early in the morning, he packed his things, said goodbye to his mother, and came immediately, fearing that he would miss the opportunity to go to Chang'an with Shang Xiaojiu. Shang Xiaojiu smiled and walked to Lu Jing and was about to take the things, when Chen Xiaoqiao came with a diligent look on her face. You are here, Mr. Lu. Then, she picked up Lu Jing's things and immediately stuffed them into the carriage. This scene made Lu Jing a little embarrassed, and even Shang Xiaojiu, who stretched out her hands, pursed her lips awkwardly and then retracted her hands. My cousin may be enthusiastic, just get used to it. She smiled awkwardly and then asked, But it seems that you brought some books, right? Although he went to Beijing to take the exam, he shouldn't have so many books. However, she couldn't say much, so she could only stand aside silently, watching Chen Xiaoqiao's enthusiastic courtesy. Lu Jing was also embarrassed. He didn't expect Chen Xiaoqiao to be so enthusiastic. However, the two were not stupid, and naturally saw her thoughts. Although Shang Xiaojiu thought that Chen Xiaoqiao might follow her for Lu Jing, she didn't want to say much. After all, she was a relative, so she didn't say much. As long as she didn't do anything to let her down, she would turn a blind eye. Just as they were getting ready to set off, a white figure appeared not far away. Shen Yulong was wearing a white dress with fluttering sleeves, a top-grade palace belt around his waist, and an elegant folding fan in his hand. He exuded a scholarly and elegant atmosphere, which surprised Shang Xiaojiu. It is true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse, and even a gangster can dress up cleverly. On weekdays, although his clothes reveal a hint of nobility, he is full of ruffian spirit, and does not show the side of an elegant gentleman. When this was said, everyone covered their faces, except Shen Yulang, whose face was ashen. Shang Xiaojiu, can you speak? How could he not see that Shang Xiaojiu was such an irritating person? But Shang Xiaojiu ignored him and got on the carriage by himself, and Chen Qiaoqiao and Lu Jing also got on the carriage with him. Shang Xiaojiu sat on the left side against the window, and Lu Jing immediately sat next to Shang Xiaojiu, while Chen Qiaoqiao sat opposite with an embarrassed look, her eyes full of sadness. If she had come a step earlier, could she have sat next to Lu Jing? I think Lu Jing felt that he was not familiar with her, so he was so awkward. Chen Qiaoqiao kept comforting herself and tried to calm herself down. How is the review? Shang Xiaojiu looked concerned. Since she knew that his family was not well off, she was very concerned about him and treated him as a friend. Chen Qiaoqiao on the side was a little surprised. Was she going to snatch a man from her cousin? Thinking of this, a hint of displeasure appeared on her face, but she didn't say much. She just watched the two of them chatting in a loving manner, feeling jealous. At this moment, Shen Yulang got on the carriage and saw Lu Jing sitting next to Shang Xiaojiu at a glance. A hint of displeasure appeared on his face, and his eyes were full of annoyance. You go sit there. He pointed to the empty seat next to Chen Qiaoqiao, and Lu Jing looked puzzled. Why does Mr. Shen want me to go there? Can't I sit next to Miss Shang? Although Shen Yulang is a smart man in his heart, he can see Shen Yulang's thoughts on Shang Xiaojiu. However, he didn't want to help Shen Yulang and Shang Xiaojiu. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just sit where I tell you to sit. Believe it or not, I will throw away all your books. Perhaps because he had stayed in Yongqing village for too long, he was full of the tyranny of the mountain bandits, which made the scholar Lu Jing feel a little at a loss. He could only move his body obediently and sit next to Chen Qiaoqiao, looking at Shen Yulang with a sad look. He sat happily next to Shang Xiaojiu. His heart was full of joy. Chen Qiaoqiao, who was originally unhappy, immediately changed her expression. She was very grateful to Shen Yulang for being able to speak frankly about everything she liked. Why did you follow me so shamelessly? Aren't you going to stay here? Although she said she hated it, she was honest in her heart. Shang Xiaojiu deliberately moved in to make room for him. This sudden move made Shen Yulang happy, and he knew that she would not hate him. It's my freedom to go wherever I want, but today I want to follow you. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the three people in the car changed. Realizing that there was something wrong with his words, he coughed twice and said, "You are so good. I can definitely make a lot of money following you. I can save money to marry a wife in the future. Why not?" Lu Jing's heart was relieved, but he still stared at him with a vigilant look, fearing that he would say something shocking again. Along the way, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. When they arrived at an inn to rest, it rained heavily. The downpour came unexpectedly, and everyone decided to stay here to rest. Fortunately, they came early, and there was still some time before the imperial examination, so they didn't worry about being delayed on the road for a few days. Lu Jing returned to his room and studied the scroll in his hand carefully. Chen Qiaoqiao and Shang Xiaojiu shared a room, but she kept mentioning Lu Jing, which made Shang Xiaojiu unhappy. Coincidentally, there was a knock on the door outside at this moment. She took the opportunity to open the door, but found that it was Shen Yulang. "Miss Shang, you." Before he could finish his words, Shang Xiaojiu grabbed Shen Yulang's arm and nodded repeatedly. When you have time, let's go to your room and talk." Shen Yulang was confused and was pulled back to the room by Shang Xiaojiu's arm. He was confused all the way. After entering the room and closing the door, Shang Xiaojiu breathed a sigh of relief. "Why did you encounter any trouble?" If she hadn't encountered other things, she wouldn't have avoided it like this. But Shang Xiaojiu didn't say a word, which made Shen Yulang more confused. "It's nothing." As she spoke, she poured herself a cup of tea. Since the beginning of the journey, Qiao Qiao's focus has been on Lu Jing. Since she stopped here, she kept talking about Lu Jing's affairs. My ears are calloused from listening to it. She is not a gossipy person, and she doesn't like to listen to women talking about their sweethearts. However, this also confirms her guess and confirms her thoughts. The drunkard's intention is not to drink. It's fake to break up and go to Beijing, but it's true that he wants to be with Lu Jing. But she couldn't say much, she was just a cousin. And what's more, Chen Qiaoqiao had her own thoughts, and it was difficult for her to listen to other people's advice. But this made Shen Yulang misunderstand. Why? It's not okay if others like him? He mistakenly thought that Shang Xiaojiu was jealous of Lu Jing and Chen Xiaoqiao. It would be bad if two sisters were fighting for a man. Unexpectedly, his words made Shang Xiaojiu look resentful. What does it have to do with me if others like him? Don't you think I'm being used now? Do you have empathy? For a moment, Shen Yulang realized the problem and offended Shang Xiaojiu. At the same time, Chen Xiaoqiao looked at the cakes on the table, which were osmanthus cakes just brought by the store, and immediately came up with a plan. She walked to Lu Jing's door with this plate of osmanthus cakes and was about to knock on the door. Lu Jing happened to open the door and saw Chen Xiaoqiao standing there. "Miss Chen, is there anything you want?" He was polite and kept a distance from Chen Xiaoqiao. Chen Xiaoqiao pursed her lips shyly and then handed him the osmanthus cake in her hand. "I think Mr. Lu is a little tired after studying for a long time, so I brought him a plate of osmanthus cake. Eat some cakes and take a rest. Don't let yourself be so tired so that you can review the books better." She looked considerate, and without waiting for Lu Jing to say anything, she walked around Lu Jing and went into his room with the osmanthus cake in her hand. Lu Jing was embarrassed to come uninvited, but he didn't know how to evade or refuse, so he had to bite the bullet and deal with it. "Thank you, Miss Chen, for your kindness." After a long time, he thanked her. Just looking at the shy Chen Xiaoqiao in front of him, he couldn't help feeling a little lost. They were in the same room. Why didn't Shang Xiaojiu come to give him the osmanthus cake in person? Perhaps seeing through his thoughts, Chen Xiaoqiao immediately pretended to be innocent and said repeatedly, "Mr. Chen, my sister asked me to bring it to you. My sister personally brought another plate of osmanthus cake to Mr. Shen. I think the two of them have something to talk about." The night was thick. How could Shang Xiaojiu go to Shen Yulang's room in person just to talk about things? "I don't know what it is that must be discussed at night, but I think Mr. Shen wants to do business, and my sister must give more guidance. I am afraid that the secrets will be leaked, so I found an evening when no one will disturb me to teach the business in person." The seemingly intimate explanation caused Lu Jing to feel uncomfortable. He was a little unhappy with Chen Xiaoqiao's words. If they were sisters, they should know what kind of impact these words had. What's more, Shang Xiaojiu is not a frivolous person. There must be something important, but Chen Xiaoqiao said that it seemed like a fickle woman. He frowned and said, "It's getting late. Miss Chen should go back early. There's nothing to discuss. If someone sees it, it will not be good for Miss Chen, a woman." Chen Xiaoqiao didn't know that Lu Jing hated her. She thought that her words worked and made him hate Shang Xiaojiu very much. She was happy in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it. "In that case, I won't bother you any more. Mr. Lu, don't review for too long. Go to bed early." She nodded and smiled, then left in a long skirt, pretending to be elegant, but it made Lu Jing very annoyed, especially when he looked at it. The hem of the long skirt was stained with mud, which made her look very embarrassed. After closing the door, he didn't read for a long time, and then got in the car, tossing and turning on the bed, unable to sleep. For some reason, today he always felt that Shen Yulang was declaring his sovereignty to him, and Shang Xiaojiu didn't refuse. Could it be that the two of them had already decided to spend their lives together? "It's getting late. I'll go back first, but you must remember what I told you today." The two were arguing at first, but Shang Xiaojiu suddenly remembered that he had seen someone following Shen Yulang before, and then he remembered the key point he wanted to say. That's why Shen Yulang was so worried. "Well, you should go back and rest early, and you don't have to worry about these things." After seeing Shang Xiaojiu off, he returned to the room and blew out the candle. Then, he changed his clothes and jumped out of the window and came to the bamboo forest not far away. "Master, your subordinates have been waiting for a long time." The two men knelt on the ground and greeted him. He nodded slightly, and the two men stood up, lowered their heads with a serious face, and did not dare to look at his face. "How have you done with the things I told you to do?" The two looked at each other, and then reported one after another. "Master, the situation in Chang'an City has been figured out, and the matter 3 years ago has been figured out. In addition, the jade pendant has been investigated for a long time. It is indeed a token of the grassland, but there may be some imitations in these years. Only the grassland people can distinguish the true from the false. Without the jade pendant, it is difficult to determine." Although he did not know the purpose of his master, it was easy to cause the disaster of extermination of the family if he was related to the grassland people. Shen Yulang nodded slightly and said no more, but he had made up his mind. I went to investigate and have found out the situation. The princess did not know the whereabouts of the master, so I spread a lot of rumors. Even if the master returned to Chang'an City, he might not be discovered by the princess. He deliberately spread rumors to let the running dogs under the princess look for clues everywhere. Only in Chang'an City, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. I am afraid that the princess would never think that he would return to her eyes. Very good, but you must not show your feet in the future. If it were not Shang Xiaojiu who saw your whereabouts, it would be someone else. He said halfway and realized it by himself. The two immediately knelt on the ground to plead, guilty. Shen Yulong did not mean to deliberately make things difficult for them. He gave them a few instructions and returned to the inn. It had been raining for a whole day and night, and they could not leave for a while, so they stayed in this inn for a few days. Since that night, Chen Xiaoqiao had other thoughts. What she wanted, she would pay any price. Lu Jing wanted to get close to Shang Xiaojiu, but he never got the right opportunity. Shen Yulong was always around her, and the two seemed particularly close, which made Lu Jing unhappy, but he could do nothing about it. It happened that the owner came back from fishing that day with a full basket. He made several sweet and sour fish and sent them to 4 rooms. The waiter was about to go to Lu Jing's room, but was intercepted by Chen Xiaoqiao. "Brother Shower, just leave it to me. I'm sorry to bother you to make the trip." Seeing her smiling, the waiter smiled and handed her the sweet and sour fish. "Excuse me, young lady. I'll go down first." The waiter also went downstairs. Chen Xiaoqiao looked around and made sure that no one saw her. She breathed a sigh of relief. She walked to Lu Jing's door with the sweet and sour fish and knocked gently. Lu Jing in the room was holding a book in his hand. After pushing the door open, he continued to read the book and did not see the visitor. Chen Xiaoqiao took the opportunity to sneak into the room, put the sweet and sour fish in her hand on the table, and then set the dishes. Lu Jing was obviously displeased when he saw her appear in front of him and frowned. "Why are you here, Miss Chen?" His tone was very calm, but with a hint of alienation. Chen Xiaoqiao put down the dipsticks with a smile on her face, her willow leaf eyebrows stretched, unable to hide the joy in her heart. "Mr. Lu, this is the sweet and sour fish made by the store. I brought it here specially. You must be exhausted from reviewing your books these days. It's good to eat some fish to replenish your body. I brought it here specially for you, for fear that it would get cold." Seeing her so enthusiastic, Lu Jing couldn't refuse, but he was afraid that some gossip would spread. "Don't bother Miss Chen, I still need to read for a while." The implication was that he had ordered her to leave, but Chen Xiaoqiao refused to leave because of her thick skin. Just when Lu Jing was speechless, Shang Xiaojiu came over. He was a little surprised to see Chen Xiaoqiao here. Just as he was about to leave, he was pulled over by Lu Jing. "Miss Shang, I was just about to discuss something with you." As he said that, he looked at Chen Xiaoqiao, who was sitting alone beside him. Chen Xiaoqiao felt very uncomfortable and had to leave with a forced smile. Only Shang Xiaojiu and Lu Jing were left in the huge room. These days, she could see that Lu Jing was avoiding Chen Xiaoqiao on purpose, but she couldn't ask too much about the reason, so she could only turn a blind eye. "Miss Shang, I'll tell you some things straight away. It may make you feel uncomfortable, but I can't keep things to myself, and it's better to say some things earlier than later." Seeing him sitting upright with a serious expression on his face, she knew that he must have been thinking about this matter for a long time. "Mr. Lu, just say it." She was not a little girl, and her heart was very broad. She would not be fussy about some trivial matters. Seeing her say this, Lu Jing no longer concealed it. "In fact, I know what Miss Chen thinks of me, but I can't be with Miss Chen. What's more, Miss Chen's affairs are known to everyone. Even if I agree, my mother will never agree for us to be together." Hearing this, she looked puzzled, and there was a hint of surprise in her clear eyes. Although this matter was exposed, why didn't she know about Chen Xiaoqiao's affairs? "Excuse me, how come I don't know about my cousin's affairs?" She doesn't like to eat melons on weekdays, and the big melon that suddenly fell from the sky was too tempting, and she really couldn't resist it. It happened that Shen Yulong, who was outside the door, walked here, and when he was about to leave, he heard a voice coming from inside. "Although Miss Chen is plain-looking, she is still a young woman after all, and she should have many suitors, but she used you before, collected the betrothal money, and let you impersonate her, and also got the reputation of a husband killer for no reason. These were not done by Cao, but she was giving advice to Cao behind the scenes." When these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, and Shang Xiaojiu couldn't believe it. The little girl who was like a little white rabbit by her side on weekdays turned out to be a tiger to harm her. "Mr. Lu, you can eat as much as you want, but there are some things you can't say casually. Are you sure these things are all her work? Wasn't she forced by Cao?" With such a mother, it's hard not to go astray. She wanted to praise Chen Xiaojiu for being a smart person, but now it seems that she has been made a fool. Lu Jing stared at her in surprise. "I thought you knew about this a long time ago. How come you didn't know it all the time?" At first, he praised Shang Xiaojiu for being a broad-minded person who could forgive her cousin, but now it seems that she is really stupid and has been completely deceived. Shen Yulong's face was livid outside the door. He didn't expect that the woman he liked would take the blame, and he didn't expect that Chen Xiaojiu, who looked harmless, would actually play tricks behind his back. With his hands clenched into fists and his eyes narrowed, he was about to leave when he heard Shang Xiaojiu's voice coming from inside. "Although I don't know the truth of the matter, it has been a long time, there is no need to delve into it. People who do evil will be punished, so why should I dirty my hands for such a person?" There was a hint of indifference in her eyes, but it soon disappeared without a trace. Lu Jing thought she was a person with a good character, but he didn't know that she would never give up. "Come on, you should study hard. I'm leaving now. I have things to do." Shang Xiaojiu was furious when she thought of this smiling tiger. She wanted to teach Chen Xiaojiu a lesson. When she walked out of the room, she saw a familiar figure appearing at the corner not far away, but she didn't take it to heart and turned back to the room. At this moment, Chen Xiaojiu was looking at herself in the bronze mirror with a hint of joy on her face, but she remembered that Shang Xiaojiu's untimely appearance disrupted her plan, and she felt a nameless anger rising in her heart. "Cousin, Mr. Lu just asked me to tell you that he thanks you for the sweet and sour fish you sent him." She deliberately walked to Chen Xiaojiu with a smile on her face, and seeing Chen Xiao's happy face, she immediately said, "However, Mr. Lu also asked me to tell you that he needs to review well recently, and he doesn't want to be disturbed, so you don't have to go there all the time." Hearing this, Chen Xiaojiu's originally happy expression suddenly turned gloomy. Then she pretended to be shy and pretended to be aggrieved, saying, "Alas, we are all miserable people, and we also know that Mr. He Lu's ambitions are not fulfilled. After all, I said too much and made Mr. Lu unhappy. Sister, do you think I should keep a distance from Mr. Lu?" She deliberately pointed the spearhead of the problem at Shang Xiaojiu. "Well, it is true that we should keep a distance. A woman should not rush to get hot face and cold buttocks. What's more, Mr. Lu is definitely not an ordinary person. He will get a job in the future and have a promising future. They are not of the same level, so why do we need to climb up?" Chen Xiaojiu's thoughts were too obvious. The reason why she had a special liking for Lu Jing was that he was handsome and knowledgeable, and he would be a loving wife in the future. But she hoped that Chen Xiaojiu could understand her status and position, but how could Chen Xiaojiu give up easily? The next morning, Chen followed Yun Qingfeng to ask for directions nearby. Shen Yulong took Shang Xiaojiu to find another way, fearing that they would stay here too long, leaving only Chen Xiaojiu and Lu Jing to stay in the inn. Lu Jing was silently reviewing his homework in the room, and the waiter personally delivered 3 meals a day to the room. Since his instructions, the waiter dared not let anyone handle Lu Jing's meals, which also left Chen Xiaojiu no chance to take advantage of. She stood aside, her face livid, as if she didn't expect Lu Jing to do it so badly and leave no room for herself. But who is she, Chen Xiao? How could she be embarrassed by everything in front of her? She came to the back kitchen unhurriedly, and seeing everyone busy here, she deliberately struck up a conversation. In the past few days, she has also become friends with the proprietress of the inn. The youthful appearance and the little mouth smeared with honey made the proprietress very happy. For a while, she got closer to her, and it was easy to go to the back kitchen to make a move. Because the other people were not here today, the meal was prepared for Lu Jing and her. She deliberately took out the medicine she had prepared, deliberately found Lu Jing's food, and took advantage of the busy time of everyone to deliberately open the medicine bag in her hand and sprinkle the colorless and tasteless medicine powder on the dishes. Not long after, she took advantage of the crowd to leave the back kitchen. When the waiter brought the food upstairs, she stood at the corner and saw it clearly, with the corners of her mouth raised, revealing a touch of evil arc. At this point, her plan was successful again. As long as Lu Jing ate the problematic food next, then her plan would succeed. Lu Jing studied for a long time until his stomach growled with hunger. He then put down the book in his hand and went to the side to eat. Perhaps because of the long time, the food was cold and the taste was naturally bad, but he did not notice anything else. Shang Xiaojiu, who was waiting outside, was impatient. She rubbed her hands hurriedly, frowned, and walked back and forth with her lips pursed. The waiter not far away saw it and just sighed helplessly, then shook his head and left. Damn it! Why is there no response? The more Shang Xiaojiu thought about it, the more anxious she became. She wanted to go in directly, but she was afraid of losing her composure. After about 2 hours, could it have worked? She walked to the door stealthily and knocked. For a long time, there was no movement from inside, and no one opened the door for her. It seems to have worked. Shang Xiaojiu showed a look of joy, then took out the key from the proprietress, opened the door easily, and walked into Lu Jing's room. At this moment, Lu Jing had no idea that he had fallen into Chen Xiao's trap, and the whole person fainted on the ground. She closed the door and locked it, walked to Lu Jing's side, and saw him lying on the ground, and she was even happier. Brother Lu, don't blame me. If you had obeyed me obediently, I would never have resorted to such a desperate measure. Just obey me this time. In the future, I will follow you wholeheartedly and take good care of you. If it weren't for the golden son-in-law, how could she break off relations with her own mother? Now that things have come to this, if Lu Jing can't be completely dealt with, what face will she have to go back in the future? At the same time, Shang Xiaojiu and Shen Yulong were lucky and soon found a fellow villager to inquire about other routes. After a discussion, the two returned to the inn. Shen Yulong originally planned to take Shang Xiaojiu back to his room, but was stopped by the waiter. The waiter in front of him looked embarrassed, and he looked left and right hesitantly, as if he had something to say, but couldn't say it. Brother Shower, is there anything you want to tell us? She was also a straightforward person, unwilling to beat around the bush, so she asked directly. The waiter knew her character, nodded, and pointed to the room upstairs. Originally, I shouldn't have said this, but... Before he finished speaking, he heard a violent slamming of the door. Chen Xiaojiu ran out of Lu Jing's room crying bitterly, and Lu Jing walked up and closed the door behind him. The two hurried upstairs, and just as she was about to ask something, she was pulled back to his room by Shen Yulong. What are you doing? She looked puzzled, not knowing Shen Yulong's intention. Something must have happened between them that was unpleasant, and you would be adding to the trouble if you went there. It would be better to wait until they calmed down before talking. After careful thinking, there was indeed some truth, and Shang Xiaojiu calmed down. Until the night was dim, Shang Xiaojiu returned to the room. Chen Xiaojiu was depressed all day, lying on the bed without eating or drinking, and did not say a word to Shang Xiaojiu no matter how hard he talked. Shen Yulong knocked on Lu Jing's door with a pot of wine. Although he calmed down after a day, his expression was still angry. Mr. Lu, I shouldn't have disturbed you from studying, but I only know a little about what happened today. I'm afraid that it will cause you any trouble, so I brought you some wine to talk to you. I hope it won't disturb you? Shen Yulong was polite and gave enough face. He was not a person who didn't understand romance. He shook his head and went into the house to meet Shen Yulong. Mr. Shen, I'll tell you about what happened today. Don't tell anyone else. Lu Jing sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Shen Yulong was also a little confused, but he still poured 2 glasses of wine with his hands and feet and handed one to Lu Jing. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, feeling lost. Today, you all went out to do your own things, leaving only me and Chen Xiaojiu. I wanted to study hard for the exam, but unexpectedly, she did something despicable and tampered with my food. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. How could a girl be so shameless? This also made Shen Yulong at a little at a loss. Chen Xiaojiu really knows how to surprise others. Fortunately, I didn't eat much for my stomachache today, and the medicine was not strong. She was about to do something inappropriate to me, so I woke up and scolded her, and she left crying. It seems that when they came back, they happened to see Chen Xiaojiu crying and leaving because she had lost face. But there must be another hidden story. Otherwise, Chen Xiaojiu would not have cried for so long. Since Lu Jing didn't say it, he didn't ask. The general situation was already understood, and it was inconvenient to ask about the rest. Alas, maybe Miss Chen has been infatuated with you for a long time, and she has secretly promised you that she would do this. However, it is indeed difficult to accept, and I understand your thoughts. Although he said that he understood, he also knew in his heart that a good daughter taught by Cao would definitely not have any good behavior. If this matter were to be spread out, it would be embarrassing. How could Chen Xiaojiu raise her head in the future? But Chen Xiaojiu lay for a long time, always feeling that this matter was a bit embarrassing, and she didn't want Shang Xiaojiu to know and laugh at her, so she could only swallow her anger. Chapter 88 Hidden Secret. You can't solve the problem if you don't eat or drink. Why don't you drink some porridge first? Shang Xiaojiu said as he brought over the porridge in a snow-white porcelain bowl. She gently stirred it with a spoon a few times, and the aroma of the rice porridge quickly filled the air, and also aroused the greed in Chen Xiaojiu's stomach. In fact, she hadn't eaten for an afternoon and was already hungry. At this moment, her stomach growled a few times, echoing in the silent room. Chen Xiaojiu's face quickly turned red, but she still pretended to be natural. Okay, don't be angry, eat quickly, Shang Xiaojiu said with a smile. Chen Xiaojiu didn't say anything, picked up the bowl of porridge, and drank it in a few mouthfuls. It was obvious that she was extremely hungry. Now you can tell me what happened to you. Since you follow me, I will be responsible for your behavior. If he bullied you, I will help you find him, Shang Xiaojiu said. Chen Xiaojiu pondered for a moment. If Shang Xiaojiu couldn't get the result, he would definitely not give up. This was not a glorious thing. She couldn't let Lu Jing tell Shang Xiaojiu in person. I saw him reviewing his lessons today. He must be very hungry after not eating for the whole afternoon. Anyway, I had nothing to do, so I brought him some food. As a result, he scolded me for disturbing his study. I always tiptoed when I entered his room. After Chen Xiaojiu finished speaking, she pretended to shed a few tears. Shang Xiaojiu felt very uncomfortable. Maybe he is in a bad mood. He may not be targeting you. If it were someone else, it would be the same. Don't take it to heart. After hearing this, Chen Xiaojiu cried even harder. Tears as big as soybeans kept falling like beads that had broken off the string. Shang Xiaojiu patted her shoulder gently, but he was very confused. Lu Jing was gentle and polite in dealing with people. He should not lose his temper because of such a small matter. But Chen Xiaojiu also said it in a very realistic way. Don't cry. After a few days, this matter will pass naturally, Shang Xiaojiu said. After a while, Shen Yuleng knocked on the door. I'll come see you later. Shang Xiaojiu took the bowl on the table with him when he went out. Chen Xiaojiu covered herself with a quilt. If she had known that she couldn't succeed, she shouldn't have been so reckless. It would be even more difficult to do it in the future. How is Lu Jing? Shang Xiaojiu asked. Chen Xiaojiu wanted to use some tricks to seduce Lu Jing so that the two of them would have a relationship. And then? Shang Xiaojiu waved his hand and didn't let him continue. She should have noticed that Chen Xiaojiu had this idea, but she didn't expect her to do such a ridiculous thing. Fortunately, she didn't succeed. Otherwise, how would she explain to Lu Jing? If Lu Jing and Chen Xiaojiu's lives were tied together in the future, how painful it would be for Lu Jing. Shang Xiaojiu thought about it and still felt that she should give Lu Jing an explanation. She glanced at Shen Yulong. Shen Yulong understood her thoughts and nodded. It's better to make things clear. As it was late, Lu Jing should have gone to bed long ago. Moreover, it was not appropriate to go to Lu Jing now after what happened today. Shang Xiaojiu decided to go tomorrow. The next day, the two of them came to Lu Jing's room together. Lu Jing welcomed them in and poured a few cups of tea. After Shang Xiaojiu sat down, she paused for a while. In fact, when she entered the door, Lu Jing already knew why she came. I'm here for Xiaojiu's matter. I'm really sorry because my negligence has caused you so much trouble. It's all because I didn't keep an eye on her. I promise you that this will not happen again, Shang Xiaojiu said straight to the point. Lu Jing was stunned for a while. He didn't intend to tell Shang Xiaojiu about this matter. He looked up at Lu Jing and understood. It's okay, just be more careful in the future. Besides, it has nothing to do with you, Lu Jing said. Although Lu Jing no longer cared about it, Shang Xiaojiu still felt guilty. If Chen Xiaojiu really came out, then everything would be a done deal, and no matter what she did, it would be useless. So it was a small storm, but it almost led to a disaster. No matter what, she always felt a little guilty. She may be too obsessed with her love for you, and after a while, she will forget it. In fact, her original intention is not too bad, but the little girl has too many thoughts, Shang Xiaojiu said. Lu Jing nodded, but he did not completely confirm these words in his heart. What happened one after another has already caused Chen Xiaojiu's image to collapse. She can even do such a thing that violates the virtues of a woman. I am afraid she is not a good person. But he could not remind Shang Xiaojiu directly. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles can tell a person's strength, and a journey of 1,000 miles can tell a person's heart. According to Shang Xiaojiu's smart character, he will find out sooner or later, so he would not waste his energy. This matter is not big or small, and you two are not in a relationship of never seeing each other again, so just treat it as if it never happened, and your relationship will remain the same in the future," Shen Yulong said. Lu Jing nodded. He also planned this in his heart. Although he had no feelings for Chen Xiaojiu, it was not good to make things rigid. The three people reached an agreement that even if this matter was in the past, it would be treated as if it had never happened, which was good for everyone. Shang Xiaojiu talked to Lu Jing casually for a few more words, and then left. Looking at Shang Xiaojiu's back, Lu Jing couldn't calm down. He knew very well that the reason why Chen Xiaojiu cried was not because of the matter itself, but because she knew that the person she liked was Shang Xiaojiu. The situation was very chaotic at the time. After he woke up, he scolded Chen Xiaojiu. He was also extremely angry at the time and said something unpleasant. But those impolite insults did not make Chen Xiaojiu cry. In order to make Chen Xiaojiu completely give up, he said that he already had someone he liked. But Chen Xiaojiu pressed him to ask who that person was. He didn't want to cause trouble to Shang Xiaojiu because of his love. He just wanted to accompany her silently, and when he became successful in the future, he could give her everything she wanted and express his love openly. However, the matter has not been settled yet and cannot be easily said. But Chen Xiaojiu is very smart. She knows that he dodged and endured because he knew that person. When she mentioned Shang Xiaojiu, he was stunned. Is his love so obvious? At that time, his head was hot. Perhaps because of the effect of the medicine, he nodded directly. Then, Xiaojiu burst into tears and slammed the door and left. Lu Jing sighed deeply, took a sip of herbal tea, and calmed down. At this point, Lu Jing knew that he and Shang Xiaojiu might not be together, and Chen Xiaojiu would definitely interfere. Thinking of this, he sighed and looked worried. The rain has stopped and the sky has cleared up. We have been here for a long time, so it is time to hurry up and hit the road. Chen and Yun Qingfeng got up early and packed their things neatly. When they were about to call them, they found that they had already packed their things quickly. It seems that you don't want to stay here. While the weather is good, we have to set off early and take another road. The previous road was flooded and difficult to walk. Yun Qingfeng went out to explore the road early in the morning. Fearing that he would encounter an accident on the road, he did not come back until he had walked out for more than an hour and understood the road conditions. "Okay, Uncle Yun, I have something to trouble you." Shang Xiaojiu followed Yun Qingfeng to the side to discuss something. Chen Xiaojiu glanced at the cold and ruthless Lu Jing with an embarrassed expression on her face and then quickly got on the carriage. Shen Yulong on the side walked to Lu Jing, patted his shoulder, and after some comfort took him on the carriage. Not long after, when Shang Xiaojiu got on the car, she saw Chen Xiaojiu sitting on the left side with her head turned to the side. The atmosphere in the car was awkward, and she was not in a position to say much, so she could only bite the bullet and sit next to Chen Xiaojiu. Along the way, the atmosphere became more and more awkward, and no one said a word to break the awkward atmosphere. Lu Jing was reviewing the book in his hand, and Shang Xiaojiu kept exchanging glances with Shen Yulong, but neither of them had the courage to break the deadlock, and this awkward atmosphere lasted for a long time. Until the sun was high in the sky, several people had been busy for a long time and were hungry. When they were resting, Chen came over with food. "You have been busy since early in the morning. You must be exhausted. Eat some cakes to fill your stomach." The hungry Chen Xiaojiu immediately took a plate of cakes and gobbled them up, completely disregarding her image. Anyway, Lu Jing was disgusted, so why bother pretending to be reserved? Yun Qingfeng walked over with a grin. "I have something to tell you." The way he looked at Shen Yulong was not as if he was looking at his subordinate, but more like he was looking at his master. Shen Yulong put down the cake in his hand, got off the carriage, and followed him to a place not far away. Although the people behind him were confused and puzzled, they didn't dare to ask and could only eat the cakes in their hands. The two walked under the tree. Yun Qingfeng's face was a little difficult. He pursed his lips and thought for a long time before speaking frankly. "I'm afraid we will have to stay in the capital for a long time this time. We are brothers, and we will travel together. I also know what you are thinking." After listening for a long time, the silent Shen Yulong nodded. "This makes sense, but I think you can discuss it with them. More people means more ideas." He was unsure about what to do, but hoped to hear other people's opinions. Yun Qingfeng immediately understood, and the two returned to the carriage. Because they had something to discuss, Chen Xiaojiu also felt awkward being with them, so she took the initiative to follow Chen to the carriage behind. Shen Yulong pulled Yun Qingfeng into the carriage, and Yun Qingfeng took the lead and sat next to Lu Jing to create an opportunity for the two. Seeing this, he walked to Shang Xiaojiu with an expressionless face, suppressing the joy in his heart. "There is something I want to discuss with you. I didn't think it through just now, and I hope you can give me some suggestions." Seeing him so polite, Shang Xiaojiu guessed something. "I'm going to settle down in the capital this time. I definitely can't fight and kill like before, and I can't do some low-class business. The escort agency business can't be popular in the capital. I want to find a business that can make a living. In this way, your mother won't have to suffer with me." Hearing this, her eyes were a little red. As expected, I knew Yun Qingfeng was a man who would take good care of Chen. The capital is so big that there must be many escort agencies. We have no way to compete, but we can make changes based on the escort agencies and create a new industry, which will definitely bring more profits. She had planned to do so before. There is no future in running an escort agency in the capital, and the pressure from peers is also great. However, if the express delivery industry can be disassembled and circulated in a suitable way in this era, it will surely be invincible. We can do express delivery. As soon as these words came out, the three people looked at her in surprise, and they all looked at her at the same time. I guess there was no express delivery industry in this era, so I have to take the trouble to explain. The escort agency can transport goods to all directions, but it is too limited. Our express delivery industry is a kind of cluster, which means delivering goods in a fast manner. It took her more than an hour to explain the meaning clearly. Yun Qingfeng clapped his hands in admiration. It was the first time he had heard of this method. If it is really implemented, it will surely flourish. "Xiaojiu, you are really smart. This method is very feasible. It will not only save the resources of the escort agency, but also successfully seize the resources. Although the competition in the escort agency is high, it also makes a lot of money. But express delivery is different and has a unique way of operating, so you need to have enough time to operate it. It is difficult to try if you have no experience. This is absolutely exclusive. Of course, this method is not only feasible, but also allows you to occupy the market in a short period of time. By then, when we make a lot of money, we can join us." She has thought through a set of processes and subsequent operations, and all she needs to do is execute them. After finishing the business, he looked at the two people opposite him. Then he smacked his lips and made an envious expression. "You are truly a perfect match. I wonder when you two are going to get married?" Upon hearing this, the book in Lu Jing's hand fell onto his lap. Shang Xiaojiu was surprised, and when he glanced to the side and saw Chen Yulong trying to hold back his laughter, he knew that the two of them were in collusion to deliberately make fun of him. "Uncle Yun, why are you joining in the fun?" She didn't expect that Shen Yulong could play with the ways of the world so well. "However, I am not interested in this kind of people. I prefer scholars like Lu Jing, who is gentle and elegant." With the corners of his mouth raised, Shang Xiaojiu's face showed a hint of tenderness. Shen Yulong, who had been confident of winning, looked unhappy, as if he had been defeated, and his entire face turned black. He stared at Lu Jing for a long time but couldn't see anything attractive about him. "He's just a scholar. What's so attractive about him? Apart from being good at studying, there's nothing good about him. Chen Xiaoqiao likes him, and even Shang Xiaojiu is worldly. What's so good about Lu Jing?" Shang Xiaojiu just smiled disdainfully, then looked at him with contempt and smiled coldly again. "What can you compare with Mr. Lu? He is well-read and calm. He will be a pillar of the country in the future, and can make great achievements." Knowing that the two of them did not get along, she said this deliberately just to see Shen Yulong's reaction. Shen Yulong, whose face was ashen, looked even more sullen. Lu Jing saw that Shen Yulong was a little annoyed and hurried to smooth things over. "Mr. Shen, don't be angry. It's just a joke from Miss Shang. Why take it seriously?" Shen Yulong, who was full of resentment, regained his senses, and his deep eyes revealed a hint of calmness. Then, he turned his head and looked at Lu Jing beside him. "Since you are so outstanding in her heart, why not compete with me?" If he could prove that he was better than him, would Shang Xiaojiu stop comparing himself with Lu Jing? Hearing this, Lu Jing frowned slightly, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Of course, I am not as knowledgeable as Mr. Shen. The imperial examination will be held soon, and I still need to review my studies. I'm sorry I can't accompany you. It would be embarrassing to lose, and it would also hurt the relationship. If I win, it would be better to take a step back wisely, and the world would be bright." Shang Xiaojiu, who was standing by, knew that this matter was caused by himself, and then a gentle smile appeared on his face. Along, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Maybe she gave in. Even a tough guy can have tenderness. Shen Yulong no longer cared and sat aside with a proud look on his face. The journey was quite harmonious. When they arrived at the outskirts of Beijing, Shen Yulong stopped the carriage and took Yun Qingfeng to explore the way. The group rested on the spot. Lu Jing was leisurely reviewing his books. Chen Xiaojiu, perhaps feeling ashamed, hid in the carriage to avoid being seen. Apart from Chen sending him some water and food, he no longer had any interaction with anyone else. Shang Xiaojiu picked up a willow branch from the ground, broke it, and did some economic calculations on the ground. After reviewing for a long time, Lu Jing, who was a little tired, walked forward and was confused when he saw the numbers on the ground. "Miss Shang, what are you calculating?" It was the first time he had seen such mathematics, and he was amazed. "Multiplication. Let's do the math." Suddenly, she realized that people here had never learned these things, which happened to arouse Lu Jing's curiosity. After looking at it for a long time without any clue, Lu Jing frowned and was confused. "This is a bit mysterious. I wonder if Miss Shang could tell me a thing or two?" He tightly grasped the scroll in his hand, with an anxious look on his face, eager to know the mathematics behind it. "Okay." He nodded slightly, picked up the willow branch in his hand, and wrote on the ground, explaining all the details, and Lu Jing listened with great interest. After sitting in the carriage for a long time, Chen Xiaojiu felt a little bored. She stuck her head out and looked around. She happened to see Lu Jing and Shang Xiaojiu studying mathematics and physics together. The two of them were very close to each other and looked very cordial. Chen Xiaojiu narrowed her eyes slightly, clenched her fists, and a feeling of hatred arose spontaneously. How is she inferior to Shang Xiaojiu? He is just a blockhead who has been wasted by too many books, but he actually likes an uneducated wild girl. Thinking of this, a trace of anger appeared on Chen Xiaojiu's face, and a plan came to her mind. After more than 2 hours, Shen Yulong and Yun Qingfeng came galloping on their horses. Everyone immediately stepped forward, only to see the two men dismounting and walking towards them with happy looks on their faces. "How is it?" Chen walked forward and asked anxiously. Her heart was filled with anxiety. "It's all settled. We bought a house in the capital city. The price is fair and affordable. We can get there in about half an hour." Yun Qingfeng was sweating profusely. He didn't even have time to catch his breath after running all the way. Thanks to Chen Yulong's company, the price of this house purchase was reduced by more than half. They set off and arrived at the new residence in the capital in just half an hour. The scale of this house is very similar to that of a Siheyuan. It looks magnificent and majestic from a distance. Located in the west of the capital, it can be considered a high-end courtyard. The 2 stone lions in front of the gate are very majestic, and the courtyard is spotlessly clean. A pond was dug in the center, planted with lotus and water lilies. Fish swam in the pond, sometimes suddenly flying away and sometimes lying still. This courtyard is so magnificent, it's obviously the style of a wealthy family. Chen Xiaojiu completely lost her previous shyness and walked around the courtyard with a happy face. Chen arranged for everyone to settle down in the house. After sorting out the sundries, Lu Jing took the initiative to find Shang Xiaojiu and walked aside to discuss. "Miss Shang, I am so grateful for your care along the way. Now that I have arrived in the capital, I still rely on your care. It is my great honor to live in such a magnificent house. You still have to pay for the board and lodging." He took out the purse he was carrying and handed all the silver coins in it to her. Seeing this, Shang Xiaojiu frowned, looking displeased. She looked up at Lu Jing and asked, "Do you think I help you just for your money?" "No, no." Lu Jing looked flustered and waved his hands repeatedly. "I know Miss Shang is kind-hearted, but I am not a person who likes to take advantage of others. Since I have accepted Miss Shang's kindness, I have to pay it back." Afraid that he would take advantage of her and cause her displeasure, Lu Jing took the initiative to offer to pay. Shang Xiaojiu refused outright with sharp words. "Since I don't want your money, don't give it to me. From now on, you should study hard. Haven't arranged a good room for you, but I hope you can get used to it. From now on, you should review your books well and pass the exam to make your 10 years of hard study come to waste." She knew that Lu Jing needed high school more than anyone else. This was the only chance to change his destiny and the only chance to realize his ambitions. Lu Jing nodded repeatedly and promised solemnly, "Miss Shang, I will never forget your kindness today. If you need my instructions in the future, I will go through fire and water for you." Chen Xiaojiu, who was not far away, happened to come out and saw this scene. She was furious to see the two of them being so intimate. "Shang Xiaojiu, Sooner or later, I will trample you under my feet. She glared at Shang Xiaojiu with resentment, wishing she could tear her to pieces. Shen Yulong behind him heard every word and was suddenly surprised. This so-called cousin is really scary. She is indeed Cao's good daughter, but a vicious, smiling tiger. After a long journey, everyone went to bed early. Shang Xiaojiu took this opportunity to exchange some of his previous items and actually got a lot of silver. However, the system mall had new items, but she didn't have much luck points to redeem them, which made her feel a little disappointed. The next morning, Chen Yulong asked Shang Xiaojiu to go out early after breakfast. The two of them wandered around the capital for a long time. On the way, she handed over her real money. Although she didn't have much money, it was still no problem for her to buy a shop and open a store. Why don't we go have some morning tea first, and then take a look later? The stalls not far away were crowded with people. It would be a good thing if I could take this opportunity to earn some luck points. The two of them sat down immediately, and the waiter greeted them immediately. My dear guests, would you like some morning tea? Shen Yulong ordered 2 cups of morning tea, and soon 2 cups of hot morning tea were served on the table. She picked up a bowl of tea, took a look at it, and frowned. No way, this tea is not that good. Why are they drinking it so happily? It's like pigs eating pig food. Taking advantage of the presence of everyone, she deliberately shouted at the top of her voice, attracting everyone's resentful looks. Li Er's luck? Zhang Qiao's luck? Wah! Before Shang Xiaojiu could react, she saw a man with a face full of flesh walking towards her and stepping on the stool next to her. Little girl, what are you saying? He stared at Shang Xiaojiu with his eyes wide open, wishing his eyes would pop out. The morning tea I've been drinking for so many years is like pig food. Believe it or not, I'll order 10 bowls for you to fill your stomach. Shen Yulong couldn't help laughing. It was the first time he saw such a lovely person. What are you laughing at, kid? Lao Wu frowned and glared at him, wishing he could eat him. After hearing this, he immediately calmed himself down and tried hard to hold back his laughter. However, when he saw Qian Lao's eyebrows twisted into a ball, he couldn't help laughing. Sorry. He turned his head away, trying to calm himself down. No, I was talking about the opposite side. Didn't you see it? Holding back her smile, she pointed to the opposite side. A man with a white scarf on his head was seen feeding the pigs with some tea, and he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Why do you feed pigs like this? She changed the subject, and Qian Laowu, who was full of resentment just now, calmed down. Well, this is to make the pork more fragrant. It's Zhu Lao-san's exclusive secret. I can tell at a glance that you, little girl, are not from this place. No wonder. After a while, Shang Xiaojiu collected 3,300 luck points. Although Shen Yulong realized that she had some unspeakable secret, he didn't dare to ask her and could only drink his tea. Oh, so that's why? No wonder. Her thoughtful look surprised Qian Laowu a little. He wondered what was going on in this girl's head. Okay, we've finished our tea. We have to go. Let's go check out the shops. After gaining a wave of luck points, Shang Xiaojiu showed a long-lost smile on his face, bright and brilliant, which made Shen Yulong a little obsessed. Wait! Suddenly, Qian Laowu blocked the two of them. Do you want to buy a shop? The two looked at each other and nodded. Qian Laowu was smiling from ear to ear with a look of joy on his face. That's great. I have a few shops here. If you like any of them, I can sell them to you at a lower price. Hearing this, the two looked at each other. Isn't this the opportunity? Okay, big brother, please lead the way. As she said that, she stretched out her hand and made a gesture of invitation. Qian Laowu was a little surprised, but he still walked in front with a smile and led the way. After walking towards the southeast for a while, he stopped. Although this is not a particularly prosperous place, it gives people a feeling of tranquility and far-reaching tranquility. Especially since there is a lake next to it. If it is developed, it can be turned into a beautiful scenic spot where you can enjoy the lake view. Several shops here are mine. I sold them to a shopkeeper before, but his business was bad. In the end, he owed rent for a long time and ran away. As he said this, he looked lost. The two walked into a nearby shop, which was suitable for a pharmacy. The other one has a spacious layout and many compartments, so it can be used as a clothing store. The largest one next door is a restaurant, but because the previous owner ran away, it is in a mess and the floor is covered with dust. The location of the shop is not ideal. There is a lake at the door, and it is not suitable to build a stable to park the carriage. It is also very inconvenient to transport goods back and forth. It will take some time to clean up the inside. It is so old that it will inevitably cost a lot of money to renovate it. As he said this, Shang Xiaojiu sighed, as if he was not interested. Qian Laowu on the side became nervous. He had finally met a buyer. Seeing that the girl was sincere in wanting to buy the shop, he thought that even if he had to lose some money, it was better than letting it rot in his hands. No, girl, I can give you a discount. If you buy it from someone else, it will cost at least 1,000,000 silver taels. I'll give you 800,000 silver taels. Do you think it's okay? She took a breath and had a silver note of 1,000,000 silver taels in her hand. That was all her savings. After buying the house, she only had 500,000 silver taels left. You are not sincere at all. If you fill up the lake in front, 800,000 would be worth it. But now, it seems that 200,000 is the most. Qian Laowu was stunned. Was he bargaining too hard? The feng shui of this house is not good. It is located at the tail end of the dragon vein, so it is naturally unstable. I guess someone died here before? Hearing this, Qian Laowu's heart skipped a beat. She knows all this? This was originally a big house, but it was later converted into a shop, which disturbed the feng shui of the tomb. Business here will suffer losses. Even if we invite a master to perform a ritual, our good deeds will be damaged. This is not a good location. Qian Laowu couldn't believe that a little girl could see so much. Afraid that he would not believe it, Shang Xiaojiu walked out again, stood by the lake and sighed. There are water ghosts in this lake. They are very greedy. You can't get close to it on weekdays. I guess many people have died there. After hearing this, Qian Laowu's last bottom line was completely broken. Alas, this was the house I bought. Later it became haunted and was converted into a shop. I rented it to the previous owner, who not only lost money, but his only child broke his leg and became disabled. Then he took another look at the lake and backed away. This lake is really evil. The second son of Minister Zhang drowned. The third daughter of the Chao family fell into the water and was rescued, but she was a daze. Many people fell into the lake while fishing before and after, and few of them survived. He didn't expect that Shang Xiaojiu knew the situation here just by circling here. Upon hearing this, Shang Xiaojiu's lips curled up into an evil arc. Just when the two of them came to see it, Shen Yulong told her the situation here. It is fate that we met. I will give you a banknote for 200,000 silver coins. Just sell it to me directly. I will also give you a statue of Guanyin to keep your family safe. Qian Laowu was a superstitious person to begin with. He became even more excited after hearing this. Without saying a word, he signed the land deed with her, and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to take the statue of Guanyin home. Shang Xiaojiu watched him go away with a smile on his face. Okay, you know all this. If you have never lived in the capital before, it would be a bit hard to explain, right? I had noticed the problem just now. How could a bandit like him know what was happening in the capital? Chen Yulong scratched his head awkwardly. It was also because I met a minor official from the capital before, who was taken to the mountain by me. Later we became friends. He told me some interesting stories about the capital, and I remembered them. Although it was a little unbelievable, Shang Xiaojiu was sure that he would not hide anything, and looked at him with admiration. Amazing! You have made it this far. You are a bandit with a bright future. I'll have to rely on you in the future. Although it was just a joke, Shen Yulong's face turned pale. If I had no choice, why would I become a bandit? Some displeasure emerged in his eyes, but he was unwilling to explain the reason in too much detail. As if realizing that his words were hurtful, Shang Xiaojiu looked at him with guilt. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I know you are doing this for my own good, and I still have to thank you for what you did just now. Perhaps seeing her sincere attitude of admitting her mistake, Shen Yulong's cold eyes gradually softened. A faint light appeared in his eyes, and then he shook his head. It's okay, I'm used to it. I was indeed a bandit, and it's not something to be embarrassed about in the past. He didn't want to put more psychological pressure on Shang Xiaojiu. He just wanted to get along well with her. After taking over the shop, the two began to do the math. The money in hand is limited. If you want to make a profit in a short period of time, you have to do something different. I think the shops here need to be renovated and adjusted according to the business you want to do so that they can operate normally. Although he has never actively done business, he has been influenced by it. The Shen family has a lot of businesses in the capital. Although they are not the largest family, they control the lives of most people. Shang Xiaojiu had also heard some rumors, and immediately said, if His Majesty had not prohibited these officials from engaging in business and controlled their contact with business, I'm afraid the entire capital would be dominated by officials and businessmen. In the end, they would be in collusion with each other and fight for official fame, wealth, and status, rather than true business. Thinking of this, she felt a little scared. Fortunately, the current situation is relatively enlightened and she can still fight for her own destiny. After deciding on the shop with the help of Shen Yulang, they quickly decided on the right person to do the renovation. She thought for a long time and made a decision that ordinary people could not understand. There are many shops in the capital, and even restaurants are crowded, but the elimination system here is very strong. Without enough customers, this restaurant will go bankrupt soon. She drew the decoration of the restaurant by combining modern and ancient versions, and also launched skewers and hot pot. This is a 3-story hotel. The first floor serves traditional stir-fried dishes, the second floor serves skewers and hot pot, and the third floor serves a buffet. Considering that many people may come to discuss business, we also adopted the private room method. The cuisine of the entire restaurant is unique, and the chefs are completely confused, but they have no choice but to bite the bullet and cook. I've been doing this for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen anything like this. However, this also proves that you can grow bigger and stronger. Xiaojiu did not waste any more money on the remaining shops. One shop became a pharmacy, and the other became a garment shop. It was a simple renovation on the original basis, and in order to save more money, the most minimalist decoration style was adopted. On the other hand, while the shop was being renovated, she found Yun Qingfeng, and after discussing with Yun Qingfeng, she set up a Qingfeng Express. In just over half a month, Qingfeng Express has gone from being unrecognized in the beginning to becoming popular throughout Beijing. The existing escort agencies have downplayed the time and made procrastination a common practice. However, Qingfeng Express has strict hierarchical levels and has detailed all reward and punishment mechanisms. In addition, many people's income is several times what it was before, so more and more people are investing in it. That evening, Chen was busy in the kitchen. In the dim night, a large table of dishes was ready. Yun Qingfeng proudly picked up the wine glass and grinned. I have to say, this time, thanks to Xiaojiu's idea, our Qingfeng Express has occupied all the business in the entire capital. Other escort agencies can't compare with us at all. He felt that it was good to be able to achieve this level, but although Shang Xiaojiu had a smile on his face, he was still thinking in his heart. It was not enough to just be popular in the capital. She wanted to make it bigger and stronger, and also make plans for her own business in the future. Uncle Yun, the current results are visibly good, but I think we should also take this opportunity to develop even better. I hope Qingfeng Express can reach every street and alley in our dynasty. She expressed her expectations, which surprised Yun Qingfeng, who was standing beside her. Although Chen said nothing, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. In the past, Shang Xiaojiu was very introverted and never dared to have any thoughts of overstepping his authority. Maybe it's because I've suffered a lot in the past that I'm so independent now. Thinking of this, her heart was filled with bitterness and a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. Yun Qingfeng noticed her mood change, gently held her hand, and wanted to speak to comfort her, but was stopped by Chen. If you have such an idea, you can give it a try. If it were someone else, I would think it was a bit far-fetched, but Miss Shang is different. She is a smart person and can explore new ways out. Lu Jing has not spoken. He has been silently thinking about the feasibility of this matter. After thinking for a long time, I had the answer in my mind. I think Shang Xiaojiu made such a suggestion because he was sure of winning. Chen Qiaoqiao ate the food in silence, complaining in her heart about Shang Xiaojiu's wild ideas. Only Shen Yulang took it to heart. He thought about the situation and soon came to a conclusion. This is indeed a feasible idea. Many escort agencies in the capital have lost their business. If we recruit more troops and cooperate with these escort agencies, there will be less competition among peers and more partners. Everyone can make money, and we can also make a steady profit. Hearing this, Shang Xiaojiu smiled and nodded with great satisfaction. That's right, Along said exactly what I was thinking. She didn't expect that Shen Yulang could actually see the essence of things. If we dominate the market right after we arrive, we will surely cause displeasure among countless people, and we will face countless disasters in the future. But if we can turn our enemies into friends, we won't have to worry so much. She wants to apply this unique convenience to this by combining with modern express delivery stations. Although there are no other fast modes of transportation here, there are water transportation, horse-drawn carriages, and horse-drawn express trains. If there were many post stations and some transfer stations, we would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. But this will require more expenses. Then how can we get these people to cooperate with us? This is a complex society, and who would believe that they would reveal their secrets to making money? It's simple. Just hold a banquet. There is nothing that can't be solved with a banquet. If there is, then hold 2 banquets. It just so happened that she had a new idea and wanted to open a barbecue restaurant, but she didn't know whether it would be favored by the people here. If Uncle Yun is assured, leave this matter to me. I will definitely give you a perfect answer. She issued a military order, looking confident. Hearing her say this, Yun Qingfeng lost his temper. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Xiaojiu. If you need any help, feel free to tell Uncle Yun. Yun Qingfeng smiled brightly and then invited everyone to eat. After dinner, Lu Jing was about to ask Shang Xiaojiu to take a walk with him when he saw Shang Xiaojiu following Shen Yulong. The two of them were talking intently, which made him feel very lonely. Under the bright moon and gentle breeze, his lonely and desolate figure makes people feel distressed. After sighing, he returned to his room helplessly to continue reviewing his books. Maybe when I graduate from high school in the future, I will be able to be on par with Shang Xiaojiu. As he thought about it, he studied even harder. The two walked to the lake in front of the shop. Under the moonlight, the lake's surface shimmers and ripples appear, reflecting the moonlight vividly and interestingly. I have to say, your idea is really good. If you had started a business earlier, I'm afraid the whole capital would have to follow your lead. He praised sincerely. He had seen many talented women, but Shang Xiaojiu was the first and only extraordinary woman he had ever met. You really know how to make fun of me, but I am just very interested in this area. If I can do my own business, I will definitely be happy. I can make money and do what I like. Why not? Compared to ordinary farm girls who were raised in the boudoir for many years and finally married hastily. Obey your father at home and obey your husband after marriage, becoming a vassal of men day by day. Compared to this, her life is not a bit better. I have never made fun of you. You are the first extraordinary woman I have met in all these years, a person with independent ideas and the ability to take action. If you were a man, you would definitely become a member of the court and would shock countless people. He has never joked, and there was a hint of determination in his bright eyes. At this moment, he really hoped to get Shang Xiaojiu, a confidante that is hard to come by in life. Okay, let's talk about business. Look at this lake. What do you think? The lakeside used to be quite lively, but as more people died here, no one came here anymore. Although it is a hot summer day, it is deserted and desolate here. Ever since a lot of trouble happened here, no one is willing to come here. On weekdays, if other people fell into the lake, they could be fished out in other lakes. But in this lake, even the rescuers would find it difficult to save themselves, which in turn leads to no one to rescue the people who fall into the water. She picked up a few pebbles and threw them into the lake, creating ripples. Then a smile appeared on Shang Xiaojiu's face. Do you know why so few people can come out from here? Many people can only wait to die after falling into the water. The sudden question made Shen Yulong a little puzzled. The folk rumor is that it is because of bad feng shui. Is there any other reason? The structure of this lake is not that of an ordinary lake. Many lakes have angles around them that you can climb out of. But this lake is really structured like a pot, which means that people who fall into the water have no chance of getting out. There are even slopes all around, and there are some silt and algae. Either you get stuck in it and can't move, or your feet slip and you can't get out at all. Although it was moonlight, everything here could be seen clearly. After hearing this, he suddenly understood. No wonder so many people died here. It turns out it was due to the structure of the lake. Chen Yulong stroked his chin and pondered for a long time, and then said, if that's the case, is it only possible to fill up the lake? The long-term existence of such a lake will definitely harm people and oneself. If you accidentally fall into the water, you will really lose your life. But Shang Xiaojiu shook his head, with a hint of calmness on his face. I have seen this kind of lake a long time ago, so I know how to make use of the environment here for construction. We can even make this place into a unique beauty. As early as modern times, she also checked in at a famous artificial lake. The structure of this artificial lake is no different from here, and the slope of the artificial lake is even steeper than here. Some tourists may fall into the water, but fortunately the staff of the artificial lake have received professional training and can rescue people as soon as possible. She explained in detail, telling Shen Yulong the entire plan. Shen Yulong's face was grim when he heard this. It was the first time he discovered Shang Xiaojiu's intelligence. Most people would have countermeasures, but they definitely wouldn't go into such detail. If it's really as you said, once this place is renovated, not only will nothing go wrong, but it will also attract countless people to visit, thus creating momentum for the several shops here. In this way, her business will only flourish and more customers will come and go. Of course, otherwise I would never have bought this place. You don't take on a job without the right skills. After saying this, the corners of her mouth rose confidently. The silver moonlight shone on the side of her face, outlining a beautiful curve and perfectly outlining her delicate facial features. The whole face was covered with a layer of silver glow, making it look particularly soft and beautiful. Compared to her usual aggressiveness, Shang Xiaojiu's quiet beauty at this moment is as desirable as a laurel goddess. For a moment Shen Yulong remained silent, looking at Shang Xiaojiu silently, deeply immersed in it. If you are willing, can you help me do something? She has a lot of ideas recently, but she can't do everything by herself, so she has to find a trustworthy smart person to help. Shen Yulong said nothing and stared at her silently. Shen Yulong? She waved her hand and moved it in front of Shen Yulong, causing the distracted Shen Yulong to come back to his senses immediately. Just say, although he didn't hear what she said, he knew that this answer must be correct. I hope you can help me keep an eye on the decoration of the shop in the next few days. I want to do it myself, transform the lake, and give it a nice name. She racked her brains to make money. Now that I have settled in Beijing this time, I must take this opportunity to make a fortune. I don't seek fame, but I seek to become rich and beautiful quickly. Okay. He agreed and then sent Shang Xiaojiu back to the house. Late at night, in the bamboo forest outside Beijing. Master, everything has been investigated clearly. There has indeed been unrest in the court recently. After discussing in Mingyue Tower, several officials surprisingly unanimously defected to the 7th Prince. Although these officials formed cliques and factions in the ups and downs of officialdom, few of them dared to openly support the 7th Prince. On the one hand, he was afraid of the hostility and intimidation from the prince's followers, and on the other hand, he was also afraid that the emperor would take action after finding out. The emperor once said that he would never allow anyone to form cliques privately while he was alive. Although he knew that the prince had his clique, he respected the prince after all, so he naturally turned a blind eye. The other princes were powerless, fearing that they would be exposed too early and either targeted by the crown prince or uprooted after the emperor found out. Have you investigated the inside story of this matter? He knew that this matter was definitely of great importance, and the 7th Prince could not do it without support. The reason why the 7th Prince is so bold is that he got the promise from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister promised that as long as the 7th Prince marries the Prime Minister's 3rd daughter, he will support him in his fight against the Crown Prince. This matter is of great importance. If the Prime Minister also starts to take sides, the entire court will be in chaos in the future. His brows were furrowed and his eyes were deep, and it was impossible to see what he was thinking. Send some people to keep an eye on them. If there is any movement, inform me immediately. The subordinate nodded and disappeared without a trace. On the way back, he thought carefully. Based on my understanding of the 7th Prince, he is not that kind of person and will not sacrifice even a little bit of himself for power. What's more, he had interacted with Shang Xiaojiu before. Although he used the pseudonym Pei Ming, his feelings towards Shang Xiaojiu were sincere and without any falsehood. How could a person who made many friends be so narrow-minded? He was puzzled and looked worried. When he walked to the door, he found that Shang Xiaojiu had been waiting there for a long time. I knew you were not in the room late at night. You must have sneaked out and I found you, right? She blocked the door like a little bully, looking Shen Yulong up and down. Hearing this, Shen Yulong's heart skipped a beat. I had made sufficient preparations for my departure this time and would definitely not be discovered easily. How did she know that I was not in the room? Being able to wait here for a long time, it seems that Shang Xiaojiu is not as bad as imagined. But he also didn't want to deal with her. I just wanted to go out for a walk when I had nothing to do. I just couldn't sleep, so I wanted to ask you to go with me, but I was afraid that other people would spread rumors, which would not be good for you as a girl. At this moment, Shen Yu's eyes were full of tenderness and doting. The sudden words made Shang Xiaojiu look surprised. How could she not know that he would consider her feelings like a gentle and elegant gentleman? Forget it. I'll believe you for now. I've troubled you a lot these days, and I forgot that you also have to take the imperial examination. Starting tomorrow, you should review your books carefully. Even if you fail, don't do too badly. Although it won't have any impact if you get a last place in the exam, it won't sound good and it won't look good. Shen Yulong frowned and stared at Shang Xiaojiu with piercing eyes. Why am I so unbearable in your eyes? Although he didn't study much on weekdays, he was very good at it behind the scenes. Realizing that her words were a bit harsh, she waved her hands repeatedly to defend herself. I'm afraid that you'll ruin your health by reading so much. I've long known that you have an extraordinary physique and are a rare talent, so I naturally can't look at you with worldly eyes. He enjoyed the flattering words very much, and a hint of joy appeared on his face, but he still suppressed his emotions. You are not so stupid that you can actually see the advantages of this young master. He smiled with relief, and then glanced at the sky. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. These shops will be open tomorrow, and you will be busy. Shang Xiaojiu didn't say much, and the two of them returned to their respective rooms in silence. At this moment, she entered the System Mall. She hadn't been in contact with anyone recently, and her luck value was too low, making it difficult to exchange treasures. Suddenly, she discovered that there was activity in the system. Warm reminder, shocking news. The 6118 event has a limited time limit. The host can enter the event interface with 10,000 luck points, and all products are sold at a 10% discount. Items that usually cost tens of thousands of luck points can be purchased for only 1,000 luck points during the 6118 event. Such an amazing discount is too tempting. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night, tossing and turning, thinking about how to create a gimmick to trick everyone into being angry with her and show off her Versailles style. The next morning, before the roosters had time to crow, she appeared at the door with a pair of panda eyes. Oh, I knew it would look terrible. She sighed, then picked up the powder box with a helpless look, selected a fine powder and rubbed it on, barely covering the dark circles under her eyes. After arriving at the shop, business was very prosperous. She first sat in the garment shop, and it was really crowded. Suddenly, she found a man not far away who was looking at everyone with a sly look, and then secretly stole a piece of high-quality cloth and stuffed it into his chest. Just as she was about to leave as if nothing had happened, she was stopped by Shang Xiaojiu. My brother, our shop has just opened, and you are stealing. Isn't it not good? She didn't give him face and directly exposed him for stealing. The man blushed and pointed at Shang Xiaojiu angrily. Where did you come from? How dare you accuse me of stealing? The others immediately surrounded the place, and for a moment, the man had no way to retreat. He was surrounded and felt a chill in his heart. What, you dare to say that you didn't take anything? Then are you willing to take out the thing hidden in your chest and see if it is my fabric? He hesitated, and the two strong men hired by Shang Xiaojiu immediately lifted him up. What are you doing? Do you believe that I will report to the police? You will never be able to open a store in the future. He deliberately threatened Shang Xiaojiu, but she was not scared, and sneered with a mocking look on her face. Oh, that's what I meant. Since you stole something from my shop, you must report to the police. As he said, one of the strong men took out a piece of high-quality silk cloth from his chest. From Ergo's luck value. What else do you have to say? He was caught red-handed, and he was speechless. But Ergo was a man who would not give up until he reached the Yellow River. He immediately argued, how do you prove that this is from your shop? I bought it from somewhere else. Can't I just put it in my arms? As soon as these words came out, people around talked about it. Suddenly, someone loudly exposed him. He is a habitual offender. He just got out a few days ago and started stealing again. He has no shame. It's him. He was caught stealing some days ago and was beaten with 20 sticks. It's a miracle that he didn't die alone. In a few words, Shang Xiaojiu knew that this guy was a habitual offender who lived by sneaking around. This is our family's unique silk. The milky white dye is unique. Since you are a man, why would a grown man buy a woman's lining fabric? Everyone burst into laughter. They didn't expect that this guy would steal something that he couldn't use. But then Shang Xiaojiu's face darkened and she whispered, although this cloth is used by women as lining, it is priceless. Such a small piece is worth 100 taels of gold. What can you buy it with? Your life? From Ergo's luck value? Or do you want to steal it to make mourning clothes? Huh? He dared not be angry but was speechless for a while. He really fell into her hands. It's his bad luck. It only took a short while to get 1,000 luck points. Shang Xiaojiu's heart was filled with joy, but she still kept a calm face. It is rare for a young age to have such a mentality. You two arrest him and report him to the police. We will deal with him as we should. If anyone dares to steal from my shop in the future, if I find out, I will punish him severely. It can be regarded as killing a chicken to scare the monkey. Yuergu cried and begged for mercy, but was dragged out like a dead dog. Order was restored in the shop, and people were enthusiastic about buying goods. For a time, several shops under her were very popular in the capital. The lake in front was also transformed. A huge lake in the lake was placed in the center. There were beautiful mermaid performances which attracted countless people to visit. The ticket money sold every day was enough for her to make a fortune. The area around the lake was also reasonably used. You can go fishing when you are free, and you can also take a boat ride here. Everything is thriving. The income of the shop is increasing day by day, and Shang Xiaojiu lives a comfortable life. On this day, as usual, Shang Xiaojiu came to the shop. He was checking these medicinal materials silently when he suddenly heard a noise outside. "You are so cruel. You actually used some fake medicinal materials to get through. My son was almost eaten to death." A woman came in angrily, holding a bag of medicine in her hand, glaring at the person inside in anger. The patient in the medicine shop was Mr. Sun, a highly respected man in the capital who once worked in the Imperial Hospital. Later he retired to his hometown when he was old, and was invited by Shang Xiaojiu to come out this time, on the one hand to help her with her practice, and on the other hand to train more descendants. Don't talk nonsense. Jishan Hall has never sold any fake medicine. In fact, the medicines in Jishan Hall are the lowest priced in the whole capital, but the quality is the best. The reason why she opened this Jishan Tang was not to make money from medicinal materials, nor to charge more money for medical consultations, but to win people's hearts. In other words, if one wants to gain a foothold in the capital, one must be strong on the one hand and have a compassionate heart on the other. Only when the people can live a decent life can they have the opportunity to come to other shops to consume. If people get benefits here, they will also remember her kindness in their hearts. Stop talking nonsense here, you old man. You dare to lie with a black heart. I will bring people to smash your black-hearted medicine shop today. The woman was followed by several strong men, who were about to smash the medicine shop when Shang Xiaojiu strode forward. Let me see who dares to act wild and presumptuous here. The weak body burst out with powerful strength, shocking everyone. There was a hint of majesty in her clear eyes, and the aura emanating from her body was definitely not that of an ordinary woman. For a moment, the woman and several strong men were shocked. Shang Xiaojiu was not a pushover either. He usually kept several strong men to teach them martial arts, so that they could stand up in times of crisis. More than a dozen burly men came forward and stood behind Shang Xiaojiu to show off. These people have all signed up for this year's martial arts exam, and they all hope to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune and serve the country in the future. You said you bought it from me, but do you have any evidence? She frowned, and her majestic expression made the woman dare not act rashly. This is the medicinal material I bought from your house. What can you deny? As she said this, she threw the herbs on the ground. Old Sun came over, hunched over, and picked up the bags of herbs on the ground, searching one by one. Since you bought it from me, do you have the date and time? Do you have a prescription? She asked relentlessly. If she had something to hide, she would be exposed. The woman rolled her eyes and immediately lied. These are the herbs I bought at your house yesterday afternoon. As for the prescription, I can't read, so I threw it away. Hearing this, Shang Xiaojiu smiled coldly, then waved his hand, and the waiter immediately handed over an account book. At this time, a trace of calmness appeared in Old Sun's eyes. There are herbs such as wolfberry, angelica, cassia seed, etc., among which there is a kind of snow lotus. Such a prescription has not appeared in these days. It is not from our Jishan Hall. The woman was very annoyed when she heard it. Don't make excuses here. It's obviously yours. Do you still want to deny it? Shang Xiaojiu calmly opened the account book and then showed it to everyone. We have a rule in Jishan Hall. Every prescription issued every day, even if it is an insignificant medicinal material or even a free medicinal material, will be clearly recorded in the account. The time, medicinal material formula, specific silver, symptoms, and other details will be recorded in the file to avoid any mistakes. Usually she is too busy to do everything by herself, so she specially sent 2 people to keep accounts together. The 2 of them are in charge of one account book respectively, and in the end, there will be no mistakes. There is no record on it. Besides, the paper of our medicine package is all high-quality craft paper, and the paper inside is soluble paper, so as to be guaranteed. But the one you threw over is clearly the work of other families, and you still want to frame me here. What a great skill. Luck value from Liuerniang 500. The woman was shocked. She never expected Shang Xiaojiu to be so meticulous. It's just a simple account that must be remembered clearly. Since it opened, Jishan Hall has been in a loss-making state. Not to mention that medical consultations and medicinal materials are often free. The personnel expenses alone are a considerable expense. All medicinal materials are top grade, so they naturally won't sell inferior products and ruin their reputation. She knew that Jishan Hall would lose money, but the loss was within the range, and it could be offset by the sale of mermaid sightseeing tickets, and there would be a slight surplus. What's more, Mr. Sun, who is seeing patients at Jishan Hall, was the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau. After he retired at an old age, I invited him here to see patients. How could he lose his integrity in his later years? If it weren't for Shen Yulong's relationship, Old Sun wouldn't have come out of retirement. But what really satisfied Old Sun was, of course, Shang Xiaojiu's way of dealing with people. I worked in the Imperial Hospital at the age of 15 and retired at the age of 40. I have been in office for 45 years and have always been conscientious and have never made any mistakes. I didn't want to come out of retirement. If it weren't for Miss Shang's sincerity, willingness to provide free medical treatment and medicine to the grassroots people, and pass on my skills to me, how could I have come out of retirement? The reason why everyone came to Jishan Hall was because of its reputation. If Old Sun hadn't been a low-key person, this matter would have been spread all over the place long ago. The woman knew she was in the wrong, and was about to escape in disgrace when she was surrounded by Shang Xiaojiu's people. Since you are provoking trouble at my door, report to the police and send them to the government for punishment. Although the killing of a chicken to scare the monkey a few days ago was effective, it still cannot deter the people behind the scenes. It seems that it is still not strong enough. As soon as these words came out, the woman who came to the door to cause trouble turned pale. She never thought that she was a person of her word and actually wanted to report to the police. Just when she wanted to struggle, Shang Xiaojiu winked at the people around her, and they stepped forward to surround these troublemakers and took them to the authorities. From then on, no one dared to come to the door to cause trouble. Her behavior was also a warning to those dishonest colleagues, so that they would stop. This day, Old Sun took the initiative to come to the door. Seeing that he came in a hurry at his age, I knew that this matter must be unusual. Shang Xiaojiu personally followed Old Sun out of the house and went outside together. This time we need a medicinal ingredient, which is the Licorice radiata that is unique to the western regions. This really made Shang Xiaojiu feel embarrassed. If it were in modern times, what medicinal materials could not be obtained? Whether it was Pinshixi or Taobao, they were all very cheap. If it was a digital software, you would have to drive a truck to wholesale. But in this era, it is really difficult to get some medicinal materials from the western regions, especially since Daliang and the grassland are currently divided, and the relationship has deteriorated to an unprecedented level. Isn't there this Licorice radiata in our central plains? Isn't it the rumored red spider lily? Although it has been renamed to a more pleasant name, it is the same old thing. Unexpectedly, Old Man Sun sighed and shook his head repeatedly. You don't know, the red spider lily is also called datura. There are red and black ones, and it is true that the flowers bloom but no leaves can be seen. But this Licorice radiata is unique to the grasslands of the western regions. Only the grasslands have golden Licorice radiata. If it is not properly handled, it is highly poisonous. Upon hearing this, Shang Xiaojiu's face changed drastically. The relationship between Daliang and Caoyuan had already deteriorated, and they wanted to get some highly poisonous Licorice radiata. Isn't this just walking into a trap? Old Sun, this won't do. With a look of horror on her face, she immediately pulled Old Sun and walked a few steps into the alley and said, The relationship between Daliang and Caoyuan has already deteriorated to a certain extent. If we get some highly poisonous flowers now, we will be thrown into jail. She was helpless in the capital, and she didn't have many acquaintances in the court. If she went to jail, she might not be able to get out. This also embarrassed Old Sun. He looked helpless and placed his hopes on Shang Xiaojiu. The child is seriously ill, so we have to fight poison with poison. If we can't get Licorice radiata within half a month, the child's life will be doomed. Old Master Sun is also a compassionate old man who saves people. Naturally, he doesn't want to let a life fall into his hands. But there is no other way at the moment. He had to bite the bullet and find Shang Xiaojiu. After all, he is the boss. There must be some other ways. Seeing this, she looked difficult, but she couldn't bear to refuse Old Master Sun, and she didn't want to waste a life in vain because she didn't try her best. You go back first. I will do my best. Although I don't know what the result will be next, I will try my best. After persuading Elder Sun to leave, she lingered for a long time. She originally thought that the System Mall would have it, but she didn't expect that the current System Mall didn't have this kind of medicinal materials. Suddenly, she remembered that Shen Yulong had said before that if you go to the western suburbs at midnight and wear a mask, you can enter the ghost market, where merchants from the western regions trade. Generally, everything you want is there, and this kind of poison should also appear in the ghost market. In the dead of night, she wore a black cloak, hiding her petite body in the black. She wore a silver mask on her face, covering half of her face. Along the way, she walked tremblingly, as if she was guilty of a thief. Looking around left and right, making sure that no one was following, she carefully entered the ghost market. What came into view was a dazzling array of goods. It was the first time she had seen such a prosperous place. It is said that there are many masters protecting this place, and the court can't do anything. After all, this place was once the garrison of the western regions. Rumor has it that the emperor once married a princess from the grassland. That prairie princess was the most beautiful woman in the world, but she died later. Since then, the entire capital has driven away all those people from the western regions. Some people were able to return to their homes safely, but those who had no way to leave occupied the original western region garrison, which became the current ghost market. Just as she was sighing, she found a stall not far away, on which golden licorice radiata was displayed. For a moment, the licorice radiata attracted her attention, and she led Shang Xiaojiu to walk forward. "How much is this licorice radiata?" She was a straightforward person and asked the price directly. The other party did not speak in a hurry, but just looked at him. He could not tell his identity, but from his dress and voice, he could tell that Shang Xiaojiu was not very old. "This is the unique licorice radiata in the western regions. I am the only one in the entire ghost market that has it. It is not expensive, just 100 taels of gold." Suddenly, Shang Xiaojiu frowned. "Shopkeeper, you are asking for too much. It's just a red spider lily, but you are asking for 100 taels of gold. Aren't you afraid that you can't afford it?" Originally, she thought that this thing could be bought with just 100 taels of silver, but the other party really regarded her as a clueless grudge and actually asked for 100 taels of gold. The man knew that he would bargain, and then smiled and said, "Since you are an expert, I won't waste my time with you. 10 taels of gold." Although 10 taels of gold is not a small amount, she can still afford it. Then, Shang Xiaojiu stopped bargaining and took out 10 taels of gold from her purse and handed it to the other party. She didn't expect this trip to be so smooth. She grinned, and when she was halfway through the road and was about to leave the ghost market, she found that there was something wrong with the red spider lily by the light of a lantern next to her. She stretched out her hand and wiped the petals, then raised her hand and put it under the light. "Fuck, the paint is peeling?" She was dumbfounded, staring in amazement at the red licorice radiata that was painted with a layer of gold paint by the unscrupulous merchant, and her heart was burning with anger. It was the first time that someone challenged her bottom line and deceived her in such a shameless way. Shang Xiaojiu walked back in a hurry, and the stall owner sat on the chair with a look of joy on his face, as if he was reminiscing about how he had just deceived a silly girl. "Shopkeeper, you must be honest as a person, and you can't destroy your own reputation when doing business, right?" As she said, she threw the licorice radiata in her hand on the stall, attracting many passers-by to join in the fun. "What do you mean by this?" The shopkeeper stared at her arrogantly and didn't admit it at all. "The licorice radiata you just sold me was fake. You used a red licorice radiata and painted a layer of gold paint to deceive me. How could you think of that?" Hearing this, the shopkeeper frowned as if he was wronged, glared at Shang Xiaojiu and said, "Little girl, don't talk nonsense casually. Who knows if you bought it from me? Are you trying to blackmail me on purpose?" This made Shang Xiaojiu even angrier. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless." He sold fake goods and refused to admit it, and even turned the tables. If Shang Xiaojiu doesn't give him a good lesson today, she wouldn't be named Shang. Just as she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to concentrate her firepower, a tall man walked over. "Tulu Wujie, it's really you." The man's voice was deep and full of magnetism. "Who are you?" the shopkeeper called Tulu. Lulu looked up and was stunned when he saw the person coming. "Hi, hi!" Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the man. "You do this kind of thing a lot on weekdays. Now that you've been discovered, why don't you give the money to the girl?" The arrogant Tulu Wuj immediately returned the 10 taels of gold in his hand to Shang Xiaojiu. The sudden change surprised Shang Xiaojiu. After receiving the gold, she looked at the man next to her. The man was tall and strong, with bright eyes, bronze skin, and strong exposed muscles. She smiled indifferently, revealing 2 cute pointed fangs. "Thank you for your help, brother. I'm Shang Xiaojiu. What's your name?" The well-informed Shang Xiaojiu could tell at a glance that the man was of unusual status, especially the jade pendant on his waist, which was definitely not an ordinary item. "My name is Haigamuz, and I'm glad to meet Miss Shang." He smiled heartily, as brave as a grassland eagle, but also like the rising sun, very charming. Unfortunately, he was not Shang Xiaojiu's type. "Are you here to look for Licoris radiata? People from the Central Plains who usually come here are for some rare treasures, which are commonplace for people from the grassland. But for these people from the Central Plains, they are treasures that are hard to get." Shang Xiaojiu nodded, with a helpless look on her face. "I did come here for Licoris radiata, and also to find medicinal materials to save people as soon as possible, but I didn't expect to meet that shameless shopkeeper." Thinking of what happened just now, the anger in her heart was hard to calm down. Haigamuz smiled calmly, and then said, "Tuluwugi is indeed a sly boy, but he has not done anything else bad. The reason why he deceived you may be because you are from the Central Plains." As if realizing something, seeing Shang Xiaojiu's face become ugly, he immediately opened his mouth to defend himself. "You also know that since the Emperor of Daliang killed us, our relationship with Daliang has become bad. There is no need to say more about this." Shang Xiaojiu understood it in his heart. "Before, when I was drinking with them in Yungqing village, I also talked about these grassland people. Many grassland people have no fixed place to live and have been living a nomadic life. I finally got the opportunity to live in Daliang and sell some items to make a living, but I didn't expect that thing to happen. It was a disaster for the entire grassland. The originally peaceful life was broken, many people were displaced, and many grassland people became victims of this war without gunpowder." Thinking of this, Shang Xiaojiu could also understand why Tulu Wui just now would do this to him. "It doesn't matter. Some things are beyond our control. The situation is like this. Since we are in the game, we have no control over it." She had a faint smile on her face. Although her heart was a little emotional, she was still stable. At this moment, Haigamuz looked at her with a confused look. For some reason, he seemed to see the shadow of that person in her. "Since Miss Shang is interested in making friends with me, I will help you find Manjusaka." The corners of his lips rose, and he had some thoughts in his mind. Seeing this, Shang Xiaojiu was very happy. "Thank you very much." Haigamuz took her into the ghost market, and then a person said something mysteriously to a few people in front. Not long after, the man handed him a box. When Haigamuz handed the box to Shang Xiaojiu, a smile appeared on his face. "Take a look. Is it the Manjusaka you want?" Hearing this, she opened the box in her hand with a look of surprise. Inside was a genuine Manjusaka, emitting a faint golden light, very beautiful. "Thank you very much. How much is this red spider lily?" She knew that this red spider lily was not a treasure in the grassland. In some places, it was even everywhere in the mountains. But here, it was indeed a scarce commodity. Haigamuz shook his head. "Since Miss Shang really wants to make friends with me, this thing is free." Just when Shang Xiaojiu was about to refuse, a man ran over breathlessly. "Oh no, our things have been returned." Hearing this, Haigamuz's face changed drastically, and he immediately ran behind the man. Shang Xiaojiu couldn't leave alone for a while. He owed a favor by taking the red spider lily, so he had to go and take a look. Not long after, they arrived at a huge yurt. "All our fruits have been returned. What should we do?" Various kinds of fruits were neatly arranged inside. Kiwi, dragon fruit, banana, pomegranate. The dazzling array of fruits made Shang Xiaojiu's gluttonous stomach stir. Since arriving in Daliang, she hasn't even eaten decent fruit. What's more unexpected is that the fruits here appear regardless of the season. Fruits that are produced in all seasons are gathered together, and Shang Xiaojiu's eyes are shining. "Miss Shang, do you know these?" Haigamuz was a little surprised. The grassland people around her might not be able to recognize all of them. How did she know them? Shang Xiaojiu nodded repeatedly, and then said, "More than knowing them, I also know how to eat them." As she said that, she couldn't help but pick up a mangosteen, peeled off the shell and ate it with relish, and didn't forget to pick up another mangosteen, peeled it, and handed it to Hegmuz. Hegmuz, with a suspicious look on his face, picked up the mangosteen handed by Shang Xiaojiu and heard the man's words in his ears. "All our fruits have been returned. What should we do?" Suddenly, Shang Xiaojiu's interest was aroused. "How many of these fruits do you have?" She was very curious about how many fruits these people had accumulated. The fruits contained in a huge yurt are enough to open a fruit supermarket. There are more than 20 yurts outside, and those people actually returned all of them. The man's face was darker than the ash at the bottom of the pot, as if he didn't expect to be returned. Hearing this, her eyes turned and she immediately came up with an idea. If these fruits are not handled in time, they will rot in a short time, and you will lose a lot of money, and some fruits cannot be kept at room temperature. There was a trace of calmness on her face, as if she was narrating a very ordinary thing. "That's right, but how can these fruits be sold?" Hegmuz had a headache on his face. Looking at the backlog of fruits, the mangosteen in his hand suddenly became less sweet. "If you trust me, you can cooperate with me and sell it to me. But I can only give you a part of the deposit first. When I sell almost all of them, I will settle the balance with you. You can consider it." Hegmuz stood there and thought carefully. If these fruits are piled up in your hands, they will rot in a short time, and finally all of them will have to be thrown away. If you sell it to Shang Xiaojiu, you may not get all the money in the early stage, but it is better than not getting a penny. "Okay, I'll do as you say." He was willing to believe her, and always felt that Shang Xiaojiu would not deceive himself. Then, the two drafted a contract, signed and sealed it, and considered it a deal. "You can send a part of it tomorrow at noon, and I will go back to deal with the things at hand, and then arrange time to deal with these fruits." Hearing this, Hegmuz nodded happily. Unexpectedly, Shang Xiaojiu, who had just become strong, would take this matter to heart, so he could rest assured. After Shang Xiaojiu, who was holding the manjusaka, returned home, he carefully calculated. These fruits might as well open a fruit tea shop. "I had part-time experience in college before, but some recipes could not be done. In addition to fruits, some of the raw materials for milk tea are chemical substances such as saccharin, flavors, and pigments, which are difficult to do in this era." For a time, facing such a difficult situation made her a little cramped. Suddenly, she remembered that the system had given her a recipe book, and she thought that this recipe must be very useful. She immediately rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, found the recipe, and held it in her arms and prayed silently, hoping to find some ways to make milk tea. When she opened it again, she did not find the recipe for milk tea, but she found many recipes for fruit tea, which shocked her. Sure enough, the system's products must be top-notch. She raised her lips and spent an entire night to integrate the recipes. When the sky was turning pale, she knocked on Shen Yulong's door. It happened that Shen Yulong had to get up early to review his lessons today. He opened the door and saw Shang Xiaojiu standing in front of the door with a pair of dark circles under his eyes. He was shocked. "It's a bit unkind to scare people so early in the morning, isn't it?" Shang Xiaojiu frowned and looked at the man in front of him, then grabbed his arm and hurriedly walked out. "I went to the ghost market last night and bought a lot of fruits. Next, you have to help me set up a shop to do business. I know you will have a lot of questions, but time is limited and urgent. I will definitely give you the answer you want after I'm done." The words that were about to be asked were choked in his throat, and Shen Yulong stopped asking. He immediately helped her find a shop with a superior location, which was also very close to her shops. It can be officially opened for business after a simple cleanup, but now it is still missing a plaque, Shang's Sweet Water Shop. As she said that, she looked at Shen Yulong and then glanced at the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone next to her, as well as the wooden board. "Do you want me to write it?" "This needs to be carved with a carving knife." He was hesitant. Although his handwriting was elegant and meaningful, he couldn't just write it on the wooden board as a plaque. Time is tight and the task is heavy. "You draft a draft, and I will send someone else to make a plaque. Before that, you can write a plaque as a backup." Seeing that he was hesitant, Shang Xiaojiu immediately praised. Only Along has the best handwriting. If she didn't know the words here, why would she ask him for help? Since she was asking for help, she had to have some attitude. She secretly clenched her teeth. Shang Xiaojiu cast an admiring look. Which man can withstand such a test? With a determined heart, he picked up the pen and wrote down 5 big characters. Seeing this, Shang Xiaojiu showed a happy smile on his face. "I knew Along was the best." Excited, Shang Xiaojiu hugged Shen Yulong in front of him and gave him a big hug. Before he could react, Shang Xiaojiu let him go and immediately directed several strong men to hang up the plaque. Before Chenshi, Haigamuse came with a large cart of fruit. I didn't expect you to come so fast. She just sent someone to deliver the address an hour ago, but she didn't expect Haigamuse's efficiency to be so high. He smiled heartily and then said, "Isn't it because I'm afraid of delaying things? I brought a cart of fruit as soon as possible, for fear of delaying your business." The sudden man broke into his field of vision, attracting Shen Yulong to take a closer look. He narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully looked at the man in front of him, and then stood aside in silence. "Help me unload these fruits. I will show my skills in a while." Shang Xiaojiu raised the corner of her mouth and led them to carry the unloaded fruits to the back. Several hired cooks held kitchen knives and quickly peeled the fruits, cored them, cut them into pieces, and sliced them under Shang Xiaojiu's instructions. Although there was no automatic juicer, fortunately there was a grinding wheel. The chefs immediately got involved and were busy. It was noon and everything was ready. Not long after, many people came to support Shang Xiaojiu. It was the first time for everyone to eat these things, and they were skeptical. After tasting them, everyone looked solemn. "It's the first time I've eaten this kind of thing in many years, and it tastes surprisingly good." The comments of the crowd made her a little proud, but soon, with the recommendations of the first group of people, more and more customers came to line up, all wanting to try it. People passing by came to watch, and while watching, they were also very curious and came to buy. In just 1 hour, the whole truck of fruits was sold out. Fortunately, Hegmuse and others brought in fruits continuously to fill the gap. Seeing the huge crowds of people here, Hegmuse was stunned. It was the first time for him to find that fruits could sell so well and attract so many people to buy them. "Prince, I really didn't expect that the fruits that we had unsold or even returned could be sold so well by this girl. If we had known earlier, we might as well spend a lot of money to buy these secret recipes from her." The people around him complained helplessly, but were frightened by Hegmuse's eyes. Suddenly he remembered that he had just called the prince. Once his identity was exposed, it would definitely attract revenge from others. Think twice before you speak in the future. Some things are not as simple as you think. It's good enough to sell these fruits. Why do you have to be greedy and want to get the part that doesn't belong to us? After Hegmuse scolded him, he left alone. Perhaps he knew that he didn't need to stay any longer, and he didn't want to cause trouble to the busy Shang Xiaojiu. This day, Shen Yulong's plan to study was disrupted. He was busy from morning to night and was exhausted. After closing, Shang Xiaojiu stretched his body looking at the pile of silver. Even the hired masters were exhausted. It was the first time they received such heavy work, and they were busy all the time. After a master cleaned up, he walked up to Shang Xiaojiu. "We have taken on many banquets in the capital before, but this is the first time I've been so busy that my hands cramped. Your work here is not easy." The implication was that such hard and tiring work should be paid more money. Shang Xiaojiu already knew what these people were thinking. Without saying a word, he took out some red envelopes and distributed them to everyone. "Thank you all for your help. It would not have been possible without you running around here today. However, tomorrow will definitely be more tiring than this. I will also recruit more people. Sorry to bother you." At this moment, Shang Xiaojiu, who was standing in place, smiled at everyone. After receiving the red envelopes, everyone had no complaints. On the way back, Shen Yulong was silent. Halfway through, he couldn't help but speak. "I advise you to keep your distance from that Hegmuse. He is not an ordinary person." His eyes were deep, and his thoughts could not be seen. But Shang Xiaojiu didn't care and said, "Of course I know that he is a grassland man. He must be someone you can't associate with. But without Hegmuse, it would be difficult for me to get the real Manjushage." Seeing her refutation of him with a sharp gaze, Shen Yulong frowned unhappily. "I know he is from the grassland, and I also know that you met him in the black market, but you don't know that he is not an ordinary person on the grassland. He is very likely a nobleman. Then you are really in big trouble. The grassland royal family is not like the Central Plains. For the grassland people, the existence of the royal family is supreme, just like the existence of gods. As long as the royal family trusted by these grassland people, they can have absolute dominance. Not only can they control the words and deeds of these people, but they can even wage war on behalf of the entire grassland. How is it possible? Have you ever seen a prince from the royal family selling fruit? Or have you ever seen that prince and noble come out to live a lazy life?" Shen Yulong, who was about to refute, suddenly kept silent, fearing that his identity would be exposed. Once his identity was exposed, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Now the princess has been pursuing for so long, and she will give up because there is no clue. Once she knows that he has returned to the capital, she will definitely force him to marry. Forget it, it's useless for me to say anything. It's like playing the lute to a cow. After a day of hard work, he became more and more angry, and then strode back to his room. Shang Xiaojiu behind him looked at his angry look with some confusion, wondering what was wrong with him again. As expected, the shop she ran was very popular this time, and it didn't take long for the fruits to be sold at the purchase price. She left a part of the funds for turnover, and she immediately found Heigemuser. Thanks to your help this time, I can make so much money. According to our previous agreement, this is the final payment. As she said that, she handed a stack of silver bills to Heigemuser. After all, it was a business, and Heigemuser was not polite. He counted the silver bills in his hand in front of her. 100 taels more. He was an honest man, and he would never take it if it wasn't his. But Shang Xiaojiu just smiled indifferently. This is what I gave you. If it wasn't so, there would definitely not be such a good business, and I also want to cooperate with you for a long time. Since she opened this shop, it is impossible to give up. She considered the quantity of these fruits, and it was impossible to sell them all at once. Fortunately, there are some ways to preserve fruits on the recipe, and some fruits can even be dried and kept. In this way, there is no need for more fresh fruits, and costs can be saved. Hearing this was overjoyed. Although our grassland is not big, we control the entire western region, and there are some people living in the Gobi Desert who have all kinds of fruits. It would be best if we can cooperate for a long time. In this way, we don't have to be too hasty. As he said, he told the reason. At the beginning, he wanted to make a fortune with these people and contacted a buyer from the Central Plains. But later this buyer from the Central Plains returned all the goods and even disappeared in a bad way. Fortunately, Shang Xiaojiu appeared in time to help them through this disaster. So I still have to thank you for helping me deal with these fruits. I can't take the extra 100 taels. He righteously rejected the 100 taels, but Shang Xiaojiu did not take it back. You treat me as a friend, help me find the real Manjusaka, and give me such a good opportunity to make money. How can I not thank you? After the two of them were humble, they soon